Chapter 3387. It was clear Little Gold did not want to return to Blood Moon Ridge at all. Even if you don't want to return, you should at least inform the Ridge Master of Blood Moon Ridge, right? Otherwise, he might think I've abducted you. Duan Lingtian said helplessly. All right, I'll let the Mountain Master know. I'll also let the Great Elder know. Then, she left Duan Lingtian's little world and hurried to inform the Ridge Master of Blood Moon Ridge. It's done. After a few moments, Little Gold returned to her senses and smiled at Duan Lingtian. That's it. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not expect Little Gold's words would go so smoothly. I told the Ridge Master that you're the true disciple of Senior Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. If he doesn't believe me, he can ask the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Little Gold laughed and said, after he believes me, he's relieved that I'm in the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. He even told me to look for Senior Feng Qingyang more often so that he could give me some pointers. You're really smart. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. He did not expect Little Gold to use Feng Qingyang, whom he had never met before, as a shield. Although Blood Moon Ridge was a heaven-grade force in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, it was not an ordinary heaven-grade force. However, even in the eyes of the Ridge Master of Blood Moon Ridge, Senior Feng Qingyang was an unreachable figure. Therefore, the Ridge Master of Blood Moon Ridge was more than happy to see Little Gold befriend Feng Qingyang. Little Black and Little White didn't reply to my message. Did they go to the Solitary Destructive Heaven? Little Gold continued to say, Brother Lingtian, why don't we make a trip to the Solitary Destructive Heaven and see if Little Black and Little White are there? As soon as Little Gold finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted abruptly, and his face couldn't help but reveal an excited expression. Father! At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard his daughter, Duan Siling's voice. Father, it's a message from grandfather. He said he's in the Qilin clan. Naturally, the grandfather Duan Siling referred to was Duan Lingtian's father, Duan Ruffing. Father! Hearing Duan Lingtian's cry of surprise, Xiao Jin couldn't help but be startled. Brother Lingtian, is there news about Uncle Rufeng? Little Gold, do you know the Qilin clan? Duan Lingtian looked at Little Gold and asked in an anxious tone. Anyone would be able to hear the excitement in Duan Lingtian's voice. Qilin clan. Little Gold frowned. Brother, you're not trying to say, Uncle Rufeng is in the Qilin clan, right? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Siling just told me that she received a message from her grandfather. Her grandfather said he's in the Qilin clan. Although Duan Lingtian could send messages through his father, Duan Ruffeng, and the other soul pearls, he did not have a soul pearl. His father, Duan Ruffeng, and the others did not have his soul pearl. Therefore, they could not reply even if they received his message. However, even if Duan Ruffeng and the others did not have Duan Lingtian's soul pearls, it did not mean they did not have Duan Siling or Feng Tianwu's soul pearls. Previously, they had exchanged soul pearls in the Divine Offering Land. Duan Siling had a soul pearl, and the person with the soul pearl would also have Duan Siling's soul pearl. As long as they were in the same realm, Duan Siling would be able to communicate with them. Ask Uncle Rufeng why he's in the Qilin clan. Little Gold's expression turned grave as she looked at Duan Lingtian. All right. Upon hearing Little Gold's words, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He suppressed his emotions and sent a message to his father, Duan Ruffeng, again. Father, why are you in the Qilin clan? What's your situation in the Qilin clan? Is it safe? A hint of anxiety could be heard in Duan Lingtian's voice. After all, this was the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, a place where celestial beasts gathered. Initially, Duan Lingtian thought his father, mother, Li Ro, wife, Li Fei, and son, Duan Ruffeng, would not be in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. He did not expect his father, Duan Ruffeng, to be in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Father, tell Si Ling about your current situation. Duan Lingtian sent a message to Duan Ruffeng. Si Ling, when your grandfather sends you a message, tell me his exact words. Duan Lingtian said to Duan Siling, "All right." However, Duan Siling remained silent for a long time. This made Duan Lingtian anxious. "Siling, your grandfather still hasn't sent you a message?" "Huh? He has." Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he heard Duan Siling's words. He wondered what his father had said to Siling for her to be so distracted. "What did your grandfather say?" Duan Lingtian asked anxiously. Grandfather said he's doing well. He's not in any danger." Siling replied. "He's safe. Father said he's safe." Duan Lingtian immediately relayed the message to Little Gold. When Little Gold heard this, her solemn expression relaxed slightly. That's good. Little Gold, why do you seem so nervous when you hear about the Qilin clan?" Duan Lingtian asked in bewilderment. "Brother Lingtian, don't tell me you don't know that the current heavenly emperor of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven is a powerhouse from the Qilin clan?" Little Gold asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. I didn't know about that." Duan Lingtian shook his head. At the same time, he was shocked in his heart. The heavenly emperor of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven was a powerhouse from the Qilin clan? He knew very well what this meant. This meant the Qilin clan and the heavenly palace of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven were one entity. This was different from the relationship between the heavenly palace of the Boundless Heaven and the heavenly pool palace of the Boundless Heaven. The heavenly pool palace was related to the heavenly emperor of the Boundless Heaven. On the other hand, the Qilin clan was related to the master of the heavenly palace of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. The Qilin clan is the overlord of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Although the dragons are strong, they don't dare to offend the Qilin clan. Little Gold sighed. As for the Blood Moon Ridge, we can't compare to the Qilin clan at all. Moreover, the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven is a divine beast of the Qilin clan, the Chaos Qilin. It's said that the Chaos Qilin was born with the Chaos Divine Flame, one of the 5 divine elements. Moreover, it's said that the Chaos Divine Flame born with the Chaos Qilin is not an ordinary Chaos Divine Flame. Little Gold's expression turned solemn as she spoke. The heavenly emperor of the Wanshou Heaven was ranked in the top 10 of the heavenly emperor ranking many years ago. I'm sure he's even stronger now. Duan Lingtian nodded. A Chaos Qilin? A Chaos Divine Flame? Isn't it just a low-level Chaos Divine Flame? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. How can a Chaos Qilin grow so strong under such circumstances? Based on what I know, even the gods in the realms of gods would be tempted by the 5 divine elements. Not many people in the Devata realms are a match for the Chaos Qilin. However, I'm sure there are many people in the realms of gods who are capable of killing him and seizing the Chaos Divine Flame in his body, right? Duan Lingtian asked. This was what puzzled him the most. Back when he had entered the Purgatory realm, no matter who it was, whether they were from a heaven-grade force or a heavenly palace, as long as they possessed the 5 divine elements, they would cover their identities tightly. In the Purgatory battlefield, the turquoise water divine tiger from the White Tiger clan had revealed its identity because it thought it was strong enough to kill Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian, let alone the Purgatory battlefield where celestial lords gathered. Under normal circumstances, even the strongest celestial emperor who possessed the 5 divine elements would not dare to reveal their identities in the 9 Serenities battlefield where celestial emperors were gathered. If they revealed their identities, they would be hunted down by the gods from the realms of gods. The 5 divine elements were enough to drive even the gods in the realms of gods crazy. Brother Lingtian, you're right. However, what if I told you one of the strongest powerhouses in this world is from the Qilin clan? Little Gold asked. What? Duan Lingtian was shocked by Little Gold's words. On the other hand, Hualao, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, remained calm, even though he heard Little Gold's words. Hualao, you've known about this for a long time? Duan Lingtian asked when he saw Hualao was not surprised. Yes. Hualao nodded. I've heard about it from Lord Heavenly Emperor. I didn't expect this. Duan Lingtian sighed. Duan Lingtian sighed emotionally. He did not expect the Qilin clan, where his father, Duan Ruffing, was from would have such a strong foundation. The Qilin clan was, without a doubt, the strongest force Duan Lingtian had ever encountered. The dragons and Blood Moon Ridge were nothing compared to the Qilin clan. Even the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven could not compare to the Qilin clan unless the Qilin clan had a powerful backer. The Qilin clan had a powerful backer. The Qilin clan was like a cheat-like existence in the Devata realms. It's said that the Chaos Qilin of the Qilin clan in the 10,000 Beasts heaven is born with a high-grade Chaos Divine Flame because of the Qilin clan's supreme powerhouse, Little Gold said. Moreover, the Qilin clan in Wanshou heaven isn't all of the Qilin clan. It's said that there are many Qilin clansmen in the realms of gods. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. At the same time, he became even more curious. How did his father, Duan Rufeng, end up in the Qilin clan? Xiling, did grandfather tell you why he's in the Qilin clan? Duan Ling Tian asked again. Father. Duan Xiling hesitated for a moment before she finally said, Grandfather, he's imprisoned. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. What? His father, Duan Rufeng, was imprisoned by the Qilin clan? At this moment, not only Duan Lingtian, but even Little Gold's expression had changed completely. Elder Hua's expression had also turned extremely solemn at this moment. Chapter 3388. Xiling, Duan Lingtian asked his daughter solemnly, Did grandfather say why he's imprisoned? Since he can send you a message through your soul orb, it means that his storage ring is still in his hands and has not been taken away. If the spatial ring was still with him, it meant his situation was not too bad. Otherwise, even if he was unwilling to remove the blood ownership claim on the spatial ring, the Qilin clan would not allow him to keep the spatial ring to prevent him from contacting the outside world. Naturally, there was another possibility. The Qilin clan did not care about Duan Rufeng's spatial ring at all. They did not care if her father used the soul pearl in his spatial ring to send messages to the outside world. After all, the Qilin clan was a powerful force that stood at the top of the Devata realms. Father, although grandfather is imprisoned, it's only house arrest. He's not allowed to leave the Qilin clan's territory, and there's someone guarding him, Duan Ling Si said. Grandfather said he's eating and sleeping well, and he doesn't lack cultivation resources. However, the Qilin clan doesn't allow him to leave. Huh? Duan Lingtian was even more confused when he heard Duan Xiling's words. What's going on? Did your grandfather tell you in detail? Grandfather said. Duan Ling Si paused for a moment. Duan Xiling paused for a moment before she said in a strange tone. After he ascended to the 10,000 Beasts heaven, the daughter of an elder from the Qilin clan took a fancy to him. He was almost killed when he ascended to the 10,000 Beasts heaven. However, the daughter of the elder from the Qilin clan took a liking to him and saved him. Then she brought him back to the Qilin clan. Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded when he heard Duan Xiling's words. The daughter of an elder from the Qilin clan took a liking to his father? She even brought him back to the Qilin clan? Moreover, his father had ascended to the 10,000 Shou heaven? Was it not impossible for humans to ascend to the 10,000 Shou heaven? That's right. Now that the planes of gods have collided, the planar battlefield has opened, and the Tartarus battlefield and the Purgatory battlefield have opened as well. To a certain extent, this has affected the normal ascension process. At the same time, Duan Lingtian recalled something. Back then, I should have ascended to the Jade Emperor heaven. However, due to the realms of gods colliding once every 10,000 years, I ended up in the spirit overarching heaven instead. Come to think of it, Father's situation is the same as mine. However, humans who ascend to Wanshou heaven are usually killed by the immortal beasts of Wanshou heaven. After all, the 10,000 Beasts heaven is a Devata realm that rejects humans. Looking at it now, it's fortunate that the elder of the Qilin clan took a fancy to Father and saved Father. Otherwise, Father would have died without a doubt. In fact, if she had only saved Father, he would have had a slim chance of survival in Wanshou heaven. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian was filled with gratitude towards the daughter of the Qilin clan's elder. As for house arrest was a good choice. If the daughter of the Qilin clan's elder did not bring his father to the Qilin clan and put him under house arrest, He did not know if his father would still be alive in the 10,000 Beasts heaven. I didn't expect father to have such a rotten peach blossom in the 10,000 Beasts heaven after leaving mother. Duan Ling Tian smiled as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Brother Ling Tian? Since Duan Ling Tian had been talking to Duan Si Ling through voice transmission earlier, neither Little Gold nor Hualao heard his words. Little Gold, it's fine. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said with a smile, Your uncle Ru Feng is only under house arrest. House arrest? Little Gold frowned. Brother Ling Tian is under house arrest? How can you say it's fine? The Qilin clan is the overlord of the 10,000 Beasts heaven. In the 10,000 Beasts heaven, the dragons were considered powerful. However, they were still inferior to the Qilin clan. Why? It was because the Qilin clan had a supreme powerhouse. As for the dragons, it was said that there was a supreme powerhouse in the long history of the 10,000 Beasts heaven. However, that supreme powerhouse had fallen in the end. At that time, when the supreme powerhouse was still alive, the status of the dragons in the 10,000 Beasts heaven was not inferior to the Qilin clan. The 10,000 Beasts heaven was the Devata realm that had produced the most supreme powerhouses in the history of the 10,000 Beasts heaven. Little Gold. Duan Ling Tian shook his head again. Then, he told Little Gold everything his father had said to his daughter through voice transmission. Little Gold was dumbfounded. After a long while, she finally regained her senses. She sighed in relief. I thought Uncle Ru Feng came to the 10,000 Beasts heaven later. I didn't expect him to ascend to the 10,000 Beasts heaven. Only 1 in 100 humans who ascend to the 10,000 Beasts heaven can survive. Uncle Ru Feng is really lucky. The daughter of the Qilin clan's elder has taken a liking to Uncle Ru Feng. It seems like Uncle Ru Feng is really attractive. I wonder what Aunt Ro will think if she finds out about this. However, Aunt Ro is separated from Uncle Ru Feng? Little Gold paused for a moment before she instinctively looked at Duan Ling Tian. Sure enough, Duan Ling Tian's expression had turned solemn. She hurriedly comforted him. Brother Ling Tian, don't worry, Aunt Ro will definitely be saved. All right, Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he looked at Little Gold and asked, Little Gold, how do I get to the Qilin clan? Although his father, Duan Rufeng, was under house arrest, he was doing quite well. However, he still planned to bring his father away. As for the daughter of the Qilin clan's elder, it should not be a problem for her to ask Hualao to negotiate with him. After all, Hualao was supported by his master, the heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. Hualao. Duan Ling Tian looked at Hualao and told him about the Qilin clan's location. Hualao frowned slightly. The Qilin clan is different from ordinary heaven-grade forces. Although I've been with Lord Heavenly Emperor for some time, I rarely appear in public. The patriarch of the Qilin clan doesn't recognize me, let alone the Heavenly Emperor of the Wanshou heaven. In fact, I haven't even met the Qilin clan's elder. I'll return to the solitary destructive heaven and ask Brother Meng Luo. He's been with Lord Heavenly Emperor for many years, so he should have met the Qilin clan before. After Hualao finished speaking, he asked Duan Ling Tian to find a safe place to wait for him. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian left the Wanshou heaven and returned to the solitary destructive heaven. The next day, when Duan Ling Tian saw Elder Hua again, he was accompanied by Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, who was extremely muscular and tough. Senior Meng Luo, I'll have to trouble you this time. Duan Ling Tian smiled apologetically. You're welcome, young master. Your matter is the heavenly emperor palace's matter. Meng Luo grinned, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. I've learned about the matter from Hualao. I've met the patriarch of the Qilin clan once, and I know a few elders of the Qilin clan. This time I will follow you to the Kirin clan, young master. Meng Luo said. Upon hearing Meng Luo's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. Young master, there's one more thing. Meng Luo continued to say, while you were away, 2 little fellows from the Dragon Clan came to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. They called themselves Duan Xiaohe and Duan Xiaobai. I asked them to stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven until you return. Initially, I wanted to call them out, But they seem to be in closed-door cultivation, so I didn't disturb them, Meng Luo said. Duan Lingtian nodded. As expected, Xiao He and Xiao Bai went to the solitary destructive heaven. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Little Gold had already started laughing. They're my younger siblings. Duan Lingtian cupped his fists at Meng Luo again. Thank you, Senior Meng Luo. You're welcome, young master. Since Meng Luo was here, Duan Lingtian did not waste any time. After Little Gold returned to his little world, he, Meng Luo, and Hualao made their way to the Qilin clan's estate. Naturally, for the sake of efficiency, they found a transporting formation nearby and teleported to the Qilin clan's estate. Then, they made their way to the Qilin clan's estate. Young master, the Qilin clan's estate is right in front of us. Meng Luo led Duan Lingtian and Hualao to a vast and barren mountain range. They could vaguely see some greenery on the mountain range. Although this place looked desolate, as soon as Duan Lingtian approached, he could feel a wave of dense heaven and earth spirit energy assaulting his face, causing him to feel as though he was bathed in a spring breeze. There's an Emperor-grade celestial crystal vein in the Qilin clan's estate. I can't believe there's an Emperor-grade celestial crystal vein here. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Is it possible that the heavenly palace of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven is here as well? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask Meng Luo. The heavenly palace of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven isn't here. Meng Luo shook his head and said, however, the Qilin clan is one of the few heaven-grade forces that owns an Emperor-grade celestial crystal vein in the Devata realms. Although the dragons of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven used to own an Emperor-grade celestial crystal vein, it has long been depleted. An Emperor-grade celestial crystal vein was a vein that could produce divine crystals. Naturally, there were very few divine crystals. Even then, the Devata realms had been passed down for a long time. For this reason, the number of divine crystals in the Devata realms had accumulated over time. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. When Duan Lingtian and his two companions approached the Qilin clan's estate, they were stopped by a group of patrolling disciples from the Qilin clan. Meng Luo quickly introduced himself. So you're Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. Meng Luo was famous in the Devata realms. Naturally, some of the patrolling disciples from the Qilin clan had heard of him before. For this reason, the patrolling disciples from the Qilin clan were much more respectful when they learned of his identity. Even if Meng Luo was just a human. However, in this world where the strong were respected, the strong had special privileges. Even the celestial beasts of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven had to respect the strong. End of chapter. Chapter 3389. Di Yunlong, the second elder of the Qilin clan, was one of the few people Meng Luo was familiar with in the Qilin clan. Both of them had fought side by side in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Both of them had saved each other's lives. Meng Luo, you've never taken the initiative to look for me before. Di Yunlong, the second elder of the Qilin clan, was a tall and muscular middle-aged man. His build was similar to Meng Luo's. When he saw Meng Luo, he punched Meng Luo's chest and laughed. Why did you come all of a sudden? Di Yunlong asked with a smile. At the same time, he glanced at the two people standing next to Meng Luo, Duan Lingtian and Hualao from the corner of his eye. Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Elder Hua, both of them were unfamiliar to Di Yunlong. What? Am I not welcome here? Meng Luo asked with a smile. Of course, you're welcome here, Di Yunlong replied. He and Meng Luo had gone through thick and thin together. Although they had not seen each other for many years, it did not change their friendship. Previously, when Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was trapped in the Azura Hell, Di Yunlong had looked for Meng Luo and told him that he could come to the Qilin clan if the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had a new master. Staying in the Qilin clan was not any worse than staying in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. However, with your personality, you wouldn't come looking for me for no reason. Tell me, what's the matter? Di Yunlong asked bluntly. I can't hide it from you. Meng Luo shook his head with a smile. Then, he introduced Duan Lingtian to Di Yunlong. This is the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, the true disciple of Lord Heavenly Emperor. Oh, Long did not pay much attention to the two people standing next to Meng Luo. However, when he heard Meng Luo's introduction of Duan Lingtian, he was shocked. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang is accepting true disciples? How surprising! A hint of admiration could be seen in Long's eyes when he mentioned Feng Qingyang. Not only was Feng Qingyang a legend in the solitary destructive heaven, but he was also a legend in the other Devata realms due to his incredible speed and strength. Moreover, the current Feng Qingyang was suspected to have become a god. He had asked Meng Luo about this. Although Meng Luo did not answer him directly, he did not deny it either, which made him even more convinced. If Feng Qingyang were to visit the Qilin clan, not only would the Qilin clan receive him personally, but even the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven would also receive him personally. Even now, there were only a few heavenly emperors in the Devata realms who had become gods. Furthermore, this included those celestial emperors who had hidden their cultivation base to become gods. Among the heavenly emperors, even if they became gods, there were very few who publicized the matter of becoming gods. After all, heavenly emperors who had ascended to godhood were not allowed to continue sitting on the heavenly emperor's seat. This was a rule set by the title temple. Naturally, the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms did not interact with the title temple. However, the title temple had a rule to monitor the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms. Once a heavenly emperor ascended to godhood, he would have to step down and move to a realm of gods. Naturally, there were still a few heavenly emperors who remained as heavenly emperors even after ascending to godhood. And those heavenly emperors tended to have huge backers behind them. Even the title temple was wary of the powerful backer behind him. Let's take the Qilin clan for example. Even if the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven in the Qilin clan had ascended to godhood, as long as he did not want to step down, the title temple would turn a blind eye to it. Moreover, the title temple seemed to have the backing of a supreme powerhouse. However, there was no doubt the Qilin clan had a supreme powerhouse. Young Master is Lord Heavenly Emperor's successor in the mundane realms. Lord Heavenly Emperor values him greatly. After Lord Heavenly Emperor returned from the Azura Hell, he even sent someone to look for Young Master. Meng Luo said. Meng Luo's words made it clear that Duan Lingtian was highly regarded by Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Naturally, Meng Luo had intentionally revealed this to Long, Young Master. When Long looked at Duan Lingtian again, his expression changed slightly. His tone was much more polite now. I'm Long, the second elder of the Qilin clan. Duan Lingtian greets Senior Long. Duan Lingtian did not become arrogant just because Long was polite to him. After all, Long was only polite because of Feng Qingyang. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had come here because he needed Long's help. Young Master, there's no need to stand on ceremony with this fellow. Meng Luo said to Duan Lingtian with a smile. Oh, is there a reason you're looking for me, Young Master? A hint of confusion could be seen in Long's eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. Senior. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn as he told Long about the situation his father, Duan Rufeng, was in. I'm here to bring my father back to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I wonder if it's convenient for you to help me with this. Senior? A hint of anticipation could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes. As it turns out, he's your father, Young Master. Long smiled wryly. Young Palace Master. I know what you're talking about. I also know the person who saved your father and put him under house arrest. Moreover, she's my niece, Wenyu. In the Qilin clan, Long was Wenyu's biggest backer. Wenyu's parents had died in an accident a long time ago. Long was the one who raised her. He treated her like his own daughter. Senior, she's your niece? Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Never had he imagined that things would be so coincidental. It was really like the flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple. Long frowned as he said, It's easy to settle this matter, but it's also not easy to settle it. Yunlong furrowed his brows and said, "In truth, I've already advised her about this matter. A melon picked forcefully isn't sweet. There are countless talented and intelligent men in Wanshou heaven. Why must she choose a human? I even had the thought of killing that man, but I was stopped by my niece." Yunlong said awkwardly, "Of course, that's because I didn't know about your relationship with him. If I had known about your relationship with him, I would have sent him to the solitary destructive heaven as soon as he arrived." Upon hearing Yunlong's words, Duan Lingtian realized the woman from the Qilin clan had saved his father's life twice. "Young palace master, you can take your father away. But I hope that your father can do some mental work for my niece and let her understand that it's impossible for them to be together," Yunlong said. Yunlong wanted his niece to get together with Duan Lingtian's father. That way, his niece would be connected to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. However, there was a problem. Duan Lingtian did not like his niece at all, and he had no intention of being with her. Otherwise, why would his niece put him under house arrest? "I only hope that we can minimize the harm to that girl," Lin Mengya said. After Yunlong finished speaking, he turned to Duan Lingtian and said, "I'll bring you to him. Meng Luo, wait for me here. I'll come back to catch up with you." After Yunlong finished speaking, he left with Duan Lingtian. Hualao and Meng Luo stayed behind. At this moment, Duan Lingtian met his father, Duan Rufeng, outside an independent mansion in the Qilin clan's estate. Duan Rufeng was as handsome as jade as before, and his entire body was filled with charm. Compared to Duan Lingtian, he had an even calmer temperament. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian, Duan Rufeng's eyes reddened. He hugged Duan Lingtian and remained silent for a long time. "Father!" Duan Lingtian could feel Duan Rufeng's emotions. How could he not be emotional? He had not seen his father for 300 years. Is there any news about your mother?" Duan Rufeng asked. At this moment, the mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion in the St. Province realm seemed like an ordinary person who missed his wife, Li Ro. "Father, apart from Si Ling and Tian Wu, you're the only one I've found." Duan Lingtian sighed. "Where's Si Ling?" Duan Rufeng asked. "She's in my small world. You can see her in there when we leave," Duan Lingtian said with a smile. At the same time, Yunlong stood near Duan Lingtian and Duan Rufeng. A young and beautiful woman stood next to him. She had a heroic look on her face. She had a beauty that was both tough and gentle. She was none other than Yunlong's niece, Wenyu, who was the one who had imprisoned Duan Rufeng. He really has a son? At this moment, Wenyu was a bit absent-minded because she had been telling herself that everything this man had told her was a lie. He did not have a wife. He did not have a son. Wenyu knew it might be true. However, she loved this man so much that she could only lie to herself. "Wenyu, you should let go when it's time to." Yunlong sighed. "You should talk to him. His son is not simple. He's the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. You're a sensible child." As soon as Yunlong finished speaking, he left. There was no need for him to say anything else. The true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Wenyu's eyes widened when she heard Yunlong's words. She did not expect the son of the man she had imprisoned for many years would have such a background. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also told Duan Rufeng about the current situation. "Father, you should say goodbye to her. After all, she has saved your life twice." "How can I not know this? I've always owed her a favor." Duan Rufeng sighed. "However, feelings can't be forced. Father's thoughts are all on your mother. Your mother's whereabouts are unknown. I just want to find her and reunite with her as soon as possible. She hasn't left my side since we reunited. Will she be able to take care of herself if she leaves me?" Duan Rufeng's words revealed his concern for Li Ro. Chapter 3390. Upon hearing Duan Rufeng's words, Duan Lingtian fell silent. Naturally, he was worried about his mother, Li Ro. However, based on the current situation, it was pointless to worry about her safety. He had to find his mother as soon as possible. "Father, you should bid farewell to her," Duan Lingtian said to Duan Rufing. After listening to Duan Rufing's words, Duan Lingtian wanted to search the Devata realms for his mother, Li Ro, his wife, Li Fei, and his son as soon as possible. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he turned around and left. Before he left, he glanced at Di Wenyu. In terms of appearance, Di Wenyu was not inferior to his mother. Moreover, in the past, her status was unreachable to his father. Ordinary people would not reject her. Naturally, she might not be interested in ordinary people as well. After that, Duan Lingtian left his father and Di Wenyu alone. However, with Di Yunlong's interference, his current identity, and Meng Luo's presence, even if Di Wenyu was unwilling to let her father go, she had no choice but to do so. Di Yunlong would not allow her to offend the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven for a human man. After Duan Lingtian left, he returned to Hualao and Meng Luo's side. At this moment, Meng Luo and Di Yunlong were chatting happily about the time they spent together in the Nine Serenities battlefield. "Seniors, I heard the Nine Serenities battlefield is similar to the Purgatory battlefield?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at Meng Luo and Di Yunlong. "It's similar, but it's not that different," Di Yunlong said with a smile. "Unlike the Purgatory battlefield, there's no such place in the Nine Serenities battlefield. There's no illusory formation in the Nine Serenities battlefield." Duan Lingtian was stunned by Di Yunlong's words. "There's no illusory formation? Then how do we enter the secret realm?" According to Duan Lingtian's knowledge, the existence of the secret realms in the Purgatory battlefield were closely related to illusory formations. However, Di Yunlong was telling him that there were no illusory formations in the Nine Serenities battlefield. The secret realms in the Nine Serenities battlefield are all small independent realms. Di Yunlong smiled and said, "Moreover, they all have the same entrance. Of course, the immortal emperors who are qualified to enter the secret realm will also be guided to the entrance. The similarity between the Nine Serenities battlefield and the Purgatory battlefield lies in the military merit rankings. Of course, even the military merit rankings are very different. In the Purgatory battlefield, those who are ranked at the top are called commanders. In the Ninth Serenity battlefield, those whose strength can be ranked at the top are called war gods." "War god?" Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. "There are many celestial emperors in the Nine Serenities battlefield. However, one has to be at least a titled celestial emperor to obtain the title of God of War. As everyone knows, there are differences in strength among titled celestial emperors as well. The weakest titled celestial emperor is only a one-star war god in the Nine Serenities battlefield. The stronger titled celestial emperors can obtain the title of two-star war god. The stronger titled celestial emperors can obtain the title of three-star war god, and so on." Di Yunlong continued to explain. "In the Devata realms, those who have the strength to become heavenly emperors are at least seven-star war gods." Upon hearing Di Yunlong's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask, "Senior, what about you and Senior Meng Luo?" "I've obtained the title of six-star war god. With Meng Luo's current strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to obtain the title of six-star war god. However, it seems like he hasn't been in the realm battlefield for a long time." Di Yunlong smiled. After talking to Di Yunlong and Meng Luo, Duan Lingtian learned that titled celestial emperors were ranked according to their strength in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Moreover, in the Devata realms, titled celestial emperors who were familiar with the strength of a titled celestial emperor would usually mention the strength of a titled celestial emperor. The Qilin clan has two 7-star war gods and an 8-star war god. An 8-star war god is also the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven. As for the 7-star war gods, they are the patriarch and the supreme elder. Di Yunlong said, "Your master, heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang, was already one of the strongest 7-star war gods before he was trapped in the Azura Hell. After that, he easily killed Chun Qiubo, who was also a 7-star war god. Naturally, if he's already a god, the title of God of War would be meaningless to him. After all, even a 9-star war god might not be a match for him if he's already a god. God of War was only a title after all. It did not mean one was a true god. Di Yunlong's words seemed to have opened a door to a whole new world for Duan Ling Tian. He did not know titled celestial emperors were so important. Hualao, what about you? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously as he looked at Hualao. After all, Elder Hua was much stronger than Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace in the boundless heaven. Previously, Yu Fengyu had been so frightened by Elder Hua that he did not dare to fight with Elder Hua. I've never been to the 9 Serenities battlefield. Hualao shook his head and said, however, in terms of strength, I'm considered one of the strongest 5-star war gods. A 5-star war god. He was stronger than a leader of an ordinary heaven-grade force. At this moment, Meng Luo said, Hualao, you're too humble. At this moment, Meng Luo spoke. With Elder Hua's strength, he can barely be considered a 6-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. After a while, Duan Ling Tian gained a better understanding of the power structure of titled celestial emperors. For example, Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, was an ordinary 5-star war god. On the other hand, the profound heaven celestial emperor and the cold gloom celestial emperor were 4-star war gods. His teacher, Su Lang, and Lei Ying were 3-star war gods. The martial dragon celestial emperor and the cloud platform celestial emperor were 2-star war gods. The smoke wave celestial emperor was a 1-star war god. So that's how it is. Among the 5-star gods of war, Yu Fengyu's strength can only be considered average. Naturally, he can't be compared to Elder Hua, who obtained the 6-star god of war title in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Duan Ling Tian nodded in realization. Thunder. At this moment, a voice rang in the air, causing Duan Ling Tian to regain his senses. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian saw his father, Duan Ruffing. Di Yunlong's niece, Di Wenyu, had personally brought him over. At this moment, Di Wenyu's complexion was much better than before. What did father say to her? She seems to have changed a lot. Duan Ling Tian was slightly puzzled by Di Wenyu's reaction. One had to know that Di Wenyu's expression was not very good before, especially her eyes, which were filled with unwillingness. However, at this moment, her complexion was no longer as bad as before. Father! Duan Ling Tian walked up to Duan Ruffing and was about to introduce Meng Luo and Hualao to his father. A sharp sound like a clap of thunder suddenly swept down from the horizon, like a series of thunderclaps, giving people a deafening feeling. Old man Di Hong, come out and fight me. Duan Ling Tian, who was caught off guard, felt a sharp pain in his eardrums. He only felt better after he circulated his celestial origin energy. Duan Ling Tian was still in a daze when Di Yunlong said with a bitter smile on his face, "That monkey is here again. It seems like he's confident he can defeat the patriarch this time." Di Hong was the current patriarch of the Kirin clan. He was one of the strongest 7-star gods of war. Monkey? Based on his voice and tone. Don't tell me he's the heaven's equal celestial emperor from the Jade Emperor Heaven? Elder Hua's pupils constricted as he asked in shock. Yes, it's Sun Wukong. Di Yunlong nodded. Then he asked curiously, Hualao, do you know him? We can be considered old acquaintances. However, I haven't seen him for many years. I didn't expect him to have grown so strong that he's capable of fighting the patriarch of the Kirin clan. Hualao said with a sigh. Di Hong, the patriarch of the Kirin clan, was one of the strongest 7-star gods of war. Even Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, was no match for Di Hong, let alone Duan Ling Tian. His battle with the patriarch ended in a draw 1,000 years ago. Di Yunlong's eyes glinted as he continued to say, now that he's here, it seems like he's confident in himself. Di Yunlong raised an eyebrow as though he had sensed something. Then he said to Duan Ling Tian and the others, the patriarch has sent me a voice transmission. He wants me to observe his battle with the heaven's equal celestial emperor. Young master, Meng Luo, Hualao, will all of you come with me to watch? It's rare to see a battle of this level. Di Yunlong said with a smile. As soon as Di Yunlong finished speaking, An old voice rang in the ears of Duan Lingtian and the others. Heaven's equal celestial emperor, it seems like your strength has improved again in the past 1,000 years. He, old man Dihong, I, old son, am determined to win this time. After I defeat you, I'll look for Heavenly Emperor Di Huang for a battle. A sharp voice rang in the air. Di Hong and Di Huang's conversation was so loud that it shocked the entire Kirin clan. Of course, we'll go and watch. Meng Luo's eyes lit up when he heard Di Yunlong's invitation. Seems like we're in luck. I'm curious to see how much the monkey has grown after all these years. A hint of anticipation could be seen in Hualao's eyes as well. Monkey? Heaven's equal celestial emperor? Sun Wukong? Duan Lingtian was so stunned that he did not even react when Di Yunlong asked him if he wanted to watch the battle. He only regained his senses when Hualao and Duan Ruffing called out to him. I'll go. I have to go. Duan Lingtian said instinctively. What a joke. That was Sun Wukong. He was a legendary figure in the ancient myths and legends that he had heard about in his previous life. Moreover, he was the most popular figure in Hua. Di Hong, the leader of the Kirin clan, is one of the best among the 7-star gods of war. 1,000 years ago, he was able to fight Di Hong to a draw? Duan Lingtian was shocked. If the monkey could really defeat Di Hong this time, it would mean that his strength was close to that of an 8-star war god, even if he had not reached that level yet. End of chapter. Chapter 3391. Although Duan Lingtian had many people by his side, he still had Huaner, Feng Tianwu, Duan Siling, and Little Gold in his little world. However, at this moment no one could understand how he felt. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong? Was he going to meet Sun Wukong soon? In his past life, Sun Wukong was a legendary figure to him. He did not even think Sun Wukong existed. It was not until he met Hualao, the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, that he learned the truth. As it turned out, not all of the ancient legends in his past life were fake. Most of them were true, especially those legendary figures who had existed on Earth for a long time. Of course, at that time, Earth was not called Earth, but planet Yanhuang. Second Elder, if the patriarch of your clan and Sun Wukong are going to fight, they'll fight in the Qilin realm, right? Hualao asked curiously. He was standing behind Di Yunlong with Duan Lingtian and Meng Luo. Of course. Di Yunlong nodded. If they fight near the Qilin clan's estate, won't they destroy the Qilin clan's estate? Most titled celestial emperors would stop when they fought. Even if they did not go all out, they could tell whether they were a match for their opponent. However, in the battle between Di Hong, the patriarch of the Qilin clan, and Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor, they would not hold back at all. Under such circumstances, the battle between the two was bound to be earth-shattering. Even the surrounding environment would be greatly affected. The Qilin realm? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. A hint of confusion could be seen in his eyes. The Qilin realm is an independent realm that belongs to the Qilin clan. It's said that it was created by the supreme powerhouse of the Qilin clan. Hualao whispered to Duan Lingtian. Hualao, I didn't expect you to know so much about the Qilin clan. Di Yunlong smiled. Clearly, Hualao was telling the truth. Since we're both celestial beasts, I've paid attention to them in the past. When Hualao spoke again, there was a hint of anticipation and yearning in his eyes. Now, apart from him, Hualao, Meng Luo, and his father Duan Ruffing, Duan Lingtian's group included Di Yunlong and Di Wenyu. Di Wenyu's mood was much better now. Father, how did you solve it? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask Duan Ruffing. He was very curious about what his father had done to make Di Wenyu seem like a completely different person. Solve what? Duan Ruffing did not react in time. Di Wenyu, Duan Lingtian reminded. You mean her? Duan Rufeng said as realization dawned on him. I told her I wanted to go with you to look for your mother. Then she understood. That simple? Although Duan Rufeng's words sounded simple, Duan Lingtian did not believe them. He felt things were not as simple as they seemed. It was not difficult for him to see Di Wenyu's fondness for his father. It was impossible for him to brush her off so easily. However, Duan Lingtian could tell his father had no intention of telling him anything. Therefore, he did not press the matter. "Father, you're a celestial lord now?" Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to his father before this. However, when he noticed his father was now a celestial lord, he discovered his father was now a celestial lord. Moreover, he was not a one basic celestial lord but a 3 talents celestial lord. The cultivation environment in the Qilin clan is not bad. Duan Ruffing said, "Moreover, she took care of me. I didn't want her to take care of me, but she acted as though she would destroy those things if I didn't accept them." Duan Ruffing sighed when he finished speaking. His voice was filled with guilt. "It seems like Auntie Wenyu treats my father well." Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Naturally, he knew what Di Wenyu had given Duan Ruffing. She must have given him some celestial pills and spirit fruits that were beneficial to his father's cultivation. Based on this, he knew Di Wenyu must have given him something good. Duan Lingtian did not expect his father would not suffer in the Qilin clan. Instead, his father would benefit greatly from the Qilin clan. It was no wonder his father was now a 3 talents celestial lord. When Duan Lingtian reunited with Feng Tianwu and Duan Siling, he learned that his family and friends had benefited from the calamity in the divine offering land. After being baptized by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land, their innate talents had undergone a complete transformation. When he met Feng Tianwu and Duan Siling again, both of them were celestial kings. If Duan Ruffing was a celestial king, Duan Lingtian would not be surprised. However, now that Duan Ruffing was a celestial lord, he could not help but pay more attention to this matter. Second Elder. When Di Yunlong brought Duan Lingtian and the others to a stone forest in the Qilin clan's estate, many people had already arrived. At the same time, many people were still making their way over. Anyone who saw Di Yunlong would take the initiative to greet him. Meng Luo? Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor? At the same time, a few people recognized Meng Luo and took the initiative to greet him. Meng Luo responded to them with a smile. These people were Meng Luo's old acquaintances from the Qilin clan. Whether it was those who had arrived in the stone forest or those who were gathering from all directions, they were all members of the Qilin clan. Naturally, there were also some who did not have the bloodline of the Qilin clan. However, these people were the family members and friends of the Qilin clan. Sun Wukong, the heavens equal celestial emperor, fought the patriarch 1,000 years ago. Both of them were evenly matched. I'm sure he's confident in his strength now that he's making a comeback. The voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. It belonged to a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. When he passed by Duan Lingtian and the others, he greeted Di Yunlong with a smile. "Second Elder, you're here as well?" "Fourth Elder." Di Yunlong replied with a smile. "I've just arrived." "Who are these people?" The middle-aged man, the 4th elder of the Qilin clan, looked at Duan Lingtian and the others curiously. He only knew Di Wenyu among the people around Di Yunlong. As for Duan Ruffing, he had only heard of him but had never seen him in person. "This is the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven." Di Yunlong introduced Duan Lingtian to Duan Lingtian before he said to Duan Lingtian, "Young master, this is Di Jie, the 4th elder of the Qilin clan." "Elder Di Jie." Duan Lingtian looked at Di Jie and greeted him with a smile. "The young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven?" Di Jie's eyes widened in shock. Although he found it hard to believe, he knew the 2nd elder would not lie to him. He quickly bowed and said, "Young master, I'm so ignorant. I didn't know you're the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven." A hint of confusion could be heard in Di Jie's voice. "This is Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, a good friend of mine." Di Yunlong continued to introduce Meng Luo to Di Jie. Although Di Jie did not know Duan Lingtian was the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he was familiar with Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. "You're the heavenly savage celestial emperor?" Dije's eyes lit up as he looked at Meng Luo. I've heard about you from the second elder many times. Why don't we have a spar after the battle between our sect leader and the heaven's equal celestial emperor? It was obvious Dije was a fighter as well. Sure. Meng Luo nodded. As the heavenly savage celestial emperor, he was not afraid of battles. In fact, before he joined Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he was famous for being undefeated in 100 battles in the solitary destructive heaven. He had challenged more than 100 titled celestial emperors in a row and either defeated them or came to a draw with them. After that, Meng Luo became famous in the solitary destructive heaven. After all, he had challenged almost every corner of the solitary destructive heaven. Let's go in first. The sect leader can wait for us, but the heaven's equal celestial emperor isn't a patient person. Diyun Long said, 1,000 years ago, Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor, had come to the Qilin clan to challenge Di Hong. After that, Di Hong had summoned the celestial emperors from the Qilin clan to watch the battle. Many celestial emperors had gained enlightenment after the battle. Some of them had even obtained titles from the title temple and became titled celestial emperors. That's the transportation formation that leads to the Qilin realm. The Qilin realm was an independent realm created by a supreme powerhouse. Although it was not as strong as a realm of gods, it was not inferior to a Devata realm. Naturally, compared to a Devata realm, the Qilin realm's biggest advantage was that it was not as big as a Devata realm. Duan Ling Tian and the others followed Di Yun Long and Di Jie to the transportation formation and left the Qilin clan's estate. In fact, they had left the 10,000 beasts heaven. When the light shone in front of them, Duan Ling Tian discovered he was in a vast starry sky. He could see stars everywhere. Are those stars that look like the sun? Soon after, Duan Ling Tian's attention was attracted by a particularly bright star. It's a mundane realm like the Yen Huang realm. However, the Yen Huang realm's sturdiness is far inferior to this realm. Although Duan Ling Tian did not accumulate his energy in this realm, he could still feel the sturdiness of the ground. Let's go over there. Under Di Yun Long and Di Jie's lead, Duan Ling Tian and the others quickly met up with the members of the Qilin clan. At this very moment, the members of the Qilin clan were standing in the distance, gazing at the two figures standing in front of them from afar. One of them was a tall and sturdy old man with white hair and eyebrows who was dressed in a dark golden robe. Standing opposite the old man was a slim and handsome man with a pair of long legs who was dressed in a t-shirt and beach shorts. The handsome man had a buzz cut and wore a pair of oversized sunglasses. Smack! The handsome man raised his hand, and a streak of light shot into his mouth before he began to chew. Duan Ling Tian was confused when he saw the box of green arrow gum in the handsome man's hand. Was this Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor? Wasn't Sun Wukong supposed to be a monkey? Why was he dressed like a young man from Earth? Was Sun Wukong so fashionable? Chapter 3392. Old Man Di Hong, can we begin? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a handsome man dressed like a young man from Earth asked impatiently as he reached out to take off his sunglasses. It's about time. After confirming that most of the titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan were present, he nodded at the handsome young man and said, Heaven's equal celestial emperor, please. Almost as soon as Di Hong finished speaking, the handsome man raised his hand, and a black iron rod with a golden hoop on each end appeared in his hand. This is the Rui Jingu Bang? When Duan Ling Tian saw the Jingu Bang in the handsome man's hand, he confirmed his identity. He was the heaven's equal immortal emperor, Sun Wukong. Just now, although he guessed that the other party was Sun Wukong, he didn't dare to be completely sure. The main reason was that the other party's attire was too different from the image of Sun Wukong in the ancient myths and legends in his memory. However, Duan Ling Tian also knew that Sun Wukong usually transformed into his human form, so whatever he wore was normal. This outfit was the outfit of a modern youth on Earth. It was obvious that Sun Wukong had been to Earth recently. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to wear such an outfit. Moreover, he was certain that Sun Wukong should have gone to Earth in the last few hundred years because this outfit had become popular during the era of his previous life. To this day, it might still be popular, or it might have been replaced by other costumes. Meng Luo, this should be your first time meeting the heaven's equal immortal emperor, right? Diyun Long smiled and asked Meng Luo. Yes. Meng Luo nodded as he looked at the handsome man with the buzz cut who was holding the Rui Jingu Bang. I've heard of the heaven's equal celestial emperor from the Jade Emperor Heaven, but I've never had the chance to meet him. He is my target. Meng Luo said. Haha, this heaven's equal celestial emperor is a combative person. This is exactly the same as you. Diyun Long shook his head and smiled. It's a pity that your current strength is much weaker than his. Otherwise, your battle will definitely be very exciting. He had heard about how Meng Luo had challenged titled celestial emperors in the solitary destructive heaven and made a name for himself. That day will come, Meng Luo said with a firm and confident gaze. Hualao, do you think Senior Meng Luo has a chance of catching up to Sun Wukong? Duan Lingtian looked at Hualao and asked curiously. He was also paying close attention to the conversation between Meng Luo and Diyun Long. Difficult. Hualao shook his head and replied via voice transmission. That Sun Wukong won't be as old as Meng Luo. Meng Luo's talent is inferior to his. In addition, this monkey is also someone who had a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter. According to rumors, there might be a god behind him. Furthermore, it's not an ordinary god. Hualao said. Gods? Duan Lingtian naturally knew that the gods mentioned by Hualao were existences above the 10 directions celestial emperors. Moreover, the strength of the gods was also divided into different grades. Those who had just become gods were the weakest gods. Naturally, even the weakest gods were not existences that celestial emperors could contend with. Even a god who had not comprehended the fused profundities could easily kill a 10 directions celestial emperor who had comprehended multiple fused profundities. The difference between the strength of a god and a celestial was like the difference between heaven and earth. The heaven's equal celestial emperor has come with ill intentions. I wonder if the patriarch is a match for him. We have to have faith in the patriarch. Although we have faith in the patriarch, the heaven's equal celestial emperor's growth is too fast. In fact, it's said that he's only a fraction of the patriarch's age. Many titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan spoke to Duan Lingtian. Most of them had high hopes for Sun Wukong. However, none of them dared to say that they thought the patriarch would lose. After all, Sun Wukong was the leader of the Qilin clan. Di Hong, the patriarch of the Qilin clan, is one of the strongest 7-star gods of war. Duan Lingtian looked at Di Hong, who was standing opposite Sun Wukong. He could not help but ask Diyun Long, Senior Diyun Long, the patriarch of the Qilin clan is one of the strongest 7-star gods of war. He should be stronger than some of the weaker heavenly emperors, right? Although Duan Lingtian's question came as a surprise, Diyun Long quickly replied, no matter how weak a heavenly emperor is, he's not an ordinary person. Since he's able to become a heavenly emperor, he has to be capable and capable. Indeed, the patriarch is slightly stronger than some of the heavenly emperors, but not by much. However, he might not be able to snatch the position of heavenly emperor from those heavenly emperors unless he has the help of the Qilin clan. However, the title temple won't allow the Qilin clan to have 2 heavenly emperors. Diyun Long said, the title temple again? Duan Lingtian frowned. Previously, he had heard that the title temple would not allow heavenly emperors to continue to occupy the position of heavenly emperor after they had become gods. However, the title temple would not allow the Qilin clan to have 2 heavenly emperors. Is the Qilin clan afraid of the title temple? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course, the Qilin clan isn't afraid of the title temple. However, there are some rules that the title temple has to abide by. I wonder if you've heard of any supreme powerhouses, young master? Diyun Long asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. It's said that there's a supreme powerhouse in the Qilin clan. That's right. Diyun Long nodded. Our Qilin clan has a supreme powerhouse, and there's also a supreme powerhouse behind the title temple. However, the title temple has to abide by some rules. For example, the Celestial Beast clan can't have two heavenly emperors. This is a rule set by many supreme powerhouses. Even the supreme powerhouses in our Qilin clan have to abide by this rule. This rule is different from the Tidal Temple's rule of not allowing heavenly emperors who have become gods to stay in the Devata realms. It's a rule set by the Tidal Temple so that all the gods in the Devata realms can head to the realms of gods instead of staying in the Devata realms. Di Yunlong's words cleared Duan Lingtian's doubts. In the Devata realms, there's only one clan that's not restricted by the number of heavenly emperors. The human clan's potential is the most mediocre among all the clans. However, it's precisely because of this mediocre clan that there are many extraordinary people. Among the many utmost powerful beings, half of them are humans. Perhaps, this is why the number of heavenly emperors in the human clan isn't restricted. Duan Lingtian learned a lot from Di Yunlong's words. The patriarch is about to make a move. At this moment, a voice rang in Duan Lingtian and Di Yunlong's ears, causing them to snap back to their senses. They stopped talking and focused on the starry sky in the distance. In the distant starry sky, Di Hong, the patriarch of the Qilin clan, was holding a fiery red exquisite hill in his hand. Flames burned brightly on the exquisite hill as though they would never be extinguished. Is that a Devata artifact? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. At the same time, he instinctively asked Huang the sword soul of the seven orifices exquisite sword. Master, it's a primitive Devata artifact with a soul. Huang replied. Master. Upon hearing Huang words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. Then, he instinctively looked at the Rui Jingubang in Sun Wukong's hand. If he was not mistaken, the Rui Jingubang was the Rui Jingubang. The Rui Jingubang in Sun Wukong's hand was a top emperor-grade celestial weapon on par with the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Heavens equal celestial emperor. At this moment, Di Hong, the patriarch of the Qilin clan, said, Back then, when we fought, I used a celestial artifact similar to the one in your hand. At that time, I didn't want to take advantage of you. Now that you've challenged me again after 1,000 years, I'm sure you came prepared. I'm certain I won't be a match for you if I use my celestial artifact. For this reason, I plan to use the Qilin clan's Devata artifact, the Flaming Spirit Mountain. Naturally, if you think I'm taking advantage of you, I won't use the Flaming Spirit Mountain. Duan Lingtian could not help but nod inwardly when he heard Di Hong's words. The patriarch of the Qilin clan was a true gentleman. On the other hand, the titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan were not surprised by Di Hong's words at all. I hope the heavens equal celestial emperor agrees to let the patriarch use the Flaming Spirit Mountain. Otherwise, I'm afraid the outcome will be bleak. The patriarch can unleash the full power of the Flaming Spirit Mountain. The heavens equal celestial emperor won't be able to defeat the Flaming Spirit Mountain without a Devata artifact. I wonder if the heavens equal celestial emperor will agree to it. The titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan instinctively looked at Sun Wukong. At this moment, Sun Wukong could not help but laugh loudly. Haha, old man Di Hong. Back then, I, old son, asked you to use your Qilin clan's divine artifact to fight me, but you said you were unwilling to take advantage of me. Actually, if you had defeated me with a divine artifact back then, I would have been happier than if it had ended in a draw. To me, losing is a good thing. It allows me to know where I'm lacking and gives me the motivation to move forward. Go ahead and use the Flaming Spirit Mountain. I'd like to see how much strength you've held back in the past. Sun Wukong's character was just like what Duan Lingtian remembered from the legends. He was not afraid of heaven or earth. You want to use your Devata artifact? Sure, let's fight. In that case, you'd better be careful. Heavens equal celestial emperor. Di Hong nodded. Flames surged out of his body like a prairie fire. In just a blink of an eye, the flames spread in the starry sky and incinerated a few nearby planets. In just a blink of an eye, the planets that were still floating in the starry sky were reduced to ashes. Swoosh, swoosh. Flames surged out of Di Hong's body in the starry sky, forming flaming passageways. At the same time, Di Hong's figure disappeared into thin air. The gorgeous and magnificent scene before his eyes constantly assaulted Duan Ling Tian's eyes, and it was like a visual feast. Chapter 3393. They had not even exchanged blows. The power of Di Hong, the patriarch of the Qilin clan, had already incinerated several small planets in this astral plane into ashes. Looking at how terrifying his power was, even if those planets were slightly larger, they would not be spared. What a powerful law of fire! Duan Lingtian was shocked by Di Hong's strength. This was the strongest law of fire he had ever seen. The combination of 3 profundities made Di Hong much stronger than the 10 directions celestial emperors who only knew how to fuse 3 profundities. Di Hong was indeed one of the best among the 7-star gods of war. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was shocked. Hualao and Meng Luo's eyes were also filled with excitement. This was especially true for Elder Hua, who had comprehended the law of fire. When Di Hong had made his move, his attention had been completely focused on Di Hong. He could feel how rare Di Hong's means were for someone who had comprehended the law of fire. Good timing! It was Sun Wukong, who shouted excitedly after Di Hong made his move. Boom! Rumble! The paths of flames that blossomed in the starry sky seemed to illuminate the entire starry sky. From afar, they looked like fiery red ribbons that were flying towards Sun Wukong from all directions and angles. It was as though countless fiery red pythons were flying towards Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong calmly gripped the Rui Jingu Bang tightly. He lifted his hand, and the Rui Jingu Bang jerked violently before he threw it out. Hoo! 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 When the Rui Jingu Bang was thrown out, it was covered in a dark gray destructive energy. However, it did not seem conspicuous in the starry sky. If one did not look closely, one would not be able to see it clearly. It was a great contrast to the fiery red energy. However, when the Rui Jingu Bang collided with the fiery energy that was flying towards Sun Wukong, Duan Lingtian and the others realized that the destructive energy was not to be underestimated. Bang! Sun Wukong and Di Hong's battle was about to begin. The Rui Jingu Bang smashed into one of the fiery attacks, shattering it. That's right, they were crushed. The power that was full of destructive aura instantly shattered the entire flame attack, causing the flames to blossom in the starry sky like countless dazzling fireworks. Bang! 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 Duan Lingtian and the others felt their eardrums vibrate when they saw Sun Wukong standing motionlessly on the spot. With just a swing of his staff, he destroyed Di Hong's first attack. The loud sound waves came from afar, causing Duan Lingtian's eardrums to tremble. Most of the titled celestial emperors present on the scene were titled celestial emperors. Their cultivation bases were much higher than Duan Lingtian's, so they were not affected as much as Duan Lingtian. Old man Di Hong, use your Qilin clan's divine artifact. When the Rui Jingu Bang returned to Sun Wukong's hands, Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly lit up and turned into 2 golden flames, following which 2 rays of light shot out from the golden flames and into the distant starry sky. A rapidly moving figure appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. This is the fiery eyes of gold? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. He didn't expect the ancient legends on Earth to be true. Sun Wukong really did have fiery golden eyes. Moreover, he could see that Sun Wukong's fiery eyes of gold and fire did not contain the profound meaning of laws. Judging from his attack just now, he had comprehended the law of destruction. The moment he attacked, his momentum was so great that it seemed like all living things would be destroyed by his attack. Di Hong's voice rang in the air. Heaven's equal celestial emperor, you're much stronger than you were 1,000 years ago. It seems like I won't be able to defeat you even if I use my divine weapon. Di Hong's tone was solemn, but more than that, he was lamenting. The eyes of the titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan widened when they heard Di Hong's words. Based on my understanding of the patriarch, I'm sure he's right. Di Yunlong smiled bitterly. Meanwhile, the other titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan were discussing among themselves as well. Many of them had similar thoughts as Di Yunlong. Boom. Boom! Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang in the distant starry sky. A gigantic flaming mountain appeared above Sun Wukong's head. It was as though Mount Tai was pressing down on Sun Wukong. Wherever it passed, the airflow in the starry sky trembled and was pushed back. Whoosh! 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 The streams of air that shot out landed on the planets in the distance, piercing through them in the blink of an eye. The planets that were intact a moment ago were riddled with holes in the blink of an eye. Boom! Rumble! Duan Ling Tian and the others watched as the flaming mountain fell from the sky. A figure stood at the peak of the mountain with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked carefree, but a hint of solemnity could be seen on his face. It was none other than Di Hong, the patriarch of the Qilin clan. The mountain beneath his feet was the flaming spirit mountain. Ha! Good, good. Today, let my Rui Jingu Bang have a taste of the Qilin clan's divine weapon. Sun Wukong laughed. Then, the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand began to grow larger and larger. The scenes that Duan Ling Tian had only seen in TV shows, movies, and cartoons appeared in front of him. Duan Ling Tian's eyes and heart were filled with shock. The Rui Jingu Bang continued to grow in size and length. In the end, it seemed to be staring at the other side of the starry sky. The other end of the Rui Jingu Bang smashed towards the giant mountain that was descending from the sky. However, the Rui Jingu Bang did not collide with the gigantic mountain. Boom! Under everyone's gazes, Sun Wukong's body also swelled up. In the blink of an eye, his attire of a modern youth from Earth no longer existed. Instead, he had turned into a muscular monkey. His mane flickered with a brilliant golden color under the contrast of the flames. Sun Wukong finally revealed his true form. His true form was clad in golden red armor with 2 long whiskers on top of his head. He looked exactly like the great sage, Heaven's equal. The clothes he was wearing were either not ordinary, or they were illusions that could grow as his body grew. Old second brother Di Hong, take this. At the same time, Sun Wukong's entire body transformed into a titan giant ape. His hands shook violently, and the Rui Jingu Bang, which had become like a pillar that supported the heavens, reversed in the starry sky. He lifted it up violently and smashed it towards the flaming spirit mountain that was descending from the sky. Boom! Rumble! The Rui Jingu Bang that looked like a pillar that could hold up the sky was extremely powerful. Wherever it passed, all the planets that came into contact with it, no matter how big or small they were smashed into pieces. The terrifying power seemed to be able to destroy everything. The scene before him made Duan Lingtian's blood boil. Sun Wukong was indeed his idol when he was on Earth in his previous life. That unruly look in his eyes, that invincible figure, that Rui Jingu Bang that could penetrate the heavens and the earth, and those scenes that only existed in myths and legends, were all displayed before his eyes. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Rui Jingu Bang smashed heavily on the flaming spirit mountain, causing the flames on the mountain to burst into beautiful sparks. As the sparks roared, countless sparks of fire scattered across the starry sky like specks of red dust. In the next moment, the flaming spirit mountain tilted to one side as if Mount Buzhou had collapsed. Roar! Just as Di Hong was at a disadvantage with the help of his divine weapon, an earth-shattering roar reverberated in the starry sky. Then, a gigantic fire Qilin appeared and hovered in the starry sky, blocking the crumbling flaming spirit mountain. The fire Qilin was so huge that it was terrifying. Its eyes seemed to be burning with flames. Heaven's equal celestial emperor, you're much stronger than you were 1,000 years ago. It seems like you've had some fortuitous encounters in the past 1,000 years. The fire Qilin opened its mouth and spoke in human language. Hee, old man Di Hong, if I wasn't confident, why would I look for you? Come, let's continue. Sun Wukong said with a smile. Sometimes I really envy you. You're free and can do whatever you want. Moreover, you'll have a higher chance of encountering fortuitous encounters when you're out in the world. The fire Qilin sighed. His voice was filled with envy. However, the flames on its body surged again. It opened its mouth and sucked the shrunken flaming spirit mountain into its stomach. When it spat it out again, the flaming spirit mountain seemed to have turned into a fiery red meteor from outer space as it flew toward Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong raised his hand again, and the Rui Jingu bang in his hand reverted to its original size. Then, he hit the flaming spirit mountain as though he was hitting a baseball. However, at the same time, his body was also struck by an extremely frightening power. He was sent flying far away, and as he was sent flying, he smashed through several planets, causing those planets to shatter. Not a single complete piece could be found. Duan Lingtian felt goosebumps all over his body when he saw this. If they fight near Yen Huang realm, I'm afraid Earth will be destroyed as well. They're too powerful. Although Duan Lingtian was confident that he was strong with the 5 divine elements, he was still lacking compared to Sun Wukong and Di Hong. If he fought with either of them, he would not be a match for them even if he did not hold back. Moreover, he could not use his trump cards as he wished. If he exposed them, he would become a target for everyone. Haha! Awesome! Awesome! Just when Duan Lingtian thought Sun Wukong was severely injured, Sun Wukong's voice rang in the air again. At the same time, a golden figure appeared. Chapter 33-94. Under the watchful eyes of Duan Lingtian, Duan Rufeng, Meng Luo, and Hualao, as well as the people from the Kirin clan, the battle between the gigantic fire Qilin and the gigantic golden ape became more and more intense. In the end, they were no longer constrained by the current battlefield and went further and further away from the battlefield. Wherever they passed, planets would shatter one after another. It was a feast for the eyes, as if they would never stop. Bang! Soon after, the battle between Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor, and Di Hong, the patriarch of the Kirin clan, ended. Di Hong's true form faded away, revealing his human form. Sun Wukong's gigantic body reverted to his normal size, but he remained in his ape form. Usually, he maintained his ape form and dressed like a human or a dog. Occasionally, he would transform into his human form when he felt like it. I've lost. Di Hong sighed. I didn't expect heaven's equal celestial emperor's strength to improve so much in just 1,000 years. In the end, Di Hong was at a disadvantage. If the battle had continued, there was no doubt he would have died. Even if he died, he could still injure heaven's equal celestial emperor before he died. Old man Di Hong, I've underestimated you. Sun Wukong glared at Di Hong and said in a deep voice, I thought I'd be able to defeat you easily even if you used your divine artifact. I didn't expect you to improve so much in just 1,000 years. Sun Wukong said. Both Di Hong and Sun Wukong were surprised by the outcome of the battle. My improvement is nothing compared to your improvement, heaven's equal celestial emperor. Di Hong sighed. I really hope that one day, I'll be able to step down from my position as the patriarch of the Kirin clan and live a carefree life like you. A hint of envy could be heard in Di Hong's voice. You are envious of me being free and unfettered. Although I am not envious of you being the clan leader of the Qilin clan, you are the envy of countless people. Sun Wukong shook his head and said, Let's not talk about anything else. If you wanted to kill me, you could have asked the titled celestial emperors of the Kirin clan to join forces with you. At that time, I would have died. Old man Di Hong, how are you compared to the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven? Sun Wukong's expression turned solemn. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's question, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He was curious about the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven from the Kirin clan. After all, Di Hong's heavenly emperor was the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven. I won't be able to last 3 rounds against him. Di Hong's gaze as he spoke. Heavenly emperors heaven's celestial emperors. He said Duan heavenly celestial heavenly heavens was. As he heavenly dragon heavenly heavens celestial heavenly emperor heavenly heaven. 3 rounds you? Sun Wukong's eyes widened when he heard Di Hong's words. He muttered to himself, Is an 8-star god of war so powerful? Although Sun Wukong was muttering to himself, Di Hong clearly heard his words. Of course, ordinary 8-star gods of war aren't that powerful. However, that clan brother of mine is no ordinary 8-star god of war. Based on the strength you've displayed earlier, I'm afraid no one below the 8-star god of war would be able to defeat you in the Devata realms. I'm afraid only a handful of people would be able to tie with you. Di Hong had a high opinion of Sun Wukong. It seems like I'll have to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield to obtain the strength of an 8-star god of war as soon as possible. Sun Wukong's eyes glowed brightly when he heard Di Hong's words. His battle intent surged as well. Old man Di Hong, this battle ends here. I saw an acquaintance, so I'll leave after I greeted him. The next time I come to the Qilin clan, I'll challenge the Heavenly Emperor of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. As soon as Sun Wukong finished speaking, he flew toward Duanling Tian under Duanling Tian's gaze. In just a blink of an eye, Sun Wukong was standing in front of Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian knew Sun Wukong was not here for him. Three-legged golden crow, it's really you. Sun Wukong looked at Hualao and smiled faintly. I thought I mistook you for someone else. Great sage, is there a second three-legged golden crow in this world? Hualao smiled wryly. Both of us are from Yanhuang planet in the Yanhuang realm. It's difficult for others to sense our auras, but we can sense each other's auras. When the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda disappeared, I thought I'd never see you again. I didn't expect you to appear before me and leave the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Sun Wukong said, I didn't leave the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Hualao shook his head. Now, with the help of the Heavenly Emperor, I've taken the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda as my own. That's your good fortune. Sun Wukong nodded. Who's the Heavenly Emperor you're talking about? As soon as Sun Wukong finished speaking, his eyes blazed with battle intent. The Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang. Hualao replied, Feng Qingyang? Sun Wukong could no longer maintain his composure when he heard Hualao's words. His eyes widened slightly as he said, It's him. I heard he has ascended to godhood? Hualao only smiled faintly and did not answer Sun Wukong's question. It seems like you've profited from your misfortune. Sun Wukong smiled. I'll visit the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in the future. However, I'll challenge the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang. Great saint. Hualao sighed. Lord Heavenly Emperor is different from the other heavenly emperors. Not only is he the youngest heavenly emperor in the Devata realms, but his cultivation time is also the shortest. In terms of cultivation time, his cultivation time is even shorter than yours. Hualao said. Duanling Tian did not think much of Hualao's words. After all, when he was still in the St. Province realm, he had heard from Hualao that Sun Wukong's era in Journey to the West was set in the Tang dynasty. However, it was only a fictional era. Sun Wukong's era could be traced back to tens of thousands of years ago. In the past, tens of thousands of years was nothing to the celestials in the Devata realms. Are you saying I won't be able to catch up to him in my lifetime? Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, and his fighting spirit soared. To me, the more you act like this, the more challenging it is. Retreating without a fight is not my style. In that case, I'll wait and see. Hualao nodded with a smile on his face. When Sun Wukong was about to leave, Hualao introduced Meng Luo and Duanling Tian to him. Great Saint, this is Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. He's the strongest titled celestial emperor in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The heavenly savage celestial emperor? Sun Wukong looked at Meng Luo with a faint smile on his face. I've heard of you. You're famous for your battles. You're just like me. I hope we'll have a chance to spar in the future. Sun Wukong said. We will. Meng Luo's eyes were filled with determination. This is the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He's from the same hometown as us. Hualao continued to introduce Duanling Tian to Sun Wukong. You're from the same hometown as us? Sun Wukong looked at Duanling Tian in surprise. You're from Yanhuang realm as well? I'm from Yanhuang realm. Duanling Tian nodded with a smile. I left Yanhuang realm about 300 years ago. 300 years ago, Sun Wukong smiled. What a coincidence. I went back 300 years ago. You're from that era? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Most people from your era have given up on cultivation. I didn't see many people who had a foundation in cultivation. Even those who had a foundation in cultivation were weak. Seems like you left Yen Huang realm before I arrived. Otherwise, I wouldn't have noticed you, Sun Wukong said. In Sun Wukong's opinion, Duan Lingtian must have cultivated to a certain extent when he was on Yen Huang realm 300 years ago. Duan Lingtian was the only one who knew Sun Wukong would not have noticed him even if he was on Earth when Sun Wukong went to Yen Huang realm. After all, he was just an ordinary person in Sun Wukong's eyes at that time. How old are you now? What's your cultivation base? Sun Wukong asked again. I'm about 300 years old. I've just become a one basic celestial emperor. Duan Lingtian replied. Duan Lingtian's words made Sun Wukong's expression freeze. Hualao, on the other hand, had a calm look on his face because he already knew this. A one basic celestial emperor at the age of 300? At this moment, even Di Yunlong and Di Wenyu could not help but look at Duan Lingtian. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so young. After a moment, Sun Wukong looked at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes. Then, without any warning, a powerful oppressive force stretched out from his body and fell on Duan Lingtian. Young master, be careful. Meng Luo's expression changed drastically. However, it was too late to help. Elder Hu narrowed his eyes slightly, but he calmed down in just a blink of an eye. He knew Sun Wukong was just testing Duan Lingtian. At the same time, spatial energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body. Apart from the space elemental profundity and the fundamental profundity of the law of space, 8 other profundities at the mastery stage, including the fusion profundity of the law of space. Although it was only the fusion of 2 profundities, there were several combinations. A one basic celestial emperor at the age of 300 who has comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. 2 profundities have fused together, and he has mastered 4 combinations. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Lingtian. You're Duan Lingtian, right? Are you interested in following me to cultivate? Sun Wukong asked. Without a doubt, he wanted to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple. End of chapter. Chapter 33:95. Sun Wukong wants to take me in as his disciple? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. However, when he regained his senses, he quickly shook his head and rejected Sun Wukong's offer. Thank you for your kindness, great sage, but I already have a master. In fact, it's all thanks to my master that I'm where I am today. If it were not for the legacy Feng Qingyang had left behind in the Saint Province realm, he would not have been able to establish such a strong foundation in the mundane realm. Without those foundations, it was only natural that he would not be where he was today. Your master? Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow. Who is he? Great sage, the young master's master is, naturally, the master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Hualao said with a bitter smile on his face. You're the disciple of the heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang? Sun Wukong finally understood. He looked at Duan Lingtian reluctantly and said, What a pity! It's rare to meet such a good seedling. Moreover, he's from planet Yanhuang just like me. Alas, the heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang is ahead of him. As soon as Sun Wukong finished speaking, he turned into a streak of golden light and disappeared before Duan Lingtian and the others' eyes. Sun Wukong came and left in a hurry. In just a blink of an eye, he was nowhere to be seen. After Sun Wukong left, the titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan also left the Qilin realm. However, before they left, they instinctively looked at Duan Lingtian again. Feng Qingyang's disciple, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? I didn't expect the heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang to have a disciple. I heard he has never officially accepted a disciple. He only has a few in-name disciples. The heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang is said to have attained godhood. Based on the heavens equal celestial emperor's swift departure, It's very likely that the heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang has attained godhood. That's right. The heavens' equal immortal emperor is a fearless lord. If celestial Emperor Feng Qingyang had not become a god, he would have been able to abduct this little fellow even if he had to pierce through the heavens. The fact that he didn't kidnap him means that he is also very afraid of heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by the words of the group of titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan. That Sun Wukong was so valiant? I'm Di Hong, the clan leader of the Qilin clan. Greetings, young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I didn't expect your father to be in the Qilin clan. At this time, the patriarch of the Kirin clan, Di Hong, had also arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. Di Yunlong, the second elder of the Kirin clan, was standing beside him. According to what Di Hong had said, it was obvious that Di Yunlong had told him that Duan Lingtian had come to the Kirin clan. You're too kind, clan leader Di Hong. Duan Lingtian, who had witnessed Di Hong's strength, felt flattered when he saw Di Hong, one of the strongest seven-star gods of war, acting so courteously in front of him. Whether it was Di Hong or Sun Wukong, Di Hong's strength was second only to Yun Qingyan from the Yun clan in the Divine Offering Land. Young master, it's rare for you to come to the Kirin clan. Why don't you stay for a while so that I can be a good host? Di Hong said with a smile. Duan Lingtian shook his head and declined. I appreciate your kindness, clan leader Di Hong. However, I still have many things to do. Most importantly, I have to look for my mother. I can't afford any delays. If I have time in the future, I'll definitely visit the Kirin clan. That's a pity. Di Hong sighed. Then, he looked at Di Yunlong, who was standing next to him, and said, Second elder, please treat young master well and personally send him off. Yes, clan leader. Di Yunlong nodded. After Di Hong left, Di Yunlong left with Duan Lingtian and the others. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a sigh, Our clan leader is rarely so courteous. Even the disciples of the heavenly emperors who have extraordinary strength aren't this enthusiastic. It seems like he acknowledges Feng Qingyang's strength as a heavenly emperor. Since you're heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang's only publicly acknowledged disciple, you're highly regarded by him. This is the first time I've seen him treat a junior so warmly. Di Yunlong sighed. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He did not know how to respond to Di Yunlong's words. Under Di Yunlong's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian entered the Kirin clan's transportation formation and brought Duan Rufeng to the next stop. Father, why don't you enter my little world and cultivate there? I'll let you out after we find mother. Currently, both Si Ling and Tian Wu are in there. Duan Lingtian said to Duan Rufeng when they arrived in another Devata realm. Currently, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, had returned to the spirit overarching heaven. For the sake of Duan Lingtian's safety, Hualao continued to follow Di Yunlong. There's no need for that. Duan Rufeng shook his head. You can only communicate with your mother through Si Ling. I have your mother's soul pearl, and your mother has mine. I can speak to her directly. After we find her, I'll enter your little world with her. Moreover, I went to the Kirin clan in the 10,000 Beasts heaven after I ascended to the Devata realm. I haven't been anywhere else. This is a good opportunity for me to travel around. Duan Rufeng said. Upon seeing Duan Rufeng's insistence, Duan Lingtian no longer tried to persuade him. However, before Duan Rufeng could enter, Duan Siling and Feng Tianwu, who were in Duan Lingtian's little world, came out and greeted him. Duan Siling even threw herself into Duan Rufeng's arms and snuggled up to him for a long time. Since Huaner was cultivating, Duan Lingtian did not wake her up. He planned to introduce his mother and father to Huaner when they found them. Naturally, Duan Lingtian told Duan Rufeng about Huaner's presence. Following that, Duan Lingtian, Duan Rufeng, and Hualao traveled through the Devata realms to search for Huaner. There were 81 Devata realms in total. It was not a lot, but it was not a small number either. Most importantly, they would stay in each Devata realm for a period of time so they could prepare for the upcoming battles. 1 Devata realm, 2 Devata realms, Duan Lingtian stayed in each Devata realm for 2 to 3 days. Finally, after leaving the 10,000 Beasts heaven, they received a response from the 9th Devata realm. However, it was not Duan Lingtian or Duan Ruffing. It was not Duan Lingtian. It was Feng Tianwu. The person who responded was Feng Tianwu's father, Feng Wu Dao. Uncle Feng. To Duan Lingtian, Feng Wu Dao was a senior worthy of respect, and he'd helped him a lot when he was young. Coupled with him being Feng Tianwu's father, Duan Lingtian had never taken him to be an outsider. He treated Duan Lingtian like a father. Father, there's news about Uncle Feng. After receiving Tianwu's response, Duan Lingtian said to Duan Ruffing, Uncle Feng is in this Devata realm. Old Feng? In the past, Duan Rufeng and Feng Wu Dao got along well, and they took each other to be close friends. Now, when he heard his son had news of Feng Wu Dao, his gaze lit up. Where is he? Let's go and look for him. Uncle Feng is in a 3rd grade sect called the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect. The Heaven Movement Celestial Sect is located in. Following Feng Tianwu's instructions, Duan Lingtian led Duan Ruffing and Hualao to a transporting formation in the Devata realm. The Heaven Movement Celestial Sect was a 1st grade sect in the Yuanbai territory in the Yuanbai heaven. There was a titled Celestial Emperor in the sect. Naturally, he was only an ordinary Celestial Emperor. After leaving the Divine Offering Land, Feng Wu Dao and Duan Lingtian's senior brother, Bai Li Hong, had arrived in the same mundane realm. Both of them supported each other in the mundane realm and ascended together. However, both of them did not ascend to the same Devata realm. Feng Wu Dao had ascended to the Devata realm Yuanbai Tian. In Yuanbidian, Feng Wu Dao slowly rose up and then revealed his talent, walking step by step until today. In a 1st grade sect, Feng Wu Dao, who had become a celestial lord at a young age, was chosen by the sect's titled Celestial Emperor and was taken in as his last disciple. Feng Wu Dao had a good life in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect since he was the only disciple of a titled Celestial Emperor in the sect. Even the sect leader of the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect had to be polite to him. When Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect's estate, Feng Wu Dao was already waiting for them. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian called out Feng Tianwu, who was unable to cultivate due to her agitated emotions, and they moved to greet Feng Wu Dao together. Father. Feng Tianwu threw herself into Feng Wu Dao's arms as tears streamed down her face. There were 2 important men in the world to her. One was her lover and the other was her father. Now, seeing that her lover and father were safe and sound, she could not help but heave a sigh of relief. She was crying now, but it was mostly tears of joy. That's enough, silly girl. Ling Tian and brother Duan are both here. Aren't you ashamed? After Feng Wu Dao hugged Feng Tianwu for a while, when he saw that she still had no intention of letting go, he couldn't help but tease her. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianwu finally let go of Feng Wu Dao. Although they had not seen each other for many years, Feng Wu Dao still looked the same. However, his temperament was even more extraordinary than before. No matter what, Feng Wu Dao was already a celestial lord. Uncle Feng, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Duan Lingtian bowed apologetically. Whether it was Feng Tianwu, Duan Siling, or Duan Rufeng, he did not apologize to any of them since they were either his family or they were no different from his family in his eyes. However, even if Feng Wu Dao and Tianwu were married, Feng Wu Dao was still his father-in-law. Because of his other wife, his father-in-law had been imprisoned and taken away. What kind of situation was this? What are you talking about, brat? We're family. Why are you being so polite? Duan Lingtian's words caused Feng Wu Dao's expression to darken. Although I was brought to the Divine Offering Land, it's a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, how could I have become a one basic celestial lord in such a short time? A hint of pride could be seen on his face when he finished speaking. Chapter 3396. However, when Feng Wu Dao learned that Duan Rufeng's cultivation base was higher than his, he could not bring himself to be proud of himself. Brother Duan, I thought I've had a smooth journey and even obtained a few fortuitous encounters. I didn't expect your cultivation base to be higher than mine. Feng Wu Dao sighed. In the past, Duan Rufing's cultivation base was higher than his. When he left the divine offering land, although Duan Rufing's cultivation base was higher than his, it was not much higher. He thought he had improved a lot and was ahead of the group of people who left the divine offering land. He did not expect Duan Rufing's cultivation base was still higher than his. It seems like you've had a fortuitous encounter in the Devata realms as well. Feng Wu Dao sighed. Fortuitous encounter? The corner of Duan Rufing's mouth twitched when he heard Feng Wu Dao's words. Feng Wu Dao was even more confused when he saw this. Brother Duan, what's wrong with you? Uncle Feng. This was the first time Duan Ling Tian had seen his father act like this. Under Duan Ru Feng's warning gaze, he still betrayed Duan Ru Feng. Feng Wu Dao was stunned when he learned about Duan Rufing's situation. How's that possible? Feng Wu Dao looked at Duan Rufing enviously and said, Brother Duan, the little princess of the Qilin clan must be a beauty, right? Father. Feng Tianwu could not take it anymore. What was her father trying to say? Why was he envious of Feng Wu Dao's situation? Was he trying to find a stepmother for her? When Feng Wu Dao heard his daughter's voice, he realized he had lost his composure. He smiled awkwardly before he changed the topic. Tian Wu has already told me everything. Although I'm doing well in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect, I don't plan to stay in the sect anymore. What a joke! His daughter had told him that his future son-in-law, Duan Ling Tian, was the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Therefore, he was allowed to cultivate in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. This was a great fortuitous encounter. Ordinary people could only be found by chance. However, before that, I need to inform my master. All of you follow me to meet my master. Feng Wu Dao said. Under Feng Wu Dao's lead, they entered the Heaven Movement Immortal Sect without any obstructions. Along the way, they could see many elders and disciples of the Heaven Movement Immortal Sect greeting Feng Wu Dao. Especially some female disciples. They even repeatedly cast flirtatious glances at Feng Wu Dao. Clearly, Feng Wu Dao was doing very well in the Heaven Movement Immortal Sect. Uncle Feng, this is Hualao. To Hualao was not a stranger. But to Feng Wu Dao, Hualao was a stranger. However, when Feng Wu Dao learned that Hualao was one of the 3 strongest titled celestial emperors under Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he was naturally respectful toward Hualao. Hualao, I apologize for my lack of manners earlier. At this moment, Feng Wu Dao finally realized what kind of person Feng Wu Dao was. Initially, he thought Feng Wu Dao was just a follower of his son-in-law. In the words of Duan Lingtian's previous life, Feng Wu Dao was a bronze medallion. He did not expect Feng Wu Dao to be a king. Master. Under Feng Wu Dao's lead, Duan Lingtian and the others finally met Feng Wu Dao's master, Tang Qian, the Qianwei celestial emperor of the Heaven Movement Immortal Sect. Tang Qian was dressed in a snow-white robe. His hair was white, and his brows were white. At first glance, he looked like an enlightened celestial. Senior Tang Qian. Duan Lingtian and Duan Rufing bowed at Tang Qian. Grandmaster. On the other hand, Feng Tianwu addressed Tang Qian as Grandmaster. Tang Qian was unaware of Duan Lingtian's identity. He smiled and nodded at Duan Lingtian and Duan Rufing before he looked at Feng Tianwu and said, I've always heard that Wu Dao was worried about you. Now that you're finally reunited, I'm happy for him. You can stay in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect. With me around, both of you can stay in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect without worries. Tang Qian smiled amiably. Thank you, Grandmaster. Feng Tianwu quickly expressed her gratitude before she added, However, I don't plan to stay in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect. I can only accept your kindness, Grandmaster. I'm here to bring my father away. My father brought us here to bid farewell to you, Grandmaster. Feng Tianwu took the initiative to speak on behalf of Feng Wu Dao. Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's words, Tang Qian frowned slightly. However, he did not say anything to Feng Tianwu. Instead, he looked at Feng Wu Dao. Master. Feng Wu Dao cupped his fists together and said, "Even if I leave the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect, I won't forget your teachings, Master. Moreover, I'll come back to visit you often." Tang Qian nodded. Tang Qian sighed when he heard Feng Wu Dao's words. "Wu Dao, it's not that I don't want to let you go, but there are too many dangers in the Devata realms. If you can't protect yourself, you'll most likely die. You're only a one basic celestial lord. I'm afraid you won't be able to survive if you're alone." Clearly, Tang Qian was very worried about Feng Wu Dao's safety. "Don't worry, Master. Since I've decided to leave, I'm confident I'll be able to survive. Moreover, I'm leaving the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect to go to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. You can rest assured now, right?" Feng Wu Dao did not beat around the bush. The Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? Tang Qian's eyes widened when he heard Feng Wu Dao's words. Even for him, the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was out of his reach. In fact, with his strength, even if he wanted to join the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven would not accept him. The Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven did not only look at one's strength, but one's character as well. Although Feng Wu Dao's character was good, his strength did not meet the requirements of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. In fact, he was not even qualified to join the Heavenly Palace of the Yuan by Heaven, let alone the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. "What's going on?" Tang Qian asked. Tang Qian glanced at Duan Lingtian and the others as though he was trying to detect something from Duan Lingtian and the others. Feng Tianwu and Duan Rufeng were still fine as he didn't notice anything strange on them. However, he could not see through the purple-clad young man and the red-clad old man. Tang Qian could not see through Hualao because his cultivation base was not high enough. As for Duan Lingtian, due to the profound divine metal concealing his aura, Tang Qian could not see through him at all. "Master, Duan Lingtian is the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Feng Qingyang," Feng Wu Dao said as he introduced Feng Wu Dao. A hint of pride could be heard in his voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian. After staying in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect for a long time, Feng Wu Dao had learned a lot about the legendary Heavenly Emperors in the Devata realms, including the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. The Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was a legendary figure in the Devata realms. Many people said he had attained godhood. Most importantly, the Solitary Destructive Heaven was a legendary figure. The Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was the only person who had survived the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Just this alone was enough to make him famous in the Devata realms. The true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Feng Qingyang? Tang Qian was shocked when he heard Feng Wu Dao's words. His eyes widened in shock. "Are you serious?" At the same time, he instinctively looked at Duan Lingtian. "Hualao." Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at Tang Qian. He knew he needed Hualao to convince Tang Qian. Tang Qian sincerely treated Feng Wu Dao. This was something he could see. For this reason, he knew Tang Qian would not let Feng Wu Dao go unless he convinced Tang Qian. Upon hearing Feng Wu Dao's words, Hualao's red robe fluttered as his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of fire surged out. Tang Qian's expression changed drastically when he felt the pressure. Although Tang Qian had used his celestial origin energy to defend himself, he could not help but feel the pressure. After all, Tang Qian was only an ordinary titled celestial emperor. In the 9 Serenities battlefield, Tang Qian was only an ordinary 1-star god of war. This kind of strength was nothing in front of Elder Hua, who could barely be considered a 6-star war god. "Greetings, my lord." When Elder Hua removed the pressure, Tang Qian was already drenched in cold sweat. At the same time, he hurriedly bowed to Elder Hua. "I'm Hualao from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. If you don't believe me, you can verify it with the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven," Hualao said indifferently. "As for this person before me, he's the young master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. It's your good fortune to be able to become Feng Wu Dao's disciple." "I believe you." I believe you. Tang Qian, who had witnessed Hualao's strength, no longer dared to doubt Duan Lingtian's identity. He hastily bowed at Duan Lingtian and said, "Greetings, my lord." Duan Lingtian was the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian did not even need to make a move. Duan Lingtian only needed to say a few words to kill him. "Senior Tang Qian, you're too polite. Since you're Uncle Feng's master, you're naturally my senior as well. You can just call me Lingtian." Duan Lingtian said with a smile. "Young master, these are two separate matters. I admire Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang very much. You're his disciple, so it's no different from him coming to visit me personally." Tang Qian was flattered. In the past, everyone in the Heaven Movement celestial sect thought it was Feng Wudao's good fortune to become his disciple. Tang Qian agreed. However, it was just as Hualao had said. Even Tang Qian thought it was his good fortune to have Feng Wudao as his disciple. Due to this, he was able to establish a relationship with the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He could imagine this. If he encountered any problems in the future, he could look for Feng Wudao. All Feng Wudao had to do was speak to the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, and the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven would help him. The young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven is Wudao's son-in-law. Tang Qian's heart skipped a beat when he recalled Feng Wudao's introduction of Feng Wudao to the purple-clad young man in front of him. Chapter 3397. His disciple's daughter could be considered as his grand-disciple. His grand-disciple's future husband was the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In other words, the young palace master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was his grand-disciple's son-in-law. Heavens! After all, Tang Qian was just an ordinary titled celestial emperor. What did he do to deserve this? When he thought up to here, Tang Qian was excited to the point he was slightly unable to restrain himself, and he only recovered from his shock under the reminder of Feng Wudao after a short while. After regaining his senses, Tang Qian looked at Duan Lingtian and warmly invited him, "Young palace master, it's rare for you to come to our Sky Movement immortal sect. Why don't you stay for a few more days?" "Thank you for your kindness, Senior Tang Qian. However, I'm in a hurry to find my mother, so I'm afraid I can't stay for long," Duan Lingtian said apologetically. After Feng Tianwu and Duan Siling, he found Duan Ruffing and Feng Tianwu. Both of them had higher cultivation bases than Feng Tianwu and Duan Siling. However, this was all because the two of them had better opportunities than the two of them. However, this was enough to show that their innate talent after being baptized in the divine offering land was still considered to be quite high in the Devata realms. At the very least, they should be able to become immortal kings. Mother must be in a Devata realm as well, but I don't know which Devata realm she is in. I guess I'll continue to search for her one by one, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After leaving the Heaven Movement immortal sect, Feng Tianwu returned to Duan Lingtian's small world with Feng Wudao. After returning to the minor world within Duan Lingtian's body, Feng Wudao's eyes lit up, and then he noticed that when compared to the minor world within Duan Lingtian's body, it was simply like comparing a new world to a wasteland. Most importantly, the heaven and earth spirit energy here allowed him to recall the days when he was in the divine offering land in the realms of gods. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth here is exactly the same as the world of divine remains. Feng Wudao was shocked. Based on his knowledge, it was impossible for such heaven and earth spirit energy to exist in the Devata realms. Even the heavenly palace, a heaven-grade force with an emperor-grade celestial crystal vein, would not have such heaven and earth spirit energy. Father, elder brother Duan once came across the ruins of a realm of gods and absorbed all the spiritual energy in it into his minor world. For this reason, the heaven and earth spirit energy here comes from the ruins of the realm of gods. Feng Tianwu explained. Duan Lingtian had already told her all this. Based on the size of his little world, he should have become a celestial emperor by now. How old is he? He's already an immortal emperor. Initially, Feng Wudao thought it was already amazing for him to be able to break through and become a one basic celestial lord. However, he was first defeated by Duan Rufeng, and now he was defeated by Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Rufeng was also a celestial lord, his cultivation base was much higher than Feng Wudao's. Duan Lingtian was even stronger. He was a celestial emperor, a stage higher than Feng Wudao's cultivation base. Therefore, Feng Wudao would not be able to catch up to Duan Lingtian. Grandpa Wudao. Duan Xiling was not fully immersed in her cultivation. When she saw Feng Tianwu and Feng Wudao, she immediately stepped forward to greet them. "You're Xiling?" Although Duan Xiling had grown up when they parted ways, she was still a far cry from her current self. Therefore, Feng Wudao recognized her immediately. "It's me, Grandpa Wudao." Duan Xiling giggled. "I didn't expect you to grow up so quickly and become a celestial king." Feng Wudao sighed emotionally. At this moment, Feng Wudao felt that time had passed too quickly. The little girl from all those years ago had already grown into an adult now, and she looked to be not much different from his daughter, Feng Tianwu. "Grandpa Wudao, you're even more amazing. You're already a celestial lord," Duan Xiling said with a smile. "No matter how amazing I am, I'm still no match for your father and grandfather." Feng Wudao laughed at himself. At the same time, his gaze subconsciously landed on the beautiful figure under the towering tree that seemed to be able to cause everything in the surroundings to lose its luster. That is, although the owner of that beautiful figure had her eyes tightly closed and was wholeheartedly immersed in cultivation, her perfect appearance was still able to compete with the radiant towering tree beside her, not losing out in the slightest. "What a perfect woman!" Feng Wudao exclaimed in admiration before withdrawing his gaze of admiration. And at the same time, he looked at Feng Tianwu and asked, "Tianwu, this is?" "Father. She's little sister Huan." Feng Tianwu smiled and said, "Elder brother Duan Metuan," not long after he ascended to the Devata realm. She was only about 10 years old at that time. Speaking of which, Sister Huaner is younger than Xiling. Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's words, Duan Xiling smiled wryly. "Although she's younger than me, I'm afraid I'll have to call her fourth mother in the future." "Fourth mother?" Feng Tianwu was taken aback. "First mother is your mother. Second mother is Sister Fei So shouldn't little Sister Huaner be third mother?" "Auntie Tianwu, there's only one third mother in Xiling's heart." Duan Xiling chuckled. "Little girl, how dare you tease me?" Feng Tianwu glared at Duan Xiling. It seemed like she was reprimanding Duan Xiling, but the corners of her mouth curved up subconsciously. It was not difficult to see her true feelings at this moment. At this moment, Feng Wudao, who was standing at the side, finally realized who the woman was. As it turned out, she was Ling Tian's confidant. "That brat is even more promiscuous than I was when I was younger." Feng Wudao sighed inwardly. Although Feng Wudao saw another woman by Duan Lingtian's side, he was not worried his daughter would fall out of favor. After all, he knew how Duan Lingtian was like. "Father, you should cultivate in elder brother Duan's little world in the future. Not only will your cultivation base improve quickly, but you'll also be able to comprehend the law of the 5 elements and the law of life quickly." Feng Tianwu said to Feng Wudao. In Duan Lingtian's little world, apart from the 5 divine elements, there was also the divine tree of life. Their existence made the little world a sacred place for one to comprehend the law of the 5 elements and the law of life. As the owner of the little world, Duan Lingtian only needed a thought to see everything in the little world. When Feng Wudao discovered Huan Er's existence, he couldn't help but feel a little awkward. After all, he hadn't even gotten the chance to marry Huan Er's daughter yet. Although he did not mean to, he still felt guilty. No matter what, Feng Wudao was still his future father-in-law. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he saw Feng Wudao was not upset. Then, he brought his father, Duan Rufeng, and Hualao with him as they continued to search the Devata realms for their friends and family. In the Purple Revelation Heaven. It was one of the 81 Devata realms. Currently, in a remote cave in a mountain range in the Z Revelation territory of the Z Revelation Heaven, There were many beautiful women sitting or standing in it. At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with solemnity. Junior aunt, will we be discovered? A young girl who looked to be about 15 or 16 years old asked the young woman standing closest to the cave entrance. Her face was still childish, but it was obvious she would grow up to be a great beauty. The young woman looked exhausted. Upon hearing the young girl's words, she forced a smile on her face and said, "Don't worry, little Chin. We won't be discovered. Although the Tuya sect is a grade 6 sect with a celestial lord, it's impossible for the celestial lord to personally hunt us down. As long as we don't give ourselves away with the formation I've set up, we'll be able to fool them. If Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ru Feng, and Duan Ling Tian were here, they would be able to recognize with a single glance that this young woman who was addressed as martial uncle by the young girl was none other than Li Ro. She was Duan Ling Tian's biological mother. She was Duan Rufeng's wife. After Li Ro left the divine offering land, she had been separated from the others and wandered alone in a completely unfamiliar mundane realm. With the help of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land, it did not take long for her to ascend to a Devata realm. Not long after she had ascended to the Devata realm, she was almost killed. It was an elder from her sect who had saved her. However, due to the elder's injuries, it was difficult for him to improve his cultivation base. After that, Li Ro followed the elder back to her sect. It was a sect that only consisted of women, and she became a disciple of the sect. Soon after, she became a disciple of the elder who had saved her. After that, she continued to grow and improve her cultivation base at a rapid pace, shocking everyone. When most of the people in the sect thought she would leave for another place to climb up the social ladder, she chose to stay even though her master did not allow her to leave. At that time, anyone could tell she was a disciple of the sect. If Li Ro left the sect, she would be able to join a stronger sect and obtain better resources. She would be able to grow even faster. However, Li Ro did not. She continued to help her master, whose days were numbered due to her injuries back then, manage the affairs of the sect. Eventually, her master's injuries relapsed and she passed away. She took over her master's position and became an elder of the sect. The sect Li Ro belonged to was called the Elegant Sect. It was only a grade 7 force, and the strongest person in the sect was a 9 palaces celestial king. Although Li Ro's current strength was not bad, she was only at the level of an ordinary elder of the Elegant Sect. Some time ago, the Elegant Sect, which stood aloof from worldly affairs and was like a paradise, suddenly had an expert from a grade 6 sect descend. He bluntly asked the Elegant Sect to become a subsidiary of his sect, and the disciples of the Elegant Sect had to cooperate and become the cultivation partners of the male disciple of the sect. Naturally, the Elegant Sect was unwilling. As a result, they were suppressed by the grade 6 sect. Not only did the grade 6 sect disperse the Elegant Sect with their powerful martial strength, but they also went around hunting down the members of the Elegant Sect. As an elder of the Elegant Sect, Li Ro escaped with more than 10 disciples of the Elegant Sect and hid in a remote mountain range. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside, followed by a cold voice that entered Li Ro's ears. "The people of the Elegant Sect are below." Li Ro's expression changed drastically. Chapter 3398. We've been discovered? Li Ro's expression changed drastically. She never expected that they would still be discovered even though they were hiding in such a remote place, and she had even set up an aura concealing formation. At this moment, the remaining Elegant Sect disciples panicked. "Ninth Elder, we've been discovered. What should we do?" "Ninth Elder, I don't want to die." "Ninth Elder." The gazes of the Elegant Sect disciples fell on Li Ro. In their eyes, Li Ro was their backbone. It's fine. They might not be able to discover this place. Li Ro took a deep breath and smiled at the Elegant Sect disciples before her. Perhaps they do this every time they go to a place. They want us to go out and walk right into their trap. We'll just wait here. If they really discover us, they'll naturally come looking for us. If they don't, we'll be walking right into their trap if we escape. If we don't go out, we'll be able to escape this calamity. After Li Rou's words, more than 10 elegant sect disciples suddenly quieted down. They all held their breaths and didn't dare to take a single breath. At the same time, the outside suddenly quieted down. Looks like we've escaped this calamity. A elegant sect disciple smiled. Ninth elder is still calm. Otherwise, we'd definitely be caught by them if we went out just now. Another elegant sect disciple said. The other elegant sect disciples were also in high spirits at this moment. They were in high spirits as though they had once again escaped from a calamity. To them, the calamity of the elegant sect had come too quickly. It was so quick that they did not even have time to react. By the time they reacted, the elegant sect had already dispersed. The group of elegant sect higher-ups each brought some of the elegant sect disciples to escape. Just when the group of elegant sect disciples thought that they had escaped this calamity, the silence outside was suddenly broken by a loud and clear voice that carried a hint of ridicule. Elder Li Rou. When the voice entered the cave, the expressions of the group of elegant sect disciples, including Li Rou, changed drastically. At the same time, a tall figure walked in from outside the cave. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Li Rou's gaze turned cold. She struck out like a bolt of lightning. Sword rays wreaked havoc, interweaving into a sword net, and welcomed the incoming person. However, it did not pose any threat to the newcomer. The newcomer merely raised his hand, and his celestial core power roared out, instantly shattering Li Rou's attack. Li Rou's strength was clearly inferior to the other party. Elder Li Rou, you are no match for me. A moment later, a tall and sturdy figure appeared in front of Li Rou and the others. It was a bearded man who was staring at Li Rou with sparkling eyes. It's a pity that the sect leader has taken a fancy to you, otherwise, you would definitely be mine, Feng Ji. At this moment, a few more figures appeared behind the curly-bearded man and followed behind him. Feng Ji. He's the third elder of the Tuya sect. Feng Ji. Feng Ji is an 8 trigrams celestial king. Elder Li Rou is no match for him. In fact, he can easily kill all of us by himself. It's over. It's over. Now that Feng Ji is here, it's over for us. The faces of the dozens of elegant sect disciples were ashen. Each and every one of them had lost all hope. Many of them had already made up their minds to die. Even if they had to die, they were not willing to let the people from the Tuya sect succeed. A warrior would rather be killed than humiliated. At this moment, even Li Rou had made up her mind to die. However, Li Rou glanced at the young girl who seemed to be in her teens before she looked at Feng Ji and said in a deep voice, Elder Feng Ji, this girl is still young. Don't tell me you won't even spare a child? You must be joking, Elder Li Rou. Feng Ji narrowed his eyes and sized up the young girl that Li Rou was talking about. He grinned and said, I think this girl is quite pretty. She'll definitely be a great beauty in a few years. It's good to bring such a beauty back to our Tuya sect and take good care of her. Li Rou's gaze turned cold when she heard Feng Ji's words. Elder Li Rou, senior sisters, junior sisters, I'll take my leave first. One of the elegant sect disciples raised his hand and placed it on his head, killing himself. With someone taking the lead, a few others followed suit. Several figures fell one after another. Seeing this, even though Li Rou was extremely furious and her eyes were about to split open, she could only watch and do nothing. They're really unyielding. Feng Ji glanced indifferently at the corpses on the ground and then instructed the people behind him, store their corpses in the storage ring. When we return, give them to the sect elders and disciples with special fetishes. Yes, third elder. The people behind Feng Ji responded and moved to collect the corpses. The faces of the elegant sect disciples who were about to commit suicide turned incomparably pale when they heard Feng Ji's words. The people of the Tuya sect would not let them go even if they died? If that was the case, was there any point in committing suicide? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The few Tuya sect disciples had just moved when Li Rou made a move first. Hundreds and thousands of sword rays swept over and destroyed the corpses in an instant. Elder Li Ro, no matter what, you're only helping these few people. Fong Ji said indifferently. Now, there's a large number of corpses of your elegant sect disciples being transported to our Tuya sect. The Elder Li Ro, our sect leader, said that if you dare to commit suicide, he'll dismember 100 surviving elegant sect disciples. When Li Ro was determined to die, Fong Ji seemed to be able to see through her inner thoughts and said in a timely manner, "Dismemberment? How painful would that be? Just thinking about it makes one shudder." Fong Ji's voice deliberately trembled, causing the remaining elegant sect disciples' expressions to change drastically. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Fong Ji's words made Li Ro lose the courage to attack herself. At most, if the Tuya sect's sect leader dares to act recklessly, I'll destroy my own face. I don't believe that he'll be interested in an ugly freak. Li Ro thought to herself. At the same time, Li Ro was somewhat regretful. If she had listened to her master's words and left the elegant sect to cultivate in a powerful sect, her strength would definitely be much stronger than it was now. Even if the elegant sect was facing such a calamity and her actions were of no help, the Tuya sect would be wary of her if she had a powerful sect behind her. The Tuya sect was only a 6th-grade sect with one celestial lord. With Li Ro's talent, it would not be difficult for her to enter a 4th grade, 3rd grade, 2nd grade, or 1st grade sect, let alone a 6th grade sect. After all, as a celestial king, she was only 300 years old. In the end, Li Ro and the remaining disciples of the elegant sect were taken away by the Tuya sect's 3rd elder, Fong Ji, and the others and escorted back to the Tuya sect. On the way back to the Tuya sect with Fong Ji, Li Ro was disheartened. A tall young man's figure involuntarily appeared in her mind. "Brother Fong, I'm sorry, I won't be able to wait for you. After I destroy my own face, I'll explode and die. I won't let you down." A moment later, a purple figure flashed in Li Ro's mind. It was a handsome young man dressed in purple. His eyebrows were somewhat similar to hers. "Tianer, if there's an afterlife, I still want to be your mother." "No, bah. Bah, bah, bah. How can there be an afterlife? You'll definitely live well." There's also Kerr, Fair, Xiling, Niantian. Li Ro's eyes were filled with reluctance. "Junior aunt, I'm scared. I'm so scared." The young girl leaned against Li Ro. Her eyes and face were filled with fear. Li Ro's gaze was gentle as she looked at the young girl. Her memories drifted away as she thought of her granddaughter. "Duan Xiling, little Qin, don't be afraid. You're still young. There are countless possibilities in the future. As long as there's a chance, you'll be able to escape." Li Ro comforted the young girl. Naturally, although Li Ro comforted the young girl, she knew that once the young girl entered the Tuya sect, the chances of her escaping would be slim. However, she had no other choice but to comfort the young girl. At the very least, this would make her feel better. As expected, the young girl's expression softened when she heard Li Ro's words. However, she still looked at Li Ro worriedly. "What about you, junior aunt? What about you? What about the senior sisters?" the young girl asked. There'll be a way." Li Ro forced a smile on her face. However, she sighed inwardly. She was not afraid of death. She only felt regretful. She did not get to see her son again. She had been separated from her son for many years. It was even longer than the time she had been separated from her husband, grandson, and granddaughter. Li Ro was looking at her son, Duan Lingtian, when her eyes widened. She had received an unexpected message. "Tian, there's a reply from your mother." The Purple Revelation Heaven was a Devata realm that Duan Lingtian had never been to before. As soon as he arrived, he heard his father, Duan Rufeng, exclaim excitedly, "Mother!" Duan Lingtian's expression froze for a moment before an expression of joy appeared on his face. "Mother is in the Purple Revelation Heaven? Father, where is Mother in the Purple Revelation Heaven?" "She's in the Purple Revelation territory." When Duan Rufeng replied to Duan Lingtian, his eyes were burning with rage. It was as though a prairie fire had started to burn. Once it was ignited, it could not be stopped. "Father, Did something happen to Mother? Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he saw the anger in Duan Rufing's eyes and sensed Duan Rufing's anxiety. If we came a few days later, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to see your mother, Duan Rufing said in a deep voice. What? Duan Lingtian's expression changed again. What happened to Mother? Let's talk on the way. Let's go there first, Duan Rufing said. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. We'll go to the Devata realm through a transportation formation nearby. Father, ask Mother if there's a transportation formation nearby. If she doesn't know, you can ask her if there's a place nearby. Duan Lingtian's tone was slightly anxious. Chapter 3399. The Tuya sect was a 6th grade sect, and its encampment was located in a stretch of barren mountain range. From afar, it looked like an extremely desolate place. Looking at this place from afar, it looked like a desolate place. However, upon entering the mountain range, one could see that there was a completely different world inside. A large cluster of buildings stood behind the mountain range. It was like a paradise. This was also the encampment of the Tuya sect. 9th Elder. When Li Ro and a few other disciples of the Elegant sect were brought to the worts of the Tuya sect's encampment, another group of disciples of the Elegant sect was captured and brought back. This group of disciples of the Elegant sect had more than 10 people, and the leader was a beautiful woman with disheveled hair and a slightly disheveled appearance. 7th Elder? Upon seeing the beautiful woman, Li Ro's lips curled into a bitter smile. She did not expect to meet the 7th Elder and the others who were captured by the Tuya sect just as she arrived outside the Tuya sect's encampment. It seemed that although the Elegant sect had dispersed, many people were still captured and brought back. The sect leader committed suicide. The beautiful woman sent a voice transmission to Li Ro. 9th Elder, tell me, what kind of sin did our Elegant sect commit? If it were not for the lives of my 2 disciples, I would have already followed the sect leader. As she spoke, the beautiful woman's tone was filled with deep-rooted hatred directed at the people of the Tuya sect. Haha, 3rd Elder, your harvest is not bad. The person who escorted the 7th Elder and the others back was an old man. When he saw the Tuya sect's 3rd Elder, Fong Ji, who was escorting Li Ro and the other people of the Elegant sect, he laughed and said, "This should be the 9th Elder of the Elegant sect, Li Ro, whom the sect leader wants, right?" The old man came forward and sized up Li Ro. Her looks are indeed not bad, but I heard the sect leader say that he values her talent more. Thinking about it, sect master will definitely be able to give birth to a few gifted children. As long as 1 or 2 of her children have her talent, our Tuya sect will definitely become a 5th grade sect, or even a 4th grade sect in the future. The old man looked at Li Ro with a look of yearning in his eyes. 5th Elder, your harvest is also not bad. Fong Ji smiled faintly. At the same time, he retracted his gaze from the group of people behind the old man and looked at the old man. Li Ro's expression changed slightly. It was only at this moment that she realized how naive her previous thoughts were. She had even planned to destroy her own appearance so that the sect leader of the Tuya sect would give up the idea of seducing her. Little did she expect that the sect leader had not taken a fancy to her because of her beauty. The other party had taken a fancy to her talent. The other party definitely wouldn't dare to use her. However, if the other party really had a child with her and wanted to kill her, he could totally use the child to his advantage. The child would not know what kind of person its mother was. Naturally, it would not bear a grudge against the sect leader of the Tuya sect. If the child inherited her talent, it would naturally be a great help to the Tuya sect when it grew up in the future. For a moment, Li Ro was so frightened that she broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, Brother Fong is here. Li Ro secretly sighed in relief when she recalled the message she received earlier. At the same time, she could not help but feel excited. Brother Fong said that he's with Tian. They're reunited. Si Ling, Tian Wu, and Brother Fong are also there. Tian, that brat actually harmed another girl? What kind of girl would be able to move Tian's heart before saving Kur? I'm really curious. At this moment, Li Ro was no longer afraid. This was because she had asked her husband, Duan Rufeng, if he could rescue her from the Tuya sect. Her husband had told her that he was already a celestial lord. Moreover, her husband had also told her that his son was a celestial lord. His son was a celestial emperor. Tian has actually become a celestial emperor. He must have suffered a lot all these years. When Li Ro thought about this, she felt a sharp pain in her heart. As Duan Lingtian's mother, when she found out that her son was a celestial emperor, the first thought that came to her mind was not to feel happy for her son, but to feel sorry for Duan Lingtian. After a while, the third elder of the Tuya sect, Fang Ji, handed the few elegant sect disciples around Li Ro to the fifth elder of the Tuya sect, who was also the old man. Ninth elder. The expressions of the elegant sect disciples changed drastically when they saw that they were about to be separated from Li Ro. Along the way, they had already gotten used to staying with Li Ro. Naturally, they were not used to being separated from Li Ro. Moreover, they were about to enter the tiger's den. Under such circumstances, they needed a backbone. Martial ant. The young girl's expression changed as she looked at Li Ro. She also wanted to stay with Li Ro, but she was still forcefully taken away. They had no human rights in this place. After the old man left, the third elder of the Tuya sect, Fang Ji, looked at Li Ro and said indifferently, Elder Li Ro, come with me to see the sect leader, Fang Ji. However, Li Ro did not move. Instead, she looked at Fang Ji and said in a low voice, if you're willing to let me go, I can give you an opportunity. Let you go? Impossible. Fang Ji was stunned for a moment, but he still shook his head and said impatiently, Elder Li Ro, if you don't leave now, don't blame me for making a move. Do you know why my innate talent is so high? Li Ro asked as she looked deeply at Fang Ji. Fang Ji was stunned. He glanced at Li Ro and asked instinctively, isn't it innate? Innate? Li Ro smiled. I ascended from the mundane realm. You're saying that my innate talent is so high? Are you kidding me? What? Fang Ji's expression changed when he heard Li Ro's words. You're an ascender? Fang Ji had lost his composure because he was an ascender. Moreover, he was a monstrous genius when he was in the mundane realm. However, even though he was a genius in the mundane realm, he could not compare to those who were born and raised in the Devata realms. As an ascender, his understanding of ascenders was much better than those who were born in the Devata realms. You don't believe me, Elder Fang Ji? Li Ro shook her head. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Originally, I wanted to tell you about the place where I was reborn and raised my cultivation base, Elder Fang Ji. In the end, you don't want to know about it, Elder Fang Ji. In that case, please bring me to the sect leader of the Tuya sect, Elder Fang Ji. When we arrive at the Tuya sect and meet the sect leader of the Tuya sect, I can use this opportunity to make a deal with him. Naturally, it's risky to make a deal with him. I'm afraid he won't let me go even if he benefits from me. For this reason, if I have a choice, I'd rather make a deal with you, Elder Fang Ji. Li Ro looked at Fang Ji meaningfully when she finished speaking. Fang Ji fell silent when he heard Li Ro's words. He stared at Li Ro intently as though he was trying to read Li Ro's expression. Elder Li Ro, you should know I won't believe you if you're not convincing enough. Li Ro's expression remained unchanged when she heard Fang Ji's question. She said indifferently, back then, I accidentally entered a place where the heaven and earth spirit energy is different from the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms. There was a skeleton at the entrance of that place. He left behind a memory celestial talisman with a message. He said it was the ruins of a realm of gods. Initially, I didn't know what the realms of gods were until I heard a powerhouse mention it while I was traveling. That's when I learned that it's a realm that transcends the Devata realms. It's a realm created by a supreme powerhouse. It's a place where gods who are stronger than celestial emperors cultivate. Most of the people there are gods. The heaven and earth spirit energy used by godly spirits is different from the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms. I'm just an ascender with a mortal body. I didn't expect my innate talent to change so drastically after entering the Devata realms. Li Ro said, since there's such a place, why don't you share it with others? Based on what I know, you have a master in the elegant sect, right? Fang Ji asked as he looked at Li Ro intently. At the same time, Fang Ji's eyes shone brightly. He felt that Li Ro's words were very convincing. After all, not everyone in the Tuya sect knew about the realm of gods. However, Fang Ji had heard about it before. If it was really a realm of gods, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realm of gods could really change a person's innate talent. Once a higher level of heaven and earth spirit chi entered a person's body, it would definitely transform the person's body. There was no doubt about this. However, Fang Ji was unaware of this. Although the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realm of gods could change a person's innate talent, it could only change a person's innate talent. A person with a mortal body was a person who had yet to become a celestial. Celestials were no longer mortals. Even if they entered the realm of gods, they could only cultivate using the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realm of gods. It was impossible for them to change their innate talent. I've told Master about it, but she said she doesn't have much time left, so there's no need for that. She also warned me not to tell anyone about it, lest someone kills me and monopolizes the secrets of the realm of God's ruins. Li Ro looked at Fang Ji warily as she said, Elder Fang Ji, if you really want to go to the realm of gods, we have to make a pact. Otherwise, I won't bring you there. I don't want you to kill me first after I bring you there, and then monopolize that secret. Li Ro's words were exactly what Fang Ji was thinking. Do you think I, Fang Ji, am that kind of person? Fang Ji said indifferently, tell me, Li Ro, what do you want? I haven't thought of it yet. If we really want to go, I'll think about it on the way and tell you when I've made up my mind. Li Ro said, all right. However, Fang Ji was thinking that no matter what method Li Ro came up with, he would let Li Ro personally bring him to the realm of gods. Once he found the realm of gods, he would kill Li Ro. Chapter 3400. Fang Ji believed Li Ro's words. Therefore, he decided to follow Li Ro to take a look. Of course, before he left, he brought Li Ro back to the Tuya sect. However, he did not bring Li Ro to meet the sect leader of the Tuya sect. With that, he left the Smudge Crow sect with his son and the 3 disciples he valued the most. This time, he did not plan to return. In the Tuya sect, the only person he could not leave was his only son. Father, isn't this too risky? Fang Ji's son, Fang Chun, was also a celestial king expert. He was even stronger than Li Ro. After learning of Fang Ji's plan, he frowned slightly and asked, do you think she's lying to me? Fang Ji glanced at Fang Chun with a doting look in his eyes. Chun, you don't have to worry. She wouldn't dare to lie to me. Moreover, lying to me won't do her any good. Perhaps she'll be treated well by the sect leader. However, if she's lying to me, I've already decided to leave the Tuya sect. What do I have to fear? I'll make her suffer a fate worse than death. As he spoke, Fang Ji deliberately glanced at Li Ro. However, Li Ro's expression was calm and unperturbed. This made Fang Ji even more certain that Li Ro was not lying to him. Second junior brother, I also think that you're worrying too much. This elder Li Ro from the elegant sect is not as strong as us. Are you afraid that she'll run away after lying to us? Fang Ji's eldest disciple, a middle-aged man who was slightly stronger than Fang Chun, had a pair of triangular eyes that flashed with a frightening light. There are so many of us, and 3 of us are stronger than her. If she dares to lie to us and lure us into a trap, one of us will go in to test it out. Once something happens, the rest of us can torture her to death slowly. As he spoke, Fang Ji's eldest disciple's lips curled into a sinister smile. Yes, second senior brother, eldest senior brother is right. At the same time, the other 2 disciples under Fang Ji chimed in. There are so many of us. Our strength can completely suppress Li Ro. She won't be able to cause much trouble. In fact, Fang Chun had also thought about this. His question was just a subconscious one. However, after listening to his senior and junior brother's conversation and his father's words, he felt much more confident. If that's the case, let's hurry up and leave. From today onward, we're no longer members of the Tuya sect. If the sect leader finds out that we've kidnapped Li Ro, he definitely won't let us off the hook. Fang Chun said solemnly. Once we go to the ruins of the realms of gods, it won't take long for us to become celestial lords, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Fang Chun's eldest senior brother said with a smile. At that time, even if we take the initiative, the sect leader of the Tuya sect won't dare to act rashly. In fact, as long as we show our strength, the sect leader of the Tuya sect might even give up his position to you, master. As he spoke, he glanced at Fang Ji with a flattering look in his eyes. At the same time, he flattered Fang Ji and repeatedly thanked him. Master, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Don't worry, master. Even if I'm reborn, I won't forget who I am. I won't forget you, master. I'll continue to follow you, master. As Fang Ji's eldest apprentice spoke, his third and fourth apprentices also expressed their thanks. From the way they spoke, it was almost as if they viewed Fang Ji as their second parent. Fang Ji nodded in satisfaction when he saw how sensible his disciples were. The reason he brought them along was because he wanted to recruit a few helpers. After all, he was very ambitious. After all, he did not think much of a sixth-grade celestial sect like the Tuya sect after he obtained the fortuitous encounter. He wanted to go higher and further. Li Ro, lead the way. Fang Ji looked at Li Ro and said indifferently, don't play any tricks. Otherwise, even if we can't return to the Tuya sect, we won't let you go so easily. A cornered dog can jump over a wall. If you push us too far, it'll be too late for regrets. At this moment, Fang Ji was determined to obtain the fortuitous encounter that Li Ro had mentioned. He wanted to go to the ruins of a realm of gods to obtain the opportunity to be reborn. For this reason, he had even betrayed the Tuya sect with his son and 3 disciples. It would not take long for the sect leader of the Tuya sect to find out that he had brought Li Ro back but did not bring her to him. At that time, he would be hunted down and killed. There's no benefit in lying to you. Li Ro said indifferently, Fang Ji, don't forget what I said. I'll try my best to think of a way to protect myself along the way so that you won't burn the bridge after crossing the river. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. Although Fang Ji said so, a chilling light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Where's the nearest transportation formation in the Devata realm? We have to go there first. Li Ro asked Fang Ji. Naturally, she knew where the nearest transportation formation was. However, she deliberately asked Fang Ji so that Fang Ji could bring her there. Hanlin City. Fang Ji said, the place you're talking about is not in the Purple Revelation territory. At this moment, Fang Ji realized something. It's not. Li Ro shook her head. Fang Ji did not say anything and led the way while Li Ro followed behind him. As for his son and 2 disciples, they followed behind Li Ro. At this moment, even if Li Ro wanted to flee, she would not be able to do so. On the way to Hanlin City, Li Ro finally had time to relax and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She had only heard about the ruins of realms of gods not long ago. She had followed her son, Duan Lingtian's, suggestion and chose this method to protect herself before her son and husband found her. It was her son, Duan Lingtian, who had told her about the ruins of the realms of gods. He had also told her to lure Fang Ji into the realms of gods. Moreover, Li Ro was really an ascender who had undergone the baptism of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods. With her current innate talent, how could Fang Ji not be fooled? After Duan Lingtian received Li Ro's soul pearl from his father, Duan Rufeng, he had given Li Ro another suggestion. It was to tell Fang Ji that she had a backer, a celestial emperor. However, it was impossible for Fang Ji to take the risk. After all, it was much safer to tell him about the ruins of the realms of gods. After all, everyone was greedy. Fang Ji, an elder of a 6th-grade sect, might not be able to break through and become a celestial lord in his lifetime. How could he miss out on the opportunity to become a celestial lord or even a celestial emperor? Hanlin City. At the same time, Li Ro told her son, Duan Lingtian, about the place where she would follow Fang Ji to. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had arrived in the Purple Revelation territory. However, he had only arrived near the Tuya sect and the Elegant sect. Moreover, his destination was relatively random. Initially, he could have asked for directions to the Tuya sect. However, it would take some time for him to ask for directions to the Tuya sect. Moreover, his mother had already arrived at the Tuya sect. For this reason, he felt it would be better for his mother to leave the Tuya sect for now. Do you know where Hanlin City is? Not long after Li Ro left with Fang Ji, Duan Lingtian received Li Ro's message and asked for directions to Hanlin City. At the same time, he asked Hualao for directions to Hanlin City. Whoosh! Hualao's main body was a fiery red, three-legged golden crow. From afar, it looked like a dazzling sun. Duan Lingtian and Duan Ruffing landed on Hualao's back. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed a great distance. If an immortal emperor was nearby and saw Hualao's figure in the air, he might even say that it was the sun that was rapidly moving and disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. We're here. Although Hanlin City was quite a distance away, with Hualao's speed, it did not take long for them to arrive. After arriving at Hanlin City, Duan Lingtian sent a message to his mother, Li Ro. When he learned that she had not arrived yet, he heaved a sigh of relief. Father, let's go pick up Mother. Now that they had arrived at Hanlin City and roughly knew the direction of the Tuya sect, it would be easy to find his mother. They could directly intercept her on the way. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian's voice fell and Duan Rufing's eyes lit up, Duan Lingtian received another message from Li Ro. Tian they must be worried that someone from the Tuya sect will come after them. They've taken a detour to Hanlin City. You and your father should wait for us in Hanlin City. Okay. Duan Lingtian responded and immediately greeted Duan Ruffing. Then, the two of them and Hualao rose into the air and stood in the air above Hanlin City. Hualao's divine sense swept out and enveloped the entire Hanlin City before continuing to spread out. Whenever he sensed Li Ro's presence within the range of his divine sense, he would immediately sense it. Apart from being a titled Celestial Emperor, Hualao was also a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. Currently, his divine sense had shrouded the entire Hanlin City. The strongest person in the city was a celestial lord, so no one could detect his divine sense. A few hours later, they're here. Upon hearing Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian and Duan Rufing's eyes lit up. This was especially true for Duan Ruffing. He was so excited that his body began to tremble slightly. He had not seen his wife for many years. Let's go! Duan Lingtian and his two companions vanished from the sky above Hanlin City, as though they had transformed into a gust of wind. Meanwhile, in the eastern district of Hanlin City, Li Ro was being held hostage by Fang Ji, his son, and his master and disciples. Li Ro, have you made up your mind? Fang Ji asked. Not yet. Li Ro frowned. Fang Ji, if you're alone, it's fine. However, now that you've brought so many people with you, how am I supposed to think of a solution? I have a feeling that if I tell you the location of the ruins of a realm of gods, you won't let me go after you've confirmed it. Even if you can't confirm it, you'll definitely send someone to monitor me before you decide what to do next. If you can't confirm it, you won't let me leave alone. The frown on Li Ro's face deepened as she spoke. Chapter 3401. It seems like we're at a dead end? Li Ro's expression darkened as she looked at Fang Ji. Ha ha! Fang Ji laughed. Li Ro, don't be so pessimistic. Don't we still need to use the transportation formation to get there? You can think of a way after we get there. I'm sure you'll come up with a good plan. Fang Ji was worried Li Ro would give up on bringing them to the ruins of the realms of gods. Humph! Li Ro snorted coldly. Without any warning, she came to a halt and glared at Fang Ji. Fang Ji, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Now, I have to think of a way to guarantee my safety before I take you there. Otherwise, don't even think about it, Li Ro said. Fang Ji and the others had no choice but to follow suit when Li Ro came to a halt. Their expressions darkened at this moment. Fang Ji's eyes were cold as he looked at Li Ro. Li Ro, I'm warning you. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. It's not too late for the four of us to bring you back to the Tuya sect. At that time, you'll fall into the hands of the sect leader, and we won't be at fault. At most, I'll tell the sect leader that you're cunning and have escaped. Then, I'll bring my son and 3 disciples out of the sect to chase after you. We caught up with you, Fang Ji said. Fang Ji, since you want to bring me back, just bring me back. Li Ro said indifferently, looking indifferent. Her nonchalance made Fang Ji's expression even more unsightly. Naturally, he did not want to go back just like that. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. Li Ro, what do you think? Fang Ji asked, trying to suppress his tone. Fang Ji's son, Fang Chun, and his 3 disciples looked at Li Ro with hostility. If Li Ro did not cooperate, they would not be able to obtain the opportunity to be baptized by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the ruins of the realms of gods. Let me think. Li Ro stood on the spot with a slight frown on her face. She seemed to be deep in thought. After a few dozen breaths, Fang Ji's patience was running out. Li Ro, have you thought about it? If you haven't made up your mind, we should hurry up and leave the teleportation formation's teleportation array. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape once those from the Smudge Crow sect catch up to you. Fang Ji urged. Yes, I have. Li Ro said. Huh? Fang Ji was stunned. He did not expect Li Ro to have made up her mind. What do you mean? You don't have to say it. Li Ro shook her head and said. You don't have to say it? At this moment, not only was Fang Ji confused, but even Fang Chun and the other 2 disciples were confused. What did Li Ro mean by that? Whoosh! While the 4 of them were still in a daze, a willow branch suddenly extended from the clouds. The willow branch was as fast as lightning. In just a blink of an eye, it tore through the sky and attacked them. The willow branch's power was overwhelming. By the time Fang Ji and the other 3 reacted, the willow branch was already very close to them. The terrifying energy contained in the willow branch made their hearts tremble. Therefore, their first thought was to retreat. At this moment, no one cared about Li Ro. Whoosh! 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 When Fang Ji and the others retreated, they came to their senses and found that Li Ro was no longer alone. There were 3 more people beside Li Ro. A handsome young man in purple, a young man in a green robe, and an old man in a red robe. Now, the young man in the green robe was hugging Li Ro. Roer, I finally found you. Brother Feng. Li Ro hugged Duan Ruffing tightly, as if she would not let go for the rest of her life. When Fang Ji and the others saw the violet-robed young man glaring at them like a tiger eyeing its prey, and then put away the terrifying willow branch, their faces flickered with shock. The move just now was enough to show that the young man in purple was not simple. At least, he was far more powerful than them. Your Excellency, who are you? Fang Ji's face was slightly pale. In this world where the strong were respected, even if he was the lofty 3rd elder of the Tuya sect, he could only bow to such an expert. Li Ro is my mother. Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Fang Ji and smiled faintly. Now, do you know who we are? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Fang Ji, Fang Chun, and the others' expressions changed drastically. This expert, who made them feel suffocated, was at least a first-class celestial emperor. How could he be Li Ro's son? How could it be? How old was Li Ro now? How could her son be so powerful? Moreover, wasn't Li Ro an ascender? While Fang Ji and the others' expressions changed drastically, Duan Lingtian did not make any move. 5 willow branches whizzed out of the void and pierced through the bodies of Fang Ji and the others before tying them up. Ah! No, Your Excellency, please spare our lives. By the time Fang Ji and the other 4 regained their senses and screamed in shock, 5 willow branches had already pierced through their abdomens and tied them up. The 5 of them were trapped in the void by the 5 willow branches, unable to move at all. At the same time, the 5 of them felt as though they were in a completely enclosed space. The feeling of suffocation spread throughout their bodies in just a blink of an eye. The law of space. Their expressions changed drastically. At the same time, They could feel that the law of space had merged with Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy, making it difficult for them to even move a finger. He's not an ordinary celestial lord. Fang Ji did not dare to associate Duan Lingtian with a celestial emperor. He thought Duan Lingtian was a powerful celestial lord who was even stronger than the celestial lord in the Tuya sect. For a time, he dismissed the idea of sending a message back to the Tuya sect. After all, it would only anger Duan Lingtian. My lord, please spare my life. Please spare my life. Fang Ji looked at Duan Lingtian as he said, "It's the Tuya sect. It's the Tuya sect who wants to capture your mother. I, Fang Ji, have left the Tuya sect. My lord, please investigate this matter." Fang Ji said, "Moreover, I've decided to return your mother's freedom." "Return my mother's freedom?" Duan Lingtian smiled. "I think you're planning to go to the ruins of the realms of gods, right?" Fang Ji's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to know about this. His heart sank, and he felt disheartened. "My lord, are the ruins of the realms of gods real?" Upon seeing the killing intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes, Fang Ji knew he was going to die. However, he still asked reluctantly before he died, "I'll tell all of you about this later." With just a thought, Duan Lingtian sent spatial blades at Fang Ji and the others, leaving bloody wounds on their bodies. However, he did not take their lives. On the way here, Duan Lingtian had heard from his mother about the people from the Tuya sect. For this reason, he had no intention of letting them off lightly. If he let them off lightly, how could the souls of the elegant sect who had taken care of his mother for so long rest in peace? "Ah! My lord, please give me a quick death. My lord, please give me a quick death." Fang Ji and the others could no longer endure the torture and begged for death. Currently, their bodies were bound by the spatial energy, so they could not even use their celestial origin energy to commit suicide. "There's no hurry. I'll tell all of you about the ruins of the realms of gods." Duan Lingtian grinned. Although his smile was bright, in the eyes of Fang Ji and the others, Duan Lingtian's smile was no different from the smile of a devil. "The ruins of the realms of gods are real." Duan Lingtian looked at Fang Ji and the others who were screaming in agony and said unhurriedly, "However, the heaven and earth spirit energy in there can only help mortals who haven't become celestials to be reborn. Celestials won't be reborn even if they enter the ruins of the realms of gods. At most, their cultivation speed will increase." Of course, my mother has never been to the ruins of the realms of gods. She has no idea where the ruins of the realms of gods are. Although I've been to the ruins of the realms of gods, I can't go there even if I want to. Moreover, I don't want to go there anymore since there's no more heaven and earth spirit energy in there. Every word Duan Lingtian said caused Fang Ji and the others to be filled with pain and regret. Not only did they betray the Tuya sect for the sake of the realms of gods that were useless to them, but they even ended up in such a miserable state. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Although Fang Ji and the others were screaming in agony, Duan Lingtian had casually set up a soundproof formation to protect his parents. Therefore, his parents were not disturbed by the screams of Fang Ji and the others. However, when Duan Lingtian saw the five of them were tortured beyond recognition and had said what they wanted to say, he was about to end their lives. However, at this moment, a sudden surge of energy swept down from the sky and blocked Duan Lingtian's attack. "Young man, the heavens are benevolent. Your actions are inappropriate." When the surge of energy blocked Duan Lingtian's attack, an old monk dressed in a gray kasaya descended from the sky. Every step he took was filled with green energy. It was as though lotuses were blooming under his feet. He emitted a powerful aura of vitality. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the old monk raised his hand, and a powerful aura shrouded Fang Ji and the others who were on the verge of dying from the torture. In the next moment, under Duan Lingtian's gaze, the injuries on the five of them healed at a terrifying speed. The powerful vitality allowed Duan Lingtian to guess what law the old monk had comprehended. The law of life, one of the four supreme laws. Although the old monk was not the first person Duan Lingtian had ever seen who had comprehended the law of life, he was the strongest person Duan Lingtian had ever seen. Chapter 3402. Based on the old monk's celestial origin energy that had been fused with the law of life, it was obvious the old monk was not an ordinary celestial emperor. After all, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, the old monk's celestial origin energy was much stronger than his own. Moreover, the old monk's comprehension of the law of life had fused profundities as well. Based on this, he was certain the old monk was a titled celestial emperor. "Thank you for saving our lives, my lord." Feng Ji and the others who were saved by the old monk bowed and thanked the old monk. Joy could be seen on their faces. At this moment, Li Ro and Duan Rufeng, who had separated from each other, frowned when they saw the old monk. "Monk!" Duan Lingtian looked at the old monk and said indifferently, "Don't meddle in other people's business if you don't know what's going on. Young man, it's not good to be so vicious." The old monk shook his head. "Hualao." Duan Lingtian did not want to waste his breath on the old monk. He called out to Hualao and said, "Don't kill him." Hualao immediately made a move. Flames that had fused the three profundities from the law of fire swept toward the old monk. Although the old monk had also comprehended the two profundities from the law of life, he was still vulnerable. Bang! With merely a single strike, Elder Hua's power sent the old monk flying. As for the old monk, he was vomiting blood nonstop as he was sent flying. At the same time, the old monk's aura had weakened significantly. Swoosh! Meanwhile, Feng Ji and the others who had just ascended to heaven felt as though they had been thrown back into hell. Their expressions changed drastically when Duan Lingtian raised his hand and pointed his finger at the five of them. Spatial energy swept out and killed them in just a blink of an eye. 5 people were killed with just one finger. When Feng Ji and the others died, they had a horrified expression on their faces. They wondered why the old monk had given them hope. They had thought they would be able to live, but in just a blink of an eye, the old monk was defeated by the old man standing behind the young man. In the end, they still died in the hands of the young man. "Father, mother, let's go." After killing Feng Ji and the others, Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Rufeng and Li Ro with a smile. "Let's go to the Tuya sect." Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Li Ro's eyes lit up. Good, good. At the same time, Li Ro left Duan Rufeng and ran to Duan Lingtian's side. Holding his hand, she looked at Duan Lingtian from head to toe and said, "Tianer, you've changed a lot. These years, it has been hard on you." As she spoke, 2 lines of tears fell from Li Ro's face. Although he didn't know what his son had experienced all these years, since he was able to break through to become an immortal emperor at such a young age, he must have experienced things that ordinary people didn't. Whoosh! When Hualao transformed into the 3-legged golden crow and brought Duan Lingtian and his family to the Tuya sect, Li Ro did not enter the little world in Duan Lingtian's body. Instead, she sat next to Duan Lingtian and looked at him as she said, "Tianer, tell me about what you've been through all these years." Okay. After so many years, Duan Lingtian could not help but reveal an excited expression on his face when he saw his mother again. He could not suppress it for a long time. Before he met his mother, Li Ro, he felt like he had a lot to say to her. However, when he finally met her, he was so emotional that he could not speak coherently. On the way to the Tuya sect, Duan Lingtian recounted everything that had happened to him after his mother and the others went to the world of divine offering. Even Duan Rufeng did not have the time to listen to Duan Lingtian. It was not that he did not want to listen to Duan Lingtian, but when Duan Lingtian wanted to talk about it, he said that he wanted to wait until he found his wife, Li Ro, before listening to Duan Lingtian talk about it with Li Ro. Whenever Duan Lingtian talked about the thrilling moments, Li Ro would feel worried for Duan Lingtian. She held Duan Lingtian's hand tighter. When Elder Hua, the 3-legged golden crow, brought Duan Lingtian and his family to the Smudge Crow sect, the benevolent expression on the old monk's face disappeared as soon as he saw them leaving. It was replaced with a ruthless expression. "How dare they hurt me? Shiva Ping! Damn it! They said they're going to the Tuya sect? What kind of sect is the Tuya sect? I don't care. I'll look for my elder brother and ask him to stand up for me. So what if you've comprehended 3 profundities from the law of fire? My elder brother is the strongest titled celestial emperor under the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven. The old monk's voice turned colder as he muttered to himself. Then, he made his way to the nearby Hanlin city so he could return to the heavenly palace of the purple revelation heaven through the transporting formation there. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. He would never have thought that the kind-looking old monk who liked to stand up for injustice would have such a violent side. With Huolao leading the way, Duan Lingtian and his family soon arrived at the Tuya sex estate under Li Ro's guidance. When Li Ro arrived at the Smudge Crow sex estate, she was filled with confidence. However, her eyes were filled with anger. At this moment, Duan Lingtian suddenly recalled that his mother, Li Ro, had yet to see Duan Lingtian felt a headache coming on when he thought about how his mother might blame him for marrying another woman while Kerr was trapped in the divine offering land. Now, it seemed like a very good opportunity. He wanted to follow his mother, Li Ro, to resolve the conflict between the Tuya sect and the Elegant sect. Brother Ling Tian? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's voice, who was in closed-door cultivation immediately woke up from her cultivation. What's wrong? I've gone to look for my parents. Come out and meet them. After that, you and my mother will go and do something together. Consider this a way to cultivate your relationship. Duan Lingtian felt slightly awkward when he said this. Brother Ling Tian's parents? Could tell from her voice that she was nervous. Nevertheless, she quickly left Duan Lingtian's little world. Swoosh! The sudden appearance of a living person naturally shocked Duan Rufeng and Li Ro. After all, the two of them didn't receive any warning beforehand. However, when they saw Er's peerlessly beautiful face, their eyes lit up. What a beautiful girl! This was the first thought that appeared in their minds. You're Er, right? Li Ro's reaction was better than Duan Lingtian had expected. I've heard about you from Er's father. You're indeed a good girl. Good, very good. The more Li Ro looked at Er, the more she nodded her head. Er's cheeks flushed red as she looked at Li Ro. Uncle, Auntie. With Duan Lingtian's guidance through voice transmission, Er finally mustered up the courage to greet Duan Rufeng and Li Ro. Initially, Er felt slightly awkward. However, Li Ro's enthusiasm made her feel less awkward. In the end, she even began to chat and laugh with Li Ro. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. At this moment, Duan Lingtian saw his father, Duan Rufeng, giving him a thumbs up. He did not know if Duan Rufeng was praising him for finding such a beautiful daughter-in-law or for his adaptability. Mother, although Er is younger than Sealing, she's already a celestial emperor. Her cultivation base is higher than mine. Duan Lingtian interrupted Li Ro and Er's conversation. Then he said to Li Ro, you and Er can chat whenever you want. I'll follow you to deal with the Smudge Crow sex matter. We'll wait for you outside. If anyone from the Tuya sect tries to escape from the Tuya sex estate, we'll make a move. Duan Lingtian said. Li Ro glared at Duan Lingtian and said, Er hasn't married into the family yet, and you're already ordering her around. Once she marries into the family, aren't you going to do whatever you want? At this moment, Li Ro did not seem to be on Duan Lingtian's side. Instead, she seemed to be on Er's side. Naturally, Li Ro was only joking with Er. Naturally, she understood what her son meant. He wanted her to get closer to Er. I'll have to trouble you to follow Aunt Ro. Li Ro held Er's hand with a smile on her face. She was very satisfied with her future daughter-in-law. Aunt Ro, you're too kind. This is what I should do, Er quickly said. At this point, she had already gotten along well with Li Ro. She no longer felt the slightest bit of awkwardness around her. At this moment, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Follow Mother. Do whatever she wants you to do. Most of the people in the Tuya sect aren't good people. Duan Lingtian did not think a sect that treated the elegant sect in such a manner was a morally upright sect. In his opinion, a sect like the elegant sect should be annihilated. However, there were many captives from the elegant sect in the Tuya sect. Apart from avenging the elegant sect, his mother was also going to save the captives. After Huan Er left with Li Ro, Duan Lingtian and the other two stood guard outside the Tuya sect. This was the first time Duan Lingtian had used his divine consciousness on such a large scale since he became a celestial emperor. Huan Er's departure with Li Ro caused quite a commotion in the Tuya sect. However, it was clear that Li Ro's method of dealing with matters was rather tactful. Even after 2 days and 2 nights, she still had not finished dealing with the matter. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not think it was a big deal. He would just have to wait a little longer. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian did not remain idle as well. Those who tried to escape from the Smudge Crow sect were killed by the spatial energy that appeared out of thin air. On the 3rd day, Hualao seemed to have sensed something. He lifted his head and looked at the distant horizon. Duan Lingtian and Duan Ruffing noticed Hualao's movement. When they followed Hualao's gaze, they saw 2 figures appearing one after another in the distant clouds. Duan Lingtian did not recognize the person in the lead. However, he recognized the person in the lead. It was the person who had interfered in the conflict between him and the Tuya sect and was taught a lesson by Hualao. It was the old monk. Chapter 3403. Interesting. You've even found a helper? Elder Hua looked deeply at the 2 people who were stepping out of the clouds in the distance. The corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. If I had known that he would be so unwilling, I would not have shown mercy 3 days ago. I didn't expect this as well. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, "This old monk has a benevolent appearance. I spared his life, and that was already a great kindness, but he actually found help." While Duan Lingtian and Hualao were talking, the old monk had already arrived at the entrance of the Tuya sect with a fat, middle-aged monk who was 2 meters tall. Both of them seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian and the others as soon as they arrived. "Big brother, it's them." The old monk followed behind the middle-aged monk as he glared angrily at Duan Lingtian and Elder Hua. His originally benevolent face had completely vanished and was replaced by a ferocious face. It was as though he had become a completely different person. The fat, middle-aged monk had a huge wine gourd hanging from his waist. Based on its size, it was as big as a 5 or 6-year-old child. Upon hearing the old monk's voice, he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian, Hualao, and Duan Ruffing. Finally, his gaze landed on Hualao. He narrowed his eyes and asked indifferently, "You're the one who injured my 3rd brother?" "That's right." Hualao stepped forward and looked at the fat monk fearlessly. "Your 3rd brother interfered in our business and tried to save the person we wanted to kill. Since he didn't have any ill intentions, I didn't kill him." "What? Are you going to stand up for him?" Hualao asked. "He's my brother, so it's only natural for me to stand up for him." The fat monk said indifferently, "Sir, let's be clear. A titled celestial emperor who has fused 3 profundities from the law of fire is definitely not a nobody in the purple revelation heaven. Although there were some sectless titled celestial emperors in the Devata realms, there were not many of them. After all, once a titled celestial emperor's strength reached a certain level, they would have greater ambitions. Most titled celestial emperors wanted to further fuse their profundities and become gods. For this reason, the heavenly emperor palaces in the various Devata realms and heaven-grade forces with strong foundations became their targets as well. The fat monk had already learned from his 3rd brother that the red-robed old man in front of him was an existence that had grasped the fusion of 3 laws of fire. Such a person would most likely have some background. "Before you let me assimilate, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" Hualao squinted his eyes and said to the fat monk. "Humph." Before the fat monk could say anything, the old monk said, "Listen carefully. He's my elder brother, Shiva Nu, the strongest titled celestial emperor under the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven. People call him the wine-gourd celestial emperor." After Shiva Ping said that, He proudly raised his head and stared at Elder Hua. It was as if he wanted to see the shock and fear on Elder Hua's face. So it's the wine-gourd celestial emperor, Shiva Nu. Upon hearing Shiva Ping's words, realization dawned on Hualao. Then, he looked at the fat monk and said, "Speaking of which, I've met the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven once. We even chatted for a while." Shiva Nu frowned when he heard Hualao's words. "You know Lord Heavenly Emperor?" The heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven lived in seclusion. Ever since he became the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven, he had not made any friends. It was not that he did not want to make friends, but he could not. When a person reached a certain level, it was impossible for them to become friends with strangers who were at different levels. As the saying went, "It's lonely at the top." As such, if Heavenly Emperor Zichi Tian had any friends, they would be friends he made before he became a Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor Zichi Tian was a very nostalgic person. As long as his old friends asked him for help, he would not refuse. For this reason, Shiva Nu's expression softened a little when he thought Hualao was an old friend of the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. Swoosh! Shiva Ping's expression changed slightly when he heard Hualao's words. How did this old man know the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven? You think you know Lord Heavenly Emperor just because you said so? In my opinion, you're only saying that after learning my elder brother's identity. You're just trying to get away with it. Although Shiva Ping was afraid of Duan Ling Tian, he did not show any mercy. "I'm curious. Who are you? How do you know Lord Heavenly Emperor?" "I'm Hualao, the Golden Crow Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven." Elder Hua glanced at Shiva Ping with a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. When he looked at Shiva Nu, the disdain at the corner of his mouth disappeared. Previously, when Lord Heavenly Emperor returned to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven personally went to congratulate Lord Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. "We've met before," Hualao said as he looked at Shiva Nu. As the strongest titled Celestial Emperor under the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven, "I'm sure you've heard about me from him, right?" When Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, had returned to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, many Heavenly Emperors had gone to congratulate him. The Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven was only one of them. Moreover, the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven was one of the few Heavenly Emperors who had gone to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Apart from greeting Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven had not spoken to him at all. However, the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven had spoken to Hualao before and had even invited Hualao to visit the Heavenly Palace of the Purple Revelation Heaven. "You're the Golden Crow Celestial Emperor?" Shiva Nu narrowed his eyes. It was just as Elder Hua had said. When the Heavenly Emperor of the Zichi Heaven returned to the Heavenly Emperor Palace, he had mentioned Elder Hua to Shiva Nu. For this reason, Shiva Nu knew Hualao, the Golden Crow Celestial Emperor, was in the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. "Ah, so you're Hualao. My apologies for my lack of manners." Shiva Nu took a deep breath before he looked at Hualao in a more polite manner. Although both of them were Heavenly Emperors of Devata realms, the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven was not as strong as the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. In fact, to a certain extent, the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven had to curry favor with the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. "Third brother, you and Elder Hua can be said to be friends after a fight. Apologize." Without waiting for Elder Hua to speak, Shiva Nu glanced at Shiva Ping and spoke in an unquestionable tone. Shiva Ping had already told Shiva Nu about the incident. He knew Shiva Ping did not have any enmity with Hualao, the Golden Crow Celestial Emperor. It was just a small conflict. Upon seeing Shiva Ping's reluctance, Shiva Nu said through voice transmission, "I'm not confident I can defeat the Golden Crow Celestial Emperor." Lord Heavenly Emperor said that Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor, is the strongest subordinate of Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor. Third brother, don't blame me for not warning you. You shouldn't offend the Golden Crow Celestial Emperor. A hint of warning could be heard in Shiva Nu's voice as he spoke. Hearing Shiva Nu's words, Shiva Ping was unwilling, but he still took the initiative to apologize to Elder Hua. Elder Hua, I'm sorry. I was wrong in this matter. I hope that you can forgive me. It's useless to apologize to me. Hualao glanced at Shiva Ping indifferently before he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to him. This is the young master of the solitary destructive heaven, the only true disciple of Lord Heavenly Emperor. If you want to apologize, you should apologize to him. Upon hearing Hualao's words, Shiva Nu's expression changed drastically. He had thought his third brother only had a conflict with the Golden Crow Celestial Emperor. He did not expect his third brother would have a conflict with the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Third brother. Shiva Nu took a deep breath and glared at Shiva Ping. This time, there was no need for Shiva Nu to remind him. Shiva Ping's eyes flashed with fear as he bowed and apologized to Duan Lingtian. Young master, I shouldn't have meddled in other people's business. Please forgive me. Since Shiva Ping was so sincere, Duan Lingtian did not make things difficult for them. He nodded and said, "Let's leave it at that." "Thank you, young master," Shiva Ping said apologetically. "Young master, it's rare for you to come to the Purple Revelation Heaven. Why don't you make a trip to the Heavenly Palace of the Purple Revelation Heaven? I'm sure Lord Heavenly Emperor would welcome you with open arms." At this moment, even Hualao thought Duan Lingtian would decline. However, to Hualao's surprise, Duan Lingtian agreed without hesitation. "That's fine. However, I'm afraid we'll have to wait for my mother to deal with the Tuya sect before we can follow you to the Heavenly Palace of the Purple Revelation Heaven." "It's fine. We can wait." Shiva Nu smiled warmly. At the same time, he asked curiously, "Young master, the Tuya sect is only a 6th grade sect. How is it related to your mother?" At the same time, Shiva Ping, who was standing at the side, looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang only has a few in-name disciples, right? His true disciples must be the ones he values the most. They're not inferior to Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword was destroyed. After that, he was forced to enter the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places. It's said that he gave a divine weapon to Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor. This was the reason he wanted to visit the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to Shiva Nu's invitation so readily. Even Hualao was baffled when he agreed to Shiva Nu's invitation. The Purple Revelation Heaven isn't the solitary destructive heaven. The Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven's words are more important than anyone else's. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. That was why he had made such a decision. "Big brother, I'll take my leave first." After arriving at the Purple Revelation Heaven's Heavenly Palace through the transportation formation, Shiva Ping bade farewell to Shiva Nu before he left. He did not even look at Duan Lingtian and the others before he left. However, when he left, his eyes were filled with greed. Alas, no one saw it. The Heavenly Emperor Palace of the Purple Revelation Heaven was located in a desolate wasteland. It was a huge floating island that towered above the clouds. From afar, it looked like a giant beast was crouching there. Lord Nu. From the moment Shiva Nu appeared at the entrance of the Purple Revelation Heaven's Heavenly Palace, the members of the Heavenly Palace addressed him respectfully as Lord Nu. As the strongest titled Celestial Emperor under the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven, Shiva Nu's status in the Heavenly Palace was second only to the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. Whenever the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven was absent, Shiva Nu would make important decisions on behalf of the Heavenly Emperor. Lord Heavenly Emperor lives in the valley ahead. Shiva Nu said. The huge floating island was like a paradise. At this moment, Shiva Nu led Duan Lingtian to a secluded valley on the eastern side of the floating island. At this moment, Duan Rufeng and Li Ro had entered Duan Lingtian's little world. Only Duan Lingtian and Hualao followed Shiva Nu to the heavenly emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven's little world. Hualao, long time no see. As soon as they entered the valley, Duan Lingtian saw a tall and burly figure standing in the only courtyard in the valley. The figure was smiling as he greeted Hualao, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. The figure was an old man who was 1.9 meters tall. He had a buzz cut and was dressed in a golden robe. Based on his appearance, he looked like a nouveau riche on earth. So this is the heavenly emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven, the Tai Yuan Celestial Emperor, Tattoo? During their journey to the Purple Revelation Heaven, Duan Lingtian had learned a lot about the heavenly emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven from Hualao. Lord Tattoo. Elder Hua was very polite in front of a heavenly emperor from a Devata realm like Tattoo. He smiled and bowed before he introduced Elder Hua to Duan Lingtian and Tattoo. Greetings, Heavenly Emperor Tattoo. Duan Lingtian bowed at Tattoo. There's no need to be so courteous, my nephew. You're Feng Qingyang's true disciple. In terms of seniority, you're my junior nephew. If you're willing, you can call me junior uncle. Tattoo laughed heartily. Although Duan Lingtian knew Tattoo was flattering himself, he still had a favor to ask of Tattoo, so he smiled and addressed Tattoo as junior uncle. Junior nephew Duan, it's our first meeting, so I should give you a greeting gift. However, since you're Feng Qingyang's disciple, you should have everything you want. I'm sure you won't lack anything, so I won't embarrass myself. Tattoo smiled and said to Duan Lingtian, how about this? I'll make you a promise. In the future, if you need my help, I'll do my best to help you. Tattoo made such a promise as soon as he opened his mouth. Shiva Nu was shocked. He did not expect his heavenly emperor would be so generous to make such a promise. It was useless for an ordinary person to make such a promise. However, the person who made such a promise was Tattoo, the heavenly emperor who controlled the entire Purple Revelation Heaven. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Tattoo's words. Since Tattoo had said so, he did not have to take the initiative to ask for a favor. Junior Uncle Tattoo, I have something I need your help with. Tattoo was stunned. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to ask for his help as soon as he made a promise. He smiled wryly and said, Junior nephew Duan, although I'm not as strong as your master, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, my promise is still valuable. Are you going to use it like this? Junior Uncle Tattoo, please don't misunderstand. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, I don't think your promise is worthless. Your promise is very important to me. However, there are some things I have to ask for your help with. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his expression turned solemn. Oh? Tattoo looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Junior nephew Duan, it seems like I've misunderstood you. What do you need my help with? Please tell me. Junior Uncle Tattoo, my mother? Under Tattoo's gaze, Duan Lingtian briefly described his mother, Li Ro's situation. Finally, he talked about the Elegant Sect. Although the Elegant Sect is only a grade 7 sect, it's where my mother has lived for a long time. Moreover, my mother has some feelings for the Elegant Sect. Even if the elders and disciples of the Elegant Sect are still around, it's not enough to support a grade 7 sect. Therefore, I'd like to ask Junior Uncle Tattoo to give an order to the sects and clans around the Elegant Sect to take care of the Elegant Sect. There's no need for the Elegant Sect to be promoted to a grade 6 sect. It's fine as long as the Elegant Sect's foundation is preserved. Duan Lingtian said. Although he could make a trip to the major forces around the Elegant Sect and use his powerful martial strength to force them to obey his words and help the Elegant Sect, he could not do anything about it. However, he would not be able to solve the problem once and for all. After all, he was just an outsider to Zi Qitian. If Tattoo gave the order, things would be different. As long as Tattoo was the heavenly emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven, the Elegant Sect would be safe and sound. That's it. Initially, Tattoo thought Duan Lingtian was going to ask him for help. However, he was rendered speechless when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Junior nephew Duan, you're taking this too lightly. Do you really want to use my promise to you for such a small matter? You don't have to go through so much trouble. There's no trouble at all. The transporting formation in the heavenly palace is just ahead. Shiva Nu shook his head. Then, he looked at the gray-clad old man who was leading the way for Duan Lingtian and Hualao. Liu, I'll personally send young palace master and Hualao to them. You can go about your business. Yes, Lord Nu, although the gray-clad old man, Liu, was a titled celestial emperor in the heavenly palace of the Violet Revelation Heaven. His strength was only above average in the heavenly palace of the Violet Revelation Heaven. Naturally, he did not dare to show any disrespect to Shiva Nu, the strongest titled celestial emperor in the heavenly palace of the Violet Revelation Heaven. In the heavenly palace of the Violet Revelation Heaven, apart from the heavenly emperor, Shiva Nu was everyone's superior. After Liu left, Shiva Nu personally brought Duan Ling Tian and Elder Hua to the transportation formation in the Devata realms. He was even more enthusiastic than before. Soon after, Shiva Nu brought Duan Ling Tian and Hualao to the transporting formation in the Violet Revelation Heaven. Two old men were standing guard on the stone platform. They were the guardians of the transporting formation in the heavenly palace of the Purple Revelation Heaven. They were ordinary celestial emperors. After all, it was impossible for titled celestial emperors to be on duty in the transporting formations in the Devata realms. Lord Nu. When the two old men saw Shiva Nu, they bowed to him. Yes. Shiva Nu nodded slightly at the two old men before he looked at Duan Lingtian and Hualao and said with a sigh, Young master, Hualao, I don't know when we'll meet again. Senior Shiva Nu, you can come to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to look for us when you're free. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. However, I won't be in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven for the time being since I have many matters to attend to. However, I'll return once I'm done. We'll be waiting for you at any time. Hualao nodded at Shiva Nu. All right? Shiva Nu nodded. Then, he watched as Duan Lingtian and Hualao landed on the transporting formation in the Violet Revelation Heaven. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Elder Hua landed on the stone platform, Shiva Nu seemed to have sensed something and said, Both of you? Please wait. Shiva Nu interrupted Duan Lingtian and Hualao, who were about to leave the transporting formation in the Violet Revelation Heaven. Gentlemen, I just received a message from the Lord Heavenly Emperor. Shiva Nu frowned slightly as he looked at the two old men. HM? Duan Lingtian and Hualao looked at Shiva Nu curiously. Hualao. After a moment, Shiva Nu landed on the transporting formation in the Violet Revelation Heaven. He looked at Hualao and said, Hualao, the Lord Heavenly Emperor has sent me a message saying that he forgot to give you something. He wants you to pass it to Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. I told the Lord Heavenly Emperor that I'll pass it to you, but he said it's inconvenient for me to pass it to you. Hualao, are you going to personally pass it to him? Shiva Nu asked. HM? Hualao frowned slightly when he heard Shiva Nu's words. This was too sudden. Moreover, what could the Heavenly Emperor of the Violet Revelation Heaven give to the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? Hualao, you should go. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. It's not too far away. It'll only take you a dozen breaths. Junior Uncle Tattoo is a good person. Don't keep him waiting. All right. Elder Hua glanced at Duan Lingtian before nodding. Then, he turned into a ball of fire and disappeared into the distance in just a blink of an eye. Just as Elder Hua's figure disappeared into the distance, Shiva's eyes suddenly narrowed. In the next moment, bang, bang. Two loud explosions rang in the air as the two celestial emperors guarding the transporting formation in the Violet Revelation Heaven near Duan Lingtian exploded. Strangely enough, vitality could be felt from their bodies. The vitality did not come from the two celestial emperors, but from the power that killed them. The law of life. Meanwhile, boom, rumble. A series of explosions rang in the air as a towering tree appeared around Duan Lingtian, and enveloped Duan Lingtian. However, at this moment, the towering tree seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Barf! Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood before he asked in a deep voice, "Senior Shiva Nu, what are you doing? You won't be able to escape even if you kill me. At that time, not only will my master, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, but even Heavenly Emperor Tattoo from the Purple Revelation Heaven won't let you go." Duan Lingtian's voice grew weaker as he said, "I'm curious, why did you send Hualao away to kill me? Why do you hate me?" Ha ha ha. Shiva Nu laughed when he heard Duan Lingtian's weak voice. "Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to be so quick to dodge my attack." "Shiva Nu, open your eyes and take a good look at who I am." As soon as Shiva Nu finished speaking, his fat body began to contort and shrink. In just a few moments, he had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Whether it was his body or his appearance, the person who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian was no stranger to Duan Lingtian. It was Shiva Ping. He should not have appeared in the Purple Revelation Heaven's Heavenly Emperor Palace. Shiva Ping had left the Purple Revelation Heaven's Heavenly Emperor Palace before Duan Lingtian, Hualao and Shiva Nu entered the Purple Revelation Heaven's Heavenly Emperor Palace. Now he was here. "I didn't expect it to be you." When Shiva Ping's true appearance appeared, Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect Shiva Ping to have such a method to transform into Shiva Nu. He could not see any flaws in Shiva's Nu from the inside out. Otherwise, do you think my big brother would kill you? He has no enmity with you." Shiva Ping chuckled. "Why do you want to kill me?" Duan Lingtian asked in a low voice. "Of course, it's for the divine artifact on you." Shiva Ping smiled coldly. Immediately, his celestial origin energy roared out, fused with the law of life, and rushed toward Duan Lingtian. The violent aura of life wreaked havoc in the void. "Brat, if it wasn't for time, I would have tortured you slowly. Now go to hell." Chapter 3406. Whoosh! Whoosh! The law of life was similar to the law of wood in that it could heal injuries. However, it could also be used to harm or kill people. Now that Shiva Ping had made his move, the silhouette of a strange snake-like plant appeared around him. It was green in color and had long thorns all over its body. His law of life was infused with his celestial origin energy, and it emitted a sharp aura. When it shot toward Duan Lingtian, it turned into tens of thousands of saber rays that were about to engulf Duan Lingtian's godly idol Dharma body and Duan Lingtian. At this moment, all of a sudden, boom! Rumble! Just as Shiva Ping's attack was about to touch the Pine Willow Divine Tree, bursts of burning flames appeared in front of the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image, blocking Shiva Ping's ferocious attack. The flame was monstrous, and the momentum was terrifying. Shiva Ping's expression changed drastically when he saw the figure in the flame. It was an old man in a fiery red robe who seemed to have become one with the flame. Why is he here? Didn't he leave? The person who had appeared in front of the Pine Willow Divine Tree and blocked Shiva Ping's attack was none other than the Golden Crow Celestial Emperor, Hualao. In Shiva Ping's opinion, this person was not supposed to be here. This person should have been sent away by him. Hualao! I thought it was Shiva Nu who was trying to do something. I didn't expect it to be Shiva Ping instead. When Hualao blocked Shiva Ping's attack, Duan Lingtian's voice sounded again. He was full of energy and did not look injured at all. The next moment, Shiva Ping saw the towering tree disappear, and a young man in purple stood there, unharmed. He was looking at Shiva Ping with a mocking expression. "Are you curious why Hualao didn't leave?" Duan Lingtian looked at Shiva Ping and asked. As Shiva Ping's expression darkened, Duan Lingtian continued. "Earlier, when you said that Celestial Emperor Tattoo had sent you a message and asked you to bring Hualao over, I was thinking, even if Celestial Emperor Tattoo wanted to send a message, he would have sent it to the person who brought us here. There's no way he would have sent it to you. In the eyes of Celestial Emperor Tattoo, you've already left the Purple Revelation Heaven's Heavenly Emperor Palace on his orders. At that time, I felt that something was wrong. so I asked Hualao to pretend to leave and hide nearby. I wanted to see what you wanted to do by sending him away. Never would I have thought that you would actually want to kill me. Of course, I originally thought that it was Shiva Nu who sent Hualao away. But I didn't expect that Shiva Nu was just an illusion created by you. A flawless illusion. Really impressive. That must be your innate ability, right? Duan Lingtian could tell that Shiva Ping wasn't human, but a plant life form. He was most likely one of those plants that specialized in illusions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to impersonate Shiva Nu so well. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a hint of mockery could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Shiva Ping. Shiva Ping's expression darkened. He finally realized that there was a flaw in his performance earlier. Without any hesitation, Shiva Ping's eyes flashed. Then, he turned into a plant that looked like the shadow he had just shown and fled into the distance. He was like a long, emerald green dragon that left a green light in its wake. Trying to escape, Hualao sneered. With a wave of his hand, the Seven Treasures Jewel Pagoda flew out and caught up to Shiva Ping at an even faster speed. Then it grabbed him by the waist and suppressed him. Bang! Shiva Ping crashed to the ground. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from the Seven Treasures Jewel Pagoda. Young Palace Master, I was just joking with you. Spare me. Spare me. Please. Shiva Ping begged Duan Lingtian for mercy when he saw he couldn't break free from the Seven Treasures Jewel Pagoda. Now, he obviously knew that if he didn't admit defeat and beg for mercy, then he would die for sure. Didn't you want the Devata artifact in my possession? Duan Lingtian said mockingly. What? You don't want it anymore? Young Palace Master, I was just joking. Shiva Ping said. Why do you think I have a Devata artifact in my possession? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. After Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang came out of the Azura Hell, it's obvious he obtained more than one Devata artifact. He even gave one to Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor. This isn't a secret in the Devata realms. Even my elder brother said the Lord Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven thinks Feng Qingyang must have obtained more than 2 Devata artifacts in the Azura Hell. Of course, I'm not sure. However, I think if Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang obtained the 3rd Devata artifact, he would definitely give it to you, his only true disciple. Shiva Ping said cooperatively. I see. A faint smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as he said, So, you're tempted by the 7 Treasures Jewel Pagoda? Young Palace Master, please spare me. Please spare me, young Palace Master. Shiva Ping begged. He could sense the killing intent in Hualao's eyes when he controlled the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. Shiva Ping, I'm afraid you don't know. Although I'm the true disciple of Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, I haven't seen him in person, right? Without seeing him in person, he can't give me the Devata artifact even if he wants to. Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile on his face. When Duan Lingtian's words entered Shiva Ping's ears, it was like a bolt from the blue, and it made him feel that his risk was so laughable. He thought he had a chance to obtain the Devata artifact, but not only had his plan failed, but Shiva Ping also told him that he hadn't seen Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang in person. Young Palace Master, you can't kill me. If you kill me, my big brother won't let you off. Shiva Ping cried out. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard Shiva Ping's words. Is that so? Hualao, since he wants to see his big brother's attitude, let's take him to Heavenly Emperor Tattoo. I'd like to see how Heavenly Emperor Tattoo plans to deal with him. Duan Lingtian said to Hualao. Following that, Duan Lingtian and Elder Hua went to see Tattoo, the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. Tattoo was slightly taken aback by their sudden return. Martial Uncle Tattoo. In just a few words, Duan Lingtian explained the entire sequence of events. Instantly, Tattoo's face darkened. Your Majesty, please spare my life. I was blinded by greed. Lord Heavenly Emperor, please spare my life on account of my elder brother's many years of loyalty to you. Shiva Ping repeatedly kowtowed and begged for mercy in front of the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. Tattoo ignored Shiva Ping's pleas. After a while, he said indifferently, "I've sent a message to your big brother, Shiva Nu. He said you'll have to take responsibility for the trouble you've caused. He said he's done enough cleaning up your mess over the years. Now that you've offended the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he won't be able to protect you." As soon as he finished speaking, Shiva Ping's eyes were filled with despair. Celestial Emperor Tattoo didn't make a move, but Shiva Ping's body was surrounded by a strange black mist. Then, as the black mist fell, Shiva Ping turned into a pool of blood, leaving only a storage ring lying there quietly. "Junior nephew Duan, are you satisfied with what I've done?" Tattoo asked with a smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "Thank you, Martial Uncle Tattoo." Duan Lingtian thanked Tattoo. Just as Duan Lingtian and Hualao were about to leave, Tattoo said, "Junior nephew Duan, Shiva Nu won't take Shiva Ping's death to heart. In fact, they're not blood-related brothers. Shiva Nu merely treated Shiva Ping as his brother after spending so much time together. All these years, Shiva Ping had offended many people because Shiva Nu was the strongest titled celestial emperor under my command. In the end, Shiva Nu had to clean up after him. This time, the execution of Shiva Ping was Shiva Nu's idea. Therefore, please don't vent your anger on Shiva Nu because of Shiva Ping." Tattoo defended Shiva's Nu. "Don't worry, Martial Uncle Tattoo. I'm not the type to vent my anger on others." Duan Lingtian shook his head and said with a smile. After bidding farewell to Heavenly Emperor Tattoo, Duan Lingtian and Hualao left the Purple Revelation Heaven through the transporting formation in the Heavenly Palace of the Purple Revelation Heaven. Duan Lingtian had spent a lot of time in the Purple Revelation Heaven. However, there was nothing he could do. After all, Duan Lingtian's mother, Li Ro, cared too much about the elegant sect. Based on Duan Lingtian's understanding of his mother, he was certain Li Ro would not let go of the elegant sect so easily. Although Li Ro did not say anything about it, Duan Lingtian could feel the weight on her shoulders had been lifted off her shoulders. She had asked Tattoo, the heavenly emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven, to help with the matters of the elegant sect. It was obvious Li Ro was much more relaxed than before. Let's continue looking for them. After leaving the Purple Revelation Heaven, Duan Lingtian and Elder Hua continued to travel to the Devata realms to search for the person he was looking for. Little Fei Nian Tian, Xuanai, and junior sister Mui, which Devata realms are you in? Currently, as Duan Lingtian found more and more people, he had a better understanding of the situation of his friends and family. Apart from the few people he had found in Kerr who was still in the Divine Offering Land, Li Fei, Duan Yentian, Han Xuanai, and Mui Yi were the only ones who were still alive. The others were dead. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was eager to find the few of them who were still alive as soon as possible lest something happened to them again. Duan Lingtian broke out in cold sweat when he heard about Li Ro. "Elder brother Duan, I have a response from senior sister Mui Yi." After visiting another 10 Devata realms, Feng Tianwu's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. His eyes lit up immediately. Currently, Duan Lingtian was in a Devata realm called the Luo River Heaven. Where's junior sister Mui Yi? Although Mui Yi was not younger than him, she was the junior sister of Duan Lingtian, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. As for Feng Tianwu, the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, she had to address Mui Yi, the successor of the Prophet progeny, as senior sister. End of chapter. Chapter 3407. Mui Yi, the successor of the Prophet progeny, the second absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect in the Saint Province realm, was a heaven-defying Tao cultivator. In the past, she was brought to the Divine Offering Land by Yun Qingyan from the Yun clan along with Duan Lingtian's family and friends. After that, she was sent back to the mundane realm by Xiajia, the third master of the Xia clan. However, Mui Yi did not return to the Saint Province realm. Instead, she was sent to another mundane realm. With her strength and her innate talent after being baptized by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Divine Offering Land, she was able to ascend to the Luo River heaven in the Devata realm without a hitch. Mu Yi rose to prominence in the Luo River heaven. No matter where she went, she was regarded as a prodigy. Currently, she was the prodigy of the Luo River sect, a heaven-grade force in the Luo River heaven. The Luo River sect was a heaven-grade force and the strongest force in the Luo River heaven. Even the heavenly palace of the Luo River heaven was located in the Luo River sect. The Luo River sect had always been affiliated with the heavenly palace of the Luo River heaven. The heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven, the master of the heavenly palace of the Luo River heaven, would be the sect leader of the Luo River sect. For this reason, the Luo River sect had a transcendent status in the Luo River heaven. The Luo River sect's status in the Luo River heaven was similar to the Qilin clan status in the 10,000 Beasts heaven. The only difference was that the Qilin clan and the heavenly palace of the 10,000 Beasts heaven were separate. On the other hand, the Luo River sect and the heavenly palace of the Luo River heaven were one entity. Junior sister Yi. Mu Yi was a four-phenomenon celestial lord and a disciple of the Saint Girl of the Luo River sect. The Saint Girl of the Luo River sect was the daughter of the current clan leader of the Luo River heaven, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. When Duan Lingtian saw Mu Yi again, he almost could not recognize her. Senior Duan. At this moment, Mu Yi was dressed in a white robe that was whiter than snow. Her aura was cold and unapproachable. She gave Duan Lingtian a feeling as though she was not Mu Yi but someone else. Moreover, when Mu Yi greeted Duan Lingtian, Mu Yi, her voice was cold and distant. She was unlike the Mu Yi in the past. In the past, although Mu Yi was not very passionate, she was still very friendly to Duan Lingtian. Looks like she has changed a lot in the past 300 years, Duan Lingtian secretly thought. Yi Heaven's sect. Duan Lingtian was just about to tell Mu Yi that he planned to bring her away with him and give her a better cultivation environment. Although Mu Yi had changed a little, he believed her nature was still the same. Heaven's God of heavens, heaven, heaven God, heaven, heaven, divine, 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 heaven, divine, heaven, divine, heaven, divine, heaven, divine, heaven. And apart from the divine tree of life, there were also the 5 divine elements and the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world. It would be disastrous for him if he was exposed. If Mu Yi was the same as before, he wouldn't be so wary of her. But now, he couldn't help but be wary of her. Senior brother Duan. Who's this? Mu Yi interrupted Duan Lingtian before he could finish speaking. Her gaze fell on Hualao, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian. This is Hualao. Duan Lingtian introduced Mu Yi to Hualao. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly when he saw Mu Yi. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Young master, I can sense 2 soul auras on your junior sister. 2 soul auras? What do you mean? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission. What do you mean? It seems like the possession isn't complete. Hualao replied. Possession. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. He had heard about possession when he was in the mundane realm. In fact, he had almost been possessed by the reincarnation Emperor Wu when his soul had first transmigrated to the Saint Province realm from the Yen Huang realm. At that time, the rebirth martial emperor had gone for wool and come home shorn because his soul did not belong to the Saint Province realm. Due to this reason, the rebirth martial emperor had gone for wool and come home shorn. Duan Lingtian had accepted all of Duan Lingtian's memories, allowing him to progress smoothly. Although the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories had gradually lost their effect, the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories had helped Duan Lingtian a lot. It was the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories that had helped Duan Lingtian build a strong foundation. In the Devata realms, it's not that easy to possess a celestial soul, right? Even if a celestial emperor wants to possess a heavenly celestial, the heavenly celestial would have to destroy his own body to prevent the celestial emperor from possessing him, right? Moreover, in the Devata realms, it's said that even if one succeeds, one's cultivation base will remain stagnant. For this reason, unless it's a last resort, very few people would attempt possession. Duan Lingtian expressed his doubts through voice transmission. Indeed, Hualao replied through voice transmission. However, I feel that way. Tian Wu, why haven't you come out yet? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian recalled that Feng Tianwu had contacted Mu Yi and arranged for her to meet them outside the Luo River sect. However, Feng Tianwu did not seem to have any intention of coming out. Elder brother Duan, I don't know if I'm mistaken, but I have a feeling that senior sister Mu Yi is a little strange. Not just now, even when we were talking, she gave me the feeling that she was a completely different person. Feng Tianwu said. This was why Feng Tianwu did not come out to meet Mu Yi. She felt that Mu Yi was not the same Mu Yi as before. The current Mu Yi gave her a very unfamiliar feeling. For this reason, Feng Tianwu hesitated to leave Duan Lingtian's little world and reunite with Mu Yi. Duan Lingtian glanced at Mu Yi. It was not difficult to see the joy in her eyes when she saw him and Tianwu again. Duan Lingtian's heart sank immediately. Could it be that junior sister Mu Yi's body had been possessed? Young master, I suggest we bring her away. I can feel the faint soul aura in her body. It should belong to her. Moreover, the other soul didn't destroy her soul. It's more like it's assimilating her soul. Hualao said. Assimilating her soul? Duan Lingtian frowned. That's right. Assimilating her soul. Elder Hua nodded. By assimilating her soul, you'll be able to inherit all of her memories. Moreover, this way you'll be able to perfectly take over her body without any side effects. However, I'm afraid not everyone is capable of such a feat, even among titled celestial emperors. It's rare to find someone capable of such a feat. A hint of dread could be heard in Hualao's voice when he finished speaking. Then, let's bring her away, Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. Based on the current situation, Mu Yi did not seem to be in any danger. However, it would not be a small matter if her soul was possessed. All right, Hualao replied as he restrained Mu Yi. Then, he brought her and Duan Lingtian away from the Luo River sect's monastery. The disciples guarding the entrance of the Luo River sect were stunned when they saw this. When they regained their senses, their expressions changed drastically. Junior sister Mu Yi has been taken away. Quick, inform the elders. Quick, tell the elders to inform the saint girl. If anything happens to junior sister Mu Yi, the saint girl will kill us all. While the Luo River sect's monastery was in chaos, Duan Lingtian and Hualao had already teleported to another Devata realm through the transportation formation. For safety reasons, they returned to the heavenly palace in the solitary destructive heaven. Senior Duan, what are you doing? After returning to the heavenly palace, Hualao finally released Mu Yi from his restraints. Since Mu Yi was unconscious, she did not know where she was. However, when she saw the unfamiliar surroundings, she knew Duan Lingtian had taken her away from the Luo River sect. Who are you? Why did you possess junior sister Mu Yi? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he looked at Mu Yi coldly. Senior Duan, what are you talking about? What do you mean by possessed? Mu Yi was stunned for a moment. She frowned and asked, but in the depths of her eyes, there was an imperceptible trace of panic that flashed past. Although it was only for a moment, it was still discovered by Duan Lingtian, who was extremely observant. Hualao, how do we deal with this situation? Duan Lingtian asked Hualao. In his opinion, since Hualao had asked Mu Yi to take Mu Yi away, he must know what to do next. I've already sent a message to Heavenly Emperor Han Yun. He's skilled in soul attacks. He should be able to deal with this, Hualao said. Not long after Elder Hua's words left his mouth, a middle-aged man with a medium build and a head of messy dark green hair flew over from afar. Heavenly Emperor Han Yun, Mo He, greets the young master. The middle-aged man bowed to Duan Lingtian. His disheveled dark green hair fluttered in the absence of wind like numerous dark green pythons dancing in the wind. Duan Lingtian only glanced at his hair, and he could not help but lose his mind. Senior Mo He. Duan Lingtian quickly returned the greeting. At the same time, he said, Hualao must have told you about this, right? Yes. Mo He nodded as he looked at Mu Yi. His eyes shone with a green light as a powerful soul energy shot toward Mu Yi along with his divine consciousness. I don't care who you are. If you dare to mess around, my mother won't let you off. Mu Yi's expression changed drastically when she saw Mo He's soul energy. She glared at Mo He as she said, "My mother is the sect leader of the Luo River sect, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven." The heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven? Her mother? Mo He was frightened by Mu Yi's words. He had no choice but to stop attacking. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and Hualao curiously. "You finally admit it?" Duan Lingtian sneered as he looked at Mu Yi. To be more precise, he looked at Mu Yi who was being controlled by another soul. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 3408. The sect leader of the Luo River sect, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, gave birth to a pair of twins. One of the twin sisters was the current holy maiden of the Luo River sect, while the other was the owner of Mu Yi's soul that had taken over her body. After the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven gave birth to the twins, the younger sister's body was severely damaged and could not possibly survive. However, she still forcibly extracted her younger daughter's soul and placed it in her eldest daughter's body. Although she claimed to have only one daughter, the truth was that her eldest daughter had two daughters' souls in her eldest daughter's body. Naturally, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven would not allow her eldest daughter to possess her youngest daughter's body. However, before she could find a suitable body for her youngest daughter's soul could only remain in her eldest daughter's body. For many years, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven had yet to find a suitable body for her youngest daughter. It was only when Mu Yi entered the Luo River sect that the saint girl of the Luo River sect took a liking to and accepted her as a disciple that many disciples of the Luo River sect envied. After all, the saint girl of the Luo River sect had never accepted a disciple before. Although the Luo River sect had a sect leader, since the sect leader was the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, the saint girl of the Luo River sect was in charge of all matters in the sect. The saint girl was equivalent to the acting sect leader. Her status in the Luo River sect was second only to the sect leader. All the titled celestial emperors in the Luo River sect obeyed the saint girl of the Luo River sect. Mu Yi was unaware that she was targeted by the saint girl of the Luo River sect. The saint girl of the Luo River sect wanted her twin sister to possess Mu Yi's body. Since the saint girl of the Luo River sect wanted to possess Mu Yi's body, the saint girl of the Luo River sect had taken great care of Mu Yi. When Mu Yi let her guard down and did not think the saint girl of the Luo River sect would harm her, the saint girl of the Luo River sect ordered Mu Yi to possess Mu Yi's body. In fact, Mu Yi did not even have the strength to resist. Soul return in 100 years. I'll be able to completely assimilate her soul, possess her body, and merge with her memories to become her. The saint girl of Luo River sect was called Feng Jian Yu while her twin sister was called Feng Jian Shui. At this moment, Feng Jian Shui's heart was filled with unwillingness and panic. If she had known that she would be seen through, she wouldn't have followed Mu Yi's memories and walked out of the Luo River sect to meet Mu Yi's so-called senior martial brother. She never thought that she would be taken away as soon as they met. Furthermore, he was taken away after being knocked unconscious. When Feng Jian Shui woke up, she found herself in a completely unfamiliar place. Mu Yi's senior brother, Duan Lingtian, had also found an expert who specialized in soul attacks. The strength of this powerhouse was extremely strong. Just by approaching her soul, she felt an extremely terrifying pressure, pressuring her soul to the point that it was on the verge of collapse. Although Duan Lingtian's twin sister was a titled celestial emperor, Duan Lingtian's soul did not grow as fast as her twin sister's soul. Her sister's soul was now at the 9 Palaces celestial emperor level. On the other hand, her soul was only at the level of a 10 Directions celestial lord. She was much weaker than her sister. You finally admit it. Duan Lingtian sneered as he looked at Mu Yi. In other words, the person before him was no longer Mu Yi. She was merely a person who had inherited part of Mu Yi's memories. Mu Yi was his junior martial sister. She was the successor of the 7 Absolutes sect's second absolute, the Prophet progeny. Even if Mu Yi was in trouble, he would not just stand by and do nothing. Moreover, he was also partly responsible for Mu Yi's predicament. If it were not for him, Mu Yi would not have been taken to the divine offering land in the realms of gods. Mu Yi's life had changed because of that incident. If Mu Yi had not been taken to the divine offering land, she would not have been in the Luo River sect. After all, the Luo River sect valued disciples based on their innate talent and comprehension ability. The reason Mu Yi had grown so quickly and was even accepted as a disciple by the Luo River sect saintess was because of her innate talent and comprehension ability that had undergone a complete transformation after experiencing the baptism of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the world of divine offering. Duan Ling Tian, Mu Yi said after taking a deep breath. Mu Yi took a deep breath, and her expression softened slightly. Mu Yi's soul has almost been completely fused with by me. Even if I leave her body now, she won't be able to receive it in one piece, and she might even lose her intelligence. I know she's your junior martial sister. How about this? If you don't touch me and send me back to the Luo River sect, I'll pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, my sister and my mother will find out sooner or later that you're behind this. Before I left the Luo River sect, I sent a message to my sister and told her what I was going to do. At the same time, I told her about you, Duan Lingtian, Mu Yi's senior martial brother from the Seven Absolutes sect in the Saint Province realm. Mu Yi's words were laced with a hint of threat. You won't be able to return in one piece. You won't be able to return in one piece. Duan Lingtian looked at Mo He skeptically. She's telling the truth. Mo He nodded. His expression was solemn as he said, it's obvious most of the other soul has been assimilated. Even if the remaining soul accepts this body, there will be many problems. It's basically impossible for it to return to its original state. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened. His eyes flashed fiercely as he said in a deep voice, what if I ask her to devour the soul that has taken over her body? Ha 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 ha. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Mu Yi laughed. It's useless. Her soul doesn't have the ability to devour my soul. Even if it does, I won't let her have her way. Duan Lingtian, you only have one choice now. Send me back to the Luo River sect. That way, you'll be able to form a good relationship with me. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can look for me in the Luo River sect. My sister is a leftover disciple of the Luo River sect. My mother is the sect leader of the Luo River sect, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. It's your fortune to be able to form a good relationship with me. Ordinary people don't have the chance to form such a good relationship with me. Mu Yi looked at Duan Lingtian. Based on her expression, it was as though she had Duan Lingtian in the bag. Naturally, she was only saying this to placate Duan Lingtian. She had already made up her mind. Once Duan Lingtian sent her back to the Luo River Heaven and the Luo River sect, she would definitely kill Duan Lingtian. Once they arrived at the Luo River sect, Duan Lingtian's life would be in the palm of her hand. Earlier, after Mu Yi had regained consciousness, she had secretly sent a few messages to her sister. However, there was no response. She had also sent messages to her mother and the others, but there was still no response. Under such circumstances, she knew she had been taken away from the Luo River Heaven. Currently, she was no longer in the Luo River Heaven. Junior sister Mu Yi. Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely unsightly. Initially, he thought it was a good thing that his junior sister Mu Yi was still alive. He did not expect her to be in a state worse than death. Moreover, there was no way he could save her now. Earlier, Hualao had told him about Mo He's ability. Even in the Devata realms, Mo He's attainments in soul attacks were one of the best. Even a godly being can't save her? Duan Lingtian asked Mo He through voice transmission. Young master, it's useless even if a godly being makes a move. Her soul is damaged and it's irreversible. Mo He replied through voice transmission. All right, Duan Lingtian replied. When he looked at Mu Yi again, he enunciated each word clearly as he said, since we can't save junior sister Mu Yi, we'll just have to destroy the soul that's currently occupying her body. Even if junior sister Mu Yi's soul isn't sentient after taking over her body, at least she'll still be alive. Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Mu Yi's expression changed drastically. Do you know what you're doing? You're murdering the daughter of the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. My beloved daughter. If you dare to kill me, you'll be finished, and the people around you will be finished as well, Mu Yi said sternly. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, He smiled bitterly. Young master, are you sure you want to do this? If what she said is true, she's the daughter of the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. Killing the daughter of a heavenly emperor was undoubtedly a crazy thing to do. Although the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven was not as strong as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he was still hesitant. Senior He, go ahead and do it. I'll bear the consequences. Hualao can bear witness to this, Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Hualao. Hualao looked at He and said, He, let's do it. She's just the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. Even if she knows the young master is behind this, there's nothing she can do. Upon hearing Hualao's words, He no longer hesitated. His soul energy surged out of his body and shrouded Mu Yi. In an instant, Mu Yi's face began to distort. She appeared exceptionally sinister. After a short moment, her eyes began to flicker with a demonic light. Ah! Mu Yi's screams of pain and misery came out of her mouth, making one's hair stand on end. Duan Lingtian, who are you? Mu Yi asked Duan Lingtian reluctantly as she cried. Based on Elder Hua's words, she could tell Duan Lingtian was not simple. Based on Mu Yi's memories, Duan Lingtian was only the Duan Lingtian in the Saint Province realm. This is the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Hualao said, Young master is the only true disciple of our Lord Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 3409. What? Why you're the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Although Mu Yi was in pain, she was still shocked by Elder Hua's words. She stared at Duan Lingtian as though she was in a daze. After a while, Mu Yi felt her soul was about to collapse. She cried out, Duan Lingtian, I know the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven is stronger than my mother, but do you know who my father is? My father. Before Mu Yi could finish her sentence, her soul was completely destroyed by He. Since He was a titled celestial emperor who specialized in soul attacks, it was easy for him to destroy Feng Jian Shui's soul. After all, Feng Jian Shui's soul was only a 10 directions celestial lord. It took him so long to destroy Feng Jian Shui's soul because he had to protect Mu Yi's soul. If he did not have to worry about that, he could easily destroy Feng Jian Shui and Mu Yi's souls with just a thought. All right. Mu Yi's eyes dimmed when He withdrew his hand. Then, a hint of light returned to her eyes. However, when she looked at He, her eyes were dull and lifeless. Who are you? Mu Yi looked at Duan Lingtian and his two companions with a hint of fear in her eyes. She looked like a 3-year-old girl who was frightened by the twang of a bow. Although Duan Lingtian had mentally prepared himself, his heart still sank when he saw Mu Yi's reaction. In his mind, junior apprentice sister Mu Yi appeared. Her elegant demeanor was completely different from the person in front of him. Hualao, are you sure that woman's soul has been destroyed? Duan Lingtian asked Hualao. Yes. Hualao nodded. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and contacted Feng Tianwu in his small world. Tianwu, I'm afraid I'll need you to take care of and guide junior sister Mu Yi for a while. The current Mu Yi was like a little girl who wasn't very sensible and needed guidance. As the person who was most familiar with Mu Yi, Feng Tianwu was undoubtedly the best choice. Elder brother Duan, leave it to me. Feng Tianwu had also witnessed what had happened just now with her own eyes. Now, when she responded, her tone was also a little heavy and trembling. She used to be so elegant and beautiful, but now, she seemed to have lost her intelligence. After Tianwu brought Mu Yi into his little world, Duan Lingtian looked at Mo He and thanked him repeatedly. Senior Mo He, thank you for your help. Young master, you're too polite. It's Mo's honor to be able to help you. Mo He smiled. Senior Mo He, please don't tell anyone about this. When Duan Lingtian recalled the words of the woman who had taken over Mu Yi's body earlier, he knew he had to be extra careful. He even hoped that the woman's mother, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, would not come looking for him so soon. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for her to find the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. After all, the other party only knew his name at most. She only knew his name, but she did not know which Devata realm he was in or where he was. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Don't worry, young master. I won't tell anyone about this. Mo He hurriedly replied. What a joke. If the woman whose soul he had destroyed was not lying, she was the daughter of the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. The heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was not afraid of the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. However, he was only an ordinary titled celestial emperor in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. If the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven found out he had killed her daughter, he would most likely die. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Even if news of this spreads, I'll say I'm the one who destroyed her soul. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Mo He sighed in relief. At the same time, he was even more certain that he could not tell anyone about this. It would be best if he acted as though nothing had happened. After Mo He left, Duan Lingtian looked at Hualao and asked, Hualao, based on her words, it seems like her father is not as simple as he seems. Do you know who the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven's two daughters are? Duan Lingtian asked. I don't know. Hualao shook his head. He was not privy to such gossip. I can ask the others about this, but it's not appropriate for me to ask now. You mustn't ask. Duan Lingtian hastily stopped Duan Lingtian. If you ask now, it'll only hasten the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven's arrival. Senior Feng Qingyang hasn't returned yet. If she comes, it'll be difficult for us to deal with her. She'll come? Hualao was taken aback. Then he shook his head and smiled. She doesn't have the guts to do that. Unless she really cares about her daughter and wants to avenge her at all costs. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to completely fall out with His Majesty. At most, she would just hold him accountable. She'll only blame Lord Heavenly Emperor for this, Hualao said. Naturally, Hualao's words were based on the premise that the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven was weaker than Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Otherwise, all of this would just be Elder Hua's hypothesis without any evidence, and it would not be valid. In the Luo River Heaven, after Mu Yi was abducted, the entire Luo River sect was in an uproar. As the leader of the Luo River sect, the saint girl of the Luo River sect, Feng Jianyu, personally left the sect to search for Mu Yi. Alas, all the powerhouses in the Luo River sect searched for Mu Yi's whereabouts, but to no avail. Where did that Duan Lingtian take my sister? Feng Jianyu, the saint girl of the Luo River sect, asked. She was dressed in a silver robe and was surrounded by a faint white light. There were two old women standing behind Feng Jianyu. One of them was dressed in a loose white robe while the other was dressed in a loose black robe. Both of them exuded a cold aura. All of a sudden, swoosh, Feng Jianyu's expression changed drastically. Just a moment ago, she subconsciously glanced at the space in her storage ring again, only to discover that a soul bead that had been intact a quarter of an hour ago was now shattered. Of the two soul orbs that were placed next to each other, one was broken while the other was intact. Sister. Feng Jianyu's pupils shrank as her heart trembled. The shattered soul pearl belonged to her younger sister, Feng Jianshui. Apart from her mother and a few close friends, she was the only one who knew about Feng Jianshui's existence. My sister is dead? Mu Yi's soul pearl is intact. Did Duan Lingtian, Mu Yi's senior brother, discover that Mu Yi's body had been possessed and destroyed his sister's soul before returning her body to Mu Yi? A terrifying murderous aura surged out of Feng Jianyu's body as she thought to herself. Her eyes shone with killing intent as though she was about to devour someone. Saint girl. The two old women standing behind Feng Jianyu were shocked as well. Did something happen to Miss Yi? Although they were titled Celestial Emperors in the Luo River sect, they were unaware that Feng Jianyu had a younger sister and another daughter of the sect leader of the Luo River sect. Elders, please continue to search for the person who kidnapped Mu Yi. I'll return to the sect to see my mother. After Feng Jianyu said this, she left in a flash, as if she had disappeared into thin air. Feng Jianyu returned to the Luo River sect. The Heavenly Emperor Palace of the Luo River Heavenly Palace was located in the Luo River sect's territory. However, it was located in a secluded area and was considered a forbidden area. Without permission, no elders or disciples of the Luo River sect were allowed to enter. Mother. When Feng Jianyu found her mother, Situ Zhuqing, the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven, Situ Zhuqing was in closed-door cultivation to comprehend profundities. A mansion stood on top of the vast stone platform. It was Situ Zhuqing's residence. Situ Zhuqing usually lived in this place. Situ Zhuqing, who was cultivating in her room, opened her eyes when she heard her eldest daughter's anxious voice. She immediately rushed out of her room. Why are you so anxious? What happened? Situ Zhuqing knew her daughter very well. She was usually calm and collected, and it was rare for her to lose her composure like this. Now that she saw her daughter losing her composure, she knew something must have happened in the Luo River sect. Moreover, it was most likely something that she had to deal with. Mother! Upon seeing Situ Zhuqing, Feng Jianyu immediately knelt down and lowered her head. Please punish me. What's wrong? Situ Zhuqing's frown deepened. Mother, it's my fault for not taking good care of little sister. Please punish me, Feng Jianyu said as her body trembled. Situ Zhuqing's expression changed drastically. At the same time, she subconsciously glanced at the soul bead of her youngest daughter, Feng Jianshui. She discovered that the soul bead had shattered. No. Situ Zhuqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Although she tried her best to suppress her voice so only her daughter could hear her, a terrifying aura surged out of her body and struck Feng Jianyu. Feng Jianyu had no choice but to circulate her celestial origin energy to defend herself. The storm came out of nowhere. Then, like a shower, it disappeared. After losing her composure, Situ Zhuqing's expression returned to normal. However, her expression was still cold as she asked in a deep voice, Speak! What happened? Why did Shuer die? Didn't she already possess Mu Yi's body? Didn't I ask you to keep an eye on her and not let her leave the Luo River sect? As she spoke, Situ Zhuqing's tone turned cold and stern. There was no lack of reproach in her tone. In the depths of her eyes, there was an ice-cold killing intent that seemed to shoot out from her eyes. Her face seemed to be covered with a thick layer of ice. The second possibility is that the seal on Shuer's soul was lifted. However, since Shuer is no longer in the Luo River Heaven, I wouldn't be able to receive her message. Feng Jianyu continued to speak. Investigate. You must find out who he is. Situ Zizhu said coldly, If you can't find any clues in the Devata realms, send someone to the mundane realm called the Saint Province realm. Find Duan Lingtian's descendants and kill all of them. If you can't find out who he is, kill all the living beings in the Saint Province realm. All the living beings in the Saint Province realm should feel honored to be buried with my daughter. As she spoke, Situ Zizhu's voice became colder and colder. Even though Feng Jianyu was her daughter, she was so cold that she did not even dare to breathe. Mother, I'll send someone to investigate Duan Lingtian. Feng Jianyu's eyes flashed fiercely as she said, If you can't find out who he is, I'll personally go to the mundane realm and kill all the living beings in the Saint Province realm. I'll send someone to investigate as well. Situ Zizhu nodded as she put away the portrait in her hand. I'll keep this portrait with me so it'll be easier for me to investigate. As for you, get someone to draw another portrait. Yes. Feng Jianyu nodded. You may leave. Feng Jianyu comforted Situ Zizhu before she left. Mother, the dead can't be brought back to life. My condolences. You may leave. I know what to do. After Feng Jianyu left, Situ Zizhu's gaze turned even colder. How dare you kill my daughter? You must have a death wish. No matter who you are, I'll find you even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Situ Zizhu calmed down after a moment of rage. I hope I can find him in the next few hundred years. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to ask him for help. A hint of tenderness flashed in Situ Zizhu's eyes when she mentioned the word him. However, a bitter smile could be seen on her face. Only she and her 2 daughters knew who she had given birth to. That person was not from a Devata realm. He was from a realm of gods that was superior to the Devata realms. He was a god in a realm of gods. Even for the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven, he was unreachable. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven was frantically trying to find him. However, he did not care. In his opinion, it would take a long time for the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven to find him. Moreover, even if he was no match for the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven, he would not regret what he had done. After all, it was all because of him that junior sister Muyi had ended up like this. If junior sister Muyi hadn't been taken away by Yun Qin Yen, she wouldn't have been so talented. She wouldn't have been targeted by the Luo River sect. Duan Lingtian blamed himself for this. Because of this, he did not regret taking revenge for Muyi. If not for his limited strength, he would have killed his way to the Luo River sect to avenge his junior sister Muyi. Elder brother Duan, senior sister Muyi's soul is damaged, causing her to lack intelligence. I'm afraid she'll be like this for the rest of her life. Normally, a child's soul is intact. Even if their intelligence isn't fully developed in the beginning, as they grow up, their intelligence will still be complete. However, senior sister Muyi's situation is different. She's not a person with incomplete intelligence. It's only because her soul is damaged that it's impossible for her to have complete intelligence. Feng Tianwu's tone was heavy when she spoke to Duan Lingtian. Junior sister Muyi, don't worry. One day, I'll kill everyone who harmed you in the Luo River sect. Duan Lingtian promised Muyi inwardly. For now, my strength is still limited, so I can't avenge you. However, the person who possessed your body is dead. In that case, consider it as interest from the Luo River sect. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian had clenched his fists tightly. His eyes had even unknowingly turned red. Young master, Hualao could sense Duan Lingtian's emotions. Therefore, he called out to Duan Lingtian and asked, "Are you bringing the 2 little fellows from the dragons with you?" Duan Lingtian regained his senses. Naturally, he knew the 2 little fellows from the dragons that Hualao mentioned were Little Black and Little White. Bring them with you, Duan Lingtian said. Hualao was unaware of the situation in Duan Lingtian's little world, but Duan Lingtian did. For this reason, he hoped Little Black and Little White could cultivate in his little world. After all, cultivating in his little world was much more beneficial than cultivating in any Devata realm. Even the cultivation environment in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven could not compare to his little world, let alone the dragons. Duan Lingtian's little world could be considered a small realm of gods now. This was because his little world contained the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods. Apart from that, his little world also contained the divine tree of life. Due to the divine tree of life, the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world would never run out, unless something happened to him. Although Little Black and Little White were still cultivating, they were jolted awake by Duan Lingtian's arrival. Brother Lingtian, Little Black and Little White were here to look for Duan Lingtian, so they were naturally very happy when they saw Duan Lingtian. Big brother Ling Tian, you've returned? Little black, little white, enter my little world and greet me, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Greet. In the beginning, little black and little white didn't have the time to react, and even thought that Duan Ling Tian was asking them to go greet little gold. However, when they entered Duan Ling Tian's little world and saw a few familiar faces, their eyes lit up with excitement. Little white was especially excited. She leaped into Feng Tianwu's and Li Rou's arms. Sister Tianwu, Aunt Rou. Chapter 34:11. Apart from Kerr and Li Fei, little black, little white, and little gold were the closest to Feng Tianwu and Li Rou. Now, when they saw Feng Tianwu and Li Rou once again after so many years, it wasn't just little white that was excited to the point of being unable to control itself. Even little black's eyes couldn't help but reveal waves of excitement. Sister Tianwu, Aunt Rou, Uncle Feng. Xiao Hei's cold face completely collapsed at this moment. He smiled happily like a child. Little white was crying, and his eyes were also glistening with tears. Walao, let's go. After little black and little white entered his little world to reunite with his family, Duan Ling Tian called out to Hualao and left through the transporting formation in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Ling Tian's heart was heavy when he left. Although he had gained a lot during his search for his family and friends, he had only managed to find his father and Feng Wudao. Both his mother and junior sister Mu Yi were not in a good situation. Fortunately, he had arrived in time to save his mother from a tragedy. However, he was too late to save Mu Yi. Little Feier, Nian Xuanai, Duan Ling Tian prayed inwardly that his family and friends were fine. Although Li Fei, Duan Tian, and Han Xuanai's soul pearls were unharmed, Duan Ling Tian was still worried. After all, Li Rou and Mu Yi's soul pearls were unharmed as well. However, what had happened to them? Just thinking about it made Duan Ling Tian break out in cold sweat. In the floating heaven. In the floating territory. In the heavenly palace. The floating heaven's heavenly emperor palace was located in the clouds above a vast ocean. It was a huge floating island, similar to the purple revelation heaven's heavenly emperor palace. In fact, many heavenly palaces in the Devata realms were like this as well. Not only did they show their superiority, but they were also hidden in the clouds so they would not be easily disturbed. At this moment, in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, a beautiful woman dressed in a purple robe was standing in a small courtyard in a secluded valley. She gently brushed the branches of a small tree in front of her. Unknowingly, it has been almost 300 years since I came to the floating heaven. Once I become a celestial emperor, I'll be able to leave the floating heaven and look for scoundrel, father, mother, and Si Ling in the other Devata realms. The woman in purple loosened her grip and the tree branch shot out. 2 leaves fell to the ground. Her gaze followed the 2 leaves as they fell to the ground and she became absent-minded. Sister Fei. It was only when she heard a hurried cry of surprise that the woman in purple shuddered and returned to her senses. Xuanai. A moment later, a figure floated in from outside the courtyard. It was a similarly beautiful woman with an elegant temperament. She had an excited expression on her face. Xuanai, what's wrong? The woman in purple was none other than Li Fei, who had left the purple spike realm to come to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven nearly 300 years ago. At that time, Li Fei was accompanied by her son, Duan Tian, and Han Xuanai. Sister Fei, I just received a message from Sister Tianwu. Han Xuanai said excitedly to Li Fei. As soon as I replied to her, she continued to send me another message. She said Brother Ling Tian is currently searching for us in various Devata realms and is currently in the floating heaven. She sent me a message to confirm if I'm in the floating heaven. Big Sister Tianwu also said that Aunt Rou, Uncle Ru Feng, and Uncle Feng Wudao have already reunited with her and Big Brother Ling Tian. Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold are also here. Han Xuanai's words seemed to be conveying the contents of Feng Tianwu's message. I told Sister Tianwu that I'm with you and Nian Tian. Sister Tianwu. Sister Tianwu asked where we are. Should we tell her? Han Xuanai seemed a little hesitant when she asked this question. Tell me. Of course, I'll tell her. Why not? Even if the scoundrel doesn't come looking for me, I'll definitely look for him after I break through and become a celestial emperor. Li Fei's eyes were red from excitement as tears streamed down her cheeks. She hurriedly sent a message to Feng Tianwu. Tianwu, we're in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. You can use the transportation formation in the floating heaven to head to the floating territory's Great Tong Mansion. Once you're there, find a city to settle down in. I'll bring Nian Tian and Xuanai to look for you. Li Fei's words were incoherent as she spoke. She was too excited. Sister Fei Feng Tianwu was also excited when she heard Li Fei's voice. Although Han Xuanai had told her she was with Li Fei, she could not help but feel excited when she heard Li Fei's voice. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu hastily passed Li Fei's soul pearl to Duan Lingtian. Sister Fei is in the floating heaven. Little Fei Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Why would Tianwu suddenly give him a soul pearl? Did she find someone? An expression of joy appeared on his face when he heard Feng Tianwu's words. Little Fei Duan Lingtian only had 2 wives in his life. One of them was Ke, and the other was Li Fei. Moreover, Li Fei had given birth to a son for him. Even if he wanted to be fair in his heart, whether it was Ke or Li Fei, he still placed more importance on those 2. After all, both of them were his first wives. He felt guilty toward both of them, especially toward Ke and Li Fei. Little Fei, I'll come and see you now, Duan Lingtian said to Li Fei through voice transmission before he returned the soul pearl to Feng Tianwu. Meanwhile, in Duan Lingtian's little world, Duan Xiling, Duan Rufeng, Li Rou, and the 3 little ones received news that Li Fei and the others had been found. Sister Fei is in this Devata realm? Sister Fei has been found. The 3 little ones' eyes lit up. Duan Xiling was equally excited. Second mother. You found second mother? Both Ke and Li Fei were Duan Lingtian's wives. However, all this while, Li Fei had always followed Ke's lead. Although Ke did not mind, Li Fei made Ke's daughter, Duan Xiling, address her as second mother, while her son, Duan Nian Tian, addressed Ke as first mother. Of course, their own children would address them as mother. When Duan Xiling and Duan Nian Tian were around, Li Fei doted on Duan Xiling more than she did on her own son. For this reason, Duan Xiling and Li Fei were very close. She treated Li Fei as her own mother. Fei is in this Devata realm? Even Li Rou and Duan Rufeng were excited. Nian Tian is here as well? After learning that their daughter-in-law and grandson were in this Devata realm, they could not help but worry about them. How are they doing? Aunt Rou, don't worry, Sister Fei is doing well. She's the direct disciple of the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, a true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor is one of the 2 strongest titled Celestial Emperors under the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. Feng Tianwu said. She knew her elder brother Duan, Aunt Rou, Uncle Feng, and the others would be concerned about Li Fei's situation after learning that she was in this Devata realm. Sister Fei asked us to use the transportation formation to head to the floating territory's Great Tong Mansion and wait for her in a city, Feng Tianwu said. Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's words, Duan Lingtian immediately said to Hualao, let's look for a transportation formation nearby. You have news? Hualao's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He had noticed Duan Lingtian's strange behavior earlier. The remaining 3 people I can find are all together in this Devata realm, Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. In fact, Duan Lingtian had visited the 78th Devata realm in the floating heaven. There were only 3 Devata realms he had yet to visit. Now that he had found all the people he could find, he could be considered to have found all the people he could. As for the others, they either did not have soul pearls with them or they were dead. While Duan Lingtian and Hualao were searching for transportation formations, Li Fei, who was in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, sent a message to her son, Duan Nian Tian. Nian, your father is here, Li Fei said to Duan Nian with a smile on her face. Father! Duan Nian's eyes lit up as a bright smile appeared on his handsome face. I thought we'd have to wait until you've become a celestial emperor before we can look for father and the others. I didn't expect father to come looking for us now. Li Fei could have gone to another Devata realm to look for Duan Lingtian and the others. However, her master, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, did not allow her to leave the floating heaven. She even sent someone to hide in the dark to keep an eye on her. Once she left the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, that person would follow her. As long as Li Fei did not leave the floating heaven, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor would not care about her. However, if Li Fei wanted to leave the floating heaven, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor would stop Li Fei and forcibly bring Li Fei back to the floating heaven. Your father, Auntie Tianwu, and the others have agreed to meet in the Great Tong Prefecture. They'll send us a message when they arrive in a city in the Great Tong Prefecture, Li Fei said. Duan Nian nodded. A hint of excitement could be seen in his eyes. The person he admired the most in his life was his father, even though he had met many titled celestial emperors in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Although he had met many celestial emperors in the floating heaven palace, his father was still his idol. Sister Fei. At this moment Han Shuanai said with a frown on her face, I know you want to meet Brother Ling Tian, but if Kong Yue finds out about Brother Ling Tian, I'm afraid he'll make things difficult for Brother Ling Tian. End. Chapter 34:12. Kong Yue? Who does he think he is? Li Fei's eyes narrowed into slits as a cold light flashed through them. Kong Yue could be considered Li Fei's senior brother. He was the only son of Li Fei's master and the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's senior brother. After Li Fei came to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, Kong Yue had been trying to curry favor with her. Although he knew Li Fei had a son with another man, he did not back down. According to him, Li Fei's husband was still alive. I don't even know if Li Fei's husband is still alive. Even if he is he qualified to compete with me, Kong Yue, for Li Fei? I'm just worried that Brother Ling Tian will be at a disadvantage. Han Shuanai smiled bitterly. Sister Fei, although you have the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's support, Kong Yue has the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's support as well. Moreover, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor is the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's senior brother. Moreover, Kong Yue is much stronger than any of us. Although he's not even 1,000 years old, he's already a celestial emperor and has comprehended all the profundities from the law of wind to the mastery stage. A hint of worry could be seen on Han Shuanai's face when she finished speaking. Upon hearing Han Shuanai's words, Li Fei's expression darkened slightly. At this moment, Duan Nian suggested, Mother, at most, we'll just reunite with father, sister, grandfather, grandmother, and Auntie Tianwu. We won't bring them back to the heavenly palace. You won't bring your father and the others to the heavenly palace? Li Fei shook her head. Impossible. Since your father is here, I naturally have to bring him to pay a visit to Master. After all, Master's help to me and us is too great. Li Fei said solemnly. As for Kong Yue, we'll just ignore him. If he really tries to do anything, Master won't just sit back and watch. Li Fei was troubled by Kong Yue's shamelessness. After all, she was no match for Kong Yue. Moreover, Kong Yue was not afraid of the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. All right, your Auntie Tianwu sent a message. They're in southern ancient city in Datong Prefecture. Li Fei's eyes lit up as she asked Duan Nian. Duan Nian and Han Shuanai's eyes lit up immediately. Excitement could be seen on their faces. They hadn't seen that man for many years. Moreover, that man had a group of family and friends with him. Let's go. Li Fei, Duan Nian, Han Shuanai, and Duan Nian left the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Along the way, a beautiful woman followed them. She was none other than one of the celestial emperors under the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, a titled celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. She was very close to becoming a titled celestial emperor. Her job was to protect Li Fei and keep an eye on Li Fei so that Li Fei would not leave the floating heaven. As long as Li Fei was in the floating heaven, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor would be able to contact her through communication talismans. However, if Li Fei left the floating heaven, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor would not be able to track Li Fei's whereabouts. If she could not track Li Fei's whereabouts, she would not know if Li Fei was safe or not. For this reason, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor would not allow Li Fei to leave the floating heaven until she was strong enough to protect Li Fei. Miss Fei rarely leaves the floating heaven. Where do you plan to go this time? The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor asked as she looked at Li Fei from afar. Although the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was puzzled, as long as Li Fei did not leave the floating heaven, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor would not interfere. Soon after, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor left the floating heaven with Li Fei and the others and entered the Great Tong Prefecture. Since the Great Tong Prefecture was located near the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven, it was under the direct control of the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven. The Mansion Master of the Great Tong Prefecture was also a titled Celestial Emperor in the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven. Naturally, this titled Celestial Emperor did not have much of a presence among the titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven. After all, as the Holy Land of the Floating Heaven, the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven was home to many titled Celestial Emperors. Ordinary titled Celestial Emperors would not have much of a presence in the Floating Heaven. Nangu City was one of the cities in the Great Tong Prefecture. After Duan Lingtian and Hualao arrived at Nangu City through the transportation formation, Duan Lingtian asked Tian Wu to contact Li Fei. Elder brother Duan, I've contacted Sister Fei. They're coming over now, Feng Tianwu said to Duan Lingtian. All right. Although Duan Lingtian appeared calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. His heartbeat seemed to have sped up a little. In just a blink of an eye, he felt as though he had traveled back in time to the time when he first met his wife, Li Fei. At that time, she was the most beautiful woman in the inner court of the Li clan in Aurora City. She was dressed in a light purple robe when she was 18 years old. Compared to Kerr at that time, she was much more mature. That pair of beautiful Chio's eyes seemed to be mixed with boundless charm. With just a glance, it could steal the souls of countless men. She was the first woman in his life whom he felt a strong sense of possessiveness even though he only saw her once. Her position in his heart had always been high. It had been a long time since he heard her call him a scoundrel. After that, she gave birth to a son for him. Not long after, they parted again. It had been almost 300 years since then. Little Fei, I miss you so much. Duan Lingtian's eyes had unknowingly started glistening with tears, and they only evaporated after a short moment. Elder brother Duan, Sister Fei has arrived. Duan Lingtian shuddered when he heard Feng Tianwu's voice. His eyes shone like the two most dazzling stars in the night sky. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something, and he looked towards the north. There were 4 figures walking over in the air, 3 in front and 1 behind. The person behind was an unfamiliar face to Duan Lingtian, and he didn't recognize him. Of the 3 people in front, 2 of them were women, and he couldn't be more familiar with them. His wife, Li Fei, didn't change much in appearance after so many years. She only seemed to have become colder, and the biggest change was her otherworldly temperament. Xuanai, on the other hand, seemed to have matured after so many years. She was no longer the mischievous girl she used to be. As for the other young man, his facial features were similar to his own. It was not difficult for him to guess that this young man was his son, Duan Tian. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Before Li Fei and the others could get close to Duan Lingtian, several figures had already appeared beside him. They were none other than Feng Tianwu, Duan Xiling, Li Rou, and Duan Ruffing. Suddenly, 2 of the 3 figures stopped moving. Whether it was Han Xuanai or Duan Tian, both of them stopped in their tracks. Li Fei flew up into the sky and flashed towards Duan Lingtian, whereas Duan Lingtian was amongst the group of people as he stepped out into the sky to greet Li Fei. The husband and wife hugged each other tightly after so many years. They could feel each other's breath and smell each other's familiar scent. They did not let go for a long time. Neither of them spoke. It was as though they were afraid the slightest sound would break the silence. The couple hugged each other so tightly that it was as though they wanted to fuse into each other's body. This is... The beautiful woman followed Duan Yentian and Han Xuanai and stood side by side with them. She was stunned when she saw Li Fei hugging the purple-clad young man in the distance. She did not expect Miss Fei would have such a side to her. It seems like this is her husband. As someone close to Li Fei's master, Celestial Emperor Ziwei, the beautiful woman had heard that Li Fei had a husband. She had been by Li Fei's side for many years, so she knew Li Fei very well. Moreover, she had unknowingly treated Li Fei as her own daughter. Throughout the years, she had never seen Li Fei like this. Usually, Li Fei was happiest when she was with her son, Duan Yentian, and Han Xuanai. She would only relax and show her true self in front of her master. Usually, she would be cold and aloof, as though she was unapproachable. At this moment, the beautiful woman could clearly feel Li Fei's happiness, even though she was standing far away. Even she was affected by Li Fei's happiness. In the air, under the gazes of a group of people, the man and woman hugged each other tightly. After hugging for a long time, one of them opened his mouth and broke the quiet atmosphere. "Little Fei, you've worked hard." Duan Lingtian gently caressed Li Fei's long hair as he said softly, "Thank you for your hard work." The moment Duan Lingtian opened his mouth, Li Fei's nerves that had been stretched taut all these years instantly relaxed. 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks as she buried her head in Duan Lingtian's embrace. "Scoundrel, I missed you. I missed you so much. I'm sorry I'm late." Duan Lingtian hugged Li Fei tightly, and his voice became even gentler. At the same time, his tone carried a sense of guilt. "You're not late, you're not late." Li Fei shook her head repeatedly as she muttered under her breath. She was still very emotional at this moment. After a while, the couple seemed to realize that there was a crowd around them. Li Fei was the first to blush as she gently pushed Duan Lingtian away. Then, she held Duan Lingtian's hand and walked towards Duan Ruffing and Li Ro. Li Fei bowed to Duan Ruffing and his wife. "Unfilial daughter-in-law, Li Ro greets father and mother." "Haha, who said my daughter-in-law is unfilial?" "Fei if Tianer bullies you, tell father and father will teach him a lesson for you." Duan Ruffing laughed. "That's right." Li Ro stepped forward and held Li Fei's hand. "Fei if Tianer dares to bully you, you can also tell mother and mother will teach him a lesson for you." Duan Lingtian stood at the side with an awkward and bitter smile on his face. Who was the real father? "Nian Tian, come over and greet your father, your grandparents." At this moment, Li Fei turned to look at Duan Yentian, who was still standing in the distance like a block of wood. "Father." Duan Lingtian walked up to Duan Lingtian and looked at him with a burning gaze. Chapter 34:13. "Good boy, you're all grown up now." Duan Lingtian gave his son a hug as his eyes turned red. He felt guilty toward his son because he had never fulfilled his responsibility as a father. It was rare for his son to understand him. Duan Lingtian did not blame him at all. "Father, I finally get to see you. I thought I'd have to wait until mother has become a celestial emperor before I can look for you," Duan Lingtian said excitedly. Duan Yentian said excitedly. Ever since he was young, he had viewed his father as his idol. It had never changed. "There's no need for that. I'm here. I'm here to look for all of you. From now on, we'll never be separated again." Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with determination as he said, "Trust me. We'll never be separated again." "Yes, I trust you, father." Duan Yentian nodded solemnly. He had never doubted his father's words, even though he did not know his father's cultivation base or where he came from. He trusted his father unconditionally. According to the saying on earth, Duan Lingtian's son was his #1 fan. Moreover, he was the type who would never change his mind. All right, go and greet your grandparents and Auntie Tianwu. Your sister is here as well. Duan Ling Tian gently pushed Duan Yen Tian away and said with a smile, all right. Duan Yen Tian nodded. Then, he walked up to Duan Ruffing and Li Ro and greeted them excitedly. Grandpa, Grandma. Yen Tian, you've grown so big. Duan Ruffing sighed emotionally. Yen Tian. As for Li Ro, she couldn't help but shed 2 streams of tears. In the blink of an eye, her grandson had already grown up. She had no idea how her grandson had managed to survive all these years. However, when she thought about her own experiences, it was not difficult for her grandson to reach where he was now. Xuanai. Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai. Han Xuanai walked up to Duan Lingtian and threw herself into Duan Lingtian's arms as tears streamed down her face. Brother Lingtian, I've missed you. Just like how Duan Lingtian treated Han Xuanai as his sister, Han Xuanai treated Duan Lingtian as her brother as well. She was infatuated with and dependent on him. Especially all these years, she had been with her big brother Ling Tian's wife and son, and she had never stopped thinking about her big brother Ling Tian. Silly girl, you're already an adult. Why are you still crying? Duan Ling Tian shook his head. After wiping away her tears, he asked with a teasing smile, what do you think? After all these years, have you ever found a lover that you like? Brother Ling Tian, you're making fun of me again. Han Xuanai laughed through her tears. I've told you before that unless I can meet an outstanding man like you, Brother Ling Tian, I won't be interested in anyone. Upon hearing Han Xuanai's words, Duan Ling Tian sighed. Then you should be prepared to be single for the rest of your life and be an old lady who can't get married. Brother Ling Tian, you're being narcissistic again. Han Xuanai giggled. This is the Devata realm, not the mundane realm. Don't tell me you're so narcissistic that you think no man in the Devata realm is as good as you? Time will prove everything. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. He did not bother to explain himself. Scoundrel. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian heard the voice of Li Fei, who was surrounded by little black, little white, and little gold. At this moment, Li Fei had already caught up with a group of old friends. She called out to Duan Ling Tian before her gaze landed on the peerlessly beautiful white-clad woman with a cold temperament standing in the distance. Aren't you going to introduce us? Earlier, when Feng Tianwu and the others had come out, she had come out with them as well. After all, she could not possibly be the only one in there, right? Duan Ling Tian felt slightly awkward when he saw Li Fei looking at him with a faint smile on her face. From the beginning until the end, she stood at the side and watched Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei reuniting. She had beautiful brows, and a smile could be seen on her face. She was happy for her brother Ling Tian. She knew how much her brother Ling Tian missed this woman named Li Fei all these years. Huan Duan Ling Tian's clone approached Huan and said, "This is my wife, Li Fei, whom I've always mentioned to you. Greetings, Sister Fei." Huan greeted Li Fei with a smile. "I've heard about you from brother Ling Tian a long time ago. Now that I've met you, you're even more beautiful than brother Ling Tian described. Sister Huan you're such a sweet talker. It's no wonder that scoundrel kidnapped you." Li Fei nodded at Huan with a smile on her face. Then, she looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully, causing him to feel as though he was sitting on pins and needles. Scoundrel. At the same time, Li Fei sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. "Scoundrel, I don't care how many women you have, but you can't marry any of them before you rescue Sister Kerr from the divine offering land. Tianwu is an exception." Li Fei's tone was firm. "Otherwise, even if Sister Kerr doesn't blame you, I won't allow it." "Little Fei am I, Duan Ling Tian, such a heartless person in your eyes?" Duan Ling Tian replied with a wry smile on his face. "Don't worry. Before I rescue Kerr, I won't marry any woman, including Tianwu." "Don't you think you're being too cruel to Tianwu?" Li Fei frowned slightly. "Little Fei I've already spoken to Tianwu about this. She understands. Moreover, she also thinks this is the right thing to do." Duan Ling Tian said. "Tianwu is really thoughtful." Li Fei sighed. Duan Lingtian had thought Li Fei would not be too friendly with Huan Er. With Li Fei's temper, even if she tried to restrain herself a little, he was certain Duan Lingtian would not treat her kindly. However, to her surprise, Li Fei and Huan Er got along so well that they kept calling each other little sister Huan Er. He sighed in relief when he saw this. Brother Lingtian, is this my new sister-in-law? At this moment, Han Shui and I also came over and asked with bright eyes, Brother Lingtian, this sister-in-law is definitely the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life. Where did you abduct her from? Duan Lingtian glared at Shui Nai when he saw she was making fun of him. What do you mean by abducted? Don't learn bad things from your sister Fei? Now that they were reunited, they had a lot to talk about. However, they could only speak slowly. Little Fei why are both of you in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven? I heard from Tian Wu that you were defeated by the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. I'll have to tell you about the Purple Spike realm from the mundane realm. I'll tell you everything after I bring you to my master. In just a few sentences, Li Fei recounted everything that had happened after she left the Divine Offering Land and ended up in the Purple Thorns realm in the mundane realm. Coincidentally, Nian Tian and Shui Nai were also in the Purple Spike realm. After that, we came to the floating heaven and entered the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Li Fei briefly recounted her experiences and the reason she ended up in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. It seems like you're quite lucky to have such a fortuitous encounter. Duan Lingtian sighed. He was pleased with his wife's luck. It's all thanks to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Divine Offering Land. Otherwise, I wouldn't be where I am today. Li Fei smiled wryly as she said, however, if I had to choose, I'd rather all of us not have anything to do with the Divine Offering Land, including Sister Kerr. Wouldn't it be great if we could live a carefree life in the Saint Province realm? A hint of yearning could be seen in Li Fei's eyes as she spoke. Such a day will come even in the Devata realms, Duan Lingtian said solemnly. Duan Lingtian said solemnly. For the sake of his family, he would also make a name for himself in the Devata realm. Rascal, let's go. I'll bring you to my master. Under Li Fei's lead, Duan Lingtian and Hualao followed her to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. As for the others, including Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai, they entered Duan Lingtian's little world. Of course, the beautiful woman who came with Li Fei was still following closely behind. This is father's little world? Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai were shocked when they entered Duan Lingtian's little world. They discovered the heaven and earth spirit energy in the little world was similar to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Divine Offering Land. The reason they were so talented was due to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Divine Offering Land. The natives of the realms of gods were so talented because they had been nurtured by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Divine Offering Land since they were born. Before they transcended their mortal bodies and became celestials, their innate talent and comprehension abilities would undergo a complete transformation under the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the Divine Offering Land is similar to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Divine Offering Land? Han Shuanai did not regain her senses for a long time. As for the others, they were already used to it since they had been in Duan Lingtian's little world for quite some time. The cultivation environment here is amazing. If I cultivate here, I'll become a celestial lord in no time. Me too. Duan Tian and Han Shuanai were shocked when they entered Duan Lingtian's little world. Then they sat down and began to cultivate. Li Ro and the others could not help but laugh when they saw how eager they were to cultivate. However, they could understand why they were so eager. After all, they had similar thoughts when they first entered Duan Lingtian's little world. Little Fei do you have the soul pearls of the others? Duan Lingtian asked Li Fei. Li Fei's expression darkened when she heard this. Among the soul pearls in our possession, only father, mother, Tian Wu, and her father's soul pearls are left. Apart from senior sister Mu Yi's soul pearl, the other soul pearls are shattered. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened when he heard Yun Qingyan's words. He clenched his fists tightly as a flame of hatred burned in his heart. Yun Qing Yen. One day, I'll make sure you die a graveless death. Chapter 34:14. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, and the others had died because Yun Qing Yen had kidnapped them and brought them to the divine offering land. If it were not for Yun Qing Yen, Bai Li Hong and the others would still be alive in his hometown, the Saint Province realm. As long as they were in the Saint Province realm, they would not be in any danger. There are less than 700 years left. Once the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the Devata realms is connected, I'll definitely go to the divine offering land and seek justice for my senior brothers and the others. Duan Ling Tian felt extremely guilty toward Bai Li Hong and the others. However, at this moment, this guilt had transformed into a towering rage that could not be contained. Due to his heavy heart, Duan Ling Tian did not speak much along the way. Li Fei understood how Duan Ling Tian felt. She merely held his hand and walked side by side with him. She did not disturb his peace. Perhaps, only such a handsome young man is worthy of Miss Fei. The beautiful woman and Hualao followed behind Duan Ling Tian. Her eyes glinted as she looked at the pair of Duan Ling Tian, who was like a golden couple. Although she did not know much about the purple-clad young man, she knew his temperament. However, the temperament, bearing, and calmness of the young man's movements were something she had never seen before in a young man of his age. Moreover, based on what she knew, Duan Ling Tian was only 300 years old. Miss Fei was only around 300 years old, and her husband seemed to be around the same age as her, also around 300 years old. It was rare for a 300-year-old man to be so calm. Soon after, under Li Fei's lead, Duan Ling Tian arrived above an ocean. After passing through the clouds, a huge floating island appeared in front of them. Scoundrel! The heavenly palace of the floating heaven is right in front of us, Li Fei said to Duan Ling Tian. Originally, along the way, Li Fei had many things she wanted to ask Duan Ling Tian, but because Duan Ling Tian's mood was obviously not good, she didn't ask and only spoke when they arrived at their destination. Yes. Duan Ling Tian raised his head and looked at the floating island in front of him. Then he looked at the clouds beneath his feet. It was not difficult to notice that the heavenly palace of the floating heaven and the heavenly palace of the purple revelation heaven shared some similarities. He had been to 3 heavenly palaces in the Devata realms. The heavenly palace of the purple revelation heaven and the heavenly palace of the floating heaven were located behind the clouds. Even though the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was not located in the same location, it was still hidden. I'll take you to see Master. Even though she was mentally prepared, Li Fei couldn't help but feel excited. She felt like the older sisters on Earth who wanted to bring their boyfriends home to meet their parents. Throughout the years, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor had treated Li Fei like a daughter. Li Fei had spent more time with the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor than any of her elders. In fact, she had spent more time with the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor than she had spent with Duan Ling Tian. Li Fei had grown up with her grandfather since she was a child. She had never met her parents since she was old enough to remember the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. Therefore, she treated the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor as her mother. It was also because of this that she was nervous now. Master's residence is up ahead. Li Fei led Duan Ling Tian to the entrance of the heavenly palace of the floating heaven without any obstructions. After all, most of the people in the heavenly palace knew Li Fei. Some of them even addressed her as Miss Fei. There were 3 true disciples under the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. Li Fei's master, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, was the 3rd true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's residence was located in a ravine that was filled with the fragrance of flowers and chirping birds. Before they even entered the ravine, a flock of birds flew into the air and circled Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei. Miss Fei. Miss Fei. It was obvious the flock of birds had gained sentience. They could even speak the human language and took the initiative to greet Li Fei. Li Fei smiled and waved at them. Miss Fei is this the man you've been talking about? A red bird looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was standing next to Li Fei, and said with a smile, in the past, we didn't believe you when you said you had a husband. It seems like you didn't lie to us. Miss Fei why would I lie to all of you? Li Fei shook her head. Then, she turned to Duan Ling Tian and said, scoundrel, these are my sisters. They can be considered as my master's in-name disciples. Hee. A burst of laughter rang in the air as the flock of birds in front of Duan Ling Tian transformed into a group of young women. They surrounded Duan Ling Tian and sized him up. Is this Miss Fei's husband? He's really handsome. I can't find such a handsome man in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was like a rare animal in a zoo that was surrounded by a group of tourists. Although Duan Ling Tian was not used to being surrounded by so many women, he maintained a friendly smile on his face and nodded at them. Thank you for taking care of little Fei all these years. That's enough. At this moment, the beautiful woman standing behind Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei said, let's disperse. Miss Fei wants to bring the young master to meet the Lord Celestial Emperor. The beautiful woman was clearly quite dignified among this flock of birds. As soon as she opened her mouth, the flock of birds that had transformed into women all turned back into birds and scattered. At this moment, Li Fei led Duan Ling Tian into the Summer Valley. As soon as they entered the Summer Valley, a refreshing fragrance assailed their nostrils. It smelled like flowers, but it was not entirely so. There was also the aroma of wine mixed in the fragrance. It was refreshing to smell it. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to take a deep breath, Li Fei's voice rang in the air. Master likes to brew wine. This fragrance is from the flower wine she brews. Flowers in the Devata realms usually contain spirit energy. Master planted many celestial flowers and celestial herbs here. Some of the celestial flowers and celestial herbs that have potential are cultivated by Master so that they can transform into humans. Master had accepted a disciple before me who had transformed into a human from a celestial herb. Currently, senior sister is also a titled celestial emperor, but she's not usually in the heavenly palace. Li Fei said, all right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that when Li Fei brought him deeper into the Summer Valley, the beautiful woman did not continue to follow them. However, Hualao followed closely behind Duan Ling Tian. He had followed Duan Ling Tian so he could protect Duan Ling Tian. Putting aside the good karma he had with Duan Ling Tian in the past, he would do anything for the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Hualao was very clear in his heart. With the strength of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, even if the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had left him to fend for himself, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. Under Li Fei's lead, Duan Ling Tian met Li Fei's master, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, in a courtyard filled with flowers and plants. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was a young woman who appeared to be in her 20s. She was tall and slender, and she had a graceful figure. When Duan Ling Tian saw her, she was bending over to pick flowers and plants. Master. When Li Fei and Duan Ling Tian arrived in the courtyard, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor rose to her feet and turned to look at Li Fei. When she saw Duan Ling Tian, her cold eyes flashed with a rare bright light. Fei, this is your husband? When Li Fei and Duan Ling Tian were reunited, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was informed by the beautiful woman by Li Fei's side. Yes, master. Li Fei replied respectfully. This is my husband, Duan Ling Tian. As soon as Li Fei finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian bowed at the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. Duan Ling Tian greets the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. I, Duan Ling Tian, am deeply grateful for the care you've shown little Fei over the years. If there's a chance in the future, I'll do my best to repay your kindness. Duan Ling Tian said. All right. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor replied indifferently. Since you're Fei-er's husband, you can stay in the heavenly palace. Now that Fei-er has found you, I'm afraid she won't be able to focus on her cultivation if she's separated from you again. However, I hope you won't affect Fei Er's cultivation. Fei Er, you won't be inferior to me in the future. Based on the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's words, she had a high opinion of Li Fei. Based on her tone, it was as though Duan Lingtian had to obey her orders unconditionally. Duan Lingtian was touched by the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's words. This meant the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was really good to little Fei Er. Nevertheless, both of them could only accept the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's kindness. Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. Duan Lingtian looked at the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor and said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing, I came to see you to thank you for taking care of little Fei Er all these years. Moreover, I brought little Fei Er here to say goodbye to you. Since I've found her, it's impossible for me to be separated from her again. You're going to leave with Fei Er? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's expressionless face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. At the same time, an ice-cold aura swept out in a timely manner. In an instant, it enveloped the entire courtyard and even the entire valley, causing everything within the valley to appear to be covered with a layer of frost. In just a blink of an eye, the temperature in the courtyard dropped by a few degrees. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. It was clear that the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was skilled in the law of ice. She was so angry that she could freeze 1,000 miles. Master. Li Fei's expression changed slightly. She did not expect her master to be so angry. At the same time, she felt helpless. Her master did not even discuss this with her before speaking to her master. She was well aware of the high hopes her master had placed on her. Now, her master must feel that if she followed her husband, her future would be ruined. Chapter 34:15. Duan Lingtian was at the center of the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's icy aura. Naturally, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor had only used her aura to pressure Duan Lingtian to give him a warning. She did not intend to hurt Duan Lingtian. Even so, she had still angered Hualao. Hualao's expression darkened. His fiery aura surged as he prepared to make a move. Hualao, there's no need for that. Duan Lingtian's timely voice transmission stopped Hualao from making a move. At the same time, he could tell Duan Lingtian was not affected by the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's icy aura. Ha! It did not take long before the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor discovered her aura did not pose any threat to Duan Lingtian at all. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was completely unfazed by her aura. While the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was still in shock over Duan Lingtian's ability to ignore her aura, a loud and clear voice rang in the air again. Kong Yue requests an audience with third junior aunt. Upon hearing the voice, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor raised an eyebrow. At the same time, she withdrew her aura. However, regardless of whether she withdrew her aura or not, Zhou Donghuang continued to ignore her. Come in. Upon hearing the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's words, a figure descended from the sky. It was a tall and well-built young man. The young man was dressed in a long silver robe with golden trimmings. He had a dignified air about him, and a hint of arrogance could be seen in his eyes. Greetings, third junior aunt. The young man who called himself Kong Yue bowed at the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor as soon as he arrived. Yue, why are you here? The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor asked. Her expression softened slightly as she looked at Kong Yue. Yue heard that junior apprentice sister Li Fei's husband came, so he came to take a look. Junior apprentice sister Li Fei's husband. What kind of person is he, to be able to make her so dead set on him, to the point of ignoring my bitter pursuit? Kong Yue said with a smile. If it was any other time, he definitely wouldn't have said it so bluntly. But now, he was obviously doing it on purpose. Kong Yue, what nonsense are you talking about? Li Fei's face turned cold as she glared at Kong Yue. She was about to flare up, but Duan Lingtian stopped her in time and shook his head at her. Little Fei your temper is still the same as before. If a dog bites you, do you have to bite it back? Duan Lingtian smiled. When Kong Yui had appeared, Duan Lingtian had already noticed a flash of coldness and hatred in Kong Yui's eyes. At that moment, he was still puzzled. He didn't know the other party at all, and it was the first time they had met. Why would the other party hate him? Until now, when he heard the other party's words, which were obviously intentional, he suddenly realized that it was Little Fei-er's admirer. He was not surprised that Little Fei-er had suitors. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Li Fei felt as though she had returned to her days in the mundane realm, the Saint Province realm. She didn't expect this scoundrel would still have such a sharp tongue even after 300 years. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor could not help but frown. On the other hand, Kong Yui's expression darkened as he looked at Li Fei and said, "Junior sister Li Fei, is your husband so rude? Kong Yui, before you criticize others for being rude, why don't you reflect on your own manners?" Li Fei glanced at Kong Yui indifferently and directly retorted. She didn't care that her master was still present and didn't have the slightest hesitation. Although Kong Yui was infuriated by Li Fei's words, he took a deep breath and suppressed his anger toward Li Fei. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian as though he wanted to vent his anger on Duan Lingtian. He sneered and said, "Brat, you came to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven with junior sister Li Fei because you want to live off a woman, right? Live off a woman?" Duan Lingtian remained calm. He looked at Kong Yui indifferently and said, "I'm afraid some people can't even live off a woman, right?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Kong Yui's expression darkened even more. "How can living off a woman be so honorable? I really don't know what junior sister Li Fei sees in you. Junior sister Li Fei, is this your husband? The man you chose? He's not worthy of you." Kong Yui reminded Li Fei as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Li Fei said indifferently, "It's up to me to decide if my man is worthy of me or not. It's not up to you to tell me what to do." Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked at the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll take Little Fei-er away. In the future, I'll bring Little Fei-er to visit you whenever I'm free." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's expression darkened even more. "Can you guarantee Fei-er's safety if you take her away? Can you guarantee that her innate talent and comprehension won't be hindered by you? If you can take her away. If you can't, I won't let her go," the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor said. Due to the fact that she realized Duan Lingtian did not seem to be a simple person, she did not make any promises. Instead, she left some leeway in her words. However, before Duan Lingtian could reply, Kong Yui exclaimed in shock, "Junior sister Li Fei, you're not really going to leave with him, right?" Although Kong Yui had accused Duan Lingtian of sponging off Li Fei a moment ago, Kong Yui did not feel embarrassed when Kong Yui said he would take Li Fei away from the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. However, Kong Yui did not seem embarrassed at all as he said, "Are you sure you won't be able to find a better cultivation environment or resources after leaving the heavenly palace of the floating heaven? As long as I can be with him, I don't care about these things," Li Fei said as she looked at Kong Yui indifferently. Then, she looked at the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor before she fell to her knees and said, "Master, I've worked so hard all these years because of my husband. Now I have reunited with him. To me, everything else is secondary in front of him. Li Fei will always remember your kindness. In the future, if you have any orders for me, I'll definitely do my best to fulfill them. In the future, I'll return to visit you when I'm free," Li Fei said in a deep voice. At this moment, Li Fei was unaware that Duan Lingtian could provide her with a better cultivation environment and resources. However, she still insisted on leaving with Duan Lingtian. "Fei-er," the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor looked at Li Fei warmly as she said, "I understand your intentions. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said he could stay in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. I did that because I want you to cultivate in peace. However, he refused. Isn't this a joke to your innate talent and comprehension ability? He'll only delay your cultivation, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor said earnestly. As soon as the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor finished speaking, Kong Yui looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Brat, don't be so selfish. Are you really going to sacrifice junior sister Li Fei's innate talent and comprehension ability for your own selfish desires?" Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. Duan Lingtian ignored Kong Yui. He looked at the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor and said solemnly, "I'm very grateful for your kindness to little Fei. I can guarantee you that after little Fei leaves the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, her cultivation environment and resources will only be better." What a joke! The cultivation environment in his little world was comparable to a realm of gods. How could the heavenly palace of the floating heaven compare to it? Naturally, he would not reveal this to the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. How laughable! The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor frowned and had a skeptical expression on her face when Kong Yui burst out laughing. "Brat, don't you know how to brag? This is the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, the best cultivation place in the floating heaven. It's a holy land that countless people yearn for. In the Devata realms, only a few top heaven-grade forces and heavenly palaces in the Devata realms have a cultivation environment comparable to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. You're not even 400 years old, and your innate talent is not even comparable to junior sister Li Fei's. Where do you get the confidence to boast?" Li Fei had told the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor about Duan Lingtian before. Li Fei was certain that Duan Lingtian's innate talent was not comparable to hers after she had been baptized by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor had also told her senior brother, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, about this. Kong Yui had only learned about this from his father. For this reason, Kong Yui felt Duan Lingtian's innate talent was far inferior to Li Fei's. "If you don't listen to me, I'll tear your mouth off." Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave when he saw Kong Yui was still pestering him, even though he had ignored him several times. His eyes were cold when he turned to look at Kong Yui. Kong Yui was stunned for a moment before he laughed. "Tear my mouth off? Brat, do you know that I'm a celestial emperor? In terms of cultivation base and strength, I'm much stronger than junior sister Li Fei. You're about the same age as junior sister Li Fei, but your innate talent is inferior to hers. Perhaps you're not even a celestial king, right? You think you can tear my mouth off? What a joke!" Kong Yui said disdainfully as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "Of course you can try. However, you better think about it carefully. If you make a move, I won't hold back. Even if you're junior sister Li Fei's husband." A mocking smile appeared on Kong Yui's face when he finished speaking. "Kong Yui!" Li Fei cried out angrily. Her expression changed drastically when she saw Kong Yui's roar. Duan Lingtian's robes fluttered as a powerful spatial energy surged out of his body. "Since you want me to tear your mouth off so badly, I'll fulfill your wish." Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy and the law of space's fused profundities were a one basic celestial emperor. Buzz! Buzz! Before Kong Yui could react, Duan Lingtian had already used the fused profundities of the transportation profundities and the teleportation profundities to send two space blades toward Kong Yui. "Stop!" The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Her expression changed drastically as she tried to stop Kong Yui. However, Hualao had his eyes fixed on her. End of chapter. Chapter 34:16. Chi, 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 Chi. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's cold aura surged in the air again. This time, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor had made her move. "Master, please show mercy." Li Fei's face went grim when she saw the bone-piercing cold air cover the sky and cover the earth as it swept over and enveloped her husband. Her figure flashed as she wanted to help Duan Lingtian block this attack. However, as soon as she made her move, two strands of ice shot out from the ground and bound her legs like ropes, preventing her from moving at all. The terrifying ice energy shot toward Duan Ling Tian in an attempt to stop Duan Ling Tian from hurting Kong Yue. Kong Yue was the only son of her senior brother, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. If something happened to him, it would be difficult for her to explain herself to her senior brother. In fact, it was already too late for the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor to make a move. She had only made a move because she wanted Duan Ling Tian to back off and not hurt Kong Yue again. However, Duan Ling Tian did not seem to notice the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's attack at all. With just a thought, the space blade that was about to reach Kong Yue's mouth swept through the air. Rip, rip. Kong Yue's mouth was cut open on both sides. Moreover, the space blade continued to wreak havoc in his mouth, making it impossible for him to heal his wounds with his celestial origin energy. Since he could not heal his wounds, he could not stop the pain. The intense pain caused Kong Yue's eyes to widen. His expression changed drastically as he screamed in agony. Duan Ling Tian. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's voice turned cold. At the same time, the temperature in the air increased as though winter had arrived. At the same time, she no longer held back. She wanted to teach Duan Ling Tian a lesson. When she arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian, the frost energy that enveloped Duan Ling Tian's head became even colder. One could clearly see the scene of a raging cold air. Upon seeing this, Li Fei's expression changed again. No! However, just as the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's attack was about to land on Duan Ling Tian, a loud explosion rang in the air. Boom! Rumble! In the void, a rumbling sound rang out. The exploding flames lit up like sparks of fire and spread out, forming a net of fire. The fire net hovered above Duan Ling Tian's head and easily blocked the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's attack. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor Duan Ling Tian had no intention of killing Duan Ling Tian's attack. She only wanted to teach Duan Ling Tian a lesson. However, she did not expect her attack would be blocked by someone else. Moreover, the person who blocked her attack was none other than her true disciple, Duan Ling Tian, the husband of her true disciple, Li Fei. Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, it's not up to you to teach my young master a lesson. Hualao stepped forward. At this moment, he did not look like a servant at all. His entire body was burning with raging flames. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary flame. The golden flames were clearly much stronger than ordinary flames. Humph! The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's expression turned cold when she realized Elder Hua did not come with good intentions. She raised her hands, and an ice spike that was more than 10 meters long appeared in the air before it shot toward Elder Hua. Swoosh! The icicle pierced through the air like an ice arrow, mercilessly whistling through the air. She did not want to injure her true disciple, Li Fei, her junior nephew, Kong Yue, or Li Fei's husband, Duan Ling Tian. She did not want to injure or kill any of them. She only had one target at this moment. It was the red-clad old man who had appeared behind Duan Ling Tian. Good timing! Hualao narrowed his eyes when he saw the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's attack. At the same time, his red robes fluttered even though there was no wind. In the next moment, Elder Hua's eyes narrowed. In an instant, his eyes seemed to have formed two flaming vortexes. Subsequently, a fiery light shot out from each of the two vortexes. The two flames intertwined with each other, condensing and compressing along with the spinning energy. Finally, they turned into a scorching hot arrow, meeting the oncoming icicles head-on. Swoosh! Swoosh! The flaming arrow shot through the air. At this moment, the terrifying flame energy seemed to have condensed into a single point before it launched its attack. On the other hand, the ice arrow that was emitting a frigid aura was no different from the flaming arrow. Ice and fire finally collided with each other amidst Kong Yue's miserable screams. There was no earth-shattering collision. As soon as the two arrows collided, the flames gradually extinguished, and the ice gradually melted. It was as though the collision had ended in silence. In the end, The flame arrow was completely extinguished, and the ice arrow was completely melted. This round of collision was a draw. The purple spike celestial emperor looked at Hualao warily. She knew Hualao's strength was not inferior to hers. Moreover, when Hualao made his move, she sensed a faint aura from his body. It was the aura of a celestial beast. Moreover, it was a terrifying flame celestial beast. At the very least, it was a peak celestial beast that was close to becoming a divine beast. If Hualao had reverted to his true form, she might not be a match for him. At this moment, the purple spike celestial emperor said, "Fei tell your husband to stop. Even if Yu Yi's words were harsh, he has already learned his lesson." In just a blink of an eye, the purple spike celestial emperor withdrew her cold aura as though she had never made a move. She looked at Li Fei with a gentle expression on her face. At the same time, a hint of surprise could be seen in her eyes when she looked at Duan Lingtian. Initially, she thought Li Fei's husband, who was not as talented as Li Fei and was about the same age as Li Fei, would be much weaker than Li Fei. It was only when Hualao made a move against Kong Yue that the purple spike celestial emperor realized she was wrong. Not only was Li Fei's husband a one basic celestial emperor who was younger than 1,000 years old like Kong Yue, but he had also comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. Moreover, he had also comprehended multiple combinations of the profundities from the law of space. She had never seen or heard of someone who had such achievements at the age of 300. She knew she had misjudged Hualao. Her disciple, Li Fei's husband, was the true monstrous genius. In front of him, not to mention Kong Yue, even her disciple Li Fei was overshadowed. They were like grains of light, unable to compete with the radiance of the moon. Li Fei heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Duan Lingtian was fine. At the same time, she glanced at Elder Hua in shock. She did not expect Elder Hua to possess such strength. She knew about Hualao's existence when she was still in the mundane realm. She also knew that Hualao was suspected to have perished. However, she did not expect that he had only gone missing. She did not expect Hualao to not only leave the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, but he also possessed such terrifying strength. He was not inferior to her master, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. After all, her master, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, was one of the strongest titled Celestial Emperors under the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. Although the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was the latest to join the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven, her strength was not inferior to her two senior brothers. "Scoundrel, let him go." Li Fei glanced at Kong Yue and was also amused by the scene in front of her. Kong Yue's cheeks were torn open on both sides and were badly mutilated. However, there was no way to treat them. Kong Yue's strength was completely suppressed by Duan Lingtian's strength. At this moment, Kong Yue's cries were getting softer and softer. He was clearly tired of screaming. Upon hearing the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's words, Kong Yue looked at Li Fei with a pleading expression on his face. It was as though he was begging Li Fei to help him. Swoosh! Upon hearing Li Fei's words, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and withdrew his spatial energy. At this moment, a green light shone on Kong Yue's cheeks. It did not take long for his wounds to return to normal as though nothing had happened. Kong Yue had comprehended the law of wood that specialized in healing. Therefore, it was easy for him to heal his injuries. When Duan Lingtian tore open his mouth, he did not injure his vital organs. To him, it was merely a flesh wound. However, it was an extremely painful flesh wound. After Duan Lingtian withdrew his hand, he did not even look at Kong Yue. Instead, he turned to look at the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. Initially, Kong Yue was looking at Duan Lingtian in fear. When he saw Duan Lingtian looking away, a hint of anger flashed in the depths of his eyes. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian. However, after witnessing the scene earlier, he knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian. Although they were both one basic celestial emperors, Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the profundities from the law of space was much more profound than his. How's this possible? Isn't he about the same age as junior sister Li Fei? How can he be so strong? As far as Kong Yue was concerned, Duan Ling Tian's strength was many times stronger than Li Fei's, who had a higher natural talent than him. Was this really the man that Li Fei said had a natural talent inferior to hers? At this moment, Kong Yue felt as though he had been tricked by Li Fei. However, he seemed to have forgotten about this. He had heard this from his father. Yue, you can leave now. At this moment, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor said to Kong Yue. After all, Duan Lingtian was the husband of her true disciple, Li Fei. If it were not for the fact that she had no other choice, she would not have made things worse. After all, she had to take her disciple, Li Fei, into consideration. Moreover, based on the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed and the strength of the people around him, he could faintly sense that Duan Lingtian, who wanted to bring Li Fei away, did not have a simple background. Yes, third junior aunt. Kong Yue responded and left. The moment he turned around, his face began to distort, becoming exceptionally sinister. He would never forget what had happened today for the rest of his life. After all, Duan Lingtian had humiliated him in front of the woman he had taken a fancy to. Duan Lingtian, just you wait. Just you wait. When he left, Kong Yue's rationality was completely destroyed by the flames of anger. Chapter 34:17. Duan Lingtian was unaware of Kong Yue's vengeful nature. Even if he knew, he would not care. Initially, Duan Lingtian did not want to bicker with Kong Yue. However, since Kong Yue had gone overboard, he could not be blamed. Since Kong Yue had already made a move, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, not afraid of offending Kong Yue. After listening to Li Fei's words, Duan Lingtian no longer paid any attention to Kong Yue. After all, Kong Yue was merely a clown to him. Duan Lingtian looked at the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor and said, "Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, I'm little Feier's husband. Naturally, I won't hold her back. If I don't have a better cultivation environment and resources for her, I won't bring her away. You can't even begin to imagine how important she is to me," Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. He knew the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor would no longer look down on him and Hualao. Indeed, this was the truth. Earlier, Duan Lingtian and Hualao's attacks had shocked the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. She realized her disciple Li Fei's husband was not an ordinary person. Duan Lingtian was about the same age as her disciple Li Fei, but he had already achieved so much. This was not something that could be explained by luck. In this world, only the fittest survived, and the strong were revered. Even the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor respected this rule. For this reason, after witnessing Duan Lingtian and Hualao's strength, not only did she not hold it against Duan Lingtian for attacking Kong Yue, but her gaze had also softened when she looked at Duan Lingtian. "It seems like you've had a better life than Feier. You're not even 400 years old, right?" the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor asked. "Yes," Duan Lingtian nodded. However, when the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor asked about his age, he could not help but think about his other wife, Ker, and the divine offering land in the realms of gods that had been completely closed. Currently, there were only about 600 years left before the space tunnel between the realms of gods and the Devata realms would reopen. If Duan Lingtian was still in the past, he would have been satisfied with his current achievements. However, he was not satisfied with his current achievements. After all, there were different ranks among the titled Celestial Emperors. The weaker titled Celestial Emperors would only be given the title of 1-star God of War in the 9 Serenities battlefield, while the stronger titled Celestial Emperors would be given the title of 7-star God of War or 8-star God of War. Those who stood at the top of the pyramid of titled Celestial Emperors were 9-star Gods of War. The 9-star Gods of War were all half-step gods, or demigods for short. They had reached a level above 10 directions Celestial Emperors. At the same time, they had comprehended heaven-defying laws. In order to reach that level, one had to comprehend the profundities to a certain level. The difference between a 10 directions Celestial Emperor and a 10 directions Celestial Emperor was not as simple as a breakthrough in one's cultivation base. One's soul had to be refined as well. The refinement of one's soul depended on one's comprehension of profundities. Scoundrel! He's even stronger than me now? In fact, Li Fei was already shocked when Duan Lingtian defeated Kong Yue. However, her master, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, had spoken to her and interrupted her train of thought. Now that the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor had asked about Duan Lingtian's age and the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's attitude toward Duan Lingtian, Li Fei immediately shifted her attention back to this matter. She did not expect her husband would be stronger than her in just a few hundred years. It should be known that before this, in Li Fei's opinion, the only person by her side was her younger sister, Ke. Due to her extraordinary status in her past life and her current achievements in the world of divine remains, everyone else, including her husband, Duan Lingtian, was inferior to her. I'm not an unreasonable person. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor looked at Li Fei with a gentle expression on her face. At the same time, her voice softened as she spoke to Duan Lingtian as she said, "Although Fei has only been my disciple for a few hundred years, I treat her like my own daughter. This is because she obtained the legacy I left behind in the mundane realm. I am a person who believes in fate. It is precisely because of this that I feel that Fei is the best gift that the heavens have given me." She continued to say, "You're her husband, and you even have a child with her. I know how important you are to her. I won't force her to stay by my side. I only hope that she'll have a better future. If you can provide her with a better cultivation environment and resources, I won't force her to stay by my side." The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's words clearly confirmed her stance on this matter. She only wanted the best for Li Fei. She would not force Li Fei to stay by her side even if she was reluctant to do so. "Master," Li Fei trembled slightly when she heard the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's words. An expression of guilt appeared on her face. Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Hualao, who was standing behind him, said, "You don't have to worry about this. What the heavenly palace of the floating heaven can provide for the young madam, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven can provide for her as well. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven." Upon hearing Hualao's words, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's eyes widened in shock. Although she had guessed Duan Lingtian was supported by a heavenly palace from a Devata realm or a heaven-grade force, she did not expect the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to be the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In the past, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was, at most, as famous as the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had once fought her master to a draw. Later on, Feng Qingyang had been trapped in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. At that time, her master had told her that Feng Qingyang might not be the strongest heavenly emperor in the Devata realms, but he was definitely the one with the highest innate talent. He was also one of the few people who had the highest chance of becoming a god among the group of celestial emperors who had yet to become a god. If that Feng Qingyang dies in the Azura Hell, it can only be said that the heavens are jealous of his talent. If he can come out, he will be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, soaring through the 9 heavens in one day. These were the exact words of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor clearly remembered them. Not only was Chan Qiubo a titled celestial emperor, but he was also one of the strongest 7-star gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Not only was Chan Qiubo a titled celestial emperor, but he was also a famous titled celestial emperor in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. At that time, her master, the arch of the floating heaven, had guessed that the arch of the floating heaven would not be able to escape. It was highly likely that Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had a fortuitous encounter in the Azura Hell. Even if he did not become a god, he was definitely one of the strongest 8-star gods of war or even a 9-star god of war. It was only natural that a heavenly emperor's heavenly palace in a Devata realm would rise in status as well. In other words, After Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, killed Chen Qiubo, one of the strongest seven-star gods of war, and reclaimed the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The status of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had reached a level that most heavenly palaces in the Devata realms could not compare to. This included the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Why you're currently in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? The purple spike celestial emperor asked in confusion as she looked at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a crazy idea popped up in her mind. Could Duan Lingtian be the disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang? It was said that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, only had a few nominal disciples. Could it be that Duan Lingtian was one of his nominal disciples? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Therefore, you don't have to worry about little Fei, not having a better cultivation environment and resources after leaving the heavenly palace of the floating heaven with me. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven will also do its best to nurture her. Naturally, Duan Lingtian only said these words out loud. Naturally, he would not be able to provide Li Fei with the cultivation environment and resources provided by the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Instead, he would be able to provide Li Fei with the cultivation environment in his little world that was comparable to a realm of gods. After all, the cultivation environment in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven could not compare to it. Currently, both Han Shuanai and Duan Lingtian had discovered the wonders of Duan Lingtian's little world. They could not help but cultivate in it. Are you the nominal disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang? The purple spike celestial emperor asked. If you're not, then Fei Er's treatment in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven is definitely not as good as the treatment in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Nominal disciple. Duan Lingtian was taken aback by the purple spike celestial emperor's words. Then he shook his head. You're not? The purple spike celestial emperor frowned. Her expression turned cold as she said, if you're not, how can Fei be treated in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? I suggest she stay in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Purple spike celestial emperor. Hualao looked at the purple spike celestial emperor indifferently and said, the young master isn't the heavenly emperor's nominal disciple. She's the heavenly emperor's only true disciple. Even if the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven and the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven meet as equals, if both of you are traveling with the young master, the two of you will only be equal. Hualao said. As soon as Hualao finished speaking, the purple spike celestial emperor's eyes widened in shock. True disciple? Based on what she knew, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, did not have a true disciple. How did he suddenly have a true disciple? Was he only recently recruited? However, if it was only recently, how could Duan Lingtian possess such strength at such a young age? Chapter 34:18. In the Purple Spike Immortal Emperor's opinion, if a person wanted to have Duan Lingtian's current strength before the age of 400, it was definitely not something that could be done overnight. If Duan Lingtian had entered the tutelage of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, it would make sense for him to possess such strength. However, if he had just entered the tutelage of the heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang, it would mean that his strength had nothing to do with the heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang from the solitary destructive heaven. However, was this possible? If Duan Lingtian's strength had nothing to do with heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang, then where did his strength come from? This was not something that could be achieved by luck alone. Li Fei was her favorite disciple. Li Fei had obtained her legacy in the mundane realm and was brought to the floating heaven in the Devata realm by her subordinates before she ascended to a Devata realm. Li Fei had received Li Fei's guidance without any reservation. However, even so, Li Fei's current strength was still far from Duan Lingtian's. I've never heard that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven has a true disciple. The purple spike celestial emperor frowned slightly as she looked at Hualao. She did not suspect that Hualao was lying because it was easy to tell if he was telling the truth. However, she was puzzled. Why did Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang of the solitary destructive heaven suddenly have a true disciple? It didn't happen before, but that doesn't mean it doesn't happen now. Elder Hua smiled faintly. Before my young master ascended to the Devata realm, he had already obtained the legacy left behind by our Lord Heavenly Emperor in the mundane realm. At that time, our Lord Heavenly Emperor had been paying attention to him. Later on, Lord Heavenly Emperor came out of the Azura Hell and wanted to find him and take him in as a disciple. Unfortunately, even after searching for a long time, we were unable to find him. There's no need for you to doubt it. The young master's current strength has nothing to do with the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Young master's talent and opportunities are not something you can imagine. Hualao said. He obtained the inheritance of Celestial Emperor Feng Qingyang when he was in the mundane plane. The purple spike Celestial Emperor was stunned. The Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven left behind an inheritance in the mundane realm? At this time, even Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian curiously. Little Fei-er. When he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him, Duan Lingtian smiled and said, I'm sure you know the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? I know. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Li Fei was even more confused. That Heavenly Emperor is called Feng Qingyang. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Fei and continued, As for my sect in the mundane plane, the Seven Absolutes sect, the previous generation's first absolute, the Misty Rain lineage's first absolute, was also called Feng Qingyang. What? Naturally, Li Fei was aware of the Seven Absolutes sect. However, she did not expect the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, who was famous in the Devata realms, was from the same mundane realm as her. In the past, Li Fei had learned a lot about the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven from the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. She knew the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was an extraordinary figure. She did not expect the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was not only from the same mundane realm as her, but he was also closely related to her husband. She knew her husband had obtained the Seven Absolutes Sex Fog Rain progeny's legacy in the mundane realm. She had also come into contact with most of the successors of the other progenies in the Seven Absolutes sect. Her younger sister, Tian Wu, was also a member of the Seven Absolutes sect. Han Xuanai, who had been with her and Duan Lingtian for hundreds of years, was also a member of the Seven Absolutes sect. I see. I understand now. Realization dawned on Li Fei. When the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor looked at her in confusion, she briefly explained to her husband that Duan Lingtian had obtained the first absolutes of the Seven Absolutes sect's first absolutes, the Fog Rain progeny, in the mundane realm. However, I didn't know Senior Feng Qingyang and the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven were the same person. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's eyes lit up when she heard Li Fei's words. Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had risen the fastest among all the Heavenly Emperors in the Devata realms. Moreover, it seemed like he did not intend to accept any formal disciples at all. Who knew he had left behind such a legacy in the mundane realm? Naturally, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor knew the significance of Feng Qingyang's legacy in the mundane realm. It meant he was fated to be the successor of his legacy. When one's cultivation reached a certain level, what was more important was not just one's talent and perception. Even if this was a factor, it was more of a matter of fate. Fate was determined by the heavens. Even if it was her, a large part of the reason why she was so nice to Li Fei was because of this. Otherwise, why did she not accept Duan Yentian and Han Xuanai, who came to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven together with Li Fei even though their innate talent was not inferior to Li Fei's? Fei-er, if you have time in the future, please come back and visit me often. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor sighed. She knew that since Li Fei had followed Duan Lingtian to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, she would not be treated any worse than she was in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Therefore, if she allowed Li Fei to stay in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, it would be tantamount to separating them. She could not bring herself to do such a thing. Moreover, she also knew that her actions would only make Li Fei bear a grudge against her. Master. Upon hearing the purple spike celestial emperor's words, Li Fei was clearly moved. Her eyes reddened as she said, "I'll definitely come back to visit you often. In my heart, you're not only my master, but you're also my mother." As soon as Li Fei finished speaking, she looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Scoundrel, I want to stay in the floating heaven for another 2 years. Come and get me after 2 years. Take Nian Tian and Xuanai with you. I want to accompany you for another 2 years so I can fulfill my filial piety." Li Fei said, "I hope you can understand me." "Of course I understand." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. "It's only 2 years. I'll wait for you in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven." Now that Duan Lingtian had found all his friends and family, it could be said that he had accomplished his goal of leaving the floating heaven. He did not mind staying in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven for another 2 years. 2 years passed in just a blink of an eye. "Thank you." Li Fei was touched by Duan Lingtian's words. "You don't have to thank me. We're husband and wife." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Then, he looked at Hualao and said, "Hualao, I plan to stay in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven for another 2 years. Do you want to return to the floating heaven first? Or do you want to stay here with me for another 2 years? It's only 2 years. I'll accompany you, young master," Hualao said with a smile. It was not only Duan Lingtian who felt that 2 years would pass in just a blink of an eye. It was the same for Hualao as well. In fact, in Elder Hua's view of time, a short 2 years was nothing at all. This was because he had lived longer than Duan Lingtian. It was just like how a person with a monthly salary of $100,000 would view $100 differently from a person with a monthly salary of $10,000. The latter would not think much of it. The former would not think much of it. "Silly child, there's no need for you to do this?" The purple spike celestial emperor looked at Li Fei emotionally as she said, "There's no need for you to do this. Master, I've made up my mind." Li Fei shook her head and said, "I don't plan to cultivate for the next 2 years. I'll stay by your side to fulfill my filial piety. Although I can come back whenever I want, I won't be able to see you every day like now." Just as the atmosphere became a little warm, a loud voice with a little bit of anger suddenly came from the sky. "Third junior sister, your senior brother is here to visit." The purple spike celestial emperor frowned when she heard the voice. She did not expect someone would come and ruin the atmosphere at this moment. "Second senior brother, if there's nothing urgent, I'll pay you a visit another day. Right now I have some things to do." "I'm busy right now," the purple spike celestial emperor replied. The owner of the voice was none other than the purple spike celestial emperor's second senior brother, the almighty wind celestial emperor. It was not difficult for the purple spike celestial emperor to guess why the almighty wind celestial emperor was here. Based on how protective her second senior brother was, he must be here to stand up for his only son, Kong Yue. If it was before, she would have thought that she would need to protect Duan Lingtian. However, at this moment, she knew Duan Lingtian did not need her protection at all. In fact, if her master, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, found out about this, he would definitely reprimand her second senior brother. What a joke! How could she offend Feng Qingyang, the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven? Was that not equivalent to causing trouble for the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven? "Third junior sister, are you trying to protect Duan Lingtian?" The voice rang again. This time, 2 figures entered the purple spike celestial emperor's residence. One of them was none other than Kong Yue, who was beaten up by Duan Lingtian and had to leave in a sorry state. But now, there was another person in front of him. It was a tall, middle-aged man in a loose green robe. His face was like jade, and there was a sense of dignity between his eyebrows. Moreover, he was somewhat similar to him. "Third junior sister." The middle-aged man was none other than the almighty wind celestial emperor, the second true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. He was also the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's second senior brother. Second senior brother, didn't you hear what I said? Don't you think it's a little too much for you to enter the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's residence without an invitation? The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's expression darkened when she saw the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor entering the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's residence without an invitation. She even dismissed the idea of reminding the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor that Duan Ling Tian was the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Feng Qingyang. Initially, she did not want her second senior brother to be taken advantage of. However, now that her second senior brother had acted so recklessly, she was infuriated. Third junior sister. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor shook his head and said, I know you dote on your disciples, but shouldn't I dote on my son as well? Someone bullied him, and yet, I'm not allowed to stand up for him? Father, he's Duan Ling Tian. Kong Yu-yi, who was standing behind the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, pointed at Duan Ling Tian with a dark expression on his face. At the same time, a hint of hatred could be seen in his eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 34:19. A hint of hatred could be seen in Kong Yu-yi's eyes as he glared at Duan Ling Tian. Although he could easily recover from the injuries Duan Ling Tian had inflicted on him, he would never forget the pain he had to endure for the rest of his life. His life had been smooth sailing, and he had never suffered such hardships before. Not to mention other people, even his father, no matter how big of a mistake he made, had never punished him like this. Most importantly, he was furious. Duan Ling Tian dared to humiliate him in front of the woman he had been pursuing. Most importantly, he was jealous that Duan Ling Tian was Li Fei's husband. He was also jealous that Li Fei had always treated him coldly because of Duan Ling Tian. Second senior brother. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was already in a bad mood since Li Fei was about to leave. Now that the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor had come looking for trouble with Duan Ling Tian, was he not looking for trouble? The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor said in a low voice, I saw everything that happened. Although Duan Ling Tian's actions were a little too extreme, he was forced to do so. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor looked at the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor and said in a deep voice, Young people, who doesn't have a temper? As far as I know, even you, second senior brother, when you were young, you destroyed the entire family behind a woman because she would rather die than be with you. Compared to what you've done in the past, Duan Ling Tian's actions pale in comparison. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's tone turned colder as she spoke. What? The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's expression darkened as his eyes flashed coldly. Third junior sister, are you trying to protect him? Just because he's the husband of your most beloved disciple? Second senior brother. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor said indifferently, It's best to stop before going too far. Humph. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor glanced at Duan Ling Tian coldly before he scoffed. Third junior sister, if it weren't for you, he would have kneeled and kowtowed to my son if he wanted to live. Today, for third junior sister's sake, I won't need him to kneel and kowtow to apologize to my son. He only needs to bow and apologize. Father. Kong Yu-yi, who was standing next to the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, cried out in alarm. We can't let him go so easily. In his opinion, this was too easy for Duan Ling Tian. After all, his opponent had forcefully cut open his mouth, and then suppressed his celestial origin energy to prevent him from healing his injuries. He had personally experienced the pain of being cut open for a very long time. He had already made up his mind that even if Duan Ling Tian did not die, he would at least be crippled. However, who would have thought his father's father? He of his life, of his father's, of his father's, of his father's, of his father's life, of his life? However, when Kong Yu-yi heard the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's voice transmission, he immediately shut his mouth. Nevertheless, his eyes were still filled with anger and resentment. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor said, Your third junior aunt's strength is no longer inferior to mine. It's only a matter of time before she surpasses me. Furthermore, although your grandmaster has 3 personal disciples, the one he dotes on the most is your third martial uncle. Since she wants to protect Duan Lingtian, I can't go too far in front of her. These were the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's words. Apart from that, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor added, "We can't go too far in front of your third junior aunt. However, as long as he's not in front of your third junior aunt, we can do whatever we want to him. Now, all we have to do is to regain our dignity and make your third junior aunt think we're willing to let this matter go." As long as your third junior aunt thinks we won't make a move on him, she won't pay too much attention to his safety in the future. That's the only way we'll succeed. As he finished speaking, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's tone was filled with bone-piercing coldness, causing Kong Yue to feel relieved. "Father, you're really thoughtful." Kong Yue transmitted his voice with a smile. "I can't help it. Your third junior aunt has grown too quickly. Even I have to be wary of her. Furthermore, the person that your grandmaster values the most is also her." The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor sighed. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was taken aback when she heard the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor asking Duan Lingtian to bow and apologize. Since when did her second senior brother become so lenient? However, when she thought that the other party might be afraid of her, she felt relieved. Although the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor knew her Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor had already compromised, she still shook her head and said, "Second senior brother, based on your words, it's obvious you don't intend to look into this matter. Why don't you do me a favor and let this matter go?" At this moment, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's tone had softened. Naturally, she knew she was helping the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. After all, if the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor really did something to Duan Lingtian, he would not even know how he died. Although she could tell the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor about Duan Lingtian's background and use it to intimidate the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, however, after thinking about it for a moment, she decided against it. She wanted to resolve this matter with her own strength. "Third junior sister, he's just bowing and apologizing. Are you not going to let him do it?" The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's expression turned unsightly. "Second senior brother, please do me a favor." The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor looked at the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor with a determined expression on her face. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor and the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor looked at each other for a moment before the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor sighed and said, "Forget it. Let's leave this matter at that. I'll do you a favor, third junior sister." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a sneer on his face. "You're Duan Lingtian, right? Brat, you're really lucky. If it weren't for third junior sister's protection, I wouldn't have let you off so easily." As soon as he finished speaking, he beckoned his son, Kong Yue, to leave the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's residence with him. As soon as the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor and Kong Yue left, their eyes glinted coldly as though they were about to devour Duan Lingtian. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian remained silent as he watched the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor deal with the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. Although he could scare the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor away with the name of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, this was, after all, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's territory. "Thank you, Purple Spike Celestial Emperor." After Kong Yue and Kong Yue left, Duan Lingtian repeatedly thanked the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. "There's nothing to thank me for." The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor shook her head as she looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. "I'm only doing this because I don't want second senior brother to have any conflict with the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. There's no need to thank me." The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor said, "Perhaps I should be the one to thank you. After all, even without me, you don't have to be afraid of my second senior brother, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor." Before Duan Lingtian could reply, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor raised an eyebrow and said, "Duan Lingtian, I've already sent a message to my master about you. My master asked me to bring you to him. He asked me to bring Hualao with me as well. After that, the purple spike celestial emperor looked at Hualao. After nodding slightly at Hualao, the purple spike celestial emperor looked at Li Fei and said with a smile, Fei-er, your grandmaster asked you to come with him as well. Under the purple spike celestial emperor's lead, Duan Lingtian, Li Fei, and Hualao went to meet the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. The purple spike celestial emperor led them to a seemingly barren forest after they left the place where they were cultivating. However, when the purple spike celestial emperor raised her hand, the forest before them transformed into a vast valley. In the valley, birds and beasts could be seen everywhere. Any random bird or beast was emitting waves of extraordinary aura. They were all immortal beasts that had cultivated to a certain level. Upon seeing the purple spike celestial emperor, the birds and beasts made way for her. Their eyes were filled with awe and veneration. At the same time, many of the birds and beasts with relatively high cultivation bases looked at Hualao, who was following behind Duan Lingtian and Li Fei, with a hint of fear in their eyes. It was obvious they could tell Hualao was a celestial beast. Moreover, Hualao was a celestial beast of a much higher grade than them. Although he did not revert to his true form, the aura he exuded was enough to intimidate them. Master. The purple spike celestial emperor brought Duan Lingtian and his two companions to a lake in the middle of the valley. She bowed respectfully at the old man who was sitting in the air above the lake. The lake was calm, and the water was so clear that one could see the bottom. Not a single fish could be seen in the lake. In the air above the lake, the owner of the old figure was also wearing a long green robe. When he entered the sight of the jade-green lake water, they seemed to match each other quite well. Master, I've brought the people you want to meet. The purple spike celestial emperor continued to speak respectfully as she looked at the old man's back. As soon as the purple spike celestial emperor finished speaking, the old man who was sitting in the air above the lake finally turned around under Duan Lingtian's watchful eyes. This was an old man wearing a long green robe. He had a head full of white hair, but his skin was exceptionally delicate and tender. He had white hair and a youthful face. There was nothing more than this. When the old man's eyes suddenly lit up, they were like the bright stars in the night sky, beautiful and eye-catching. Fair. The old man dressed in a green robe, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, looked at Li Fei with a smile on his face. How long has it been since we last met? 10 years? 20 years? Li Fei bowed and replied respectfully, Grandmaster, it has been 19 years since we last met. I didn't expect it would be 19 years in just a blink of an eye. The heavenly emperor of the floating heaven sighed. What's even more surprising is that you've reunited with your husband after 19 years. Why don't you introduce us? As soon as the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven finished speaking, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Grandmaster, this is my husband, Duan Lingtian. Li Fei held Duan Lingtian's hand, and when she introduced Duan Lingtian, her face and eyes were brimming with a brilliant and happy smile. Chapter 34:20. Haha, it's rare to see you so happy. The heavenly emperor of the floating heaven laughed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect Fei-er's husband to be a true disciple of an old friend of mine. Duan Lingtian, your master, heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang, once challenged me to a duel and we ended in a draw. Although he said he would look for me again after he made a breakthrough, I'm certain he knew I was wrong. However, I knew that regardless of whether he came to find me or not, I was definitely no match for him at that time. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang is one of the most extraordinary people I've ever met. He didn't have many fortuitous encounters in his life, and he had to rely on himself. Through the Sword Tao, he has comprehended the law of destruction. He has even mastered the law of destruction. When you fight with him, you will feel that the laws that are extremely difficult to comprehend in the eyes of others are as easy as pie to him. After saying so much, I still haven't introduced myself. I'm the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, Yang Yun Shao. In terms of seniority, you can address me as senior uncle. After all, your master, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, also addressed me as old brother. The smile on Yang Yunxiao's face widened as he spoke. Senior Uncle Yang. Yang Yunxiao was the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. Moreover, he was an old acquaintance of Senior Feng Qingyang. Most importantly, he was Fei Er's grandmaster. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not dare to be disrespectful in front of him. Haha. Yang Yunxiao's smile widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's greeting. Then, he lifted his hand and took something out of his spatial ring. Take this as a gift for our first meeting. As soon as he finished speaking, he lifted his hand, and a dull pearl hovered in front of Duan Lingtian. Senior Uncle Yang, I can't accept this. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Although he did not know what Yang Yunxiao had taken out, it was clear it was not an ordinary item since a heavenly emperor kept it in his spatial ring and took it out as a gift. Keep it. Yang Yunxiao said with a smile. This is a treasure I found in the 9 Serenities battlefield. It's very special. It can be deformed by force, but it won't be destroyed. Even the power that can destroy a storage ring will not be able to destroy it. It will only be squeezed out of shape. I've studied it for tens of thousands of years, but I haven't been able to figure out anything. Today, when you came to see me, I thought of what I could give you as a greeting gift. Your master doesn't lack anything either. Then I immediately thought of it. Even though I don't know what it is, and I can't figure out anything from it, I still have a feeling that it's not as simple as it seems. Yang Yunxiao said. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Since it's such a precious thing, I can't accept it. After hearing Yang Yunxiao's words, Duan Lingtian naturally realized the value of the round bead in Yang Yunxiao's hand. If even the power that could destroy a storage ring could not destroy it, how could it be ordinary? If you don't accept it, could it be that you don't want to acknowledge me as your martial uncle? Yang Yunxiao asked with a glare. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Whether it was Yang Yunxiao's enthusiasm or the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven's enthusiasm, it was difficult for him to accept it. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian further realized the influence of his master whom he had never met. Even the heavenly emperors of 2 Devata realms treated him with respect. Although Duan Lingtian had not met Feng Qingyang and did not know the extent of Feng Qingyang's relationship with the heavenly emperor of the Floating Heaven, he could tell they were just acquaintances. How could the heavenly emperor of the Floating Heaven be willing to give away a treasure that he had studied in the 9 Serenities battlefield for tens of thousands of years? Based on this, one could see how much he valued Duan Lingtian. In the end, Duan Lingtian accepted the round bead from Yang Yunxiao. It was not only because of Yang Yunxiao's insistence, but it was also because Huang the soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, had spoken to him. Master, please accept this old man's gift. It's very useful to me. It'll give you a big surprise. Who was Huang? She was the soul of the prominent 7 orifices exquisite sword. In fact, before she was the soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, she was already the soul of another prominent 7 orifices exquisite sword. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask curiously, Huang what's that? There are many names for this item in different realms of gods. All you need to know is that with this item, I'm confident I'll be able to turn the 7 orifices exquisite sword into a supreme-grade divine weapon. Duan Lingtian was shocked by Huang words. A supreme-grade divine weapon? In the past, Duan Lingtian had asked Huang if the 7 orifices exquisite sword was the best divine weapon. At that time, Huang had said it was not. When Duan Lingtian had pressed her, Huang had told him there were supreme-grade divine weapons above prominent divine weapons. Naturally, supreme-grade divine weapons were extremely rare. They were usually in the hands of the leaders of the major forces in the realms of gods. Ordinary people would not be able to come into contact with them. Above supreme-grade divine weapons were supreme-grade divine weapons. A supreme-grade divine weapon was personally forged by a supreme-grade divine weapon. It was not something an ordinary divine weapon could possess. Supreme-grade divine weapons were usually in the hands of a supreme-grade expert. Naturally, those close to a supreme-grade expert might possess a supreme-grade divine weapon as well. Master, the materials used to forge a supreme-grade divine weapon are no different from supreme-grade divine weapons. A supreme-grade divine weapon is a supreme-grade divine weapon stored in the body of a supreme-grade divine weapon and nurtured for 10,000 years by the supreme-grade divine weapon with supreme divine energy. However, although the materials used to forge the weapon are the same, the former can easily kill the former with a supreme-grade divine weapon and the former with a supreme-grade divine weapon. The difference between a supreme-grade divine weapon and a supreme-grade divine weapon is greater than the difference between a supreme-grade divine weapon and a primitive divine weapon. In fact, it's even greater than the difference between a supreme-grade divine weapon and an emperor-grade celestial weapon. At that time, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of divine weapons. At the same time, he realized his 7 orifices exquisite sword could only be considered an average divine weapon in this world. A supreme-grade divine weapon. Upon hearing Huang Er's words, Duan Lingtian felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Moreover, since Yang Yunshao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, insisted on giving him the divine weapon, Duan Lingtian decided to accept it. "Thank you, Senior Uncle Yang." "That's right." A bright smile appeared on Yang Yunzhao's face when he saw Duan Lingtian accepting the divine weapon. Then, he shifted his gaze to Hualao, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, and said, "I've also heard of Celestial Emperor Jin Wu. Among the Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's subordinates, you're second only to Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor. However, when I sparred with Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, you weren't in the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven yet. Or rather, you weren't under Feng Qingyang's command?" Yang Yunshao asked. "Lord Heavenly Emperor, I only started following Lord Heavenly Emperor a few hundred years ago." Hualao replied respectfully. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian could tell Hualao was more respectful to Yang Yunshao than to the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. Naturally, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out the reason behind this. The Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven was much stronger than the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. The Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven was only a 7-star god of war, while Yang Yunshao was an 8-star god of war. As expected, Yang Yunshao nodded in realization. "When do you plan to leave?" Yang Yunshao asked with a smile on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Li Fei. He looked like a kind elder looking at 2 juniors. "Grandmaster," Li Fei replied respectfully, "I plan to stay in the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven for another 2 years to accompany you before leaving." "All right," Yang Yunshao nodded. "It's rare for you to be so filial." After he finished speaking, he turned to look at the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor and said, "Junior nephew Duan and Hualao, please take good care of them." "Yes, master." Then, Yang Yunshao turned to look at Duan Lingtian and said, "Junior nephew Duan, I'll be leaving the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven for a period of time. If you have any problems in the Heavenly Palace, you can look for me." "I understand, Senior Aunt Yang." Duan Lingtian nodded. Yang Yunshao watched as the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor brought Duan Lingtian and the others back to her place of cultivation. A month later. "Duan Lingtian hasn't left yet?" The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor asked with a slight frown on his face. "Father, I've asked someone about it." Kong Yuyi's expression was grim as he said coldly, "Duan Lingtian plans to stay in the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven for 2 years before leaving with Li Fei. That bitch Li Fei said that she would accompany Third Martial Uncle for 2 years before leaving." Kong Yuyi said, 2 years. Upon hearing this, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's frown disappeared. 2 years will pass in just a blink of an eye. Let's just wait. Don't worry, I'll personally capture Duan Lingtian in 2 years. You can torture him to death in any way you want. However, you must kill him before your third martial uncle arrives. If your third junior aunt arrives and he's still alive, you can't make a move. I'm afraid she'll attack you in a fit of rage. As long as Duan Lingtian dies and we don't kill Li Fei, no matter how angry your third martial uncle is, he'll at most fight with me. At most, I'll be slightly injured. After that, this matter was left unsettled. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor said. Upon hearing the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's words, Kong Yu Yi's eyes lit up immediately. He gritted his teeth and said, "In that case, we'll let Duan Lingtian live for another 2 years. 2 years later, I'll tear that Duan Lingtian to pieces in front of Li Fei. I'd like to see what kind of expression Li Fei will have when that time comes." Chapter 34:21. Since her master, the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven, had instructed her to arrange a private courtyard for Duan Lingtian in the valley she was staying in, she did not hesitate to arrange a private courtyard for him. She had also arranged for Elder Hua to stay in a courtyard nearby. It was quite a distance away from Duan Lingtian's courtyard, so they could take care of each other. 2 years passed in just a blink of an eye for Hualao. Although 2 years was not a long time for Duan Lingtian, it was enough for him to do many things and improve his strength. Scoundrel! There are formations in and out of this courtyard. Why did you set up a few more formations? Moreover, you even asked Sister Huan to help you set up a few illusory formations. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian curiously as she stood in the courtyard. At this moment, a woman dressed in a snow-white robe stood next to Duan Lingtian. Her peerless beauty made her surroundings pale in comparison. She was none other than the woman who had set up a few illusory formations according to Duan Lingtian's request. Huan Er's true form was 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, a divine beast. She was naturally skilled in setting up formations. Although her strength was not comparable to a titled celestial emperor, her illusory formations would be difficult to decipher unless one was a god. The only way to decipher the formations was to force their way through. Otherwise, they would not be able to see what was happening inside the formations. You'll find out soon enough. Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously when he heard Li Fei's question. Then he turned to Huan and said, "Huan, after little Fei enters my little world, tell her about it." "All right." Huan nodded obediently. "Your little world? Aren't all little worlds similar?" Li Fei asked curiously. When Li Fei and Huan entered Duan Lingtian's little world, they discovered that her husband's little world was different from ordinary people's little world. This place was simply like a small independent plane. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven could not compare to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth seems to be. Li Fei was frightened and muttered in a low voice. Her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. She couldn't believe that she could feel this kind of world energy here. At this moment, she even suspected that she was dreaming. I'm not dreaming, right? Fei. At this moment, Li Ro walked toward Li Fei and said with a smile, "You're not dreaming, and you're not mistaken. The heaven and earth spirit energy here is exactly the same as the heaven and earth spirit energy in the world of divine offering." When Li Ro's voice fell, Li Fei had already quietly pinched herself. The sharp pain made her realize that she was not dreaming. "Sister Fei," Huan said, "the heaven and earth spirit energy here was obtained by Brother Lingtian from the ruins of a realm of gods. The world of divine offering is also a realm of gods, so it's only natural that the heaven and earth spirit energy there is the same as the heaven and earth spirit energy here." The ruins of a realm of gods? Li Fei was the disciple of the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, and the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. For this reason, Li Fei knew about the ruins of a realm of gods. Scoundrel! He found the ruins of a realm of gods? Li Fei knew how lucky he was to find the ruins of a realm of gods. It was said that even in the 9 Serenities battlefield, a group of celestial emperors might not even have a chance to enter the ruins of a realm of gods. The ruins of a realm of gods had collapsed. All living beings in the realm of gods were dead, and countless divine weapons and treasures were scattered everywhere. In the Devata realms, the ruins of a realm of gods were widely acknowledged as the #1 treasure trove. However, not only did her husband find the ruins of a realm of gods, but he had also obtained the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realm of gods. How did he do it? How did he do it? Li Fei asked as she looked at Huan in shock. She knew her husband had always been by his side throughout his journey in the Devata realms. Therefore, it was only natural that she knew more about him than anyone else. Sister Fei the reason Brother Ling Tian was able to transfer the heaven and earth spirit energy in the ruins of a realm of gods into his little world is because of them, Huan said. As she spoke, she looked at the 5 divine elements standing around the divine tree of life. Currently, the 5 divine elements were like colorful ribbons that twined around the divine tree of life. It was a dazzling sight to behold. Li Fei looked at the 5 divine elements with a confused expression on her face. Those are the 5 divine elements. Huan replied. Do you know about the 5 divine elements, Sister Fei Huan asked again. The 5 divine elements? At first, Li Fei didn't react, but now that she did, her expression changed greatly, and her pupils couldn't help but shrink. She knew what the 5 divine elements were. At this moment, she could not help but recall the words her master, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, had said to her, Fei there are many treasures in this world. However, in the Devata realms, the most precious treasures are the 5 divine elements. It's only a matter of time before anyone becomes a god if they obtain a certain form of the 5 divine elements. If they're lucky, the 5 divine elements will grow even stronger. Even after becoming a god, they'll be able to carve out a place for themselves in the realms of gods. Based on this, one could see how precious the 5 divine elements were. Li Fei gasped inwardly as she looked at the 5-colored energy. Then, she asked, Huan do the 5 divine elements belong to Batty? Although Li Fei had only heard of the 5 divine elements and had never seen one before, she could still feel the aura of the 5 elemental law from the energy that looked like a 5-colored ribbon. In other words, there were 5 divine elements. The 5 divine elements that Zhang Xian was looking at wasn't just a single divine element but a mixture of all 5. Yes, they're all Brother Ling Tian's. Huan nodded. Feels like their forms are quite high as well. Li Fei asked. 4 of them are in the 7th form, and 1 of them is in the 8th form. Li Fei was stunned when she heard Huan words. She did not expect her husband to have such a high form of the 5 divine elements. That tree, it seems like it's quite extraordinary as well. Soon, Li Fei regained her senses after a long while, and her attention was attracted by the tree surrounded by the 5 divine elements. When she learned that the divine tree of life was a tree of life in every realm of gods and that one could use it to comprehend the law of life, she was stunned. She did not expect her husband to have such a fortuitous encounter after hundreds of years. Batty must have encountered many difficulties and suffered a lot, Huan thought to herself. Li Fei felt a stab of pain in her heart. She knew one had to pay a price in order to obtain what he had. Her husband must have sacrificed a lot in order to obtain what he had. Most likely, he must have died many times. At this moment, Li Fei could not help but tear up. She looked at Huan and said softly, Huan tell me what happened to you and Batty over the years. If you ask him to tell me, he'll definitely avoid the details. I believe you won't lie to me, right? Since Li Fei said so, how could Huan lie to her? After listening to her, Li Fei learned that her husband had been through a lot of hardships and obstacles on his way to becoming the celestial race. She did not expect there would be so many times where he would almost die. This was especially true recently. He had almost died trying to save her parents. Sister Fei, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to let Big Brother Ling Tian go alone to save my parents. When she saw that the tears in Li Fei's eyes were getting thicker and thicker, she was so anxious that tears began to fall from her eyes. She knew Li Fei was someone Big Brother Ling Tian cared about, so she did not want to leave a bad impression on Li Fei. The current Huan was no longer the clueless young girl of the past. She had learned a lot. Silly girl. Li Fei held Huan Er's hand and shook her head. I know Scoundrel's character very well. Even if he's willing to take the risk, he won't allow you to take the risk. Not to mention you, even if it was me, Ku'er or Tian Wu, he would do the same if he encountered such a situation. I understand him. Indeed. Li Fei understood Duan Lingtian very well. Therefore, she could understand Duan Lingtian's actions. However, when she thought about Duan Lingtian's situation, she could not help but break out in cold sweat. At the same time, she was glad Duan Lingtian was fine. If something had happened to Duan Lingtian, it would have been impossible for them to meet again. Scoundrel, I'll be accompanying my master. I won't come to your place often. If you want to see me, you can look for me at my master's place. After spending a few days with Duan Lingtian, Li Fei was eager to accompany her master, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. In Li Fei's eyes, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was like a mother to her. She wanted to spend more time with the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor before she left. Yes. Duan Lingtian agreed with Li Fei's approach and supported Li Fei. In the following 2 years, Li Fei only returned a few times. Most of the time, it was Duan Lingtian who went to look for her and watched as she accompanied the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor to brew wine. During this time, Duan Lingtian also fell in love with the wine brewed by the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor and Li Fei. At one point, he even suspected, could it be that the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was trying to entice him with the wine she brewed so that he would bring Li Fei home more often in the future? Time passed quietly. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Master, I'll come back to visit you often. Duan Lingtian stayed by Li Fei's side and watched as she bade farewell to the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor before they left with Hualao. When they left, Duan Lingtian could clearly see tears welling up in the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's eyes. Chapter 34-22. After leaving the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's residence, Duan Lingtian could sense Li Fei's low spirits. Little Fei we can come whenever you want to see the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. Duan Lingtian comforted her with a smile. All right. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Li Fei's expression softened slightly. You can cultivate in my little world now, Duan Lingtian said to Li Fei. Now, Hualao and I will bring you back to the solitary destructive heaven. After we return to the solitary destructive heaven, we can take a stroll outside and come to the floating heaven to look for your master. After Li Fei entered his little world, Duan Lingtian followed Hualao to the transporting formation in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Along the way, Duan Lingtian's gaze swept across the buildings and scenery in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. This was his first time looking at the heavenly palace of the floating heaven in such a calm manner. Even when he was in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he had never looked at the heavenly palace of the floating heaven in such a calm manner. As the heavenly emperor's palace of the floating heaven, many of the buildings here gave off a majestic feeling. It was both visually and spiritually stunning. With Li Fei's guidance, Duan Lingtian and Hualao soon arrived at the transporting formation in the floating heaven. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the valley where the transportation formation was located, he discovered there was no one in the valley. Why is there no one here? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Normally, there would be at least 1 or 2 people guarding the transporting formation in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. However, there was no one guarding the transportation formation in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. It was as though the transportation formation was unguarded. However, Duan Lingtian didn't think too much about it. Just as Duan Lingtian and Hualao were about to step into the transportation formation and leave the floating heaven, a sudden change occurred. Be careful! Following Hualao's shout, the flames around his body wrapped around him, and he shot into the sky with the Duan Lingtian, who had also sensed something and whose expression had changed slightly. As soon as Elder Hua and Duan Lingtian soared into the sky, a buzzing sound rang from the transportation formation in the Devata realms. From a bird's-eye view, one could see that it was actually a series of condensed and sharp wind blades, sweeping across as if they were endless. One could imagine that if they were any slower, whether it was Duan Lingtian or Hualao, they would definitely be attacked by these wind blades. What a powerful profundity from the law of wind! Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave. It was not difficult to see that the person who had made the move had comprehended the law of wind. At the same time, a figure appeared in his mind. He had met the figure 2 years ago. It was none other than Kong Yuyi's father, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor was the second senior brother of the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor and the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. I didn't expect your old servant to be so strong. Duan Ling Tian's expression was solemn, and Elder Hua's face was filled with rage. His eyes were filled with killing intent when an indifferent voice resonated in the air. It was none other than the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. Apart from that, there was another person standing next to him. It was his son, Kong Yui. Duan Lingtian, you're finally leaving. You'll definitely die today, Kong Yui said to Duan Lingtian with a ruthless expression on his face. At this moment, Li Fei, who was still in Duan Lingtian's body, noticed the commotion outside Duan Lingtian's body. Her expression darkened when she saw the commotion. Her beautiful eyes flashed with anger as she muttered to herself, Kong Yui is so stubborn. Usually, Duan Lingtian would not close the little world in his body. Therefore, as long as the people in his little world wanted to, they would be able to see what was going on outside. This was because he did not want to give his family members in his little world a completely sealed and oppressive space. You want to kill me? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. He thought the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor and his son would only teach him a lesson. Who knew Kong Yui would kill him as soon as he spoke? Duan Lingtian, Li Fei should be in your little world, right? Today, I'll kill you so she can see how her husband dies. How dare you make a move on me? I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces today. Kong Yui was enraged to the extreme, his eyes bulging. You think you can do that? Duan Lingtian sneered, and his face revealed disdain. Duan Lingtian, don't tell me you think the old man next to you can stop my father? What a joke! My father is the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. Kong Yui said mockingly, Father, make your move. If third junior uncle arrives, it'll be difficult for us to kill him. Kong Yui urged the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor did not reply. However, his actions were a response to Kong Yui's words. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor was skilled in the law of wind. As soon as he made his move, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air, causing tornadoes to form in the surroundings. Wang, 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 wang. Wind blades that were as sharp as swords shot out from the tornadoes toward Hualao. Killing intent surged from the attacks. Clearly, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor wanted to kill Hualao. At the same time, a gust of wind that seemed to have transformed into a gigantic hand made its way toward Duan Lingtian. I'll capture him. Kill him, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor said to Duan Lingtian when the gigantic hand was about to grab him. Upon hearing his father's words, Kong Yuyi's eyes lit up as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. Before his father, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, made his move, Kong Yui kept a distance from Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian warily, afraid that Duan Lingtian would make a move on him before his father made his move. 2 years ago, Kong Yui knew he was not as strong as Duan Lingtian. Moreover, his innate talent was also inferior to Duan Lingtian. Under such circumstances, he knew it would be difficult for him to surpass Duan Lingtian. Therefore, he could only rely on his father, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, to seek revenge. Duan Lingtian, I'm sure you didn't expect this would happen when you humiliated me 2 years ago, right? Killing intent surged in Kong Yuyi's eyes as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. At the same time, a celestial artifact, a narrow saber, appeared in his hand. It shone with a sharp saber ray as he charged toward Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Kong Yu stared at Duan Ling Tian, hoping to see fear and horror on Duan Ling Tian's face. However, he discovered Duan Ling Tian remained calm from the beginning until the end. It was as though he was not worried about being killed by Kong Yu at all. Killing intent surged in Kong Yu's eyes when he saw the gigantic hand was about to grab Duan Ling Tian. Die! Initially, I wanted to torture you slowly. However, I've decided to kill you with a single strike to prevent any mishaps. Consider yourself lucky. Kong Yu's voice was filled with killing intent as he made his move. Retreat. However, just as Kong Yu was about to make a move, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's anxious and panicked voice rang in Kong Yu's ears. In the next moment, Kong Yu discovered the gigantic hand that was about to grab Duan Ling Tian crumbled and turned into a raging wind before it disappeared into thin air. What's going on? When Kong Yu saw Duan Ling Tian staring at him, a faint smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. Although it was a normal smile, Kong Yu could not help but feel chills running up his spine when he saw Duan Ling Tian's expression. You think you can kill me with this little bit of strength? A hint of disdain flashed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Without any movement, his celestial origin energy merged with the space elemental profundity, and the space elemental profundity surged out and destroyed Kong Yu's attack effortlessly. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was not in a hurry to kill Kong Yu. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian was confident he could kill Kong Yu with just one strike. Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's thunderous voice rang in the air. If you dare to kill my son, I'll take your life and your entire family's life. Father! Kong Yu who was sent flying, did not regain his senses for a long time. He could not figure out why his father suddenly stopped helping him to restrain Duan Ling Tian. When he heard his father's angry and anxious voice, he instinctively turned around and saw the old servant standing next to Duan Ling Tian had already begun to fight with his father. Moreover, it did not take long for his father to be at a disadvantage. Who the hell are you? The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor who was fighting with Hualao looked at Hualao in shock and disbelief. He did not expect Hualao to be so strong. It was obvious Hualao was stronger than him. Moreover, he felt he would not be able to hold on for long before he was defeated. How dare you, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, kill the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Today, the heavenly palace of the floating heaven will give us an explanation. Hualao's thunderous voice that contained terrifying celestial origin energy swept through the heavenly palace of the floating heaven in just a blink of an eye. Although there were many defensive formations in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, most of the places were not soundproof. Therefore, Hualao's voice was heard by many people in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. The entire heavenly palace of the floating heaven was in an uproar. Who's that voice? He said the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor killed the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The voice came from the transportation formations in the Devata realms. Let's go and have a look. At this moment, many figures flew out of the heavenly palace of the floating heaven and made their way to the transportation formations in the Devata realms. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's residence was soundproof, so she did not hear Hualao's voice. However, even if the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor did not hear it, it did not mean the others did not hear it as well. For example, the beautiful woman who had been following Li Fei to protect Li Fei and prevent Li Fei from leaving the floating heaven had sent a message to the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor as soon as she heard the voice. Is he crazy? The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's expression changed drastically when she learned her second senior brother dared to kill Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 34-23. The transporting formation in the Devata realms was once in good condition, but now it was in ruins. In particular, the stone platform where the transportation formation was located was severely damaged. It was obvious it could no longer be used to teleport between Devata realms. In the void, the sky full of flames and the sky full of hurricanes intertwined. The flames were fiery red, while the wind was green. The power of green and red merged together like two dancing ribbons. What did you say? The almighty wind, immortal emperor, hurriedly blocked Hualao's attack. His expression instantly changed. Hualao's words had frightened him. The young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? He killed the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? The almighty wind celestial emperor's heart skipped a beat as a bad premonition rose in his heart. If the red-clad old man's words were true, it was obvious Duan Lingtian was the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. However, since when did the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven have a young lord? As far as he knew, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang of the solitary destructive heaven did not have any official disciples. He only had a few nominal disciples. Although those nominal disciples were strong and had made a name for themselves in the Nine Serenities battlefield, none of them were qualified to be called the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was either the son of the heavenly emperor or the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor. Although Duan Lingtian was a true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, he was not qualified to be called the young master of the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, since the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven had 3 true disciples. Moreover, his eldest disciple was the son of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. Only his eldest senior brother was addressed as the young master of the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Didn't you hear what I said? Hualao sneered. I'd like to see how the heavenly palace of the floating heaven will answer to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. You're from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? What proof do you have? The almighty wind immortal emperor asked in a deep voice. Who do you think you are that I need to prove myself to you? The sneer on Hualao's face deepened. If you can't prove it, it means you're not from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. You're most likely an impostor. As far as I know, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven doesn't have a young master. The almighty wind immortal emperor shouted coldly, and his words, to a certain extent, were to comfort his restless and frightened heart, because he was scared. If the person in front of him was really from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, and Duan Lingtian was really the young lord of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he was doomed. Even if his master was the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven and wanted to protect him, he would not be able to do so. That heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang was very protective of his own. In the past, his subordinate, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, Meng Luo, had inadvertently offended a heavenly emperor. After apologizing, the heavenly emperor refused to forgive Meng Luo. When Meng Luo returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven with grievous injuries, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, killed the heavenly emperor. After all, even if there was a huge gap in strength between heavenly emperors, the stronger heavenly emperors would not easily kill each other. After all, they were all heavenly emperors. However, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, did not care about such things at all. At that time, he only said one sentence, "No one can touch my people." Due to that incident, Feng Qingyang's protectiveness became famous in the Devata realms. Even ordinary titled celestial emperors from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven would not dare to make a move unless they were in the right. Imposter! Hualao laughed. There's someone who dares to impersonate someone from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Don't say I look down on you. Do you think someone like you would dare to impersonate someone from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Hualao said mockingly as he looked at the almighty wind celestial emperor. The almighty wind celestial emperor's expression darkened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Indeed, not many people would dare to impersonate someone from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After all, Feng Qingyang was not an ordinary heavenly emperor. With his current strength, there were not many forces in the Devata realms who would be able to protect him if he wanted to kill someone. Most importantly, there were many people in the Devata realms. If Feng Qingyang wanted to kill someone, there would be many people who would want to help him kill someone. After all, it meant they would be able to establish a relationship with Feng Qingyang and gain his favor. The young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? The injured Kong Yue looked at Duanling Tian, who was staring at him with a mocking expression, and his expression changed drastically. Impossible! Impossible! How's this possible? How can Duanling Tian be the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Kong Yue looked at Duanling Tian in disbelief. His heart was filled with fear. He quickly sent a voice transmission to his father, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, and asked, "Father, what should we do now? What else can we do? Let's run." The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor said to Kong Yue through voice transmission, "It's all your fault, you little brat. Run." Kong Yue was taken aback. "Father, we can't even be sure they're from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Why should we run? Do you think we'll have a chance to escape once we're sure they're from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven?" The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor said through voice transmission. He was the second true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. How could he end up like this in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven? Let's leave first. It won't be too late for us to return if they're not from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Moreover, if they're from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, we'll be able to escape responsibility. Perhaps I'll have a chance to return to the heavenly emperor palace of the floating heaven. Naturally, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor was comforting his son. If Duanling Tian and the people around him were from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, and if Duanling Tian was really the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, the two of them would never be able to return to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Even if the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven did not hunt him down, there was no way he would accept him. After all, if they accepted him, it would be equivalent to making an enemy out of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Many years ago, his master was only able to fight heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang to a draw. Now that so many years had passed, heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang's talent and comprehension ability were far superior to his master. It was only natural that heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang was stronger than his master. Moreover, he had heard from his master, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. That heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang was suspected to have already become a deity. It was impossible for his master to offend such an existence because of him. It's the Almighty Wind Immortal Emperor. Who's that? He actually has the upper hand in the battle with the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. If the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor didn't cultivate the law of wind, he would have been defeated long ago. That's Kong Yue. Who's that person in front of Kong Yue? Is he the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? At this moment, the people from the heavenly palace of the floating heaven who had rushed over arrived one after another. They saw Duanling Tian, Kong Yue, and the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor who was at a disadvantage under Hua Lao's attacks. Second senior brother. A beautiful figure appeared at the back of the crowd. As soon as she appeared, everyone turned to look at her. It's the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor is here. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor doesn't look too good. Since the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor is here, she should be able to defeat the red-clad old man if she joins forces with the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. Many people thought the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor would help the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor when they saw the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. Second senior brother, my disciple Li Fei's husband, Duanling Tian, is the only true disciple of Lord Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He's the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allowed my disciple Li Fei to leave with him. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor looked at the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor and confirmed Duanling Tian's identity. The person you're fighting is Hua Lao, the Golden Crow Celestial Emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. His strength is second only to Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, was the strongest titled celestial emperor under Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. After Feng Qingyang returned from the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, Meng Luo, the strongest titled celestial emperor under Feng Qingyang, had also become famous in the Devata realms. For this reason, almost everyone from the heavenly palace of the floating heaven knew about Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. As for Hualao, the golden crow celestial emperor, they had never heard of him. However, since the purple spike celestial emperor had confirmed it, they were certain it was true. I didn't expect him to be the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Heavens! Lord Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, has accepted a true disciple? Moreover, he's the husband of the purple spike celestial emperor's disciple? The almighty wind celestial emperor wants to kill such a person. If Lord Heavenly Emperor finds out about this, I'm afraid he won't let the almighty wind celestial emperor off the hook, right? Many people from the heavenly palace of the floating heaven were stunned when they looked at the almighty wind celestial emperor again. They could not understand why the almighty wind celestial emperor wanted to kill the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Meanwhile, Kong Yuyi's eyes were filled with fear and despair when he heard the purple spike celestial emperor's words. The almighty wind celestial emperor was also shocked by the purple spike celestial emperor's words. At the same time, he cursed in his heart. Since you knew about Duan Lingtian's identity, why didn't you tell me about it 2 years ago? With this thought in mind, the almighty wind celestial emperor sent a voice transmission to the purple spike celestial emperor. Third junior sister, when I went to look for you 2 years ago, you already knew about Duan Lingtian's identity. Yes. The purple spike celestial emperor replied. It's fine if you didn't tell me about it at that time, but why didn't you tell me about it? The almighty wind celestial emperor asked again. Since the matter has been resolved, there's no need to reveal his identity. The purple spike celestial emperor said. The purple spike celestial emperor was furious. Upon hearing the purple spike celestial emperor's words, the almighty wind celestial emperor's face turned red with anger. He took a deep breath and stepped aside. Then, he forced a smile on his face and said to Hualao, Hualao, it's a misunderstanding. My son and I were only joking with you and your young master. End of explanation. Chapter 34-24. Just kidding? Not only were Hualao and Duan Lingtian stunned by the almighty wind celestial emperor's words, but even the purple spike celestial emperor and the others from the heavenly palace of the floating heaven were taken aback. They had known the almighty wind celestial emperor for a long time, but they did not expect him to be so shameless. However, after thinking about it for a while, they felt relieved. It was obvious the almighty wind celestial emperor had no other choice. If he continued to be stubborn, even the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven would not be able to protect him. However, did he think his actions would work? Young Master Duan, since my son is disrespectful to you, I'll definitely punish him severely. I'll tell him to avoid you if he sees you in the future. What do you think? The almighty wind celestial emperor looked at Duan Lingtian humbly. He was no longer as arrogant as before. Stop acting like a fool. Duan Lingtian glanced at the almighty wind celestial emperor indifferently. Clearly, he did not intend to fall for the almighty wind celestial emperor's words. Since you and your son want to kill me, how can I let you off so easily? In the future, will people try to kill me every time I leave the floating heaven celestial emperor's mansion? Will I forgive them when they realize they're not capable of killing me? Duan Lingtian looked at the almighty wind celestial emperor coldly as he said, What a joke! If you're in my shoes, will you let those who treat you like this go? Duan Lingtian's voice became even colder. The almighty wind celestial emperor's expression darkened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, He quickly forced a smile on his face and said, "Young Master Duan, look at your wife. She's my third junior sister's disciple. Speaking of which, she has to address me as senior uncle as well. Since we're close, why don't you let us off for my third junior sister's sake?" The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor said. As soon as the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor finished speaking, Duan Lingtian did not look at him. Instead, he looked at the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor who had just arrived. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's expression darkened when she heard the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's words. Now that she saw Duan Lingtian looking at her, she felt her face burning. At the same time, she glared at the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor and said, "Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, why are you trying to drag me into this? Why didn't you remember he's the husband of my beloved disciple when you wanted to kill him?" Now, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor no longer addressed the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor as senior brother. Instead, she addressed him by his title. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's expression changed when he heard the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's words. He knew his third junior sister had no intention of helping him. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was obviously unwilling to give up. In other words, there was no room for negotiation in this matter. Run. In the end, the Almighty Wind Immortal Emperor decided to flee. However, he didn't flee alone. Instead, he dashed towards his son, Kong Yue, preparing to flee together with him. Kong Yue was dumbfounded when the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity. Although he was mentally prepared, when it was confirmed, he still felt fear and horror from the bottom of his heart. Duan Lingtian, the young master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, was actually the young master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? I'll bring you away. Kong Yue's eyes lit up when he heard the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's voice transmission. In his opinion, with his father's speed, it would not be difficult for his father to bring him away. Although his third junior uncle was stronger than his father, his speed was slightly slower than his father. After all, his father had comprehended the law of wind. Trying to escape? How could Elder Hua not see through the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's intention when he saw the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor charging at Kong Yue instead of attacking Duan Lingtian? Naturally, he knew the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor was trying to escape with his son. In just a blink of an eye, golden flames appeared in Hualao's eyes. It was as though two rays of light had appeared in the darkness, illuminating everything. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Elder Hua's body swayed and transformed into a humongous golden bird that was as big as a hill. The bird's entire body was burning with golden flames. From afar, it looked like a scorching sun. It was impossible to see the outline of its body. Swoosh! Swoosh! Although Hualao did not specialize in the law of wind, he was a flying demonic beast. His speed was naturally fast. Coupled with his comprehension of the law of fire, his speed was comparable to the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. Instead of charging at the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, he charged at Kong Yue. After all, he knew the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's target was Kong Yue. No! The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor did not expect Hualao to be so fast after reverting to his true form. His expression changed drastically as he cried out in pain. Alas! The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor abandoned Kong Yue and fled into the distance under everyone's watchful eyes. As for Hualao, his reaction was not as fast as the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. When he tried to chase after the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor had already disappeared. If the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor was a foreign-titled Celestial Emperor, it would be difficult for him to escape in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. However, the problem was he was a titled Celestial Emperor in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Moreover, he was the second true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. On the other hand, if Hualao tried to chase after the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, the distance between them would only widen. For this reason, Hualao decided not to chase after the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. Instead, he turned to look at the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, who had an equally unsightly expression on her face. Purple Spike, Celestial Emperor, please inform the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven of this matter. The Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven will have to give the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven an explanation for this matter. At the end of his sentence, Elder Hua's expression turned solemn as he spoke in a deep voice. Hualao, don't worry. The Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor said in a low voice. At the same time, she sent a message to her master, Yang Yun Shao, the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven, who had just returned not long ago. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian looked at Kong Yu-yi, who had an unsightly expression on his face, and said with a faint smile on his face, Kong Yu-yi, your father is really generous. I can't believe he abandoned you just like that. Duan Ling Tian. Kong Yu-yi glared at Duan Ling Tian with an unsightly expression on his face as he said in a deep voice, My father just sent me a message to tell you that if you dare to kill me, he won't let you off even if you're the young master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. You can't possibly hide in the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven forever, right? A hint of threat could be seen in Kong Yu-yi's eyes when he spoke. Oh, is that so? Faced with Kong Yu-yi's threat, Duan Ling Tian merely looked at Kong Yu-yi before a sneer appeared on his face. Slap! The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor slapped Kong Yu-yi in the face. She said coldly, Kong Yu-yi, even if Duan Ling Tian doesn't kill you, the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven will definitely not let you off. Third Junior Ant. Half of Kong Yu-yi's face was swollen from the slap. When he opened his mouth, he spat out half of his teeth. With a solemn expression on his face, he said to the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, My father also told me to tell you that if the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven kills me, he'll kill everyone who leaves the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven. Once I'm dead, he'll have nothing to worry about. He'll only live for vengeance. A sinister smile could be seen on Kong Yu-yi's face as he looked at the people from the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven who were watching from afar. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw this. Was the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor really so crazy? He was willing to make an enemy out of the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven for his son? Was he seeking death? Do you think he'll be able to escape? The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor asked as she looked at Kong Yu-yi indifferently. Kong Yu-yi was taken aback when he heard the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's words. When he saw the disdainful smile on the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's face, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Father, Kong Yu-yi sent a message to his father. However, there was no reply. At this moment, swoosh, like a gust of wind, an aged figure appeared before the crowd. The way he appeared was like a ghost, causing everyone's heart to tremble. It was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. When he appeared, there was another person standing next to him with an ashen expression on his face. This person was none other than the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor who had fled earlier. As for the old man, Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor. Lord Heavenly Emperor. When the two old men appeared, the people from the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven bowed respectfully at the old man. None of them dared to show any disrespect. The old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion was none other than Yang Yun Shao, the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. As soon as Yang Yun Shao appeared, he brought the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor with him. It was clear the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor did not manage to escape. I've learned about the ins and outs of this matter. Yang Yun Shao indifferently glanced at Kong Yu-yi in the distance. Kong Yu-yi was so scared that his face turned pale. He knew that everything was over. His father had actually been captured and brought back by this grandmaster of his. It was over. It was all over. How dare you and your father attempt to take the life of the young master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? Humph! Yang Yun Shao glanced at Kong Yu-yi before looking at the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. He couldn't help but snort coldly. Kong Yue was so frightened that he fell to his knees and kowtowed to Yang Yunxiao. "Grandmaster, I was wrong. Please spare my life. Please spare my life. Grandmaster, I know I was wrong." Kong Yue continued to beg for mercy. His grandmaster had doted on him a lot in the past. In his opinion, as long as he begged sincerely, he might be able to survive. However, he had underestimated the severity of this matter. Faced with his begging for forgiveness, Yang Yunxiao's ugly expression did not ease up in the slightest. Instead, it grew even uglier. "You're a scammer," Yang Yunxiao coldly shouted. He didn't seem to do anything, but Kong Yue, a living person, instantly exploded, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Chapter 34-25. Yang Yunxiao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, killed Kong Yue with just a thought. The people from the floating heaven held their breaths when they saw this. This was the first time most of them had seen the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven make a move. After Kong Yue was killed, the almighty wind immortal emperor had a look of grief on his face. When he looked at Yang Yunxiao again, other than anger, there was more fear in his eyes. Although his strength was not bad, in front of this master of his, it was nothing at all. Junior nephew Duan. After killing Kong Yue, Yang Yunxiao looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile on his face, "Kong Yue is the culprit, so I've killed him. As for Kong Fun, since he loves his son dearly, why don't you spare his life?" Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Yang Yunxiao continued to say, "Naturally, he can escape death, but he can't escape punishment. The heavenly emperor of the floating heaven will imprison Kong Fon for 100 years. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he heard Yang Yunxiao's words. Even Hualao frowned slightly. They could tell what Yang Yunxiao meant. The heavenly emperor of the floating heaven was trying to save the almighty wind celestial emperor's life. He pushed all the blame onto Kong Yue, who had just been killed by him, and made Kong Yue bear more than 99% of the blame. Imprisoning the almighty wind celestial emperor for 100 years. What was the difference between that and not being punished at all? Even if the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven did not punish the almighty wind celestial emperor, it was unlikely he would continue to imprison the almighty wind celestial emperor. At most, the almighty wind celestial emperor would just have to move to another place to cultivate. Lord Heavenly Emperor. Before Duan Lingtian could reply to Yang Yunxiao, Hualao could not help but interject. "Don't you think your punishment for your second disciple is a little too light? Even if he's not the culprit, he should bear a small part of the blame, right?" Hualao's expression darkened when he finished speaking. Duan Lingtian knew Yang Yunxiao cared more about his reaction than Hualao when he saw Yang Yunxiao looking at him instead of Hualao. "I agree with Hualao," Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. Yang Yunxiao narrowed his eyes when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "Junior nephew Duan, do you mean my punishment is too light?" As soon as Yang Yunxiao finished speaking, he continued to say, without waiting for Duan Lingtian, he continued to speak, he continued to say, "I'll increase his punishment." Junior nephew Duan Lingtian's Duan, right? Yang Yunxiao's expressions, Yang Yun's words as Yang emperors as Yang's emperors. Duan Lingtian felt as though his intelligence had been insulted when he heard Yang Yunxiao's words. His expression turned slightly gloomy at this moment. He was about to say something when the purple spike celestial emperor, Li Fei's master, sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. "Junior nephew Duan, it's obvious master wants to protect second senior brother. Unless your master, the heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang, is present, you won't be able to change his mind no matter what you say or do. It seems like I've underestimated second senior brother's importance to master." The purple spike celestial emperor said. Even the purple spike celestial emperor did not expect this outcome. Prior to this, she had thought Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor, was famous for being protective of his own people. After all, her master, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, Yang Yunxiao, would definitely not forgive them for what they had done. She did not expect her master would only kill Kong Yue and spare her second senior brother's life. Perhaps Master doesn't think Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang will come looking for him after he's dealt with second senior brother. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor continued to say, after all, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang and Master are friends. Moreover, Master did a good job in handling this matter. After all, no one can say for sure how much second senior brother is to blame. Duan Lingtian, who was initially filled with anger, calmed down when he heard the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's words. After calming down, it was not difficult for him to confirm the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's words. Since Heavenly Emperor Yang has made his decision, I have no objections. Duan Lingtian no longer addressed Yang Yunxiao as senior uncle. Instead, he addressed Yang Yunxiao as Heavenly Emperor. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's expression turned cold. Yang Yunxiao was prepared for Duan Lingtian's displeasure. His expression did not change at all as he said, since the transportation formation in the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven has been destroyed, I'm afraid it'll take some time to rebuild it. If you and Hualao are in a hurry to return, you can look for a nearby transportation formation. If you're not in a hurry to return, you can wait for us to rebuild the transportation formation. Yang Yunxiao said, we have something to attend to, so we're in a hurry to return. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. He nodded at the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor and bade her farewell before he left with Elder Hua. When Hualao left, his eyes were filled with resentment. Isn't Yang Yunxiao afraid that Lord Heavenly Emperor will come looking for him? How dare he protect his second disciple? Hualao said angrily. Even if Senior Feng Qingyang comes looking for him, he'll still say Kong Yue is the culprit, and that the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor is only an accomplice. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, if Senior Feng Qingyang doesn't want to offend Yang Yunxiao, there's nothing he can do. However, if Senior Feng Qingyang insists on pursuing the matter, he'll just kill the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor to appease Senior Feng Qingyang. Moreover, he'll be giving face to Senior Feng Qingyang. At that time, Senior Feng Qingyang won't look for trouble with Yang Yunxiao, right? I have to say, Yang Yunxiao is an old fox. He won't give up until he sees the coffin, Duan Lingtian said. Prior to this, Duan Lingtian had a good impression of Yang Yunxiao. After all, Yang Yunxiao had given him a treasure even though he could not figure out what it was. However, there was no doubt that the treasure was a treasure. After all, it was something that could transform the Seven Orifices exquisite sword from a prominent divine artifact to a supreme-grade divine artifact. Even though Huang Er said she was only confident, it did not affect the true value of the treasure. Although Duan Lingtian had a good impression of Yang Yunxiao before this, his impression of Yang Yunxiao was completely destroyed after what happened earlier. Forget it. Since Yang Yunxiao was unwilling to kill the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, he had already returned the favor. Moreover, the reason Yang Yunxiao gave him the treasure was because he was the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. Otherwise, Yang Yunxiao would not be so friendly. I didn't expect young master to be so insightful. Hualao sighed. He did not think too much about Yang Yunxiao. However, after Duan Lingtian's reminder, he realized Yang Yunxiao was right. Yang Yunxiao, the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven, had decided to protect his disciple because the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven had not expressed his opinion. Once the Heavenly Emperor expressed his opinion, it would not be too late for Yang Yunxiao to kill his disciple. However, if the Heavenly Emperor did not express his opinion, he would not have to kill his disciple. At the very least, he would not offend the Heavenly Emperor openly. With this, Duan Lingtian and Hualao left the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven and returned to the Solitary Destructive Heaven through a transportation formation in another Devata realm. Meanwhile, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor stood in the courtyard of Yang Yunxiao's residence. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the white-haired old man standing before him. Kong Fun, don't blame master. The old man was none other than Yang Yunxiao, the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. He shook his head and said with a sigh, I killed your son to save you. Since both of you have done this, it's only natural that I have to give the Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang an explanation. If you don't give me an explanation with the Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's character, he'll definitely come knocking on your door. At that time, I'll be in trouble as well. After killing your son, even if he comes knocking on my door, I'll still be able to give him an explanation. At the same time, I won't have a falling out with him. Of course, at that time, if he insists on killing you, even Master won't be able to protect you. The old man continued to say, for this reason, you have to consider whether you want to leave the heavenly palace or stay in the heavenly palace. If you leave the heavenly palace, you can either wait for the heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang to come knocking on your door and express his opinion on killing you. If he insists on killing you, there's no need for you to come back. If he doesn't insist on killing you, you can come back. At that time, everything will be fine. If you stay in the heavenly palace, your fate will depend on the heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's decision. If I were you, I would choose to leave and wait for some time. Yang Yunxiao said. Master, the almighty wind celestial emperor fell to his knees and rested his head on the ground. Master, I was shocked when I saw you killing her. I hope you won't blame me. At that time, I thought you would kill me after killing Er to appease the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I didn't expect you would do that to protect me. The almighty wind celestial emperor kowtowed 3 times after he finished speaking. After all, you've been with me for so many years. How can I just watch you die? Yang Yunxiao shook his head and sighed. Even a dog would develop feelings after being raised for a long time, let alone a human. Kongfun, have you made your decision? Do you want to leave the heavenly palace or stay? Yang Yunxiao asked. Master, I've decided to leave. I don't want to leave my fate in someone else's hands. Even if that person is the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. The almighty wind celestial emperor said solemnly. A hint of bloodlust flashed in the depths of the almighty wind celestial emperor's eyes. He had to give his son an explanation for his son's death. Although Yang Yunxiao was the one who killed his son, he could not blame Yang Yunxiao for it since Yang Yunxiao had done it to save his life. Therefore, he focused all his anger on one person. Duan Lingtian. Chapter 34-26. Duan Lingtian was unaware that Kong Fan, the almighty wind celestial emperor, had also left the heavenly palace of the floating heaven not long after he and Hualao returned to the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian was filled with frustration. He knew the reason Yang Yunxiao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, had insisted on protecting the almighty wind celestial emperor in front of him because his master, Feng Qingyang, was not around. Naturally, if Feng Qingyang was not around and he was stronger than Yang Yunxiao would not have been able to protect the almighty wind celestial emperor. I'm still too weak. Perhaps, in Yang Yunxiao's eyes, I'm no different from an ant. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Indeed, Yang Yunxiao was right. Yang Yunxiao was polite to Duan Lingtian, addressing him as junior nephew. He even gave him gifts because of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Otherwise, with Duan Lingtian's current strength, Yang Yunxiao would not even bother to look at him. Due to the setback he had suffered in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to cultivate in his room after he returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. As for his family, they were all cultivating in the small world within his body. Naturally, he cultivated using the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world. Currently, he was no longer interested in the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms, even if the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had an abundance of heaven and earth spirit energy. Currently, no matter how many divine crystals he had, they could not compare to the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world. After all, the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world was of a higher grade than the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods. Although the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine crystals was abundant, it was still incomparable to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms. While Duan Lingtian was immersed in his cultivation, his family in the small world within his body were also immersed in their cultivation. For Duan Lingtian's parents, Duan Ruffing and Li Ro, It was very good to stay in the small world inside their son's body. At least they didn't have to be separated from their son, but it was inconvenient for them to do some unspeakable things. However, if they wanted to do something that was hard to express, they would leave the small world in their son's body and go to another room. Duan Lingtian's residence in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had plenty of rooms. Not only did Duan Ruffing and Li Ro have their own rooms, but even Feng Wu Dao and the others also had their own rooms. When I have time, I want to go back to my hometown. I haven't been back in a long time, Li Ro said to Duan Ruffing. Well, let's wait for a while. Duan Ruffing nodded. The Saint Province realm was only one of the many mundane realms in the world. Although the Saint Province realm had an extraordinary figure like Feng Qingyang who stood at the peak of the Devata realms, almost no one in the Saint Province realm knew about him. Brother Chiu, it's time to go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to look for Huaner and little Tian. A beautiful and elegant woman hovered above the boundless ocean in the Saint Province realm as she spoke to the man next to her. Yes, it's time to look for them. Now that we've traveled all over the mundane realms, it's time to relax. Let's go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to cultivate. Lian Qiu said with a smile, although the two of us won't be able to catch up to our daughter and son-in-law, it's still a pleasant surprise to be able to cultivate in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Lian Qiu was a sword celestial from the heavenly sword mountain, a heaven-grade force in the solitary destructive heaven. In the solitary destructive heaven, almost all sword celestials worshipped Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, as their idol. Lian Qiu did not expect he would be related to Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, because of his daughter. As it turned out, his son-in-law was Feng Qingyang's true disciple. Moreover, Feng Qingyang was the only true disciple. Before Duan Lingtian and Huaner left the purgatory battlefield and went to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to confirm their identities and look for Duan Ruffing, Li Ro, and the others, Duan Lingtian had returned to the Saint Province realm and told Lian Qiu and Du Xian about what had happened. Both of them were shocked when they heard about it. At that time, Duan Lingtian had wanted to bring both of them away from the mundane realm. However, both of them had taken a liking to the Saint Province realm and wanted to stay in the mundane realm for a while longer. They wanted to explore the mundane realm before leaving the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian respected their wishes. Before he left, he told both of them to go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and look for Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, if he had not returned yet. All of a sudden, Lian Qiu seemed to have noticed something. His pupils shrank sharply and the smile on his face froze in an instant. Boom! Rumble! Along with a series of loud noises coming from the depths of the sea, Lian Qiu saw numerous demonic beasts floating up from the depths of the sea. All of them were dead. In the blink of an eye, the entire sea was covered with corpses of demonic beasts. The originally blue seawater had turned blood red at this moment. What's going on? Du Xian was shocked when she saw this. Someone killed them. It's a celestial emperor, Lian Qiu said solemnly. In the next moment, Lian Qiu seemed to have sensed something. With just a thought, he brought Du Xian to the other side of the sea. At this moment, two middle-aged men were flying toward them. With just a flip of their palms, energy flowed out of their palms like streaks of light into the sea. It was as though the energy had the ability to track people. Each streak of energy could easily kill countless demon beasts at the bottom of the sea until they ran out of energy. As soon as Lian Qiu and Du Xian appeared, the two middle-aged men noticed them as well. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as one of them made a move. Swoosh! Swoosh! The flaming energy shot toward Lian Qiu and Du Xian like a meteor. The energy contained in the flaming energy was comparable to a celestial emperor. Although it was not as strong as a titled celestial emperor, it was close. However, such power was not enough to pose a threat to Lian Qiu. Swoosh! The sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air as Lian Qiu's celestial origin energy surged out of his body. In just a blink of an eye, His celestial origin energy merged with the profundity of laws and transformed into a huge sword that met the flaming energy. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air as the huge sword destroyed the flaming energy and continued to charge toward the middle-aged man. Celestial emperors? At this moment, the middle-aged man discovered that the two middle-aged men were both celestial emperors. Moreover, the middle-aged man's strength was not inferior to his. However, Lian Qiu had not unleashed his full strength. Moreover, the flaming energy had consumed a portion of the flaming energy. For this reason, the middle-aged man managed to block the huge sword. Who are you? You're not from the Luo River sect, right? The middle-aged man was shocked to see two celestial emperors in this small mundane plane. He couldn't help but ask, "What are you talking about? Luo River sect?" Lian Qiu narrowed his eyes slightly. There were many heaven-grade forces in the Devata realms, and he could not remember most of them. However, there were some heaven-grade forces that were easy to remember. The Luo River sect was one of them. The Luo River sect was the strongest heaven-grade force in the Luo River heaven. The sect leader of the Luo River sect was the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. Even the heavenly pool palace in the boundless heaven could not compare to the Luo River sect, let alone the heavenly sword mountain in the solitary destructive heaven. Why are the people from the Luo River sect in this mundane realm? Lian Qiu asked with a frown on his face. We're here on orders from the sect leader to slaughter all living beings in this mundane realm. The other middle-aged man said in a deep voice as he looked at Lian Qiu. Sect leader? Lian Qiu's expression changed drastically. He did not expect the middle-aged man was here on orders from the sect leader of the Luo River sect to slaughter all living beings in the Saint Province realm. Is the sect leader the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven? Lian Qiu asked. Yes, the sect leader of the Luo River heaven. The middle-aged man said indifferently. Of course, we're here on orders from the saint girl of the Luo River sect. She's acting on behalf of the sect leader. Lian Qiu had heard that the saint girl of the Luo River sect was the biological daughter of Situ Zhuqing, the sect leader of the Luo River sect and the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. Why would the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven order the slaughter of all living beings in this mundane realm? A mere mundane realm shouldn't be able to offend her, right? Lian Qiu asked in a deep voice. Even if it was just a mundane realm, the slaughter of all living beings in this mundane realm was enough to make one tremble in fear. That's not what we know, the middle-aged man said. Lian Qiu nodded. Only the two of you from the Luo River sect came? A hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of Lian Qiu's eyes as he asked. If the two middle-aged men from the Luo River sect came, he would kill them and return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to report the matter. After all, he knew this was not only the hometown of his son-in-law, but it was also the hometown of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. For the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven to give such an order, could it be that she was targeting the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? However, after thinking about it, he realized it was impossible. Before the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was trapped in the Azura hell, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven was already weaker than the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Now that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had returned from the Azura hell, it seemed like the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had already attained godhood. Under such circumstances, unless the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven had lost her mind, there was no way she would target the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Of course not. The middle-aged man from the Luo River sect did not sense the killing intent in Lian Qiu's eyes. He shook his head and said, "We have more than 10 people led by 2 titled celestial emperors." Lian Qiu was shocked. Then he smiled and said, "I didn't expect the 2 of us to be so lucky. It's rare for us to come across a mundane realm that has offended the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. Since the Luo River sect has something to do, I won't disturb you any longer." Chapter 34-27. As soon as Lien Qiu finished speaking, he took out the formation compass that Duan Lingtian had given him and activated the formation to teleport to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. This formation compass was given to Duan Lingtian by Hualao. It could be used to teleport a person to a specific location in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Moreover, once a person claimed the formation compass, the second person would not be able to use it even if they killed the first person, since it would self-destruct. Swoosh! Without waiting for the two middle-aged men's reply, Lien Qiu and his wife left the Saint Province realm through the formation compass. They did not hesitate at all. As soon as Lien Qiu discovered there were two titled celestial emperors with him, he felt a sense of crisis and was in a hurry to leave. Otherwise, if the titled celestial emperors came to kill them, it would be too late for regrets. Where are they? Shortly after Lien Qiu and Duan Lingtian left, an old man appeared out of thin air. He glared at the two middle-aged men and asked in a deep voice, "Lord Qiu, they left using the formation compass." One of the middle-aged men said with a bitter smile on his face. Lord Qiu, one of the two celestial emperors, said they came to a mundane realm to relax. Since they're not from this mundane realm, there's no need to kill them, the other middle-aged man said. The old man nodded. Just because he said so? The old man looked at the middle-aged man as though he was looking at an idiot. There are so many mundane realms. Why did he come to this mundane realm? In my opinion, the appearance of the two celestial emperors must have something to do with the mundane realm. It's most likely that this is their hometown. But why did they just run away? Didn't you say you're weaker than them? In the old man's opinion, if the two celestial emperors were from this mundane realm, they should have killed the two celestial emperors, since they had told the two celestial emperors about their purpose in coming to this mundane realm. They must have left because we told them we were being led by two titled celestial emperors. The middle-aged man who spoke earlier was stunned for a moment before he said awkwardly, "Although that person is strong, I don't think he's as strong as a titled celestial emperor." The other middle-aged man said, "Humph. It seems that he left in such a hurry because he was worried that we would come over and kill him." The old man scoffed. Based on his words, it was clear he was one of the two titled celestial emperors from the Luo River sect. Let's hurry up and slaughter all the living beings in this mundane realm as soon as possible. If those two find helpers to stop us in order to protect their homeland, we'll still be seen as incompetent by the Holy Maiden and the sect leader, even though we can go back and get reinforcements. The old man's expression darkened slightly as he said, "That's why we have to slaughter all of the living beings in this mundane plane before they call for reinforcements." As soon as the old man finished speaking, the two middle-aged men moved. Following that, the old man sent out a transmission to inform the remaining people of what had happened. Immediately, those people started killing even faster. During this period of time, the living beings in the sanctuary realm had suffered an unprecedented calamity. Wherever there was a dense population of living beings, there would be rivers of blood. The strength of the person who had attacked them was so strong that no one could resist him. Not to mention martial emperors, even those extremely powerful individual celestials were vulnerable in front of this person who had slaughtered the living beings of the sanctuary realm for no reason. No matter how powerful the bodiless celestials were, they would be killed in an instant. Now that the celestial emperors from the Luo River Heaven's Luo River sect were slaughtering the living beings in the sanctuary realm, their efficiency had increased. After Lien Qiu and Du Xian left the sanctuary realm, they arrived at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. When they arrived at a fixed location in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, they immediately alerted the guards there. "Who are you?" This was the location where the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven's teleportation formation discs were located. Only those who possessed the teleportation formation discs of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven were allowed to come here. For this reason, the people from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven were very polite to Lien Qiu and Du Xian. "Sir, is this the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven?" Lien Qiu asked. "Yes." The guard was a titled celestial emperor. He was puzzled when he heard Lian Qiu's question. Since Lian Qiu and Du Xian had arrived here through a teleportation formation, why would they ask such a stupid question? Sir, I'm looking for Duan Lingtian, the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I'm his… I have something urgent to attend to. Lian Qiu wanted to tell the guard his identity and ask him to bring him to Duan Lingtian. However, after thinking about it, he decided it would be a waste of time. For this reason, he decided to send Duan Lingtian a message instead. Duan Lingtian was originally cultivating when Lian Qiu's sudden message made him pause his cultivation. At the same time, his eyes were burning with rage. Damn the Luo River sect. He did not expect the Luo River sect in the Luo River heaven would be so heartless as to send their people to the Saint Province realm and kill all living beings in the sanctuary realm. Naturally, he knew the reason for their actions. It was because he had killed the soul of the person who tried to possess Muyi. That person was the daughter of the Luo River sect's sect leader and the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. She was also the twin sister of the saint girl of the Luo River sect. He had expected the Luo River sect to seek revenge sooner or later. However, he did not expect the Luo River sect to target the Saint Province realm and kill all living beings in the sanctuary realm. After all, the Saint Province realm was only a mundane realm. How could the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven give such an order? After a moment of anger, Duan Lingtian calmed down. The most important thing now is to stop them. I'll look for Senior Meng Luo. This time, Duan Lingtian did not look for Hualao. He sent a message to Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, while he made his way to Lian Qiu and Du Xian. Young master. The titled celestial emperor who was standing near Lian Qiu and Du Xian hastily bowed and greeted Duan Lingtian when he saw Duan Lingtian. Since Duan Lingtian had stayed in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven for a long time, many people in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven were familiar with him. Everyone in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven knew there was a new young master in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He was the only true disciple of their heavenly emperor. Although the heavenly emperor had not personally acknowledged this, there was no doubt Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, had said so. After all, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, was the spokesperson of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Seniors, I'll bring you to my residence. I've prepared a courtyard and a room for both of you. I'll deal with the matter in the Saint Province realm. After bidding farewell to Lian Qiu and Du Xian, Duan Lingtian brought them to his residence. He had prepared a courtyard and a room for both of them. For the time being, Duan Lingtian did not plan to let Lian Qiu and Du Xian enter his little world. The divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements were Duan Lingtian's greatest secret. If the secret was exposed, even Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, might not be able to protect him. Naturally, Duan Lingtian trusted Lian Qiu and Du Xian. However, Huaner had asked Duan Lingtian not to tell her parents about his little world for the time being. She was worried something might go wrong. Naturally, she trusted her mother unconditionally. However, she did not have much contact with her father. In fact, she had not even heard of him before this. Even if her mother trusted her father, she did not dare to risk brother Ling Tian's secret. Before she fully trusted her father, she did not want her parents to enter brother Ling Tian's little world. If anything happened to them, she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Since Huaner insisted, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to let her do as she pleased. His heart was filled with warmth when he saw how much Huaner cared about his safety. After all, the cultivation environment in his little world was comparable to a realm of gods. Huaner must have known that her parents' cultivation speed would increase once they entered his lesser world, but she still chose to do so. The heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven is behind the Luo River sect. You must be careful. Before Duan Lingtian left, Lian Qiu reminded him solemnly. Don't worry, Senior Lian Qiu. I know what to do. Duan Lingtian nodded. After bidding farewell to Lian Qiu and his wife, Duan Lingtian stepped into the air and left his residence. At this moment, there was already someone waiting for him outside his residence. It was a burly man who looked like an iron tower. He was none other than Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, the strongest titled celestial emperor under Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Senior Meng Luo, I'll have to trouble you with this matter, Duan Lingtian said to Meng Luo solemnly. We have to return to the Saint Province realm as soon as possible. If we're too late, I'm afraid all the saint spirits in the Saint Province realm will be killed. Young master, even if you don't let me handle this matter, I'm still responsible for it. The Saint Province realm is His Excellency the Heavenly Emperor's hometown. When I chat with His Excellency the Heavenly Emperor, he often mentions his hometown. It's not difficult for me to see how much His Excellency cares about his hometown. Since someone wants to destroy Lord Heavenly Emperor's hometown, I won't let them get away with it. After I kill these people, I'll make a trip to the Luo River Heaven and the Luo River sect. I'd like to know how the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven, a mere 7-star god of war, is so bold as to provoke Lord Heavenly Emperor. When Duan Lingtian returned to the Saint Province realm with Meng Luo, he did not show himself. Instead, he hid in Meng Luo's little world. He had no intention of showing himself in this matter. If he showed himself, it would implicate Mu Yi. If the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven went berserk, even Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor, would not be able to protect him. Chapter 34-28. In the sky above a vast plain in the Saint Province realm, a burly figure appeared out of thin air. He wore a loose azure robe. His face was resolute and cold, and his tiger-like eyebrows gave him a dignified aura. At this moment, his eyes flickered with icy coldness. Swoosh! As the air rippled, the burly middle-aged man extended his divine sense. Then, as if he had turned into a bolt of lightning, he flew into the air. Meanwhile, an old man dressed in a blue robe landed in front of a steep mountain in the Saint Province realm. Who are you? Why have you come to the General Direction sect? Several disciples of the General Direction sect who were guarding the mountain gate asked the old man in a deep voice. I'm here to kill all of you. As soon as the old man finished speaking, a ray of light shot out of his eyes and pierced the space between the eyebrows of one of the disciples guarding the mountain gate. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. When the remaining disciples regained their senses, the person who was killed had already fallen to the ground with a thud. At the same time, the disciples who regained their senses were horrified. Their eyes were filled with fear. Quick! Report this to the sect leader. There's an enemy attack. Let's go. Let's report this to the sect leader. As the few of them shouted, they turned around and stepped into the air, flying towards the extremely high altitude of the steep mountain peak. Just one person is enough to report this. Seeing that the few of them were about to flee and report the matter, the old man's expression changed. He tapped his finger lightly in the air, and a few streaks of light shot through the air like shooting stars in the night sky. In the next moment, apart from the slowest disciple, the rest of the disciples who were faster were killed one after another. Without exception, all of them had their foreheads pierced. The young man who was the slowest among the disciples saw all of this. His face turned pale as he stood rooted to the ground, not daring to move at all. What a joke! These people were too strong and faster than him, but they were killed so easily. Even if he continued to flee, he would not be able to escape from the old man. Why are you still standing there? If you don't report this, you can accompany them as well. Upon hearing the old man's words, the young man's expression changed drastically. His figure flashed as he desperately rushed to report this matter. Although the General Direction sect was not considered a top force in the Saint Province realm, it was still a powerful force. There were many powerhouses who were close to becoming martial monarchs in the sect. When the high-ranking officials of the General Direction sect learned that someone had come to their sect to kill people, they were furious. However, when they personally took action and were all killed by the old man with a raise of his hand, the people who witnessed all of this with their own eyes were scared out of their wits. Who's that person? Even a martial monarch isn't as strong as him. Heavens! How could our general direction sect offend such a powerhouse? Those who had witnessed this scene had a look on their faces. Just as they were about to scatter and flee in all directions and spread the news, causing everyone in the General Fong sect to be extremely terrified and flee, the old man struck once again. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of light flashed in the sky as though they had lives of their own. They chased after the people from the General Direction sect. In the end, everyone from the General Direction sect watched as a group of fellow sect members died in front of their own eyes. Then, their own consciousness gradually turned into nothingness. After killing everyone from the General Direction sect, the old man rose into the air with a satisfied smile on his face. Killing is a form of art. Those boorish fellows don't know how to enjoy life. The old man was one of the dozen or so celestial emperors from the Luo River sect. Although he was not a titled celestial emperor, his strength was close to one. He was ranked in the top 5 among the dozen or so people from the Luo River sect. Based on this, one could see how strong he was. After all, among the dozen or so people from the Luo River sect who had come to the Saint Province realm, there were 2 titled celestial emperors. As soon as the old man arrived at the General Direction sect's estate, he saw a tall figure looking at him calmly. There's a fish that escaped the net? Initially, the old man thought it was a fish that had escaped the net. His celestial origin energy surged as he prepared to make a move. However, when he realized that he was about to make a move, the other party was still looking at him with an indifferent expression. The gaze that was looking at him gave him a sense of familiarity. It was as though the middle-aged man was looking at a dead person. For a moment, the old man felt that something was amiss. If the middle-aged man was from the mundane realm, it was impossible for the middle-aged man to be so bold. Although the old man had yet to make a move, his aura was enough to make even the strongest bodiless celestial in the mundane realm tremble in fear. However, not only was the middle-aged man calm, but the middle-aged man was also looking at him as though he was a dead man. The people from the Luo River sect? The middle-aged man was none other than Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, who had been searching for the old man. When Meng Luo arrived, the old man had just killed everyone from the General Direction sect. Meng Luo could not help but feel enraged by the old man's actions. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian, who was in Meng Luo's little world, was infuriated as well. He wished he could leave Meng Luo's little world and kill the old man. However, when he thought about how he could not expose himself and how he could not risk exposing himself, he held himself back. How did you know? Just as the old man felt that the burly middle-aged man before him was no ordinary man, he couldn't help but be stunned when he heard the other party's words. I want to see everyone from the Luo River sect in the mundane realm within a day. If there's even one person missing, you'll die. As soon as Meng Luo spoke, waves of destructive energy surged out of his body. In just a blink of an eye, it hovered above the old man's head before transforming into a gigantic palm that blotted out the sky. As soon as the gigantic palm appeared, the clouds and mist in the sky retreated for hundreds of miles. From this, one could see how terrifying the gigantic palm was. Although the gigantic palm did not land on the old man, the celestial origin energy it contained that was comparable to a 10-direction celestial emperor and 3 profundities from the law of destruction caused the old man's expression to change drastically. Even in the Luo River sect, there were only a few such powerhouses. Sir, who are you? The old man asked in a trembling voice. He subconsciously retracted the celestial origin energy that was originally dissipating from his body. This was because he knew that in front of such a powerhouse, there was no difference whether he resisted or not. If Meng Luo wanted to kill him, it would only take a blink of an eye. I'm Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Meng Luo replied indifferently. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor? The old man's eyes widened when he heard Meng Luo's words. He did not expect Meng Luo to be from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After witnessing Meng Luo's strength, it was not difficult for him to guess Meng Luo was a titled celestial emperor. He did not expect Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. Heavens! In the Luo River sect, even the saint girl and the supreme elders would not be a match for Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. In the Luo River sect, only the sect leader was capable of defeating Meng Luo. Lord Meng Luo, may I know why you're looking for us? The old man asked in a trembling voice. At this moment, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Could Meng Luo be the reinforcements the two celestial emperors had asked for? Although the old man had not seen the male and female celestial emperors, he knew the two celestial emperors had left the mundane realm in a hurry after learning about their actions. At that time, the two celestial emperors who were in charge of the Luo River sect were from the mundane realm. After all, the two celestial emperors had left the mundane realm to find reinforcements to stop them. However, that was only a guess. They did not expect the reinforcements to be the heavenly savage celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, was a famous figure in the Devata realms. He was famous not only because of his strength but also because he was the closest subordinate of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. In fact, Feng Qingyang had even killed a heavenly emperor for Meng Luo. I don't have the patience to wait, Meng Luo said impatiently, ignoring the old man's words. The old man did not dare to hesitate any longer. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission to the others and told them Meng Luo from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had come. Upon hearing the old man's words, the remaining dozen or so people were frightened out of their wits. What? Meng Luo? The heavenly savage celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Heavens! Who are those two people? How did they manage to get reinforcements like Meng Luo? Back then, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang from the solitary destructive heaven killed a heavenly emperor for Meng Luo. In terms of strength, Meng Luo is on par with the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. We can't go. What if he kills us if we go? After learning that Meng Luo had asked them to go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, none of them wanted to go. Upon hearing their words, the old man regretted telling them the truth. When he thought about how Meng Luo would kill him if he did not show up, he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to the others and said, I'm sorry, I've already told Lord Meng Luo your names. Lord Meng Luo has said that if any of you don't show up, he'll hunt you down and kill you even if you leave the Luo River Heaven and the Luo River sect. Lord Meng Luo has also said that he won't kill you. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the group of people immediately stopped killing and moved toward the old man. In less than half a day, a group of people had gathered together with the old man and appeared in front of Meng Luo. Lord Meng Luo. The group of people, including the old man, bowed at Meng Luo. Their bodies were stiff, and their voices were trembling slightly. In the Hall of Literature. Chapter 34-29. Are there two titled celestial emperors among you? Duan Ling Tian, who was in Meng Luo's little world, glared at the group of celestial emperors from the Luo River heaven. Meanwhile, Meng Luo looked at the group of celestial emperors indifferently. Lord Meng Luo. An old man and a middle-aged man stepped forward and introduced themselves. One of them was Wuxia, the Changyu celestial emperor, and the other was Changyi, the Fengmi celestial emperor. As soon as the two of them stepped forward and looked at Meng Luo respectfully, a destructive aura surged out of Meng Luo's body. The two titled celestial emperors' expressions changed drastically as the destructive aura surged out of Meng Luo's body. The destructive aura seemed to have transformed into a gigantic black beast that opened its mouth and devoured the two titled celestial emperors. In the next moment, the two titled celestial emperors fell silent. When the destructive aura dissipated, the two titled celestial emperors were nowhere to be seen. Two spatial rings fell from the sky. The two titled celestial emperors from the Luo River sect had died in just a blink of an eye. Both of them were ordinary titled celestial emperors. They were like 3-year-old children in front of a titled celestial emperor like Meng Luo. Lord Meng Luo. Lord Meng Luo, please spare our lives. We were only following orders. Lord Meng Luo, please spare our lives. The remaining immortal emperors all knelt down with expressions of fear on their faces. Many of them silently cursed the person who told them to come over. Didn't Meng Luo say that as long as they came, he wouldn't kill them? The two strongest titled celestial emperors among them were killed by Meng Luo in just a blink of an eye. They had heard of Meng Luo's strength in the past, but hearing about it and witnessing it with their own eyes were two completely different concepts. After witnessing Meng Luo's terrifying strength with their own eyes, as well as the scene of Meng Luo calmly killing people, they felt a chill rush from the soles of their feet to their heads, causing them to shudder. Do you know why I'm here? Meng Luo asked indifferently as he looked at the kneeling celestial emperors. The group of celestial emperors fell silent upon hearing Meng Luo's words. They immediately thought of the two titled celestial emperors who had sent the message to Meng Luo. It seemed like Meng Luo had a close relationship with them for him to stand up for them. Now, they only thought that as long as they could return, they would never return to the mundane plane again. Unless the sect leader of the Luo River sect, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River sect, stepped forward to suppress Meng Luo and prevent him from meddling in other people's business. Lord Meng Luo. In the end, one of them mustered up his courage and said, "We came to the mundane realm under orders from our Luo River sect's saint girl." The saintess said that this was the order of the hierarch. I'm sure Lord Meng Luo is aware that the sect leader of our Luo River sect is the heavenly emperor of our Luo River heaven. When he mentioned the heavenly empress of the Luo River heavenly emperor, he felt that Meng Luo would have some misgivings and retreat. The Luo River celestial emperor? Meng Luo looked at the man meaningfully before he said, "Do you think I'll be frightened by you if you mention the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven?" The man's expression changed drastically when he heard Meng Luo's words. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he said, "I wouldn't dare. Lord Meng Luo, that's not what I meant. I really didn't mean that." Meng Luo continued to say, "The reason I'm here is because I received news that the Luo River sect is planning to massacre all living beings in the Saint Province realm." Meng Luo continued, "Do you know why I, Meng Luo, am standing up for you?" Meng Luo glanced at the group of people in front of him and asked meaningfully, "What do you think?" Seeing that the group of people had lowered their heads and were trembling in fear, Meng Luo continued to say, "It's because the Saint Province realm is the hometown of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven." Upon hearing Meng Luo's words, the group of celestial emperors from the Luo River sect who were still trembling in fear froze in place. When they heard Meng Luo's words, their minds froze for a moment. The mundane realm they were in was the hometown of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Moreover, it was the hometown of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. In an instant, when their minds came back to life, they felt goosebumps rising on every inch of their bodies, and their scalps went numb. Heavens! They were planning to massacre all living beings in the hometown of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Meng Luo said coldly, "Only one of you can return to the Luo River sect to report the news. If anyone dares to flee, I'll make a move on them." Meng Luo said calmly as he looked at the remaining celestial emperors from the Luo River sect coldly. As soon as Meng Luo finished speaking, the expressions of the celestial emperors changed drastically. Without waiting for Meng Luo to speak, the celestial emperors began to kill each other. In the beginning, most of them joined forces to deal with the strongest celestial emperors from the solitary destructive heaven. The second and third strongest celestial emperors from the solitary destructive heaven were also killed. In the end, only one celestial emperor was left alive. He was severely injured, but fortunately he survived. His eyes and face were filled with joy. Lord Meng Luo. The celestial emperor looked at Meng Luo anxiously and asked, "Can I leave now?" "You can leave now," Meng Luo said indifferently. "Send the news to the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven." "Thank you, Lord Meng Luo." Upon hearing Meng Luo's words, the celestial emperor left with a relieved expression on his face. After the celestial emperor left, Duan Lingtian appeared with an unsightly expression on his face. "Young master, we'll have to wait for Lord Heavenly Emperor's return before we can make a decision. However, I'm sure the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven won't dare to act recklessly in the Saint Province realm," Meng Luo said to Duan Lingtian. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he said to Meng Luo, "Senior Meng Luo, you can return for now. I want to look around the Saint Province realm by myself." "Young master, I have nothing else to do, so I'll follow you. It's just as well that I haven't seen Lord Heavenly Emperor's hometown," Meng Luo said with a smile. Naturally, Meng Luo stayed to ensure Duan Lingtian's safety. After all, he had learned from Duan Lingtian that the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven had something to do with Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian had killed the daughter of the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven. For this reason, Meng Luo did not dare to be careless. If the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven went crazy and came to the Saint Province realm, would Meng Luo not be in danger? Duan Lingtian did not stop Meng Luo from staying. Instead, he began to think about his hometown and the 10 great dynasties. Since they haven't left, it means they haven't killed all the living beings in the Saint Province realm. The 10 great dynasties are located in a remote area, so they shouldn't have gone there yet. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew he was just trying to comfort himself. For celestial emperors from the Luo River sect, the Saint Province realm was not a remote place. In fact, even those who stood at the peak of the Saint Province realm were no different from ordinary people in the Saint Province realm. To celestial emperors, even the strongest bodiless celestial in the Saint Province realm was like an ant that could not withstand a single blow. "I hope they're all right. I hope they're all right." Although the people who were important to him were no longer in his hometown in the Saint Province realm, and most of his old friends had passed away with the passage of time, they were still alive. However, the descendants of his old friends were still here. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian brought Meng Luo back to the 10 great dynasties. The celestial emperor from the Luo River sect who had escaped from Meng Luo's clutches finally returned to the Luo River Heaven. In fact, he did not want to return. However, his family and friends were all in the Luo River sect. Therefore, he could not leave alone. Therefore, he had no choice but to return. Lord Saint Girl. The celestial emperor who had survived was a middle-aged man dressed in a long green robe. His face was as fair as jade, but his expression was unsightly at this moment. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes as well. What happened? Feng Jianyu, the saint girl of the Luo River sect and the biological daughter of Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, realized something was amiss when she saw the expression on the middle-aged man's face. Her expression turned slightly serious. "Lord Saint Girl, apart from me, everyone who went to the Saint Province realm is dead, including Lord Chang'e and Lord Yuxiu." The middle-aged man bowed as he reported to Feng Jianyu. His body trembled slightly as he lowered his head. "What?" Feng Jianyu's expression changed drastically. "How's that possible? All of you are celestial emperors, and 2 of you are even titled celestial emperors. How could all of you die in a mundane realm? Speak. What the hell happened?" Feng Jianyu's expression darkened. She did not expect only one of the people she had sent to the mundane realm would return alive. She could not figure it out. It was just a mundane plane. Could it be that there were scourges and ferocious beasts in there? Lord Saint Girl, Lord Meng Luo from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven came to the mundane realm and stopped us. The middle-aged man did not dare to be negligent. He quickly told Feng Jianyu about Meng Luo's appearance and Meng Luo's words. Feng Jianyu was shocked when she heard the middle-aged man's words. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, intervened? Moreover, he said the Saint Province realm is the hometown of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Since Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, had intervened, it was already a miracle that even one of the people she had sent to the mundane realm returned alive. Feng Jian, you knew this very well. Otherwise, she was not confident she would be able to escape unscathed from Meng Luo. However, she did not expect this to happen. She did not expect the Saint Province realm to be the hometown of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Chapter 34:30. Although the Guiyao planet was some distance away from the Tailao planet, there was no planet with a galaxy teleporter that was closest to the Guiyao planet. Therefore, the group from the Lightning Sword sect left the Tailao planet directly and traveled through the stars towards the Guiyao planet. Along the way, Zhou Donghuang could see a few planets shining brightly under the light of the central star of the Hengliu galaxy. It was a dazzling sight. The Guiyao planet is just ahead. As the voice of the Lightning Sword Sexu Yuqing sounded, Zhou Donghuang looked up instinctively and saw a grayish-green planet with a portion of blue in the background. Zhou Donghuang knew clearly. The grayish-green was the land and rivers of this planet, and the blue was probably the sea of this planet. The latter was not as large as the former. Also, the atmosphere surrounding this planet was not white but grayish-brown, and it looked a little strange. So many people. As he got closer, Zhou Donghuang heard a few scattered cries of surprise. Only then did he realize that there were quite a few people standing in groups all over the planet as they got closer. It was obvious that these people were from the other sects of the Alliance. There are a total of 52 sects in the Alliance. This time, there are more than 2,000 Dharma adepts participating in the Alliance hunt. These people add up to less than 1,000 people, and it's obvious that many have not arrived. He Mengshi stood beside Zhou Donghuang and spoke softly to him. Tomorrow is the Alliance hunt, and those who are not here should be here today. De Zhuang said, "Little brother." He Mengshi smiled at Zhou Donghuang. "Hurry up and see if your little lover is here yet. I'm not familiar with the Jihan sect, so I can't recognize you." Although the Jihan sect was a sect with more females than males, there were many other sects in the alliance of the Hengliu galaxy that were also more females than males. There was even a sect that only accepted female disciples. Faced with He Mengshi's teasing, Zhou Donghuang looked up helplessly and scanned the 1,000 people in front of him, but he did not find Luo Qinghan. It was obvious that Luo Qinghan had not arrived yet. Or perhaps Luo Qinghan had already arrived, but was on the other side of the Guiyao planet. Haha! Sect leader Yu, the Lightning Sword sect, is here early as well? Zhou Donghuang and the rest had just stopped in the sky near the Guiyao planet when the leader of the group closest to them smiled and greeted the Lightning Sword sect leader, Yu Yuqing, from afar. He was a middle-aged man with a curly beard who was dressed in a dark golden robe. Yu Yuqing stood at the very front of the group from the Lightning Sword sect and was extremely eye-catching. Sect leader Zhang. Yu Yuqing looked at the other party and smiled. Your Yunue sect is ahead of our Lightning Sword sect again. We just arrived as well. The golden-robed, middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. Then, his gaze instinctively landed on the group of people behind Yu Yuqing. Without any hesitation, he asked, "Sect leader Yu, I heard that your sect has produced a genius at the mid-Dharma stage who has mastered Dharmic possession. This time, he should be here, right?" Because Yu Yuqing was some distance away from the golden-robed, middle-aged man, when the man spoke, his voice was heard by the group of people behind him and the Lightning Sword sect. The group from the Lightning Sword sect was still fine. Only a few people instinctively looked at Zhou Donghuang and whispered among themselves. That Yunue sect leader probably doesn't know. Junior brother Donghuang is now at the late Dharma stage. I really didn't expect junior brother Donghuang to be so famous that even the Yunue sect, which is so far away from the Lightning Sword sect, knows of his existence. When the Thunder Knife sect took in Han Yuzhing, the so-called genius of the Tailao planet, the news has spread to almost half of the Hengliu galaxy. Our lightning sword sect Zhou Donghuang defeated Han Yujing in one blow. Naturally, this news could not be kept a secret. I'm afraid that all the major sects of the Alliance have heard of it. Unlike the group of Dharma disciples from the Lightning Sword sect, who had a clear understanding of Zhou Donghuang's abilities, the group of Dharma disciples from the Yunhua sect looked at the group from the Lightning Sword sect with uncertainty in their eyes. Mid-Dharma stage mastering Dharmic possession? You must be joking. I also think that it's impossible. Even for ultimate Dharma adepts, there are not many who can master Dharmic possession. But that's what the rumors say. I think it's fake news. Many rumors become more and more ridiculous as they spread. Obviously, the group of Dharma disciples from the Yunhua sect did not believe that there was someone in the Lightning Sword sect who could master Dharmic possession at the mid-Dharma stage. Faced with the Yunhua sect leader's question, Yu Yuqing laughed heartily. Sect leader Zhang, you're really well informed. Little junior brother, that's the Yunhua sect leader, Zhang Yuanhan. He Mengshi said to Zhou Donghuang. The Yunhua sect has always had a good relationship with our Lightning Sword sect. Under the Yunhua sect leader, Zhang Yuanhan, there's also a mid-Dharma adept who is quite powerful. It's said that the Yunhua sect is second only to his mid-Dharma adept and could not even withstand one blow from him. Speak of the devil. Almost at the same time as he Mengshi's words, a tall and burly young man dressed in a brocade robe stepped out from behind the Yunhua sect leader, Zhang Yuanhan. He bowed to Yu Yuqing and said, Yuan Dong greets Senior Uncle Yu. I was talking about him just now, He Mengshi said to Zhou Donghuang. At this time, He Mengshi said to Zhou Donghuang, his Dharma power is also very strong. Although it has not reached the level of Dharma power possession, it is very close. Faced with Yuan Dong's bow, Yu Yuqing laughed. Junior Yuan Dong, you haven't reached the late Dharma stage yet, have you? Senior Uncle Yu, I plan to reach the late Dharma stage after this alliance hunt. Yuan Dong said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. It looks like you can break through now, but you haven't done so yet. Yu Yuqing looked at Yuan Dong deeply. Similar situations were not rare in the various large sects of the alliance. If one did not increase their level of training and relied on their current Dharma power to participate in the alliance hunt, they would undoubtedly have a greater advantage and it would be easier to gain points. Junior Yuan Dong, are you planning to make it to the top 10 this time? Yu Yuqing asked. I hope so. As Yuan Dong finished speaking, he looked at Yu Yuqing with a burning gaze and said, Senior Uncle Yu, I know that I may not be a match for the genius disciple of your esteemed sect who has mastered the Dharmic possession technique at the mid-Dharma stage, but I still want to spar with him before the alliance hunt. Would that be convenient? As he finished speaking, he added, My Dharma power has recently reached a bottleneck, and it is difficult for me to improve further and master the Dharmic possession technique. I want to see if I can be inspired by sparring with the genius disciple of your esteemed sect. As soon as Yuan Dong opened his mouth, he intended to challenge Zhou Donghuang. However, after hearing Yuan Dong's words, Yu Yuqing shook his head. Junior Yuan Dong, forget it. Senior Uncle Yu, Yuan Dong said seriously. I just want to see his ability. Even if I am defeated by him in one move, I will accept it. Junior Yuan Dong, he has already reached the late Dharma stage. Yu Yuqing said, It is meaningless for you to spar with him. As soon as Yu Yuqing said this, the Yunhua sect disciples who had wanted to mock the genius disciple of the Lightning Sword sect, Zhou Donghuang, immediately shut their mouths. Yuan Dong's expression froze for a moment. Then he smiled bitterly and sighed. He is more daring than I am. As soon as he finished speaking, he retreated. Sect leader Yu, sect leader Zhang. At this time, another group of people approached from afar. The leader was an old man in a white robe, with white hair and white eyebrows. He smiled and greeted Yu Yuqing and Zhang Yuanhan. Sect leader Huang. Yu Yuqing and Zhang Yuanhan quickly responded to the old man. At this time, He Mengshi introduced him to Zhou Donghuang and De Zhuang, who were beside her. This is the sect leader of the Tiansong sect, Huang Chuanqiu. Sect leader Yu, the mid-Dharma stage genius disciple of your lightning sword sect, is now famous throughout the entire Hunglio galaxy. This time, he should be here, right? As Huang Chuanqiu led the group of people from the Tiansong sect closer, he looked at Yu Yuqing. From his words, it was obvious that he was interested in Zhou Donghuang. Little junior brother, I didn't lie to you, right? Now, you're a famous person in the entire Hunglio galaxy. Even within the two transcendental forces, I'm afraid that your name is circulating. He Mengshi smiled and said, that little lover of yours must have heard of your deeds. This is strange. Why hasn't she come to look for you? When Zhou Donghuang heard He Mengshi's words, he was speechless. The Yunus sect leader, Zhang Yuanhan, smiled and said to the Tiansong sect leader Huang Chuanqiu, Sect leader Huang, that genius disciple of the lightning sword sect has now entered the late Dharma stage. Just now, my disciple Yuan Dong wanted to spar with him, but when he found out that he had already entered the late Dharma stage, he could only give up. From what I know, your last disciple, Mo Tian, has already trained his Dharma power to the point of Dharma possession at the late Dharma stage. I wonder, compared to that genius disciple of the lightning sword sect, who is stronger and who is weaker? As he spoke, Zhang Yuanhan's eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. Sect leader Zhang, fists and feet have no eyes. The alliance hunt is about to begin tomorrow, and sparring at this time is too risky. Even if you want to see my stupid disciple spar with that genius disciple of the lightning sword sect, you should wait until the alliance hunt is over. Huang Chuanqiu shook his head and said, if that's the case, I'll wait and see. Regarding Huang Chuanqiu's response, Zhang Yuanhan was not surprised. This was because he already knew that the Tiansong sect leader was famous for being cautious. His last disciple, Mo Tian, was the trump card of the Tiansong sect in this alliance hunt. Naturally, he would not be willing to let him spar with anyone at this time. Not to mention that he might not be able to win. Even if he won, he would have to pay a heavy price. Little junior brother, this last disciple of the Tiansong sect leader, Mo Tian, has mastered the Dharma possession technique at the late Dharma stage. Based on the previous alliance hunts, it's almost certain that he will make it into the top 10 of this year's alliance hunt. He Mengshi said to Zhou Donghuang. He Mengshi said to Zhou Donghuang, I just don't know what rank he will get. Chapter 34-32. The 10 great dynasties could only be considered a remote place in the sanctuary realm. Their forces were also the weakest in the sanctuary realm, let alone the celestial emperors who stood at the peak of the Devata realms. Even a bodiless celestial who stood at the peak of the Saint Province realm could easily annihilate the 10 great dynasties. It's gone. It's all gone. Duan Lingtian was in a daze when he heard this. Not long ago, he had returned to the 10 great dynasties with Huan Er. They had traveled from Fresh Breeze Town to Aurora City, and then to other places he had visited. There were traces of him everywhere, and there were legends of him everywhere. Not only that, but there were also descendants of his old friends everywhere. But now all of this was gone. The Luo River sect, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. Flames of fury burned in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. The heavenly emperor of a Devata realm actually wanted to slaughter the entire Saint Province realm and the people from the 4 great dynasties in his hometown for his own selfish desires. After a long while, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath before he regained his senses. However, his expression was still unsightly as he muttered to himself, if little Feier Tianwu and my parents find out about this, they'll definitely be devastated. Forget it, I'll just tell them. Initially, Duan Lingtian had planned to keep it a secret from Li Fei and the others. However, since they would find out about this sooner or later, there was no need to keep it a secret from them. When Duan Lingtian told Li Fei and the others about this matter, Li Fei and the others were infuriated. They did not expect the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm would do such a thing. Tian I know you want to seek revenge, but before you're strong enough, it's best not to expose yourself. Moreover, I'm afraid the heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang won't let this matter rest. Duan Ruffing said solemnly to Duan Lingtian. He was afraid that his son would run to the Luo River heavenly emperor to settle the score. However, as soon as Duan Rufeng finished speaking, he remembered his son's experience in the Devata realms was much more profound than his. Therefore, he did not need to tell his son about this since he was sure his son would know. Father, I know what to do. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian said. Big brother Lingtian. Let's go to the Green Wave Han mansion and take a look. Han Shuanai said to Duan Lingtian with a worried expression on her face. Her hometown was also in the Saint Province realm, and her home in the Saint Province realm was the Green Wave Han mansion. Hundreds of years had passed, and she didn't know how her family was doing. However, she couldn't help but worry. All right. Upon hearing Han Shuanai's words, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. Xuanai's home was not in the 10 great dynasties. For this reason, he decided to make his way to the Green Wave Han mansion based on his memories. The Green Wave Han mansion was Xuanai's home, and her family was there as well. Due to the high cultivation base of Xuanai's family, as long as there were no accidents, they would be able to live forever. However, when Duan Lingtian arrived at the Green Wave Han mansion, he discovered that Xuanai's home was destroyed as well. Xuanai's home in the Green Wave Han mansion was also destroyed. No. Impossible. This is impossible. Above the ruined Green Wave Han mansion, Xuanai stared at the scene in front of her in disbelief. A hint of pain could be seen in her eyes. Her home was gone. Most likely, her family was gone as well. Brother Lingtian. Han Xuanai threw herself into Duan Lingtian's arms and cried bitterly. Duan Lingtian could clearly feel her tears on his back. He quickly reached out and patted her back. Xuanai, don't worry. It's been hundreds of years. They're no longer in the Green Wave Han mansion. Duan Lingtian was comforting Han Xuanai as well. Even he felt that Xuanai's family was most likely dead. At this moment, the anger he felt towards Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven, rose even higher. Although Duan Lingtian had become a celestial emperor, he did not think he was very strong even with the help of the 5 divine elements. There were too many powerhouses in this world. When he was in the mundane realm, he had learned about the realms of gods. Moreover, he knew the people from the realms of gods were much stronger than celestials from the Devata realms. Yun Qingyan, the young master of the Yun clan in the divine offering land, was able to send Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, into the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Based on this, one could easily imagine how strong the people from the realms of gods were. Yun Qingyan was just a servant. Xuanai, don't worry. If anything happens to them, I'll make sure you kill the culprit. Duan Lingtian said to Han Xuanai in a deep voice. This was his promise to Han Xuanai. Meng Luo was the only one present. Moreover, he knew how powerful Duan Lingtian was. Therefore, he did not think Duan Lingtian was making empty promises. If other titled celestial emperors were present, they would have burst out laughing upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words. Although the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven was considered ordinary among heavenly emperors, she was still a 7-star god of war. She ruled over her own territory in the 9 Serenities battlefield. How could an ordinary celestial emperor like Duan Lingtian dare to say he wanted to capture and kill her? How laughable! Senior Meng Luo. After comforting Han Xuanai, Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Luo and asked, since the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven knows you're involved in this matter, and that this is Senior Feng Qingyang's hometown, I'm sure she won't dare to act rashly, right? Even if she's 10 times braver, she won't dare to act rashly, Meng Luo said confidently. Upon hearing Meng Luo's words, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. Although most of his friends and descendants were dead, the Saint Province realm was still his second hometown. Naturally, he did not want to see any harm befall the Saint Province realm. With that, Duan Lingtian and Meng Luo returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in the solitary destructive heaven. After returning to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian discovered his family and friends in his little world were all focused on their cultivation. It was clear the ordeal in the Saint Province realm had put a lot of pressure on them. In the past, they thought they would be invincible in the mundane realms even if their strength was mediocre in the Devata realms. However, when the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven sent her men to slaughter the people in the Saint Province realm, they realized they would not be completely safe even if they left the Devata realms and returned to the mundane realms. After all, a celestial emperor was more than enough to take their lives. This made them feel pressured. For this reason, they worked even harder in their cultivation. At this time, even Mu Yi, under the influence of the crowd, began to cultivate as if she was a master. It seems like it won't take long for them to become celestial lords or even celestial emperors. After taking a look at the situation in his little world, Duan Lingtian began to focus on his cultivation in his residence. Currently, he was under a lot of pressure and was shouldering a heavy burden. Situ Zhu Qing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. Yang Yun Shao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. He wanted to kill Yang Yun Shao. Yang Yun Shao wanted to force Yang Yun Shao to hand over Kong Yu Yi's father, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. Every now and then, Hualao would send celestial pills and celestial fruits to Duan Lingtian. However, these things were not valuable in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After all, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had never accepted a formal disciple before. As for the others, they might have searched for celestial pills and celestial fruits for their disciples. However, those were their personal belongings. Moreover, there was a limit to the number of celestial pills and celestial fruits. They would not be so generous as to give them to Duan Lingtian. However, when Hualao learned about the celestial pills and celestial fruits, he would personally ask for them. Of course, as an equivalent exchange, Elder Hua also gave them many items of equal value. With this, Duan Lingtian, his family, and friends cultivated at a shocking speed. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian did not forget to further comprehend the law of space with the help of the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity. With the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity, his speed of comprehending the law of space was ridiculously fast. Time flew by. In just a blink of an eye, more than 200 years had passed. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was still the same as it was 200 years ago. 200 years was not a long time for the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and the celestials in the Devata realms. Young Master, Duan Lingtian, who was cultivating in his room, heard Hualao's voice. He immediately stopped cultivating and walked out of his room. Hualao, what's the matter? Over the past 300 years, Hualao had only been diligent in the first 100 years. After that, he had become less and less frequent. After all, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had a limited supply of celestial pills and celestial fruits. Hualao had already traded away most of the celestial pills and celestial fruits. Later on, even though Hualao had gone out to search for celestial pills and celestial fruits, there were still fewer and fewer of them. Young Master, Lord Heavenly Emperor has returned, Hualao said with a smile when he saw Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had thought Hualao had come to give him celestial pills and celestial fruits. He did not expect such a reply from Hualao. Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before an expression of joy appeared on his face. His eyes shone brightly as he asked, Senior Feng Qingyang has returned from the Azura Hell? That's right. Hualao nodded with a smile on his face. Lord Heavenly Emperor has returned today. When he found out you've returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he immediately asked me to bring you to him. Hualao's tone was filled with respect when he mentioned the heavenly emperor. Let's go. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with anticipation as he followed Hualao. Senior Feng Qingyang. He was finally going to meet Senior Feng Qingyang. Ever since Duan Lingtian had arrived in the Devata realm and learned Feng Qingyang had not perished in the Azura Hell, he had been looking forward to meeting Senior Feng Qingyang. Now the day had finally arrived. Chapter 34-33. Feng Qingyang was the first-generation successor of the seven absolute sex fog-rain progeny in the Saint Province realm. Duan Lingtian was the second-generation successor. When Duan Lingtian was in the Saint Province realm, he had accidentally obtained Feng Qingyang's legacy and mastered the Sovereign Heart Sword. Since then, his journey in the Saint Province realm had been smooth sailing. Could be said that the reason Duan Lingtian became so powerful was mostly due to the Sovereign Heart Sword that he mastered. When Duan Lingtian was still in the Saint Province realm, he had wondered more than once if he would be able to meet Feng Qingyang, who was his master, even though they were not officially master and disciple. When he arrived at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and obtained the approval of Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, he knew it was only a matter of time before he met Senior Feng Qingyang. However, he did not expect he would wait for more than 200 years. For most celestials in the Devata realms, 200 years was just a blink of an eye. However, for Duan Lingtian, these 200 years were almost half of his life. After all, he was only slightly over 500 years old. Young master, when you were in the mundane realm, Lord Heavenly Emperor witnessed your heavenly tribulation through the formation mirror image. At that time, I had just left you. When Hualao brought Duan Lingtian to meet Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he could not help but sigh. I didn't expect 500 years would pass in just a blink of an eye. Senior Feng Qingyang witnessed my heavenly tribulation through the formation mirror image? Duan Lingtian was stunned. This was his first time hearing Hualao mention this. He did not expect Senior Feng Qingyang had been watching him for so long. Back then, Lord Heavenly Emperor, Kuang Ling, and the sword soul of Lord Heavenly Emperor's solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword witnessed your heavenly tribulation. Hualao sighed. Duan Lingtian had learned from Hualao that Kuang Ling, the sword soul of the Nirvana flaming heavenly sword, had perished because he was a servant of the Yun family's young master, Yun Qingyan. The divine weapon used by Yun Qingyan's servant was of a higher grade than the solitary destructive flaming sky sword. The weapon's soul was also stronger, so it killed Kuang Ling instantly. Back then, the reason why Hualao had suddenly disappeared was because Senior Feng Qingyang had ordered the sword soul of his divine artifact, solitary extinguishing flaming heavenly sword, to take Hualao away. His original intention was to not let the existence of Hualao and the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda make him too reliant on them, so as to prevent him from neglecting his cultivation. It was obvious that Senior Feng Qingyang had been paying attention to him since a long time ago. Furthermore, the importance he attached to him was unprecedented. At least, that was what Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, told Duan Lingtian. He was the closest subordinate to Feng Qingyang. Otherwise, Meng Luo would not have been so respectful to him. During the past 200 years, Duan Lingtian had visited almost every corner of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He was familiar with every place. However, now that he had followed Elder Hua to meet Feng Qingyang, he felt that the journey that was supposed to be a short one seemed a little long. Moreover, he had mixed feelings about this. He was excited, filled with anticipation, and anxious. Most of all, he felt restrained. That's where Lord Heavenly Emperor lives, Hualao said to Duan Lingtian as he looked at the floating island in front of them. The floating island was a forbidden area in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Only a select few were allowed to enter. Since Duan Lingtian was Feng Qingyang's future disciple, he had been here a few times in the past since he was acknowledged by Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. The floating island was located in a secluded valley in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The valley was like a paradise. It was filled with lush greenery. Birds chirped, and flowers bloomed. Although Duan Lingtian had been here before, he was in a completely different mood this time. In the past, he was in the mood to admire the scenery. However, now he was in no mood to admire the scenery. His attention was completely focused on the floating island in front of him. When he first came to this small floating island, he saw a spacious courtyard on top of it. There was a room behind the courtyard. It was just that even though he knew of the existence of this residence, He did not know that it was the residence of Feng Qingyang. Lord Heavenly Emperor, the young master has arrived. Elder Hua brought Duanling Tian up to the small floating island and landed in the courtyard. He bowed respectfully as he spoke to the room behind the courtyard. Duanling Tian took a deep breath as he stared at the courtyard in front of him. Whoosh! As soon as Elder Hua finished speaking, a deep yellow energy swept out from the room in front of him, bringing with it a majestic aura. Duanling Tian could tell it was the energy from the law of earth. In the next moment, Duanling Tian was shocked by what he saw. The khaki energy took form not far from him before it took the form of a human. Then, a silhouette appeared before it gradually became corporeal. A tall young man dressed in a green robe appeared before Duanling Tian's eyes. He had a handsome appearance with a hint of coldness in his expression. The young man's eyebrows were straight, and his eyes were extremely sharp as if they could see through everything. Now, the young man was looking at Duanling Tian with a smile on his face. Many years ago, I saw you through the formation's mirror image. I haven't seen you since. Your appearance hasn't changed over the years, but your temperament has changed a lot. As soon as the young man spoke, Duanling Tian immediately confirmed his identity and hurriedly bowed to him. Duanling Tian greets Senior Feng Qingyang. You're still calling me senior? The young man raised his eyebrows with a mocking expression. Young master, you should call him master. At this moment, Hualao reminded him through voice transmission. Duanling Tian hurriedly corrected himself when he heard this. Duanling Tian greets master. Originally, he thought that he would have to go through a series of apprenticeship procedures before he could call Senior Feng Qingyang master. Now, it seemed that the other party did not care about formalities at all. Ha! The young man, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, could not help but laugh when he heard Duanling Tian's words. We finally meet, master and disciple. Ever since I was trapped in the Azura Hell, I've lost contact with you. I've sent people to look for you, but you were no longer there. I think you must have ascended. I didn't expect you to become a celestial emperor in just a few hundred years. Feng Qingyang sighed emotionally when he reached the end of his sentence. At this moment, Hualao left, leaving only Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang in the room. I had some fortuitous encounters. Duanling Tian smiled faintly. Then, he recalled something that caused a guilty expression to appear on his face. Master, I'd like to apologize for causing you to be trapped in the Azura Hell. You don't have to apologize. Feng Qingyang shook his head. Everything in the world is fated. You might think that you're the one who caused me to be trapped in the Azura Hell. However, if I wasn't trapped in the Azura Hell, I wouldn't be who I am today. Feng Qingyang had only managed to achieve what he had today because he was trapped in the Azura Hell. To a certain extent, it could be said that Duanling Tian was the one who had helped him achieve his goals. For this reason, he had always been concerned about Duanling Tian. After leaving the Azura Hell, he had sent people to look for Duanling Tian at the entrance of the Azura Hell. Master, I heard that you've become a god? Duanling Tian asked curiously. Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded. I'm currently using the law of Earth's clone. No wonder. Realization dawned on Duanling Tian when he recalled how his master had revealed himself earlier. As it turned out, this was the law of Earth's clone that the world-cleansing divine water had told him about. The world-cleansing divine water had told him that after one became a god, one would be able to form a law of Earth's clone after comprehending all the profundities of a law to the mastery stage. The law of Earth's clone could be detached from the main body and possess the strength of the law that the main body had mastered. As for the energy in the body, it was the divine energy. I didn't expect you to be skilled in the law of Earth as well, master. Duanling Tian sighed. Based on what he knew, his master, Feng Qingyang, had made a name for himself by comprehending the law of destruction. His strongest law was the law of destruction. His sword Dao was inclined toward the law of destruction. Feng Qingyang had comprehended the law of destruction through the sword Dao. Moreover, he had immersed himself in the sword Dao for many years. Therefore, His attainments in the law of destruction were unrivaled in the Devata realms. I'm skilled in the law of destruction and the law of earth, Feng Qingyang said with a smile. Following that, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang chatted for a while before Feng Qingyang asked about the incident in the past. At that time, the person who wanted to kill me said it was because of you. He said it was the price I had to pay for passing on my legacy to you. That person was a half-step deity, and the profundities of law he comprehended were no weaker than mine back then. In addition, his divine artifact was stronger than mine, so I was no match for him. He said he came from the realm of gods, the divine offering land. How did you offend such a person? Feng Qingyang found it hard to believe. At that time, Duan Lingtian should still be in the mundane realm. How could someone from the mundane realm offend someone from the realm of gods? Master, it's because of my wife Ke. Duan Lingtian did not hide the truth from Feng Qingyang. He told Feng Qingyang everything that had happened in the past. The person who attacked you is just a servant of the Yun clan. I didn't expect that to be the reason. Realization dawned on Feng Qingyang when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "No wonder you've achieved so much in just a few hundred years." As it turns out, you're planning to save your wife when the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the Devata realms opens in a few hundred years. It was not difficult for Feng Qingyang to figure out that Duan Lingtian's achievements were largely due to the pressure from the Yun clan in the divine offering land. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Feng Qingyang's eyes glinted as he changed the topic. I've learned about the Saint Province realm. Come with me to the Luo River heaven. He regretted asking this question. It was tantamount to reopening his disciple's scars. Chapter 34-34. It was not difficult for Feng Qingyang to empathize with Duan Lingtian's predicament. Back then, when he was being hunted down by the Shura clan's strongest expert, he had always wondered if Duan Lingtian would be in even more danger if he was hunted down by the people from the divine offering land, even though he had not met Duan Lingtian before. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not think Duan Lingtian was still alive. In fact, he thought Duan Lingtian was already dead. Previously, when he had just left the Azura Hell, he had casually sent someone to look for Duan Lingtian in the Saint Province realm because he was certain Duan Lingtian had met with mishap. He had only sent someone to look for Duan Lingtian because he wanted confirmation. Although the person did not manage to find Duan Lingtian, he did not find any news of Duan Lingtian's death when he went to the Saint Province realm to investigate. At that time, Duan Lingtian had harbored some fantasies. Naturally, it was only a fantasy. Duan Lingtian was certain Duan Lingtian was dead. After all, Duan Lingtian had offended people from the realms of gods while Duan Lingtian was only from a mundane realm. He had not even ascended to become a celestial. In the eyes of celestials from the Devata realms, Duan Lingtian was like an ant, let alone people from the realms of gods. Upon hearing about Duan Lingtian's past, Feng Qingyang was infuriated. He did not expect someone would be so ruthless. Luo River Heaven? Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian calmed down immediately. His attention was completely diverted. Although this was not the first time Duan Lingtian had brought up the past, it was inevitable that his emotions would be affected. Humans were not plants. How could they be emotionless? Moreover, his beloved wife, Ke, was still trapped in the divine offering land. Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded. Although his expression was calm, Duan Lingtian could see the cold gleam in Feng Qingyang's eyes as he looked at Feng Qingyang. The cold gleam in his eyes was as sharp as a sword. Master, I didn't handle the matter in the Saint Province realm properly. I didn't expect the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven would vent her anger on my hometown when she couldn't find me. Duan Lingtian said apologetically. He had always felt guilty about what had happened in the Saint Province realm. After all, it had something to do with him. In order to save Mu Yi, he had destroyed the soul of Feng Jianshui. the daughter of the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, Situ Zhuqing. I know what happened. I can't blame you. Feng Qingyang shook his head and said, if I were you, I would have done the same. Duanling, heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven's blood sect disciples' bodies. A hint of killing intent flashed across Feng Qingyang's eyes as he spoke. It was as though he was going to devour Feng Qingyang alive. Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, wants to destroy a mundane realm for her own selfish desires. She treats the living beings in the mundane realms like ants that she can trample on. Feng Qingyang's voice was cold as he said, it's a pity she chose the wrong mundane realm this time. How can Situ Zhuqing touch Feng Qingyang's hometown as she pleases? Feng Qingyang and Duanling Tian left the solitary destructive heaven through the transporting formation in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. During this time, Feng Qingyang brought Duanling Tian to the transporting formation in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The speed was so fast that Duanling Tian was stunned. So this is the speed of a godly being? Duanling Tian's heart skipped a beat when he arrived in the Luo River Heaven. Although he knew there was a huge difference between a godly being and a godly being, he finally realized how big the difference was after experiencing Feng Qingyang's speed. Moreover, his master was only a clone from the law of earth. The law of earth could be said to be the law of earth that was the slowest among all the laws in the world. However, Duanling Tian was certain his master was not a godly being. Even the fastest titled celestial emperors below the godly spirit realm would not be able to match his master's speed. The heavenly palace of the Luo River Heaven is in the Luo River sect. However, I've never been to the Luo River sect. Have you been here before? After arriving in the Luo River Heaven, Feng Qingyang did not bring Duanling Tian to the Luo River Heaven since he did not know the way. Indeed, Duanling Tian had been to the Luo River sect before. That was the first time he came to the Luo River Heaven to look for Muyi. He could still remember how excited he was at that time. After all, he had gained a close friend who had survived. However, Muyi's condition did not improve even after he had saved her. It was impossible for her to return to the Luo River Heaven. If it weren't for me, junior sister Muyi wouldn't have ended up like this. Duanling Tian could not help but sigh when he thought about Muyi. You don't have to blame yourself. Although you're the one who caused this, the most important thing is Yun Qingyan's choice. Not everyone is as ruthless as him. Feng Qingyang comforted Duanling Tian. He could empathize with his only disciple's feelings. Perhaps it was because Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang had been looking forward to meeting each other for a long time. Although they had just met, they got along very well with each other. It was as though they were master and disciple who had known each other for many years. The last time Duanling Tian met Muyi was outside the Luo River sect, so he knew the way to the Luo River sect. Under Duanling Tian's guidance, Feng Qingyang brought him to the entrance of the Luo River sect in just a blink of an eye. This time, Duanling Tian did not linger outside the Luo River sect. Feng Qingyang led him into the Luo River sect and shouted, Situ Zhuqing, get out here. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duanling Tian was taken aback. He could not help but feel a sense of familiarity with Feng Qingyang's words. Duanling Tian's style was very similar to his. Duanling Tian thought since his master was the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven and Situ Zhuqing was the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, Duanling Tian would first introduce himself before resorting to force. He did not expect Duanling Tian would ask Situ Zhuqing to get out of the Luo River sect as soon as he spoke. Feng Qingyang's words caused a commotion in the Luo River sect. What? Who's that? How dare he address our Lord Heavenly Emperor by her name? His voice is coming from above. Are the patrolling elders and disciples blind, or are they unable to see him? How dare he address our Lord Heavenly Emperor by her name and ask her to get out of the Luo River sect? I'm afraid he's not as simple as he seems. Many elders in the Luo River sect were infuriated by Feng Qingyang's words. However, most of them remained rational. They felt someone who dared to address their sect leader, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, by her name was not an ordinary person. Duan Lingtian either had a screw loose or possessed heaven-defying strength. Duan Lingtian would not be able to enter the Luo River sect at all. Although the high-ranking officials of the Luo River sect were wary of Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang, they braced themselves and flew into the air. More than a dozen high-ranking officials of the Luo River sect appeared before Duan Lingtian and Situ Zhuqing. Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang stood side by side as they looked at the high-ranking officials of the Luo River sect calmly. "Sir, why are you looking for our Lord Heavenly Emperor?" One of the titled celestial emperors from the Luo River sect asked worriedly as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang. At this moment, an old man among the group of people from the Luo River sect widened his eyes in shock as he looked at Feng Qingyang. "Why, you're Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River sect. You know me?" Feng Qingyang looked at the old man in surprise. After all, this was his first time in the Luo River sect and the Luo River Heaven. The other members of the Luo River sect were dumbfounded when they heard the old man's words. Based on his voice, it was obvious he was the one who had shouted at the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven earlier. Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was looking for the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven? Moreover, it was obvious he did not come with good intentions. Needless to say, they felt their scalps tingling. Even though they were all heavenly emperors, there were differences in strength. Before Feng Qingyang was trapped in the Azura Hell, he was already stronger than the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. Now that Feng Qingyang's strength had improved, it was obvious the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven was no match for him. "Lord Heavenly Emperor." The old man who recognized Feng Qingyang bowed respectfully and said, "My friend is a titled celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the Shen Yuan Heaven. I was fortunate enough to meet you when I visited my friend in the heavenly palace of the Shen Yuan Heaven." "I see." Realization dawned on Feng Qingyang. Indeed, he had visited the heavenly palace of the Shen Yuan Heaven in the past because he was friends with Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Shen Yuan Heaven. However, ever since he left the Azura Hell, he had never visited the heavenly palace of the Shen Yuan Heaven again. However, that did not mean the heavenly emperor of the Shen Yuan Heaven would not come to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to look for Feng Qingyang. After all, the heavenly emperor of the Shen Yuan Heaven always came to look for Feng Qingyang. Now that Feng Qingyang had returned, it was his turn to visit the heavenly emperor of the Shen Yuan Heaven. Naturally, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven wanted to see how Feng Qingyang was doing. He wanted to see how Feng Qingyang was doing. Even so, the heavenly emperor of 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 Thane the past. Although Feng Qingyang was skilled in the law of earth, he could only fight to a draw with the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven by using the law of destruction. At that time, Feng Qingyang defeated the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven with just one of his clones. The heavenly emperor of the Shen Yuan Heaven? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly when he heard the old man's words. If he was not mistaken, Huolao had told him that the heavenly emperor of the Shen Yuan Heaven, Gongsun Shenyuan, was from the Yanhuang planet in the Yanhuang realm in his past life. Gongsun Shenyuan was born in the Jade Emperor Heaven. His strength had skyrocketed and he had defeated a heavenly emperor to replace the heavenly emperor of the Shen Yuan Heaven. Chapter 34-35 Your Majesty, why are you looking for our heavenly emperor? The old man who recognized Feng Qingyang asked respectfully. The heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven was not a match for the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. Based on the heavenly emperor's tone, it was clear the old man did not come with good intentions. If the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven had offended the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, he would have to leave the sect as soon as possible to avoid being implicated. I'll settle the score with her, Feng Qingyang said indifferently. Although Feng Qingyang's divine consciousness could cover the entire Luo River sect and the heavenly emperor palace in the Luo River Heaven, he did not know Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. He could only detect how many 10 directions celestial emperors there were in the Luo River sect. Although there were not many 10 directions celestial emperors in the Luo River sect, there were still quite a number of them. Apart from those who did not come out, more than half of the people here were 10 directions celestial emperors. For this reason, he was not certain who the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven was. The old man's eyes widened. It seemed like he had guessed correctly. She'll die today. When the others looked at Feng Qingyang anxiously, their expressions changed drastically when they heard Feng Qingyang's words. After all, Feng Qingyang had killed a heavenly emperor because of Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. Was he here to kill the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven? Your Majesty. At this moment, an old woman among the group of people looked at Feng Qingyang with a bitter expression on her face. Did our heavenly emperor do something to infuriate you more than 200 years ago? As soon as the old woman spoke, the gazes of the other dozen or so people immediately fell on her. Their eyes were filled with doubt and shock. Did their heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven offend Feng Qingyang? Moreover, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven wanted to kill her because of Feng Qingyang? Was she crazy? It seems like you know. Feng Qingyang looked deeply at the old woman and said with a meaningful tone, Lord Heavenly Emperor, I don't know. The old woman smiled bitterly and said, However, I know that the heavenly emperor of our Luo River Heaven left with the saintess more than 200 years ago. Until now, they still haven't returned. Moreover, before we went out, we didn't tell them what we were going to do. In the past, although the Lord Heavenly Emperor has left the Luo River Heaven, the longest time he left was not more than 30 years. This time, it's too abnormal. The old woman said, He left 200 years ago? Feng Qingyang narrowed his eyes when he heard the old woman's words. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he thought to himself, She's really smart to have left so early. However, does she think that I can't do anything to her after she leaves the heavenly palace of the Luo River Heaven? When Duan Lingtian heard the old woman's words, he was shocked. The Luo River Heavenly Emperor had fled the Luo River Heavenly Emperor 200 years ago. After all, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, had appeared in the Saint Province realm 200 years ago. In other words, after the Luo River Heavenly Emperor learned that she had offended Feng Qingyang by sending people to the Saint Province realm to kill countless living beings, she had fled the Luo River Heaven. Heavens! My master is so terrifying. That's the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. She's the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. How could she flee the moment she learned she had offended my master? She's a heavenly emperor. How could she be so shameless? Duan Lingtian was truly shocked. Although he knew his master, Feng Qingyang, had attained godhood, according to his master, not many people knew that he had truly attained godhood, even though there were rumors in the outside world that he was suspected to have attained godhood. However, when he thought about how the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven was no match for his master in the Azura Hell, he felt relieved. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered a middle-aged man among the dozen or so people from the Luo River sect was staring at him intently. He knew the middle-aged man must have recognized him. What's wrong? Did you help the saint girl of the Luo River sect look for me? Back then, when he came to the Luo River sect to meet Mu Yi, he had shown his face at the entrance of the Luo River sect. Presumably, the disciples of the Luo River sect who had seen him could draw a portrait of him for the Luo River sect to find him. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the people from the Luo River sect began to study Duan Lingtian. Since they were so focused on Feng Qingyang earlier, they had completely forgotten about Duan Lingtian. Why you're Duan Lingtian? The one who kidnapped the saintess's disciple, Mu Yi? An old man asked in surprise. At the same time, his heart was filled with shock. He would never have thought that the person the holy maiden of the Luo River sect would ask them to look for was someone close to Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang of the solitary destructive heaven. Moreover, looking at the two of them standing side by side, it was obvious that they were not master and servant. It seems that you do know me, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. However, I didn't kidnap Mu Yi, the disciple of the Luo River sect's saint lady. I only rescued her. Your Luo River sect's saintess allowed her twin sister, Feng Jianshui, to possess my junior sister, Mu Yi. When I discovered this, I forcefully took her away and destroyed Feng Jianshui's soul that was occupying her body. That's why the saint girl of your Luo River sect and the heavenly emperor of your Luo River heaven hated me to the core. That's why they sent people to kill all the living beings in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian said. Twin sister? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, apart from a few people who knew about this, the rest of the people were shocked. They did not know the saint girl of the Luo River sect had a twin sister. Naturally, the saint girl's twin sister was the biological daughter of the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. Unfortunately, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven didn't know the mundane realm she was going to kill was the hometown of my master, Feng Qingyang. At that time, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, stepped in and stopped the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven from sending people to the mundane realm. Yes, that happened to be more than 200 years ago. Duan Lingtian had a furious expression on his face when he spoke. Although Senior Meng Luo has made a move, most of the living beings in my and my master's hometown have been slaughtered. We were too late. A dignified heavenly emperor of a Devata realm slaughtered the people of a Devata realm for his own selfish desires. Such a person deserves to die. Duan Lingtian's voice became colder and colder, giving people the feeling that they had fallen into an ice cellar. The titled celestial emperors from the Luo River sect were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They did not expect their heavenly emperor of the Luo River sect to offend Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, because of Duan Lingtian. What was even more unexpected was that this Duan Lingtian was actually heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang's disciple. They were afraid that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven would kill them in a fit of anger. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Lord Celestial Emperor. At this moment, the old man who recognized Feng Qingyang said respectfully, I didn't know about that matter, and it has nothing to do with me. In order to show my sincerity, I'll bring my disciples and leave the Luo River sect today. Please don't vent your anger on me, Lord Celestial Emperor. Upon hearing the old man's words, the remaining titled celestial emperors chimed in one after another. All of them broke out in cold sweat, afraid that Feng Qingyang would seek revenge on them in a fit of anger. After all, the culprit had already escaped. No one could be sure that heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang would not target them. Master. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Qingyang and said through voice transmission, Why don't we use me as bait to lure the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven out? I killed her daughter, so she must hate me to the core. If she knows where I am, she'll definitely come looking for me. There's no need for that. Feng Qingyang rejected Duan Lingtian's suggestion. She won't fall for it so easily. Perhaps, some of the people in front of us have already sent messages to others regarding the fact that you are my disciple. Perhaps, it won't take long for the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven to find out about it. For this reason, there's an 80 to 90% chance it'll be useless. Moreover, although there are 81 Devata realms, there's only so much space in the 81 Devata realms. Is she going to hide forever? I'm not interested in looking for her. Let's wait for her to show up. If she dares to show up, she'll definitely die. Feng Qingyang's tone was extremely calm. It was as though killing a heavenly emperor was no different from killing a chicken. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian could hear the arrogance and contempt in his master's voice. He nodded and said, "Master is right. Since she has escaped, there's no need for us to go through so much trouble to look for her. She's not worth our effort. Let's wait for her to show up. Speaking of which, I'd rather kill her with my own hands." A hint of killing intent flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, had destroyed his hometown, slaughtered the descendants of his old friends, and was suspected to have killed Xuenai's family. There's no rush to kill the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. However, we still have to go to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Feng Qingyang's eyes flashed as he said, "Hualao has told me about your encounter there. Although Yang Yunxiao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, is an old friend of mine, I'll have to ask him for an explanation for shielding his disciple." Duan Lingtian had thought Feng Qingyang was just going to argue with him. However, when Feng Qingyang saw Yang Yunxiao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, before Yang Yunxiao could say anything, Feng Qingyang immediately made his move. His terrifying energy caused the space around him to tremble and tear apart. In the next moment, a huge sword appeared. It seemed to be looking down on the world as it pressed down on Yang Yunxiao. Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. How could this be considered an explanation? End of this chapter. Chapter 34-36. Bang! Even though Yang Yunxiao had reacted hastily, he was still unable to block Feng Qingyang's attack. Feng Qingyang's attack, which contained the law of earth, instantly injured Yang Yunxiao and sent him flying. Yang Yunxiao opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His rosy cheeks were drained of all color in just a blink of an eye. Heavenly Emperor Yang Yunxiao, it seems like you haven't improved even after so many years. Feng Qingyang narrowed his eyes at Yang Yunxiao and said with a faint smile on his face. Based on his tone, he did not seem like the person who had just injured Yang Yunxiao. Initially, a hint of anger could be seen on Yang Yunxiao's face. However, in just a blink of an eye, a hint of horror appeared on his face. Feng, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, why you've really become a god? In the past, rumors had only spread that Feng Qingyang had become a god, but no one had given him an answer. However, he was completely powerless when faced with Feng Qingyang's attack that contained the law of earth. Moreover, he could sense a terrifying energy that completely suppressed the celestial origin energy in his body. It was obvious the energy belonged to the divine energy that was above the celestial origin energy. After a 10 directions celestial emperor ascended to godhood, his celestial origin energy would transform into a higher level of power. It was the power of a god. Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded. Yang Yunxiao smiled bitterly. He was not angry at Feng Qingyang for injuring him. After all, he knew it would not be difficult for Feng Qingyang to kill him with his current strength. In the past, you were only evenly matched with me when you relied on the law of destruction. Now that you've become a god, you can easily defeat me even if you use the law of earth. There's a huge difference between becoming a god and not becoming a god. Yang Yunxiao sighed. At this moment, Yang Yunxiao did not even have the courage to show his anger in front of Feng Qingyang. Although he was a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm, his life was in Feng Qingyang's hands, after all. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Feng Qingyang, finally regained his senses. His master was too valiant, right? When he arrived in front of Yang Yunxiao, he did not even bother to greet him before injuring him. Even after being severely injured, Yang Yunxiao did not dare to get angry. Instead, he maintained a smile on his face. From this, one could see how powerful his master was in Yang Yunxiao's eyes. When Duan Lingtian thought about how the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven had abandoned his master and fled the Luo River Heaven, he felt relieved. If I become a god, I'll be as powerful as Yang Yunxiao as well. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was eager to become a god. Moreover, even if I've just become a god 1,000 years later, I'm afraid I won't be able to rescue Ku'er even if I go to the divine offering land in the realms of gods. Unless I become a god earlier and improve my strength, my chances of rescuing Ku'er are slim. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, his mood became inexplicably heavy. Heavenly Emperor Yang Yunxiao, you should know I'm not here to catch up with you. Feng Qingyang glanced at Yang Yunxiao indifferently and said, Don't you think you owe me an explanation for what happened to my disciple? In fact, when Feng Qingyang arrived and saw Duan Ling Tian standing next to Feng Qingyang, Yang Yunxiao had already guessed Feng Qingyang's purpose for coming. However, he did not expect Feng Qingyang would attack him without any hesitation. At this moment, Yang Yunxiao could sense Feng Qingyang's intention to protect his disciple. At the same time, he was glad he had allowed his second disciple, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, to leave the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to hand Kongfen over to Yang Yunxiao. What's the matter? Yang Yunxiao asked. Although Yang Yunxiao knew Feng Qingyang's purpose for coming here, he was not foolish enough to admit that he had not made the right decision. Therefore, he decided to feign ignorance. It's only been 200 years. How can you be so forgetful, Heavenly Emperor Yang Yunxiao? Feng Qingyang sneered as he looked at Yang Yunxiao. Yang Yunxiao fell silent for a moment before he feigned surprise and said, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, are you referring to the incident where my second disciple, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, tried to kill junior nephew Duan more than 200 years ago? Before Feng Qingyang could reply, Yang Yunxiao continued to say, That incident was caused by my second disciple's son. I also killed him in front of junior nephew Duan. As for my second disciple, he was only an accomplice. He was tricked by his son. For this reason, I only punished him slightly. Slightly? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses. Upon hearing Yang Yunxiao's words, he could not help but sneer. Heavenly Emperor Yang Yunxiao, you only made the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor face the wall for a few hundred years. Is this considered a slight punishment? Do you think I'm a fool, or do you think my master is a fool? The sneer on Duan Ling Tian's face deepened. Martial nephew Duan. When Yang Yunxiao heard Duan Ling Tian's words, an apologetic expression appeared on his face. Back then, you didn't say anything when I punished Kongfen. I thought you approved of my punishment. But I didn't expect that you were dissatisfied. You should have told me earlier. If you had told me back then that you wanted him dead, I would have definitely executed him. Yang Yunxiao said decisively. What's the point of speaking in hindsight? Duan Ling Tian sneered. What? Martial nephew Duan, you don't believe me? Yang Yunxiao shook his head. I'll call my second disciple Kongfen over. If martial nephew Duan wants him dead, I'll kill him myself. Martial nephew Duan, if you want to kill him personally, I will also capture him so that you can kill him easily. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yunxiao began to transmit the message. Humph! A confused expression appeared on Feng Qingyang's face when Duan Ling Tian scoffed. If I'm not mistaken, your second disciple, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, is no longer in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, right? Heavenly Emperor Yang Yunxiao, you're really something else. Even the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven, Situ Zhuqing, had fled the Luo River Heaven in fear of his master, Feng Qingyang. How could an ordinary titled celestial emperor dare to stay in the floating heaven palace of the floating heaven? Duan Ling Tian and Hua Lao had personally witnessed Yang Yunxiao's determination to protect Kongfen, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. Therefore, based on Yang Yunxiao's pretense, how could he not guess that Kongfen had left the heavenly palace of the floating heaven? A hint of panic flashed in the depths of Yang Yunxiao's eyes when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Then, he forced a smile and said, Martial nephew Duan, how can you think of me in such a way? At this moment, Feng Qingyang looked at Yang Yun Shao coldly and said, Yang Yun Shao, I'll be waiting for you and your second disciple in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I'll give you a month. If you don't see him in a month, you can either wait for me to kill you or flee with your people. As soon as Feng Qingyang finished speaking, Yang Yun Zhao's expression changed drastically. Without any hesitation, he left the heavenly palace of the floating heaven with Duan Lingtian in tow. Yang Yun Shao was the only one left standing on the spot. Various expressions could be seen on his face as he muttered to himself. I didn't expect Feng Qingyang to have attained godhood. I didn't expect him to value his disciple so much. It seems like Kong Fen won't be able to escape this time. Fortunately, I didn't have the time to inform him that Feng Qingyang wants to kill him. Otherwise, he would have gone into hiding. At that time, even I might not be able to find him. Duan Lingtian was still thinking about how difficult it would be to find Kong Fen after Kong Fen escaped. He did not expect his master, Feng Qingyang, would not hesitate to threaten Yang Yun Shao. Based on Feng Qingyang's words, it was clear he wanted Yang Yun Shao to personally send Kong Fen to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Otherwise, his master, Feng Qingyang, would kill Kong Fen in a month's time. Naturally, Yang Yun Shao had another option. He could flee with his people and live in seclusion. At the same time, he would have to give up his position as the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven and his foundation in the floating heaven. Master, will he flee with his people and live in seclusion? Duan Lingtian asked. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, since Yang Yun Shao was willing to offend him for the sake of his disciple, it was not impossible for Yang Yun Shao to flee with his people and live in seclusion for the sake of his disciple. Impossible. Feng Qingyang shook his head. Although I don't have much interaction with Yang Yun Shao, based on my past interactions with him, he cares more about his current position than his disciple. He won't give up his position as the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven so easily. Feng Qingyang said, Let's return to the solitary destructive heaven and wait for him. Feng Qingyang brought Duan Lingtian with him as they left the floating heaven and returned to the solitary destructive heaven. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, a hint of anticipation could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes. If his master was not mistaken, he was looking forward to seeing Yang Yun Shao bring his disciple to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang left the floating heaven and returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian finally received a message from Kong Fen. In the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, Yang Yun Shao finally sent a message to Kong Fen, the almighty wind celestial emperor who was no longer in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Kong Fen, I just returned from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, thanked me for killing your son. You can return now. Even though Kong Fen was his disciple, Yang Yun Shao didn't dare to tell him the truth because he knew this was the only way to trick Kong Fen back. After leaving the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, Kong Fen would occasionally wander around the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to see if he could find Duan Lingtian. However, even after 200 years had passed, he still did not find Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian had been visiting the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven for the past 100 years, he rarely visited the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Currently, he spent most of his time in the floating heaven. Can we go back now? Kong Fen's eyes lit up when he received the message from his master, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. Chapter 34-37. Since Yang Yun Shao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, had insisted on protecting him, he did not doubt Yang Yun Zhao's words at all. He completely trusted Yang Yun Shao. For this reason, he immediately returned to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Since he was in the floating heaven, it was impossible for him to join a heaven-grade force since all the high-ranking officials in the heaven-grade forces knew He was the second true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. Although he would have a good cultivation environment if he joined a heaven-grade force, it would not be difficult for Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, to find him. For this reason, he could not join a heaven-grade force. Moreover, he could not return to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. For this reason, he could only cultivate in an ordinary environment. He was used to staying in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Since his master had said he could return to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, and Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, did not make a move on him, he was eager to return to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Then, he returned to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. "Master, I'm sorry for making you worry," Kong Fen said guiltily after he returned to Yang Yunxiao. Yang Yunxiao looked at Kong Fen and said with a sigh, "Kong Fen, you shouldn't have allowed your son to fool around. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a burden to you." Kong Fen was taken aback by Yang Yunxiao's words. What was going on? Why was his master saying something completely different from what he had told him in the transmission earlier? "Master," at this moment, the almighty wind celestial emperor, Kong Fen, had a bad premonition. Without waiting for Yang Yunxiao's reply, his figure flashed as a gust of wind blew past him and pushed him away. However, as soon as he moved, he felt a powerful force that seemed to come from all directions and bound him. "Master?" Kong Fen looked at Yang Yunxiao with a hint of resentment in his eyes. Why? If Kong Fen still did not know that his master, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, had tricked him, he would have lived his life in vain. "Kong Fen, there's nothing master can do." Yang Yunxiao sighed. "Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, is too domineering. Today, he brought the Duan Lingtian to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven and severely injured me. When he discovered you weren't in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, he ordered me to bring you back to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, or leave the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. He's already a deity. He can kill me with just a wave of his hand. So that's why don't blame him. If you want to blame someone, blame that son of yours." Fans Kongs. Did heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang really become a god? Tian was heavenly palace of the heavenly palace, heavenly ascending heavens? Heavenly heaven of the heaven of the heaven, of the heavenly heavens, of the heaven of the heaven, heaven of the heaven of the heaven of the heaven of the heaven. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so arrogant. After all, Feng Qingyang was acquainted with his master. However, he did not expect Feng Qingyang would fall out with his master and threaten him for the sake of his true disciple. "Master, does heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang not care about our past relationship at all?" Kong Fen was still filled with resentment. He knew he would not be able to escape from the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven now that he had fallen into his master's hands. However, he still wanted a chance at survival. Past relationship? Yang Yunxiao shook his head and said, "We're just acquaintances. What past relationship is there? Originally, I thought that no matter what, he would not fall out with me on account of the fact that we are only acquaintances. Unfortunately, I overestimated myself and underestimated his determination. It's obvious he really cares about his true disciple, Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths." Yang Yunxiao said. At this moment, Kong Fen was filled with despair. After returning to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven with his master, Feng Qingyang, Duan Lingtian did not return to his residence. Instead, he followed Feng Qingyang and listened to his master's teachings. "Since you have the sovereign heart sword, it won't be difficult for you to comprehend the law of destruction. However, the law of space you're skilled in is one of the four supreme laws. It's not inferior to the law of destruction." At this moment, Feng Qingyang looked at Duan Lingtian and said loudly, "For this reason, I suggest you don't give up on comprehending the law of space unless you've reached a bottleneck in your comprehension of the law of space. It won't be too late for you to comprehend the law of destruction when you have the time to comprehend other laws." Yes, master. Duan Lingtian nodded. He knew Feng Qingyang was doing this for his own good. He knew he should not bite off more than he could chew. Apart from that, I'll do my best to help you once the spatial passageway between the realms of gods and the Devata realms is opened. Feng Qingyang said. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian's heart warmed. Thank you, master. Currently, his master, Feng Qingyang, was aware of his wife's identity in the divine offering land and Yun Qingyan's identity as the young master of the Yun clan. Both of them were extraordinary in the divine offering land. Even so, Duan Lingtian still wanted to help him. Duan Lingtian was touched. Although I don't suggest you comprehend the law of destruction, it's not impossible for you to comprehend the sword Tao without the law of destruction. Take my sword Tao for example. Although my sword Tao is the strongest when I rely on the law of destruction, it's still lethal even after I've fused it with the law of earth. Feng Qingyang continued to say, of course, it's not as good as fusing the law of destruction. However, I dare say that in all the Devata realms, those who have comprehended the law of space as well as I do are at least 30% weaker than me in terms of offensive power. And all of this is because of my sword Tao. For the next period of time, you will follow me to comprehend my sword Tao. I will slowly impart it to you. As for how much you can comprehend, it will depend on your ability. If you can comprehend all of them, you can use the same law of space with my sword Tao, and its power will increase by at least 30%. When Feng Qingyang reached the end of his sentence, a hint of confidence could be heard in his voice. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp in shock. 30% amplification? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was no longer a newbie who had just ascended to a Devata realm. In fact, he was now a celestial emperor. After reaching this stage, he had a better understanding of a person's strength. A person's strength mainly depended on the comprehension of the law of space. Even if one had some special techniques to amplify one's strength, it would be considered good if one's strength could be amplified by 10%. However, now that his master, Feng Qingyang, had told him that his sword Tao would be able to amplify his sword Tao, mastering his sword Tao would increase the strength of those who had comprehended the same profundities by 30%. Even if he subtracted the 10%, he would still have 20%. For two people of the same strength, even if they were evenly matched before the increase in strength, the person with the increase in strength after the increase in strength would be able to easily crush his opponent. Thank you, master. Duan Lingtian hastily expressed his gratitude. At the same time, he saw hope in increasing his strength. Currently, what he wanted the most was to improve his strength as soon as possible. In the past, he had used the supreme powerhouse divinity to comprehend the law of space to improve his strength. And now, he had another way to increase his strength. You may return for now. Rest for a few days. When the time comes, I'll send you a message. I'll teach you the sword Tao, Feng Qingyang said. Yes, master. Duan Lingtian nodded and left. At the same time, he asked the world-cleansing divine water in his little world about the sword Tao that Feng Qingyang had mentioned. After listening to Duan Lingtian's explanation, the world-cleansing divine water fell silent for a moment before it said, if what he said is true, then he's really a peerless genius. Even in the realms of gods, it's rare to find someone capable of such a feat. In fact, in the realms of gods, people with such talent are generally acknowledged as the seeds of the supreme powerhouses. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. Isn't it said that there are only two ways to become a supreme powerhouse? One is to comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws and fuse all the profundities together. The other is to possess one of the 5 divine elements and transform it into its final form. Indeed, one can become a supreme powerhouse through these 2 methods. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, apart from these 2, there's another way. It's the way I mentioned earlier, to comprehend one's own Tao. Although it's illusory to comprehend one's own Tao, it's not entirely without reason. You should know that apart from the laws of the 5 elements, the laws of wind, the laws of lightning, the laws of ice, and the 4 supreme laws, There are also the laws of destruction, the laws of light, and the laws of darkness, right? The world-cleansing divine water asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian replied. Naturally, he knew about these laws. In this world, those who have comprehended their own Tao to become a supreme powerhouse have either comprehended the law of destruction, the law of light, or the law of darkness. This is the third way to become a supreme powerhouse. For this reason, I said your master, Feng Qingyang, has the potential to become a supreme powerhouse. As for whether he'll be able to become a supreme powerhouse in the future, it'll depend on his own fortune. The world-cleansing divine water said, the fact that he's willing to pass on his sword Tao to you shows how important you are to him. However, it's extremely difficult for others to fully grasp the sword Tao that they've comprehended on their own. It's already amazing that you're able to comprehend 2/3 of the sword Tao. Moreover, if you're talented, you'll have a chance to comprehend your own sword Tao. End of chapter. Chapter 34-38. The world-cleansing divine water's words seem to have opened the door to a whole new world for Duan Lingtian. However, what shocked Duan Lingtian the most was his master, Feng Qingyang, had the potential to become a supreme powerhouse even though he did not possess the 5 divine elements and did not even specialize in the 4 supreme laws. This was because he had comprehended his own Tao. To be more precise, he had comprehended his own sword Tao, and he had the potential to become a supreme powerhouse. In fact, even if those who have comprehended the 5 divine elements don't possess the 5 divine elements, they'll still have a chance to become a supreme powerhouse if they can comprehend their own Tao. It's not like there haven't been such supreme powerhouses in this world, it's just that there are very few of them. Those who became ultimate powerhouses with their own Tao are all supremely talented existences. After all, they could be said to be ultimate powerhouses who completely relied on themselves. Regardless of whether one became an omnipotent through the use of the 5 divine elements or the advantage of the 4 supreme laws, they all borrowed the power of the 5 divine elements and the supreme laws to a certain extent. Only by comprehending one's own Tao and using one's own Tao to become an omnipotent being can one truly become an omnipotent being with one's own efforts. A hint of respect could be heard in the world-cleansing divine water's voice as it spoke. For your master to be able to comprehend his own sword Tao to such an extent, he's definitely a peerless genius even in the realms of gods. Based on the world-cleansing divine water's words, it did not hold back on its praise for Feng Qingyang. Duan Lingtian was truly shocked. In the past, when he was still in the mundane realm, he had relied on the legacy of the sovereign heart sword that his master, Feng Qingyang, had left behind for him to possess extraordinary battle prowess. At that time, he knew Feng Qingyang was not a simple person. In the Saint Province realm, Feng Qingyang was a legend. However, he did not expect his master, Feng Qingyang, would still be as monstrous as before even after ascending to the Devata realm. Moreover, he had even comprehended his own sword Tao. If someone who had the same cultivation as him and comprehended the same profundities of the laws as him fought him, he would definitely lose. Even in the realms of gods, it was rare for someone to achieve such a feat. The sword immortals of the solitary destructive heaven recognized him as the invincible sword immortal. He truly lived up to his name. A Tao that belongs to me. After listening to the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian did not come back to his senses for a long time. He was still immersed in the world of the so-called Tao. It turned out that in this world, there was such a mysterious method that was beyond the laws of nature. After Duan Lingtian returned, he originally thought that he would have to wait a few days before his master, Feng Qingyang, would send him a message, and Feng Qingyang also said the same. However, before the second day had even arrived, his master had already sent him a voice transmission asking him to go over. At first, he was a little confused, but later on, he realized why his master had asked him to come. The heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, Yang Yunshao, had arrived. Yang Yunshao didn't come alone. There was another person by his side. To be more precise, this person was imprisoned by Yang Yunshao. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, I'm glad I didn't disappoint you, Yang Yunxiao said to Feng Qingyang. A hint of helplessness could be seen in his eyes. Once upon a time, his strength was on par with Feng Qingyang. If it was Feng Qingyang at that time, he could have saved his second disciple, Kong Fun, with just a word. There was no need for him to personally deliver Kong Fun to Yang Yunxiao. However, the current Feng Qingyang was already a godly being. With his strength, it would be easy for him to kill Yang Yunxiao. For this reason, in the face of Feng Qingyang's threat, Yang Yunxiao obediently brought Kong Fun over. Almighty Wind, Celestial Emperor. Duan Lingtian stood next to Feng Qingyang as he looked at Kong Fun, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, who was standing next to Yang Yunxiao. His expression was calm, as though he was looking at a stranger. This was because Duan Lingtian knew Kong Fun was already a dead man. Is it him? Feng Qingyang asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. You can do it yourself, Feng Qingyang said. Yes, master. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he stepped forward and looked at Yang Yunxiao. Heavenly Emperor Yang Yunxiao, I'll have to trouble you to restrain him so that I can kill him. If you don't restrain him properly and he injures me, I'm afraid my master won't agree to it. A bright smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he finished speaking. When Yang Yunxiao heard Duan Lingtian's words, he nodded obediently and forced a smile on his face. Don't worry, junior nephew Duan. As long as I'm here, he won't be able to touch a single hair on your head. Even though Yang Yunxiao was extremely displeased, he could only swallow his displeasure in fear of Feng Qingyang. He did not dare to show it in the slightest. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Kong Fun, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor who was restrained by Yang Yunxiao, regained his composure. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. As long as you don't kill me, I, Kong Fun, am willing to be your slave for life. The great Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor wants to be Duan Lingtian's slave? Duan Lingtian only smiled faintly in the face of Kong Fun's final struggle. Then his eyes turned cold. He did not give Kong Fun a chance to retaliate and directly killed Kong Fun. With Yang Yunxiao, the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven, Kong Fun did not even have the chance to resist before he was killed by Duan Lingtian. After Kong Fun's death, Yang Yunxiao looked at Feng Qingyang and asked, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, are you satisfied with this? Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded indifferently. Yang Yunxiao did not intend to stay any longer. He bade farewell to Feng Qingyang and left. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized the importance of strength. Yang Yunxiao was the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. After all, nobody in the Floating Heaven dared to defy him. However, in front of his master, Feng Qingyang, he was as docile as a cat. Moreover, he even personally delivered his true disciple to Feng Qingyang for him to kill. If Yang Yunxiao was stronger than Feng Qingyang, he would not have been able to kill Kong Fun. Duan Lingtian returned to his residence and slept for a few days. With the supreme powerhouse divinity, he was able to further comprehend the law of space. A few days later, Feng Qingyang sent him a message that woke him up. Feng Qingyang wanted him to cultivate with him. After arriving at Feng Qingyang's residence, Duan Lingtian was brought to a desolate canyon in a remote area of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He had passed by this place before, but he did not linger here. After all, the canyon was too desolate. There was not even a single living being in it. This was simply a place where birds didn't want to shit. However, when he arrived at the entrance of the canyon with Feng Qingyang raised his hand, and a powerful energy surged out of his body. Soon after, a wave of energy surged in the air above the canyon. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian felt goosebumps all over his body. A terrifying aura surged out of the canyon and shrouded him. He felt as though he was in an abyss of fire. Let's go in and have a look. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the canyon with Feng Qingyang, he saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. There were sword marks on the walls of the canyon. Some were deep, some were shallow, some were parallel, some were crisscrossed, and some were curved. Each of the sword marks emitted a terrifying aura. This canyon is where I practice my sword skills. If you want to learn my sword skills, you can stay here for a while to see if you can comprehend anything. Feng Qingyang said to Duan Lingtian, "Apart from me, you're the first one to enter this place. Normally, this place is enveloped by a formation. Only I know how to open the formation. If I forcibly break the formation, I will destroy everything in this canyon. If you break it, you'll be destroyed," Feng Qingyang said. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to realize the importance of this place. Otherwise, his master, Feng Qingyang, would not have set up a formation here. Based on Feng Qingyang's words, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out that the legacy he obtained in the mundane realm was the word sword that was carved on a mountain wall. Based on Feng Qingyang's words, it was not difficult for him to figure out that this was the legacy his master had left behind. My sword Dao can be used with any law or profundity. It's just that there's a difference in the power of different laws. For example, when I use my sword Dao with the law of destruction, its power is far greater than when I use my law of earth. Your law of space is one of the 4 supreme laws. Moreover, it's the law of attack that's best among the 4 supreme laws. In terms of offensive strength, it's not inferior to the law of destruction. You can use the comprehension of the sword skills I've left behind here through the law of space. Perhaps you can use the law of space to cast them and create some sword moves on your own. Different laws have different characteristics. My sword skills are all-encompassing. As for how much you can master, it'll depend on your own comprehension ability. Stay here. Send me a message whenever you have any comprehension. I'll come and pick you up. After Feng Qingyang finished speaking, he left the canyon and vanished before Duan Lingtian's eyes. When Feng Qingyang disappeared into thin air, Duan Lingtian saw him raise his hand again. It was not difficult for him to guess that his master was closing the formation again. Master's comprehension of the sword skills. After Feng Qingyang left, Duan Lingtian's attention was attracted by the many sword marks on the mountain wall in front of him. Each sword mark contained a completely different sword essence. Some of them had sharp auras. Some of them had a heavy aura. Some had a destructive aura. At the same time, Feng Qingyang, who had left the canyon, returned to his residence. He sat in front of the stone table in the courtyard and looked in the direction of the canyon. He muttered to himself, "How much he can comprehend will depend on his comprehension ability. If he comprehends it well and integrates the profundities from the law of space well, I can bring him to the place in the Azura Hell. I successfully achieved godhood there. Perhaps he'll be able to obtain his own opportunity there." You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.